There's a moment early in My Hero Academia, so early you might have forgotten it, where a little boy sits alone in front of a computer screen, watching a clip of the world's greatest hero over and over again. He's not watching it because it's exciting, he's watching it because he's crying, and he can't stop. That image has stayed with me longer than almost any fight in this series, because it doesn't ask you to be amazed. It asks you to remember what it felt like to want something so badly it physically hurt, and to be told, quietly but clearly, that you were simply not built for it. I first watched My Hero Academia in 2021. I binged everything that was out at the time over the course of about a week, season after season, late nights, the whole thing. And I remember finishing what was available and just sitting with it for a while. Not because it had blown me away with its power system or its animation, though both of those things are genuinely great, but because something about it felt unexpectedly honest. Like the show understood something about ambition and inadequacy that most stories in its genre don't really want to touch. The anime finished airing only a few months ago, and yes, this video is late, but honestly, I think I needed the distance, because My Hero Academia is the kind of story that takes time to actually process. And now that it's over, now that the full arc from that crying boy to everything that follows is complete, I think it deserves more than a reaction. It deserves a real conversation. Here's what I want to say up front, before we go anywhere near a recap. My Hero Academia is not really about superpowers. I know that sounds like a strange thing to say about a show where 80% of the human population has some kind of ability, where people fly and breathe fire and punch hard enough to change the weather. But the powers are almost beside the point. What this story is actually about is worth. It's about the gap between who you are and who the world expects you to be. It's about what happens when society sorts people into categories, gifted and ordinary, hero and villain, useful and not, and then watches what those categories do to people over time. Izuku Midoriya is born without a quirk in a world where that makes him, by definition, less than. Not evil, not tragic in any dramatic sense, just insufficient. And the show takes that premise seriously in a way that I don't think it always gets credit for. Because the question it's really asking isn't, can the underdog win? Every shonen asks that. The question Kohei Horikoshi is asking is, what does it cost a person to be told from childhood that they don't belong in the story? And then it asks that same question about its villains. That's where this series becomes something special, because the contrast at the heart of this show between Midoriya and Shigaraki, between Uraraka and Toga, between All Might's legacy and All for One's hunger, it's not hero versus villain in the simple sense. It's mirror versus mirror. It's the same wound, the same loneliness, the same desperate need to matter, and two completely different answers to what that means. Midoriya finds a symbol to believe in and reaches toward it. Shigaraki finds a world that ignored him and decides to tear it apart. And the show never lets you forget how thin that line is. How much of the difference comes down to who was there when it mattered most. What I want to do in this video is go through the complete run of My Hero Academia, every season, every arc, every character beat that I think deserves more attention than it usually gets. This isn't going to be a power scaling breakdown or a ranking of the best fights, though we'll talk about the fights when they earn it. This is going to be a look at what the story is doing, thematically, emotionally, structurally, and why I think, even with its flaws, this series is one of the more ambitious things the shonen genre has attempted in a long time. Because at its best, My Hero Academia isn't a story about becoming the greatest hero. It's a story about becoming yourself, in a world that already decided what you were worth before you had a chance to prove otherwise. So let's go back to the beginning.
See, we live in a world where 80% of children develop a quirk by the age of 4. Naturally, this gave rise to notorious criminals who use their gifts for chaos. To stop these villains from wrecking the world, we have heroes. Right now, a pro has arrived at a scene where a villain is going absolutely berserk. He's clearly a big name because the crowd recognizes him instantly. Rescue experts are also on site, holding back the citizens. And in the middle of all this commotion, we find young Midoriya. The kid is desperately trying to push his way to the front. The fans start roaring as Kamui Woods enters the fray to take on the villain head-on. He can stretch and manipulate his wooden limbs freely honestly. Kamui wants to wrap this up fast, so he unleashes his ultimate move, preemptive binding lacquer chain prison. But wait, a massive kick lands first. He gets his glory stolen right in front of his face by Mount Lady. Everyone's snapping photos because this data is gold for hero fans. Midoriya is always there, eyes wide whenever a new hero shows up. He records everything: age, hobbies, preferences, and even their power rankings. If he sees a hero, he's taking notes. Looking at his notebook, he's already on volume 13. He's totally geeked out, and the kind words from an old man nearby makes him feel even more validated in his hobby. Unfortunately, Midoriya's school life isn't quite so cheerful. It's the first day of their third year, and time to discuss career paths. The teacher doesn't want to waste his breath, since he knows basically everyone wants to join the hero course. But against all expectations, two students really stand out. The first is Bakugo, who's already acting superior. He declares flat out that he has no intention of hanging around with these weaklings. He's aiming for the top-tier school, UA High. He claims he's the only one in the room actually qualified to get in. That's when the teacher mentions Midoriya also wants to go to UA. Oh boy, the mood shifts fast. Bakugo slams Midoriya's desk, getting right in his face. He demands to know who Midoriya thinks he is, trying to stand on the same level. He calls him quirkless and tells him to know his place. It's heartbreaking to watch. It gets worse. After class, Bakugo snatches Midoriya's precious hero notebook and blows it up instantly. He gives one last warning to drop the UA dream or else. Midoriya is fuming inside, wanting to scream back, but he just can't find the words against his bullies. He heads home in a state of deep frustration, only to find his notebook being nibbled on by fish in a pond. Seeing it reminds him of his childhood, when he begged his mom to play the same video every single day. The sheer excitement in his young eyes showed just how obsessed he was with becoming a hero. The video was an old clip of a disaster from years ago, can you believe it? That man saved over 100 people single-handedly. It's insane. A hero with a blindingly bright smile appears on the screen, bringing hope to everyone watching. It's fine now. Why? Because I am here. That catchphrase made young Midoriya smile like a maniac for days. But then, the doctor dropped the bomb: he's quirkless. Usually you can tell by looking at the joints in the pinky toe. If there are two joints, there's no superpower. And Midoriya has both joints, confirming he has no supernatural abilities. That night, he rewatched that video over and over until he was in tears. He asked his mom, "Can I be like him too, Mom?" No mother should have to see her child that heartbroken. But that was back when he was naive. Now that he's older, Midoriya tries to brush off the mockery. Let people think what they want. Suddenly, a villain creeps up behind him. It's a sludge monster that lunges forward, trying to swallow his entire body and hijack his skin. He struggles desperately, but it's no use against the slime. Just as things look bleak, a manhole cover flips open and a hero appears. He dodges a strike, builds up momentum, and delivers a massive punch. The wind pressure alone is so intense, it tears the villain's body apart. The hero starts tapping Midoriya's face to wake him up. He apologizes, saying it was his mistake for letting the villain escape in the first place. No doubt about it, this is Midoriya's absolute idol, All Might. Midoriya fumbles for his notebook to get an autograph, but when he opens it, it's already signed. He bows repeatedly in gratitude, but before he can ask a burning question, All Might prepares to leave. He leaps into the air like a rocket. Then All Might looks down and realizes the kid is literally clinging to his leg. Talk about a dedicated fan. Judging by the kid's screaming face, All Might knows he has to find a place to land quickly. Since his body is actually quite weak right now, he sets Midoriya down and tries to make a quick exit. Midoriya tries to call him back, wondering if he even has the right to stand there or if anyone would support his dream. Midoriya finally asks the big question: can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? But All Might's body has reached its absolute limit. He can't maintain his buff form for even another second. Suddenly, with a poof of smoke, the hero Midoriya admired his whole life turns into a scrawny, sickly-looking middle-aged man. I'm not being mean, but he looks like a skeleton. Worse, the villain he captured wasn't in his pocket anymore. It fell out onto the street. Coincidentally, Bakugo and his friends are walking right past it. Bakugo is in a foul mood and kicks a bottle. But that simple act just unleashed a disaster. Back with Midoriya, he's currently experiencing the biggest shock of his life. Even the news about being quirkless didn't compare to seeing his hero looking like a deflated balloon. Looking at the man's withered frame tells you everything about his condition. Now that the secret's out, All Might just hopes Midoriya won't go posting this on the internet. He explains that 5 years ago, in a world-shaking battle against a villain, he took a devastating wound. After multiple surgeries, the damage remains. The biggest consequence: he can only act as a hero for about 3 hours a day. Yet even in that state, he remains determined to keep smiling while facing evil, hiding the fear and pain from the public. He bluntly tells Midoriya that he cannot honestly say a quirkless person can be a hero. He advises the boy to be realistic. After that heavy advice, he reaches for the villain in his pocket. But wait, where's the bottle? In the distance, smoke starts rising. Smoke means trouble, and All Might knows exactly what happened. Midoriya sees it too, but after being crushed by his idol's words, he decides to just head home. Meanwhile, pro heroes are arriving at the disaster. Death Arms charges in first, but his punches do 0 damage to the sludge villain. Bakugo is trapped inside the slime, struggling with all his might and unleashing his explosive quirk. But it's not enough to blow the villain away. In fact, his power just makes the villain want to possess his body even more. Mount Lady arrives, but the narrow street is a problem for her size. Kamui Woods can't use his wooden powers because of the surrounding fire. Backdraft is busy putting out the flames. Nobody can get to Bakugo. All they can do is wait for someone with the right quirk to arrive. All Might is already there, but he's out of time and can't transform. Midoriya is nearby, feeling so hopeless he's about to cry. If the #1 hero says it's impossible, why even try? Yet his feet move on their own toward the smoke. He peers into the crowd to see which hero is working, only to realize with horror that it's the same monster All Might caught earlier. If All Might dropped the villain because Midoriya grabbed his leg, then this is all his fault. The crowd recognizes the villain as the one All Might was chasing, and everyone's asking where is the hero now. Midoriya feels absolutely pathetic, drowning in guilt. Midoriya and All Might are both just standing there, paralyzed by their own self-loathing. But then, Midoriya catches Bakugo's eye. He looks terrified, like he's begging for help. In that split second, the quirkless boy charges forward. He's terrified, his legs are shaking, but he moves anyway. He doesn't even know why he's doing it. He remembers his notes and chucks his backpack right at the monster's eye. While the villain is blinded, he frantically tries to pull Bakugo out. When Bakugo asks why, Midoriya simply says, "You looked like you needed saving." Those words are exactly what push All Might past his limit. He realizes how pathetic he was being, preaching to a kid while failing to act himself. He surges forward, delivering a punch with so much force it creates a massive shockwave that literally changes the weather. The wind pressure creates a whirlwind that reaches the clouds, bringing down rain and making the crowd erupt in cheers. Afterward, the pros give Midoriya a harsh scolding for his recklessness, while Bakugo gets praised for his incredible power. Midoriya heads home feeling dejected until Bakugo runs up to him. You'd think he'd say thanks, but nope. He just screams that he didn't need any help from a loser like Deku. Honestly, someone needs to teach that guy some manners. Then, All Might suddenly appears, laughs his signature laugh, and poof turns back into his skinny self. He's here to thank Midoriya and make a life-changing proposal. He tells the boy that it was his quirkless courage that pushed the hero to act. He explains that the mark of a true hero isn't raw power, but having a body that moves on its own to save others. Midoriya did exactly that. You can become a hero. Those were the words Midoriya had waited his entire life to hear. All the years of bullying and bitterness just melt away. All Might then offers to let Midoriya inherit his power. It sounds crazy, but is 100% real. The Skeleton Man even makes a joke about his quirk being spurting blood to scare enemies. He tells Midoriya not to be shy about accepting. All Might explains that the media thinks his quirk is super strength and he lets them believe it. But the truth is, his power is called One for All. A legendary ability that is cultivated and passed down from one generation to the next. It's not something he was born with. It was given to him, and now he wants to give it to Midoriya. It takes the kid a solid 5 minutes for his brain to stop buffering and process this. It's a lot to take in, but hey, if you have questions, go take it up with the author. Basically, this power grows as it's shared, becoming stronger with every successor. All Might tells him that if he doesn't want it, he can just go home. But of course, Midoriya isn't about to turn down his hero's legacy. The very next morning, the real work begins. Midoriya is currently struggling to drag an old refrigerator across the sand while a 200 kilograms All Might sits on top of it, calling the boy light as a feather. Talk about annoying. They're in a trash-filled beach before dawn because Midoriya's body is too weak to handle the power yet. If he were to take One for All now, his limbs would literally explode from the sheer force. To prevent a messy end, he has to train. This beach has become an illegal dumping ground for locals, and cleaning it up is the perfect way to build his physical foundation. Nobody cares about this mess, so All Might tasks Midoriya with cleaning it all by himself. It's his first step toward heroism. All Might even whipped up a Pass the Torch fitness plan, complete with a strict schedule and a mandatory diet. Midoriya has 10 months of pure hell ahead of him. He's up early every day, hauling trash and training his heart out. He's so focused he starts muttering his schedule in class, making his classmates think the villain attack actually scrambled his brains. He pushes through day after day, from sunrise to sunset. Rain or shine, he never stops. He swims, he lifts, and he even carries the 200 kilograms All Might on his back while studying. Talk about multitasking at an elite level. With only 3 months left until the UA entrance exam, Midoriya collapses. All Might can see he's overtraining. He designed the schedule to be perfect for the boy's body. So why is he pushing so hard? Does he actually want to get into UA? Midoriya isn't just trying to pass, he wants to excel. He knows he's starting from zero, so he has to work twice as hard as anyone else to catch up. His goal is to become a legendary hero, just like All Might himself. The kid's determination even exceeds All Might's expectations, so he tweaks the plan. On the morning of the exam, Midoriya stands atop a pile of trash at a now pristine beach, letting out a roar of triumph. He's finished the grueling 10-month cleanup, and it's perfect. It's beyond clean, it's spotless. All Might catches him and declares him worthy. He gives a deep, moving speech, but it ends with a weird request. He plucks a hair and tells Midoriya to eat this. Apparently that's how the DNA transfer works. Soon after, Midoriya is at UA for the entrance exam. He runs into Bakugo, who is as charming as ever, meaning he threatens to kill him. Midoriya tries to ignore him but trips over his own feet. Luckily, a kind girl stops his fall using her quirk. A girl actually talked to him. His mom would be so proud. The practical exam is a mock battle in a simulated city. To keep things fair, students are split into different areas. There are 3 types of villain robots worth different points scattered around. You get points based on how tough the robots are. But attacking other examinees is an instant disqualification. A serious-looking student with glasses raises his hand. He points out there are 4 robots on the handout, but only 3 were mentioned. He's already judging the school's quality. He claims they are here to be model heroes, then points right at Midoriya, scolding him for muttering too much. Man, this guy is intense. He needs to take it down a notch before the exam even starts. The 4th robot is a 0-point obstacle, best to just avoid it entirely unless you want a bad time. Finally, the exam begins. Midoriya is shaking like a leaf at the starting line, looking for any friendly face to calm his nerves. He spots the nice girl from the gate and moves to say thanks, but the glasses guy blocks him again. He tells Midoriya he's bothering her and should stay focused. This draws everyone's attention, and they all start smirking at what they think is their weakest competitor. Present Mike shouts that the exam has started and everyone bolts. All Might had warned Midoriya that he'd eventually feel the power within him, but he also needs to be prepared for the physical toll it will take on his body. In the chaos of the city, Midoriya finally comes face to face with a 1-point robot, but he's so terrified that his whole body just freezes up right there on the spot. He ends up being a decoy for a guy with a naval laser who snatches the point instead. With only 6 minutes left, Midoriya starts to panic. He scrambles for points, only to see the nice girl taking out 3 robots at once. She's a beast. She's at 28 points, and the glasses guy already has 45. Everyone is racking up points while Midoriya is still sitting at 0. The judges are watching from their control room, evaluating the Badger students and looking for true hero potential. This year's crop looks promising, but the real test is about to begin. The 0-point obstacle, a gargantuan robot, is released. It's purely meant to be a distraction, and as the teacher said, only a fool would try to fight it. Everyone starts running for their lives. Midoriya starts to flee too, thinking he needs at least 10 points in these last 2 minutes so he doesn't disappoint All Might. But then, he hears a cry for help. He looks back and sees the girl from the gate trapped under rubble. Without thinking, he sprints back toward the giant robot. Suddenly, One for All surges through his body, giving him an incredible leap. He remembers All Might's advice: clench your muscles and put everything into it, and screams smash with everything he's got. He delivers a single, devastating punch. One punch was all it took to destroy the massive robot. All Might is watching from afar, bursting with pride. But now, there's only 1 minute left, and Midoriya is in freefall. His right arm and both legs are completely shattered from the force of his own power. This is what happens when you use a power your body can't yet contain. He's plummeting to the ground and has only one good arm left to try and break his fall. He has to time it perfectly or he's toast. But at the last second, the girl saves him just before he hits the pavement, though the strain makes her sick. Midoriya tries to crawl forward, desperate to get just 1 point before the buzzer, but time runs out. The other examinees gather around, whispering about his terrifying power. Some are impressed, others are confused, and some think he was just showing off. But the glasses guy, Aida, is the only one who realizes the truth. Midoriya didn't do it for points. He did it purely to save the girl. Uraraka is safe, and that's what matters. Then, a highly respected figure at UA arrives, Recovery Girl. She gives him a little kiss to activate her healing quirk, which basically speeds up a person's natural recovery. That's how UA can get away with such a dangerous exam. A week after the exam, Midoriya is acting like a ghost. He's convinced he failed. His written scores were okay, but having 0 points on the practical portion basically means he's rejected. He's in a total funk. He hasn't even heard from All Might, making everything feel even more hopeless. Suddenly, his mom rushes in with a letter from UA. Midoriya locks himself in his room, nervous as heck, and finally opens it. A hologram of All Might pops up, scaring the life out of him. All Might explains that he actually came to the city to be a teacher at UA. He starts to get a bit chatty with his pupil, but a producer off-screen tells him to wrap it up. So he gets straight to the point about the exam results. Based on combat points alone, Midoriya failed. But there's a twist. All Might shows a clip of the girl he saved. She actually went to the faculty and begged him to give him some of her points because he sacrificed his chance to help her. She was so earnest about it. But the school didn't need to take her points because they have a secret category: rescue points. How could a hero course ever reject someone who risked everything to do the right thing and save a life? Midoriya earned a massive 60 rescue points and Uraraka passed with 45. They're both in. This is the start of Midoriya's journey. Welcome to the Hero Academia. The official rankings were posted at the school shortly after. Bakugo took first place with 0 rescue points, while Midoriya came in 7th with 0 combat points. What a contrast. That night, Midoriya runs to the beach to meet All Might. He's so excited he accidentally shouts All Might out loud, almost blowing their cover. All Might warns him to be careful since nobody knows they're connected. He tells Midoriya he better work hard at UA. All Might also mentions he was invited to teach. It wasn't his original plan. Midoriya feels incredibly lucky to be chosen, though he's still worried about controlling the power. He's a bit down because he can't use One for All without breaking his bones yet. All Might isn't surprised. You can't just become a god overnight. This isn't one of those cultivation web novels, kid. Real progress takes time and effort. His new mission is to train his body, mind, and spirit, every aspect of himself, until he can use the power as naturally as All Might does. The hero demonstrates by transforming, but then realizes he has to run before his time is up. The next day, Midoriya heads off for his first day of school. His mom tells him he looks really cool, which really touches his heart. Her support gives him that extra push to grow up and make her proud. Standing in front of the classroom door, he can already tell UA is on a completely different level compared to his old school. Midoriya is nervous about who his classmates will be. And sure enough, both Bakugo and Aida are there. Bakugo is already being his typical self, throwing insults the moment he sees Midoriya. Some things never change, I guess. Aida greets Midoriya properly this time, admitting he misjudged the boy's insight during the exam. Then Uraraka shows up, and Midoriya turns bright red immediately. Meanwhile, Bakugo is fuming because their middle school principal was so proud of both of them getting in. Bakugo wanted to be the only star from their old school, so having Midoriya there feels like a personal insult. He tried to bully him into quitting earlier, but Midoriya actually stood his ground, which shocked Bakugo to his core. Back in the hallway, a man in a sleeping bag suddenly scares the daylights out of them. He looks totally exhausted with deep bags under his eyes. Definitely not what you'd expect a pro hero to look like. But believe it or not, this is their homeroom teacher. His name is Shoto Aizawa. He tells everyone to put on their gym clothes and head to the field. Uraraka asks about the orientation ceremony, but Aizawa isn't the type to care about traditional school formalities. UA doesn't follow standard rules that jump straight into the action. Aizawa announces a quirk apprehension test. In middle school, physical tests were quirkless, but at UA, you're expected to use your powers to their fullest potential. He calls Bakugo up to the circle. Bakugo uses his explosions to launch a ball. His middle school record was 67 meters, but now, over 700 meters. Aizawa tells them they have 3 years of hellish training ahead to become pros, and he's not kidding, there's a serious catch to this test. Whoever comes in last across the 8 tests will be deemed hopeless and expelled on the spot. Uraraka protests that it's unfair for the first day, but Aizawa shuts it down. The world is harsh, and villains don't wait for you to be ready. It's time to grow up. No more questions, let's start. First up is the 50-meter dash. This is Aida's specialty, and he finishes in about 3 seconds thanks to his engines. Uraraka uses her zero gravity power to make her clothes and shoes weightless, giving her a nice boost. Uraraka has to be careful though, overusing her quirk makes her nauseous. Then there's Aoyama, the flamboyant kid with the naval laser. He can propel himself with it, but if he fires for more than a second, he gets a major stomachache. Truly a high-stakes quirk. Bakugo crushes the dash too, but Midoriya is struggling. His power is all or nothing, so he has to find a middle ground. He remembers All Might's weird analogy about an egg in a microwave. He has to learn how to keep the egg from exploding while still using the heat. He needs to dial back the output. In the grip strength test, Midoriya hits 56 kilograms, which is okay, but then a guy with multiple arms hits 540 kilograms. Talk about a gap. Next is the standing long jump, and Midoriya is still at the bottom of the rankings. It's not looking good. He's falling behind in everything. Hiraraka literally gets an infinity score on the ball throw. Midoriya knows he has to make a move now. He prepares to use One for All for the throw, but just as he's about to release, Aizawa erases his quirk. Midoriya recognizes those goggles instantly. Aizawa is the underground hero, Eraser Head. All Might is watching from the shadows, worried for his student. Aizawa scolds Midoriya, telling him that a hero who becomes a liability after one attack is useless. He asks Midoriya if he plans on just lying there while someone saves him. He tells Midoriya to give up if he can't control his power. The words hit hard, but Midoriya isn't quitting. He realizes he needs to prove Aizawa wrong. He has to show that he has what it takes to be a hero, even if he hasn't mastered his gift yet. He takes one more shot. Instead of using his whole arm, he concentrates One for All into just the tip of his finger at the exact moment of release. Boom! The ball screams into the sky, landing at 7:05, 3 meters, nearly tying Bakugo. Now that's what I call a clutch move. Bakugo is absolutely stunned. Where did that power come from? He knew Deku was quirkless his whole life. Losing his mind with rage and confusion, Bakugo lunges at Midoriya, ready to blast him right then and there. Aizawa quickly intervenes, using his capture gear to restrain Bakugo. He tells him to stop the nonsense because his eyes are getting incredibly dry from overusing his quirk. Remember, his erasure only lasts as long as he keeps his eyes open without blinking. Bakugo's reality is crumbling. The extra he looked down on is suddenly a rival. Midoriya pushes through the rest of the test despite his throbbing purple finger. When the final results are posted, Midoriya is bracing for the worst since he only had one spectacular event. He looks at the bottom of the list and yikes, there's his name at 20th place. He thinks it's all over, but then Aizawa drops a bombshell. The expulsion threat was just a rational deception to make them give 100%. Talk about a heart attack-inducing prank. Midoriya nearly faints from relief. Aizawa tells him to go see Recovery Girl and prepare for even tougher trials ahead. As he leaves, All Might catches up with him. He saw through Aizawa's lie the teacher actually saw potential in Midoriya, even if he wouldn't admit it. All Might points out that Aizawa expelled an entire class of freshmen last year, so he's not exactly a jokester. Aizawa clearly saw something special in Midoriya's sacrifice, though he gives a typical cold answer before walking away. On the way home, Ida joins Midoriya, which is a nice change of pace. Midoriya is totally drained because Recovery Girl's quirk uses the patient's own stamina to heal, leaving them exhausted. He realizes that Aida isn't actually scary. He's just super serious about everything. Uraraka catches up to them and asks to walk together. She calls him Deku, and Midoriya jumps. He explains that Bakugo uses that name to mock him as useless. But Uraraka thinks it sounds like the Japanese word for "you can do it," and says she likes it. And just like that, Midoriya decides Deku is his name now. Talk about a 180-degree turn. The next day is standard school stuff, boring English classes, an amazing gourmet lunch. But the afternoon brings the main event. Foundational Hero Studies with All Might. Everyone is buzzing with excitement when All Might bursts through the door. He presents them with their custom hero costumes, designed based on their own requests. It tells everyone to gear up and meet at ground beta. Moments later, the class emerges looking like real heroes. They stride into the training area with total confidence. These suits aren't just for show, they're built to support each student's specific quirk and body type. A few weeks ago, Midoriya was stressing out over his design, not knowing what would work best for him. He asked All Might for advice, but his mentor told him to take his time, as quirks can evolve in unexpected ways. You might think you control water, but really you're just condensing vapor. Midoriya was still debating his look when his mom came home, interrupting his thoughts. His mom had a surprise for him, a custom hero jumpsuit to celebrate his acceptance into UA. She found an old sketch in his notebook and had it professionally made. It's a bit dorky, but it's made with pure motherly love. She apologizes for not believing in him sooner, seeing that he never gave up on his dream. She promises to support him with everything she has from now on. Midoriya is so lucky to have her in his corner. He puts on the green suit, ready to show the world his hero persona. He stepped out, eager to brag to everyone that his mother was the one who bought him a suit. However, his focus was instantly hijacked by Uraraka's presence. Seriously, that skin-tight costume was absolutely stunning. Then, All Might began laying out the details for today's intense training session. The entire class will be split into two opposing groups. The villains and the heroes. No robots today, this is student versus student. The villains will hide a nuclear weapon inside a building and guard it. The heroes win if they capture the villains or secure the weapon within the time limit. It's high stakes and very practical. They draw lots to form 10 teams. Midoriya is thrilled to be paired with Uraraka, but of course, fate is a prankster. They're up against Bakugo and Iida. One look at Bakugo tells you he's absolutely ready to destroy Midoriya. Talk about an intense glare. Bakugo double-checks with Iida that Midoriya actually has a quirk now. If so, he's going to enjoy crushing him even more. Midoriya is shaking with nerves because he knows how dangerous Bakugo can be when he's serious, but he can't back down now. Midoriya knows Bakugo is better in almost every way, but that's exactly why he has to win. He and Uraraka enter the building, but Bakugo ambushes them immediately. Midoriya manages to push Uraraka out of the way just in time as Bakugo charges in with zero hesitation. Bakugo is so overconfident he doesn't even bother to defend. Midoriya takes advantage of this and slams him into the floor. He spent years studying Bakugo's moves, and he's not the same useless Deku anymore. It's time to show that he's been leveling up too. For Midoriya, Deku now means I can do it. Bakugo is absolutely fuming. Looking back, he was always the golden boy, smart, strong, and brave. Everyone worshipped him and he let it get to his head, especially compared to the quirkless kid following him around. Midoriya admired him and tried to learn from him. But once Bakugo's quirk manifested, he became a total jerk. Back in the present, Iida is trying to coordinate, but Bakugo just tells him to shut up and stay out of his way. He's completely focused on his personal grudge. He treats his teammate like a sidekick at best. The rules state that wrapping capture tape around an opponent counts as a win. The heroes have only 15 minutes to locate the nuclear device hidden somewhere in the building. It's a ticking clock. Real villains don't play fair, so why should this exercise? Midoriya tells Uraraka to go find the weapon while he deals with Bakugo. He's already got his capture tape ready, waiting for the perfect moment to snag his rival. Using what he learned from observing Eraserhead, Midoriya dodges Bakugo's explosive swings. He's not going to fight head-on if he doesn't have to. He retreats into the shadows to mess with Bakugo's head. Bakugo is so predictable when he's angry, and Midoriya is playing him like a fiddle. Midoriya is exploiting Bakugo's massive ego. The plan is for Uraraka to sneak into the weapon room while he keeps Bakugo busy. Then, they can team up to take down Iida together. But first, he has to survive the Explosion Boy's wrath. Bakugo is stalking the halls like a predator, boiling with rage as he remembers their childhood. He was always the star, the one who excelled at everything, while Midoriya was just the kid who struggled to keep up. Bakugo's quirk was flashy and perfect for combat, making him feel like a king. Midoriya being quirkless made Bakugo feel even more superior. He loved being at the top, looking down on everyone else, especially Deku. But everything changed the day Bakugo fell into a river. All the other kids stayed back, knowing he was strong enough to get up on his own. But Midoriya ran into the water and offered him a helping hand. To Bakugo, that look of concern was the ultimate insult. He thought Midoriya was looking down on him. What a weird way to take a kind gesture. Meanwhile, Uraraka finds the room where Iida is guarding the weapon. He's taking his villain role very seriously, muttering about how he has to be truly evil to be a good challenge. Uraraka accidentally laughs at Aida's goofy villain act, giving away her position. Iida reveals he's cleared the room of all objects so she can't use her quirk on them. He's actually being quite smart about it. Uraraka calls Midoriya to update him on the situation. She's on the 5th floor, right above Midoriya. They're running out of time, so he needs to wrap things up with Bakugo fast. But Bakugo is already behind him, preparing a massive blast from his gauntlets. It's a move so dangerous even All Might yells for him to stop. Bakugo fires, but he aims slightly off-center to avoid killing Midoriya, though the shockwave is still brutal. He can keep doing this as long as his gauntlets store sweat. Iida screams at him over the radio, wondering what the heck he's doing blowing up the building. Uraraka tries to float toward the nuke, but Iida uses his speed to move it away. Back downstairs, Midoriya is trying to talk to Uraraka on the radio, which just makes Bakugo even angrier because he feels ignored. All Might warns Bakugo again. One more blast like that and his team loses. Bakugo changes his tactics, using his explosions to maneuver around Midoriya and strike from behind. He's scarily good at combat. Even the other students watching on the monitors, like Todoroki, are impressed by Bakugo's raw instinct and control, even if he is acting like a total psycho. Bakugo's mid-air movements are something even pros might struggle with. He's relentless, punishing Midoriya for that earlier slam. All Might is on the verge of stopping the fight for safety, but he decides to let it play out for the sake of Midoriya's growth. Midoriya backs into a corner and shouts for Bakugo to bring it on. He's finally ready to unleash one for all. All Might tries to intervene, but then he hears Midoriya signal Uraraka. This isn't just a desperate attack, it's a coordinated strategy. The punch wasn't aimed at Bakugo, it was aimed at the ceiling. The massive updraft gives Uraraka the chance she needs to float over Ada and secure the weapon. The heroes win. Midoriya collapses, having given everything to win the match on his own terms. Under the crushing influence of this overwhelming power, this was the only desperate strategy he could concoct in the heat of the moment. That first match was an absolute spectacle from start to finish. Poor Midoriya was rushed straight to the infirmary to deal with his injuries. Meanwhile, Bakugo is left standing there, literally trembling as he replays the fight in his mind. It was supposed to be a standard one-on-one duel, yet the outcome feels completely wrong. In his heart, he knows he basically lost the exchange. His massive ego is taking a brutal, soul-crushing beating right now, causing him to gasp for air, in a state of sheer panic honestly. Bakugo looks like he's on the verge of a total breakdown. All Might steps in to calm him down, advising the boy to keep his cool. He reminds him that a defeat is meant to be a learning experience for growth, not a reason to stand around paralyzed. Instead of wallowing in self-blame, he needs to move forward. Right after that, the teacher declares that the MVP of the entire match was actually Ida. Naturally, some of the students are scratching their heads about that decision. Luckily, this brilliant and sharp-eyed girl, Momo, steps up to break it all down for everyone. She explains every single detail with precision. Turns out Bakugo's performance was flawed because he acted entirely on his own. He was driven purely by personal grudge which clouded his judgment. Furthermore, the teacher had explicitly warned that launching a massive-scale attack in such a confined space was a reckless and foolish move. Yet he went ahead and did it anyway. Midoriya was just as bad, especially considering the severe physical toll his actions took on his own body. Even Uraraka was criticized for giving away her position way too easily. Basically, to sum it up, Aida was the only one who behaved logically throughout the exercise. He remained composed while managing the situation, fully realizing that the entire battle needed to revolve around the objective weapon. Wow, talk about high praise, but hey, he's definitely soaking it up. All Might is left totally speechless, because his student completely stole the spotlight and did his job for him. In fact, she pointed out nuances that the teacher himself hadn't even considered yet. He can only nod along and agree that she's a perfect 10 out of 10. That's Momo for you. One of the 4 elite students who got in through recommendations without even having to take the entrance exam. Moving on to the second match, we have Team B facing off against Team I. On the villain side, there's a member who uses invisibility. And, interestingly enough, it's a girl. Since her power only affects her body, she has to strip down completely to avoid being spotted by her clothes. I think we all know where this is going, right? Anyway, the battle kicks off. Shoji uses his dupli arms quirk to sprout multiple replicas of his sensory organs. Because of this incredible scouting ability, it takes him a mere 2 seconds to pinpoint exactly where the enemies are hiding. Once the targets are located, our cool-headed prodigy, Todoroki, steps forward and instantly flash freezes the entire building. The villains are literally frozen in their tracks game over before it even started. He walks upstairs with a calm, steady pace, advising his opponents to just give up, as struggling would only lead to unnecessary pain. The match concludes with dizzying speed, ending in a landslide victory. The hero team takes the win without breaking a sweat. Immediately afterward, he uses his heat powers to melt the ice and return the building to its original state. Shoto is his name, and let me tell you, he's officially my new idol. He's another one of those top-tier recommendation students possessing a dual quirk of ice and fire that is absolutely overpowered. It's seriously legendary. The subsequent match is mostly focused on tactical maneuvers, so we won't dwell on them too much, but it's clear everyone here has massive latent potential. When it came time to wrap up the training session, the teacher vanished in a flash without giving the students a chance to speak. This was because All Might had pushed his limits. He had nearly exhausted his daily time limit for his hero form. He really wanted to give Bakugo some guidance, but the clock was ticking against him. Shortly after, he heads to the infirmary to check on his protege. At this point, all he can do is apologize for letting the kid get so badly injured. Of course, the school nurse gives him a proper earful for his negligence. She explains that Midoriya is currently too drained to handle any more recovery-boosting quirks, so he'll just have to heal naturally. He's incredibly sorry, but he also quietly reminds her to keep her voice down about One for All. After all, his severe injuries and his true weakened form are secrets known only to the faculty, as well as a few top-tier heroes. Specifically, the secret of One for All is restricted to the principal, Midoriya, and a few close allies, so he urges her to be discreet. If the villains ever found out the symbol of peace was fading, the world would be in serious trouble. It wasn't until late that afternoon that Midoriya finally regained consciousness. Covered in bandages, he limped back to the classroom, fully expecting Mr. Aizawa to rip him a new one for being reckless. However, the second he slides the door open, his classmates swarm him, cheering and celebrating his incredible performance in the fight. Everyone is genuinely impressed that he managed to pull off a win against a powerhouse like Bakugo. Uraraka, who happened to be carrying some notebooks, rushes over to check on him as soon as she sees him. But Midoriya's mind is elsewhere. He's looking for Bakugo. Upon hearing that his rival left early, he bolts toward the school gate as fast as he can, shouting out his name. He catches up and starts pouring his heart out, even revealing the secret that his power was actually borrowed from someone else, though he certainly isn't saying who. He admits he still can't control this strength and really wanted to beat Bakugo without relying on it, but in the end he had no choice. It's honestly quite a heavy confession. Man, that's bittersweet. Was he trying to comfort him or just wind him up more? Bakugo steps back with a defiant tone, asking Midoriya is trying to make him look like a bigger idiot than he already feels. He bluntly admits he lost, and that's that. Seeing that Ice Guy's power made him realize he's still a total amateur. And as for the critique, from that girl Momo, he has to admit she was right on the money. Even what Midoriya said hit home. He declares that this is only his starting line and tells him to just wait. He turns away, pretending he just got dust in his eyes to hide his emotions. Suddenly, All Might swoops in to offer some unsolicited comfort. "Let go of me. What do you think you're doing?" Bakugo yells. "What's wrong with all of you?" The teacher can only stand there and watch Bakugo stomp off, letting out a weary sigh. Being a teacher is way harder than it looks, seriously. Meanwhile, in a shady bar somewhere, it seems the villains are plotting to take down the symbol of peace once and for all. By the next morning, a swarm of reporters is surrounding the school gates, desperate to interview students about All Might's new teaching gig. Word somehow leaked out that the world's greatest hero joined the UA faculty. Everyone gets cornered for a quote, but the most awkward encounter has to be with our serious class rep. Aida gives such a formal, textbook answer that it makes everyone listening want to drift off to sleep right then and there. They're practically fainting from boredom. As for interviewing Aizawa, you can forget about it. He absolutely loathes the media and chases them all away. One particularly persistent reporter tries to sneak in and immediately regrets it. This is exactly what happens when you try to trespass without a proper ID card. The entire campus is protected by a high-tech sensor system designed specifically to keep intruders out. During the morning homeroom, Aizawa gives some pointed feedback to Bakugo and Midoriya. He tells them that if they can fix their glaring weaknesses, they'll inevitably become much stronger. Next on the agenda is the election for class representatives. As soon as he says that, everyone starts shouting and volunteering for the job. In the hero course, being class president is a prestigious role that offers leadership experience and a great boost to one's record over the next 3 years. Seeing the chaos, Aida steps in with a logical suggestion. He proposes that everyone should cast a secret ballot with the name of the person they want to nominate. They'll tally the votes and finalize it. Despite his push for a fair vote, he's the one with his hand raised highest. Aizawa couldn't care less how they do it. He tells them to do whatever they want as long as they finish before the bell rings. While the teacher takes a nap, the students get to work. The results come in surprisingly fast, and they're quite a shock. Midoriya somehow snagged 3 whole votes, while poor Aida ended up with 0. It turns out he voted for someone else instead of himself. In the end, Midoriya is named class president, with Momo taking the vice president spot after earning 2 votes. By lunchtime, the cafeteria is buzzing with energy since students from both the support and management courses are gathered there too. Everyone's mingling together today. Midoriya is still second-guessing himself, feeling like him being president is a mistake, but Aida reassures him that no one is better suited for the role. As for his own lack of votes, Aida accepts it with dignity, saying, "You can't always get what you want." Suddenly, the way he starts talking makes him sound like a young master from some ultra-wealthy elite family, which really piques Uraraka's curiosity. Aida decides not to hide it anymore and shares his background. He's actually the second son of a prestigious hero dynasty that spans generations, including the famous Turbo Hero. The moment he mentions Ingenium, Midoriya's eyes light up with recognition. That's a legendary hero. He manages an agency in Tokyo with a staggering 65 sidekicks under him. Ingenium, not to brag or anything, but that's actually Aida's older brother. He's the hero Aida has admired since childhood, and serves as his ultimate role model. He's right in the middle of sharing his story when an alarm suddenly blares through the school. This is a bad sign. It's an intruder alert, sending the entire student body into a panic stampede toward the exits. Aida looks out the window and realizes it's just those pesky reporters who managed to break in. He's being crushed in the crowd and can't move a muscle to calm the mob. He realizes that if Uraraka could help him, he might have a chance. Aida fights with all his might to squeeze through the throngs of people and reach her. He asks her to make him weightless. Then he launches himself toward the exit sign above the door, spinning through the air like a pro before slamming into the wall. "Everyone, listen up," he shouts, posing like a human exit sign. "It's just the media outside, so there's absolutely no reason to panic. Seriously, keep your cool." The police eventually arrive to clear out the mess. Shortly after, Midoriya stands before the class to announce that he's stepping down and handing the presidency to Ida. Given his heroic and composed actions during the panic, there's no doubt he's the right man for the job. The entire class is in total agreement, cheering for their new exit sign leader. Aizawa doesn't care either way. Meanwhile, the school's administration is grappling with a serious concern. There's no way a bunch of reporters could have bypassed the security on their own. They have to wonder, who is the mastermind operating in the shadows? The following day is perfect for some hero work. All Might spends his commute taking down every criminal he crosses paths with. However, he can't help but notice he's getting significantly slower. It's likely because he passed One for All to his student, and he's running on fumes now. On top of that, his recent exertion has further slashed the amount of time he can spend in his hero form. Even though he's weakening, he still has enough juice to crush some thugs. That afternoon, Aizawa announces a special rescue training session, telling everyone to gear up and meet outside immediately. They try to line up in 2 neat rows as Aida commanded, and everyone tries to find their seats as ordered. But honestly, the layout of this bus makes all that organized boarding pretty much pointless. The students take the opportunity to chat and bond, which is great for future teamwork. Of course, Bakugo has his own unique way of bonding with people. If someone gets on his nerves, he just starts yelling at them, which is his way of being friendly, I guess. A bit later, they arrive at the training site. The space hero, 13, is their instructor for the day. The facility is incredible, featuring simulated shipwrecks, landslides, fires, and just about every disaster you can imagine. Originally, All Might was supposed to join them, but he overdid it this morning and barely has any transformation time left. He'll hopefully show up toward the end of the session. 13 starts explaining their black hole quirk, which could easily be lethal to innocent people. Yet, they are revered as a rescue hero, because with great power comes immense responsibility. They emphasize that quirks must be mastered to save lives, not just to fight. The goal is for everyone to leave today understanding that their gifts are meant for the service of others. End of speech. Everyone starts clapping, but suddenly a dark portal actually appears. However, this isn't 13's doing, it's a villain attack. Shoto, my absolute idol, is the first to keep his head. He analyzes the situation with total professional focus. He points out that for them to infiltrate a secure facility like this, they must have someone with a quirk that jams communications, while they're trapped here in this isolated area, far from the main school. It's clear the villains plan this raid with extreme precision. Aizawa agrees with the assessment and commands the students to retreat and alert the school immediately. "Don't worry about me, just get out of here." He dives headfirst into the fray alone, instantly erasing the quirks of the first 3 thugs, knocking their heads together before pivoting to punch a rock-skinned villain right in the face. He then sweeps their legs and takes down a whole group in one go. By using his goggles to hide his gaze, his enemies never know whose quirk is about to be nullified. Between his erasure power and his elite hand-to-hand combat skills, these low-level goons don't stand a chance. The students are almost at the exit, but their path is blocked by a villain with teleportation powers. He proudly introduces himself as part of the League of Villains. He reveals that the entire reason they stormed the school is to put All Might in his grave. 13 is about to suck him into a black hole to end this quickly. But suddenly the 2 most hot-headed kids in class charge forward with a combined attack. Of course, these rookies are way out of their league against a real villain. It's too late to react, they're all suddenly surrounded and teleported to different locations across the facility. In the blink of an eye, Midoriya finds himself underwater, a terrible environment for a strength-based fighter like him. Sure enough, a shark-like villain rockets toward him for the kill. Just in time, Asui appears, kicks the guy away, and pulls him onto a boat, where he joins the purple-haired kid whose head looks like a bunch of fruit. That's Asui, and thanks to her frog quirk, she's incredibly agile in the water. Midoriya starts meticulously breaking down everything the teleporting villain mentioned earlier. Thinking back, that media frenzy from the other day was definitely their doing too. Asui points out that they wouldn't have attacked unless they actually had a way to kill All Might. No one is stupid enough to go on a suicide mission. As they talk, a massive group of villains begins to surround their small boat. Right now, he needs to figure out an escape plan. If these guys have a strategy to take down All Might, then the students need to find a way to stop them. Over in another zone, Shoto just finished a 3-on-1 fight and actually challenged them to bring more friends, man. Is he cool or what? Across the entire facility. Intense battles are erupting everywhere. Meanwhile, All Might is pacing around, worried sick because no one is answering their phones. He's feeling like a total failure as a teacher. He's down to his last 10 minutes of power for the day and just wanted to say a quick hello to the kids before heading home. But then, the principal walks in and shows him a news report about how he stopped 3 robberies in a single hour. Well, isn't that just great? You're out of time, and yet you're out there playing hero. To All Might, the principal is like a second father, so he wouldn't dream of talking back. The principal tells him to sit down, have some tea, and listen to some old stories, while also lecturing him on the responsibilities and struggles of balancing teaching with hero work. So, while one side of the school is relaxing with tea, the other side is facing a life-or-death crisis. 13 decides that the class representative needs to make a run for it to get help, while the rest stay behind to help the teacher hold off the villain. Everyone backs the plan, and as the class rep, Aida knows he has to follow the consensus of the group. The villain mocks them for discussing their strategy right in front of him, but honestly, it doesn't matter because there's nothing he could do to stop it. 13 starts pulling him into a void while the grape-headed kid is busy crying a river. Midoriya is focused solely on survival. There's no time for tears, so he tells him to toughen up. He suddenly realizes that since Asui is a water specialist and was sent to the flood zone, the villains must not actually know what everyone's quirks are. This oversight is their only hope for escape. According to Asui, her frog abilities allow her to hop and cling to surfaces with ease, and she can even secrete a toxin from her tongue, though it only causes a mild stinging sensation. Midoriya's power is obvious, and the purple kid can throw sticky spheres that are stronger than superglue. Yeah, it sounds kinda lame compared to the others, but don't count them out yet. Just as they finish talking, the villains lose their patience and smash the boat to pieces. In a panic, the purple kid throws a couple of his sticky balls into the water for no apparent reason. However, that gives Midoriya a brilliant idea. He quickly outlines a risky plan, and before they know it, he leaps into the air and prepares his signature finger flick move, sacrificing 2 of his fingers to unleash his power. The massive shockwave hits the water, creating a giant whirlpool. Following the plan, Asui leaps toward the shore and uses her long tongue to pull Midoriya to safety. The sticky ball kid chips in too, tossing a flurry of his spheres to trap the villains in the vortex. And that's game over for them. Their next goal is to reach the exit, but seeing Mr. Aizawa fighting for his life against a sea of enemies makes Midoriya hesitate. He can't just run away while his teacher is risking everything. Meanwhile, Shoto has just finished mopping up another group of villains all by himself. I'm telling you, this guy is a one-man army against these low-level thugs. Another idiot tries to challenge him, and Shoto sends him straight to the North Pole with a blast of ice. He realizes that only a handful of the villains actually seem like a real threat. So, the next move is to interrogate them about their actual plan to take down All Might. Over in the mountain zone, a 3-on-many brawl is in full swing. The blonde kid Kaminari won't stop complaining, which is really getting on his teammates' nerves. Shut up and fight like a man. He gets kicked right into the middle of the enemy crowd so his electric discharge can hit everyone at once. Any villains they catch are tossed toward him to be sizzled. That tough girl is Jiro, and her earphone jack quirk lets her amplify her heartbeat into sound waves, or pick up the faintest whispers. After some prep time, Momo constructs a massive 10-meter thick insulation sheet so Kaminari can go all out without zapping his friends. He lets loose a massive 1.3 million volt discharge that fries every villain in the vicinity. And hey, that move also gave us a look at Momo's impressive physique. Her quirk is creation, and as long as she has the time and materials, she can make literally anything. Of course, she needs to understand the exact molecular structure of whatever she's building. As for our Pikachu friend, Kaminari, his electricity is powerful, but overusing it turns his brain into mush for a while. Back at the center, the big boss has finally entered the fight against Aizawa. Even though he can't see the teacher's eyes, he's been meticulously studying every single movement. He predicts that when Aizawa's hair drops, his quirk is deactivated. The villain's touch causes Aizawa's elbow to literally crumble. Even though the teacher manages to land a hit, he's suddenly face to face with a literal monster. This is the League's true secret weapon, specifically engineered to kill All Might. Midoriya watches in horror as his teacher is brutally beaten down. 13 is also struggling because their quirk isn't meant for direct combat. The teleporting villain simply opens a portal behind them and pulls him inside. Ida finally sees his chance to bolt, but the villain isn't about to let him escape. Just at the critical moment, his classmates jump in to clear a path, allowing him to keep running toward the exit. The villain is determined to stop him and abandons everything to give chase. Meanwhile, Aizawa is lying broken on the ground, unable to even move. Bakugo and Kirishima have finished taking out the small fry in their area. Bakugo is itching to find the portal guy and tear him apart, but Kirishima tries to stop him, calling it a reckless move. While they're arguing, an invisible enemy tries to ambush them, but Bakugo reacts instantly and shuts it down. Kirishima's actually impressed, thinking Bakugo was just a loudmouth with no skills. That display of competence convinces Kirishima to stick with him for now. In the other zones, things are looking up as the students have little trouble dealing with the low-tier thugs. Back at the entrance, it looked like Aida was about to be caught, but Uraraka managed to touch the villain's armor, making him weightless before the others tossed him aside. Aida successfully makes it out of the facility, and now, help is just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Aizawa tries to nullify the monster's power, but it seems the beast possesses raw physical strength just like All Might. The portal villain returns to tell Shigaraki their one student escaped. Hearing this, Shigaraki starts scratching his neck compulsively like an addict needing a fix, and lashes out at his partner for being incompetent. He mutters that if he didn't need the teleportation power, he would have killed him already. Shigaraki decides to call off the mission and head home, which makes the grape-headed kid jump for joy. He decides to throw a few more sticky balls for good measure, but suddenly the boss lunges, straight for Asui, intending to kill her before they leave. Just as he's about to touch her, he's stopped because Aizawa managed to erase his quirk one last time. Midoriya springs into action, throwing a massive punch with everything he's got. He's thrilled that he didn't break his arm this time. However, the monster takes the hit for Shigaraki instead. Things look grim for the kids, but then our hero All Might finally arrives. He isn't wearing his usual smile today. He looks absolutely furious. In a literal blink, he rescues Aizawa, and then, in another blur, he grabs the three students and carries them to safety, even knocking the severed hand off Shigaraki's face in the process. Shigaraki starts panicking and apologizing to Father as he retrieves the hand to calm down. But he's already noticed what he suspected. All Might is much weaker than before. Midoriya tries to warn his mentor not to engage with that monster, but All Might just gives him a reassuring grin that leaves the boys speechless. He tries a few heavy blows on the creature, but the monster absorbs every bit of it. He keeps swinging, trying to find a weakness. Shigaraki explains that the beast has shock absorption, so simple punches won't work unless you literally tear it apart piece by piece. All Might tries a massive suplex, slamming the creature's head into the concrete. The impact is so powerful that a huge cloud of dust and smoke fills the air, making everyone think the fight is over. But Midoriya knows better. He remembers the report about All Might's earlier hero work, and knows he's nearly out of time. He's the only one who understands the severity of All Might's old wound and the desperate situation he's actually in. He looks back at his mentor just in time to see the tables turn. The portal villain uses his body to work the monster around, putting All Might in a deadly pincer move. Even worse, the monster is digging its claws right into All Might's old scar. He's in a terrible spot. The villain plans to warp half of All Might's body away, effectively cutting him in two. That was their plan from the very start. Midoriya asks Asui to take care of Mr. Aizawa for a moment. He can't just stand there and watch his hero get brutally taken down by these monsters. He charges forward without a second thought, and it looks like he's about to get crushed. But fortunately, Bakugo arrives just in the nick of time. The top-ranked student has entered the chat. Shoto also appears, instantly freezing half of the monster's body and giving All Might the opening he needs to break free. Kirishima joins in too, and now they finally have enough backup to take a real stand. Bakugo has already figured out the teleporting villain's trick, realizing he's just using cheap illusions. Only a small part of his misty body is actually solid, and he's using the rest to hide his true form. Try to move and I'll blast you. The monster, following Shigaraki's command, rips itself out of the ice, even if it means losing limbs, and then incredibly regenerates its entire side. This is its second quirk, Super Regeneration. This thing was built specifically to rival All Might even at his strongest. It moves so fast it's like Time Stop, lunging toward Bakugo to free its master. Bakugo was left stunned, barely realizing he was almost killed because he couldn't even react to that speed. If All Might hadn't stepped in to save him, he'd be finished. Have you no mercy for these students? All Might growls. Shigaraki just scoffs at that, claiming he was just saving his own friend. He points out that Midoriya also tried to hit them with everything he had. Isn't using violence on others exactly what makes a criminal? He asks. He argues that both sides use force, yet society labels them differently. He questions if there's any true justice or peace, stating that violence only breeds more violence, and killing the symbol of peace is the only way to expose the truth. Of course, All Might knows it's all twisted nonsense. He tells the four students to stand back. He acknowledges that Shoto helped him out, but now it's time to watch a pro at work. He reassures Midoriya that he's got this under control. In reality, he has exactly 1 minute of power left, so he has to end this fight instantly. If his prime self couldn't kill it, he'll just have to go beyond his limits right now. He unleashes a flurry of devastating punches, each creating massive shockwaves, striking faster and harder than the monster's regeneration can keep up with. The beast is completely overwhelmed, becoming nothing more than a punching bag for All Might. Every single blow is at over 100% of his power, proving that quality and quantity can coexist. This is easily the most iconic moment of the entire first season. I haven't seen any fight this satisfying so far. With one final, massive punch, he sends the monster skyrocketing through the roof and into the horizon. That is the true power of the symbol of peace and the world's #1 hero. That attack used up every last drop of his energy, but he has to stay in his muscle form to bluff his way through the rest of the confrontation with Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Kaminari has been taken hostage by a villain who ambushed them while he was still in his brain-dead state. Juro realizes the villain's quirk is what's jamming the communications, so she tries to find a way to stop him. She tries to buy time, hoping she can plug her jacks into her boots to counterattack without moving. But the villain is smart. He catches on to her plan and uses Kaminari as a shield, warning them not to move. Back with All Might, his sheer presence is enough to make Shigaraki tremble with fear. Everyone else thinks he has the situation under control, so they start to back away. But Midoriya stays put once again. He's the only one who can tell his mentor is at his absolute limit. The steam rising from his body is the exact sign that he's about to revert to his true form. He can't even move a muscle. If he takes one step, his secret will be out. So he's purely bluffing to scare the villains into retreating. Shigaraki is losing his mind, scratching himself furiously, but his partner notices something is off. He tells Shigaraki they can still win because All Might looks completely spent. The kids are paralyzed with fear, and they still have some henchmen left to use. His words calm Shigaraki down, and he decides to go for it. He's going for one final round. He charges All Might, using the portals to close the gap for a finishing blow on the world's greatest hero. But at the last second, Midoriya leaps in, pushing his legs to the absolute limit to intervene. Even though his legs are broken, he still has his arms ready. He's like a video game character who refuses to quit. But Shigaraki is quick, using a portal to redirect his hand toward Midoriya instead. Suddenly, gunshots ring out, signaling that reinforcements have finally arrived. Ida is back with the pro heroes in tow. The UA faculty storms the facility, ready to clean house. When the pros work, they don't mess around. Shigaraki tries to flee but is immediately hit by several bullets. Then 13 tries to suck him in with their quirk, but the villains manage to warp away just in time. The battle is finally over. Midoriya feels guilty for not doing more, but All Might praises him, saying that if he hadn't stepped in, things would have ended much worse for him. "You saved my life today." Kirishima rushes over to check on Midoriya, but All Might is starting to transform and can't let him see. Suddenly, a cement wall rises between them, created by the hero Cementos. He tells the students to head back while he handles the area. He can mold concrete as easily as clay. Back at their hideout, Shigaraki is bleeding and furious. It seems someone even higher up is pulling the strings, and they are not happy that their monster has vanished without a trace. At least they managed to gather some intel on the heroes, especially that green-haired kid who Shigaraki is now obsessed with killing. Thankfully, all the students made it out mostly okay, though 3 teachers and Midoriya were badly injured. Aizawa's facial injuries are severe and might affect his vision permanently. 13 is in stable condition, and All Might and Midoriya are being treated by Recovery Girl. The police found the monster in the woods nearby, and it seemed to have lost all its will to fight. The chief inspector asked for permission to do a full security sweep of the school. Later that day, All Might's close friend visits him in the infirmary. Hearing that none of the students were killed brings a huge sense of relief to everyone. They are incredibly grateful to the teachers who risked their lives to protect their students with such a deadly threat. But All Might points out that the students were heroes too, fighting bravely to protect each other. Even though they're just freshmen, they've already faced a real, brutal battle and survived in a world that can be very cruel. He believes this class is special and will produce some of the greatest heroes of the future. By the next day, the news of the attack is all over the headlines. Meanwhile, in a quiet old room, a letter from All Might to his own mentor is sitting on a table. It details everything from his new job at UA to meeting Midoriya and training him to become the next successor of One for All. He writes about how hard the boy has been working, putting in 10 times the effort of anyone else. He ends the letter by saying he'll visit soon. That evening, the school board and the police hold an emergency meeting to discuss the implications of the attack. It's a wake-up call for everyone involved, forcing them to rethink their entire security strategy. All Might is convinced that Shigaraki isn't working alone and has someone much more experienced guiding him. especially since he gets so flustered when things don't go according to plan. Shigaraki has a childish, volatile personality, and All Might doesn't think someone that immature could have come up with such a sophisticated plan on his own. It's a sound theory, but without proof, the meeting wraps up. As for Midoriya, the battle has taught him a lot, though his core weaknesses haven't gone away. With All Might's power fading every day, he knows he has to work harder than ever to be ready to take his place. The next morning, the classroom is buzzing with talk about the events of the previous night. Everyone is bragging about their own highlights except for Mineta, who just wants to forget the whole terrifying experience. Ida tries to get everyone into their seats, but no one listens to him. He's feeling a bit embarrassed until Aizawa walks in, covered in bandages and looking like a mummy, which shocks the whole class. He's already back, because the fight isn't over yet. He's talking about the upcoming UA Sports Festival. It seems like a lot of drama for a school event, but it's a huge deal. He even challenges the villains to try and stop them. The sports festival is one of the biggest events in the country, a chance for young heroes to show off their skills to the pros. It's a once-a-year opportunity that can jumpstart their careers as sidekicks after graduation. By lunchtime, everyone is fired up about the festival. They're all wondering who will make the biggest impression. But Uraraka is especially determined, looking like she's ready to do whatever it takes to win. Midoriya realizes he doesn't actually know why she wants to be a hero, so he pulls her aside to ask. He's surprised to find out that her primary motivation is money, but Aida points out that's a perfectly valid reason in the real world. Uraraka explains that her family's construction business is struggling, and she wants to use her quirk to help them succeed. It makes sense, as her gravity powers would be incredibly useful in the industry. Her father told her to follow her own dreams instead of worrying about the business. So she decided to become a top hero to support them financially. Then, All Might shows up to invite Midoriya to lunch, which Aida thinks is perfectly normal given how they've bonded. All Might uses the opportunity to tell Midoriya that his limit is now down to just 50 minutes a day. He's pushing himself too hard, and even staying in his hero form is becoming a struggle. He tells Midoriya that he needs to make a big splash at the sports festival, as the entire world will be watching the next potential symbol of peace. He wants Midoriya to show everyone what he's capable of. The festival is divided into 3 sections for different grade levels, and the competition will be fierce. He's surprised to find that Midoriya is still treating it like just another school event. All Might warns him that his attitude now will determine his success in the real world, where there are no safety nets. When school lets out, they find their classroom door blocked by a huge crowd of students from other courses. The other students are there to size up their competition, especially after hearing about the villain attack. Bakugo isn't interested and tries to leave, but one student stands in his way and starts trash-talking the hero course. He's from the general education department, and explains that students who do well in the festival can be transferred into the hero course, while those in the hero course could be demoted. He declares war on the entire hero course. And then another student from Class B shows up to join in the trash-talking. Kirishima asks Bakugo what he's doing, as he seems to be making even more enemies for the class. Bakugo just says that he doesn't care about making enemies as long as he comes out on top. His confidence is both inspiring and intimidating to his classmates. Midoriya realizes that everyone else has a clear goal, while he's just been taking things as they come. He needs to find that same drive and determination if he wants to succeed. For the next 2 weeks, the students of Class A push themselves to their limits, developing new techniques and strategies to prepare for the festival. The day of the festival finally arrives and the media is out in full force. This year, the focus is on the first-year students, who have already become minor celebrities after the villain attack. Even Mount Lady is there to watch the action. Class A is ready to show the world what they can do. But before the event starts, Shoto approaches Midoriya and tells him that while Midoriya has the support of All Might, Shoto is still the stronger of the two and plans to win. Kirishima tries to intervene, but Shoto isn't interested in being friendly. Midoriya responds by saying that while he knows he's the underdog, he's not going to give up without a fight. He's determined to give it his all and show everyone what he can do. The MC for the event is Hisashi Yamada on the mic, and honestly, since he's the professional MC, let's just skip past him. I'll be your narrator for this year's sports festival. Look at Class A stepping out onto the field. They look exactly like Roman gladiators entering the Colosseum. You can see it all in their eyes: anxiety, excitement, and even a solid dash of confidence. Beyond the hero course, every other department is flooding the arena at once. There are handsome guys and beautiful girls everywhere you look. Honestly, every single one of them deserves a like on this video for their effort. Now for the highlight. Our referee is the 18+ hero Midnight. Just catching a glimpse of that skin-tight outfit is enough to keep anyone's eyes glued to the screen. Bakugo, as the top-ranked student from the entrance exam, takes the stage for the pledge. Honestly, I don't even need to listen to know what this guy's gonna say. It's definitely going to be, I promise I'll be number 1, followed by a whole lot of trash talk. Naturally, plenty of negative comments are already flooding the screen. But Bakugo doesn't give a damn. His arrogance just made the atmosphere more explosive than ever. The referee announces the first round, an obstacle course. We're looking at a track that stretches across roughly 4 kilometers. Since it's a bunch of heroes in training, there are 0 restrictions on powers. Anything goes as long as you stay on the track. The countdown begins, and the tension in the air is palpable. 3, 2, 1, go. Even Eraserhead is here in his mummy bandages to provide live commentary for today's main event. Down on the field, contestants are shoving each other aside to get an early lead, but Todoroki takes matters into his own hands, freezing the entire path solid before calmly jogging ahead. Only 4 people manage to keep up initially, with the loudmouth the Bakugo right on his heels. One by one, we see more familiar faces from Class A, like Mineta, who was already putting his quirk to clever use. Mineta was trying to be smart and hitch a ride on my favorite hero, but an obstacle punched him right out of the sky. Suddenly, a swarm of 0-point robots is released to block the path, leaving everyone stunned. But not Todoroki. He effortlessly freezes a massive robot right where it stands and runs, straight between its giant legs. Midoriya has changed so much, he's no longer that terrified kid we used to know. As the robot Todoroki froze begins to topple, it accidentally pins a student beneath its massive weight. Luckily, that student is Kirishima, whose hardening quirk means we don't have to worry about him being crushed flat. He's perfectly fine. But wait, here's a surprise. Tetsu from Class B has a similar steel transformation quirk. Just how intense is the rivalry going to get between these 2 matching powers? Meanwhile, the other contestants are making their moves. Bakugo decides to just blast right over the obstacles rather than knocking them down like Todoroki did. Sero is using his tape quirk to navigate the rough terrain with ease, while Tokoyami and his Dark Shadow are hot on Bakugo's trail. The members of Class A are pushing themselves to the limit, sprinting forward with everything they've got. These kids have already tasted the harsh reality of the hero world, and they know they have to try even harder now. They're using every bit of experience from past battles to surpass their limits and take the lead. Midoriya has even grabbed a scrap of robot plating to use as a shield and a multi-purpose tool. Meanwhile, Yoyorodzu is in the back, literally creating a cannon to blast the heads off the robots one by one. The first obstacle clearly wasn't enough to slow this group down. Up next, the contestants have to climb and maneuver across a massive gap to reach the other side. Suyo is putting her frog quirk to work, easily sticking to the ropes. But keep an eye on this girl from the support course. While the hero course focuses on combat training, the support course is actually allowed to use their own custom-built gadgets during the competition. It's the perfect chance to show recruiters just how effective their inventions are. Meanwhile, my boy Todoroki is gliding across the ropes as if there isn't even a hint of difficulty. Bakugo is right on his tail, using continuous mid-air explosions to propel himself forward. Everyone knows Todoroki is the son of the number 2 flame hero, Endeavor. Midoriya is also giving it his all, struggling to climb across no matter what. And now, the final obstacle the organizers have set in place is a massive minefield. They aren't lethal, of course, but they pack enough punch to send contestants flying high into the air. This was clearly designed to slow down whoever's in the lead. However, Bakugo has been gliding just above the ground this whole time, so these mines don't stand a chance of stopping him. The battle for first and second place is getting incredibly intense. Meanwhile, Midoriya is stuck way back in the pack. What could he possibly do to turn this around? Suddenly, bam! A massive explosion rocks the field, and emerging from the smoke is none other than Midoriya. I bet you're wondering how he did that, right? It's actually quite simple. He dug up all the mines that others were carefully avoiding, piled them up, and used that robot plating from earlier like a surfboard to ride the blast wave. In a flash, he's taken the lead. Bakugo and Todoroki stop fighting each other for a second and sprint to catch him. But Midoriya's momentum is starting to fade. At this rate, he's going to lose that first place spot just as he reaches the finish line. But at the very last second, just before they pass him, he steps right on their shoulders and slams that metal plate onto the ground, triggering one more explosion to boost him forward. After that, it's a straight shot to the finish. And just like that, our first place winner is the person nobody expected. Izuku Midoriya has officially taken the top spot in the first round. Did you see that, All Might? That's your student right there? You better be proud. Over in the business department, everyone is whispering about this mysterious quirk Midoriya hasn't fully shown yet. Honestly, for some, this festival is just for fun. And then there's Mineta. Goose being as clingy as ever, literally sticking to Momo the entire time just to get a free ride. Anyway, the rankings are out. In Section B, we've got our naval laser guy. The next round is the cavalry battle, and the rules are simple. Players can form teams of 2 to 4 people. It's a standard cavalry battle, but there's a huge twist. Points from the previous round are assigned based on rank. Midoriya is now the target of every person in the stadium because he's worth a staggering 10 million points. Taking down the leader means instant victory. The pressure is immense, with every single contestant's eyes locked onto Midoriya. He's finally understanding what All Might feels like as the #1 hero. To explain the rules further, a team's total points are the sum of its members' individual rankings, which are displayed on their headbands. Teams aim to snatch as many headbands as possible before the clock runs out, but the headbands must stay above the neck. Balancing your points is crucial. Most importantly, even if you lose your headband or fall, you aren't eliminated. That means the intensity is only going to skyrocket as time runs out. Since it's still a school event, any move intended to cause serious injury results in immediate disqualification. The 15-minute timer starts for everyone to pick their teammates. Meanwhile, over in the staff lounge, even the heavy hitters are watching closely. As soon as the rules were announced, the school's true intentions became clear. In a world full of heroes, sometimes you have to climb over others to reach the top. Remember that giant lady from earlier stealing Kamui Wood's spotlight. That's a perfect example. A pro must know how to cooperate with sidekicks and coordinate with different agencies to get the job done. That's exactly what these kids are learning. Bakugo is currently swamped with people wanting to join his team, but he honestly doesn't even know most of their quirks, so he's ignoring them. Then, Kirishima runs up to ask to join him. With Kirishima's hardening quirk, he's the perfect shield for Bakugo's explosive attacks. It's a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Mineta is practically in tears because the girls are avoiding him. He ends up approaching Shoji to team up, which is a bit of a weird sight at first. If you want something for nothing, you're in the wrong place. But once Shoji hears how well their quirks can sync up, he's in. Midoriya is also out looking for partners, but that 10 million point target on his head is scaring everyone away. Just when he's losing hope, Uraraka steps up. She wants to join him. Talk about a teammate who's got your back. Uraraka's quirk is incredibly useful for their mobility. Midoriya's next pick is Aida. With those engine-boosted legs, dodging and buying time would be a breeze. It sounds like a solid plan, right? But Aida actually turns him down. He wants to challenge Midoriya directly since he's always fought a step behind. Plus, he's already joined Todoroki's team. Suddenly, that girl from the support course, Hatsum, pops up and asks to join Midoriya. Her goal is simple. She doesn't care about winning as much as getting major companies to notice her babies, meaning her inventions. These two start geeking out over tech so hard that Uraraka starts feeling like the third wheel in her own team. Teams are locked in, and the final member Midoriya picks is Tokoyami. With that, the 12 teams are ready to roll. As for Todoroki, he's assembled a group that perfectly balances each other's weaknesses. Everyone has a specific role to play, and Todoroki even vows that he won't use his fire side at all during this festival. The match starts, and immediately, Midoriya's team is everyone's primary target. His plan from the get-go is just one word: survival. They have to keep that 10 million points safe no matter what. The ground starts turning to quicksand thanks to an enemy quirk, so Midoriya activates his jet boots to take them skyward. With Uraraka's gravity nullification, lifting the whole team is effortless. Meanwhile, Tokoyami's Dark Shadow covers their defenses perfectly. They land safely, and the plan is to just keep rinsing and repeating those moves. Meanwhile, Class B manages to snatch the first headband from Hagakure. Midoriya's team is now being pincered by Mineta from behind, and another team from the front. It's a total sandwich. Uraraka gets stuck by Mineta's sticky balls, rendering her unable to move. Tsuyu is also hiding inside Shoji's arms, coordinating attacks with Mineta. Left with no choice, Midoriya ditches the jet boots to stay airborne. Bakugo launches himself straight toward Midoriya. Tokoyami quickly sends Dark Shadow out to tank the blast. The intensity is reaching a fever pitch, and the crowd is absolutely loving it. But wait, look at the leaderboard. Class B is actually starting to overtake Class A, and things are looking grim. Bakugo's team just had their points stolen. This Class B guy starts mocking him with some seriously biting insults. He even brings up the sludge villain incident right to Bakugo's face. Big mistake, pal. You've officially signed your own death warrant. On the other side, Midoriya is facing off against the real dark horse of the competition. Mineta's team just lost their headband without even realizing it. Now their only hope is to go after Midoriya's 10 million point bounty. Todoroki's team shifts into high gear and charges forward. Under Todoroki's orders, he maneuvers them perfectly, while Yoyojosu creates a lightning rod. Kaminari unleashes a massive electrical discharge, frying all 4 teams trying to swarm the leaders. Todoroki uses a rod to channel his freezing power into the ground, immobilizing the remaining teams. He's clearly learned that he needs to trap opponents before freezing them solid. While they're at it, they snatch several more headbands. Unfortunately, Midoriya's jetpack is fried from all the electricity in the air. They can't control their altitude anymore. Tokoyami tries to strike with Dark Shadow, but Yoyorozu blocks it with a shield. Her creation quirk is seriously tricky to get past. Then, Midoriya remembers Tokoyami's secret Dark Shadow is a monster in the dark but much harder to control. In bright light, it's weaker but more agile. If Kaminari keeps blasting electricity, Dark Shadow might just retreat entirely. With their backs against the wall, they have to rely on Tokoyami's defense. Luckily, very few people know that Dark Shadow's power drops in the sun. If they play their cards right, they can still hang on. Meanwhile, Bakugo is absolutely fuming. That Class B guy won't stop running his mouth. "I'm perfectly calm right now," Bakugo says, but we all know that's just code for, "You're all about to get wrecked." But the guy effortlessly dodges and hits Bakugo back with his own explosive quirk. Bakugo lunges again, but this time his opponent uses Kirishima's hardening power. It's a copy quirk. Monoma from Class B can mimic any quirk he touches, making him dangerous in any situation, though he can only use one at a time. While Bakugo is reeling, another team sprays cement to trap Kirishima. Monoma can't help but taunt them one last time for good measure. He even mocks Bakugo by repeating his own arrogant pledge from the opening ceremony. He's really pushing Bakugo's buttons. Back to Midoriya. His team has been holding out for 5 minutes in a tight spot. They've realized that as long as they stay near Aida, Todoroki can't use his ice without accidentally freezing his own teammate. Kaminari is totally fried and useless now, and there's only 1 minute left. Suddenly, Aida tells everyone to hold on tight. He crouches low, gears up, and activates a hidden move that launches them forward with such incredible speed that even Midoriya is left stunned. This was the ace Aida had been hiding the whole time. Just like that, Todoroki's team takes the lead. Midoriya's only chance now is to get those points back, or they're finished. Uraraka screams with determination they're going to reclaim that top spot. The team pushes Midoriya forward for a final, desperate play. He readies one for all for a decisive strike. In a moment of pure instinct, Todoroki actually uses his flames to block the blow. Over with Bakugo, the action is just as crazy. He literally leaps off his teammates to fly solo. An opponent tries to stop him with solidified air, but nothing stands in the way of Bakugo's pure rage. He smashes through the air barrier, grabs 2 headbands, and shoots up to 3rd place. But knowing him, he's not satisfied yet, he wants it all. He's going for double or nothing. Class B had a decent plan, but they totally underestimated Bakugo. "Alright, Daddy's here to play," he shouts, calling on Seto and Ashido to assist his next move. This right here is the clear difference between those aiming for the top and those just trying to survive. Bakugo's team is now in 2nd, and they're coming for the throne. Meanwhile, Midoriya manages to knock Todoroki's dart away, creating just enough space to snatch a headband. Thankfully, his arm isn't broken this time. He got a headband. But wait, it's only worth 70 points. Todoroki swapped the headbands around to protect a 10 million. 70 points won't even get them into the top 4. With only seconds left, it's a total do-or-die situation. Bakugo joins the fray, making a 3-way battle for the top spot. Who's going to walk away with the points? But then time's up. The match is over, and it looks like it's a heartbreaking loss for Midoriya. The final results are in. Todoroki's team takes 1st, Bakugo is 2nd, and in a shocker, Shinso's team takes 3rd. It looked like Midoriya was out, but at the very last second, Tokoyami managed to snag 1 more headband from Todoroki, bumping them up to 4th place. Everyone's taking a break before tomorrow's tournament. But right now, Midoriya is having a tense standoff with Todoroki. Todoroki is just staring him down with those piercing eyes, saying absolutely nothing until Midoriya finally breaks the silence. After a long pause, Todoroki admits, "You pressured me so much that I actually broke my own vow. Your teammates didn't shake me, but facing you head-on felt different." He describes it as the exact same feeling he got from All Might's power, a chilling, overwhelming sense of dread. Todoroki's starting to suspect there's a link between Midoriya and All Might. He actually asks, "Are you a secret child or something?" Midoriya nearly has a heart attack. He thought his secret was out for sure. Of course it's not true, but his reaction isn't exactly convincing. Todoroki doesn't care about the details. He's convinced there's a connection. From this moment on, he officially considers Midoriya his greatest rival. Meanwhile, All Might tries to make some small talk with Endeavor. They haven't spoken in 10 years, not since their last joint press conference. All Might offers to grab some tea and chat, but Endeavor shuts him down immediately. So, All Might gets straight to the point. "What's your secret for raising the next generation?" He's looking for some tips, but gets ignored again. Endeavor's only response is, "That boy will be the hero who eventually surpasses you." It's pretty chillin'. With that kind of parenting style, you have to wonder what's going on in Endeavor's head. Todoroki starts opening up to Midoriya about his past. Being the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor means living with his father's obsession. Endeavor wanted the top spot so badly, but he knew he'd never surpass All Might on his own. So, he turned to a cruel, cold-blooded plan, a quirk marriage. He didn't marry for love, he chose a wife solely to produce the perfect successor. Todoroki's mother was nothing more than a victim of that ambition. She was always in tears. She told him his left side was hideous before she poured boiling water on his face. That's why he refuses to use his fire quirk. He wants to win first place without it, just to shove it in his father's face and prove he doesn't need his power. Bakugo was eavesdropping the whole time. Todoroki leaves to prep for the tournament, and while Midoriya feels for him, he has his own goals too. He catches up to Todoroki and tells him that he's only standing there because of the support from others. Without his friends and mentors, he'd still just be a kid at home rewatching hero videos. To honor their help, he's determined to get even stronger. He accepts the challenge. He's going to beat Todoroki. It's time for the tournament announcement, but wait, why are the Class A girls dressed as cheerleaders? It turns out Mineta and Kaminari pulled a fast one on them. They lied and said Aizawa ordered the girls to wear cheerleader outfits for the afternoon. They looked so convincing that everyone fell for it. We all know Mineta was the mastermind behind this. But moving on, the final 16 contestants for the main event have been decided. This is the highlight of a festival. But as they start the bracket draw, Ojiro suddenly withdraws, shocking everyone. He explains that he has no memory of the cavalry battle at all. It was definitely Shinso's quirk. Ojiro's pride won't let him advance when he didn't earn his spot fairly. He tells everyone to stop trying to talk him out of it, but then he notices the girls still in their cheerleader outfits and is just confused. Other members of Shinso's team withdraw too, feeling like they didn't really contribute. Midnight finally agrees to let them drop out and lets Tetsu's team take their place to fill the bracket. It's actually a pretty touching moment for those guys. The bracket is finalized and the matchups are set. First up, Midoriya versus Shinso. As they head to the ring, Shinso immediately starts trying to engage him in conversation. Ojiro warns Midoriya not to say a single word one response, and you're under his total control. While they set up the arena, there are some fun side games to keep the crowd entertained. Finally, the big moment arrives, and All Might pulls Midoriya aside to give him a pep talk. He knows Midoriya is overthinking it, so he gives him a good smack to wake him up. Even at just 5% of his power, All Might believes in him. With a boost like that from his mentor, Midoriya is ready to face anything. The fighters enter the ring. The rules are straightforward. Force your opponent out of bounds, knock them out, or make them surrender. Right off the bat, Shinso starts hurling insults, mocking Midoriya's dreams. Midoriya gets so angry that he snaps and tucks back, falling right into the trap. He's instantly frozen. Aizawa knew this might happen. Shinso's situation is unique. He actually got a 0 on the practical entrance exam, but he's here to prove a point. The entrance exam totally biased toward physical power, which left someone like Shinso with no chance to shine. Now he's ordering a brainwashed Midoriya to turn around and walk right out of bounds. The crowd is watching in shocked silence as Midoriya starts walking toward defeat. Shinso's brainwashing quirk is incredibly potent. One verbal slip-up is all it takes to lose your free will. In a straight physical fight, Midoriya would win easily, but this isn't a normal fight. All Might is frantically signaling from the sidelines, but Midoriya can't see him. His mind is clouded, like he's trapped in a thick fog, desperately trying to regain control before it's too late. Stop. I have to stop. He screams internally. He's furious at himself for ignoring Ojiro's warning. Ojiro had explained everything about Shinso's quirk, including its one major weakness. You can break the control with a sudden physical shock. He remembers their fist bump and his promise to win. Suddenly, deep within his mind, he sees several mysterious figures with glowing yellow eyes appearing through the fog. A surge of energy courses through him, allowing him to move his fingers. In an instant, he triggers a small explosion with his quirk, snapping himself out of the trance just before he steps out of bounds. He broke his own fingers to escape the brainwashing. Now, he's playing it smart, no more talking. He's going to ignore everything Shinso says, knowing it's all just a trap to get him to speak. Silence is his best weapon now. He takes Shinso's punches and insults without a word, focused entirely on the win. Finally, Midoriya ends the match with a massive shoulder throw, the same one he used on Bakugo. Shinso looks back at his life, remembering how people always called his quirk villainous. He grew up lonely because of it. After the match is called, they give each other a respectful nod. But before Shinso leaves, Midoriya asks him why he wants to be a hero so badly. "It's just my dream," Shinso says. It resonates deeply with Midoriya, who spent years feeling helpless against everyone's mockery. They both face the same kind of pain. Shinso thinks it's over, but as he leaves, the crowd actually erupts and cheers for him. Even pro-heroes are discussing how to best use his unique quirk. His perspective shifts, and he tells Midoriya to stay on his toes. "One day, I'll be a better hero than you," he vows. Midoriya instinctively responds, and oops. He's brainwashed again. Shinso literally just warned him and he still fell for it. Some people never learn. Midoriya heads to the infirmary to get patched up and finds All Might getting scolded by Recovery Girl. He tells his mentor about the strange visions of past One for All users who helped him break free. He even saw someone who looked like All Might. All Might looks pretty spooked. It's getting a bit spooky. He quickly brushes it off as a sign that Midoriya is mastering One for All. "Go watch the other matches," he says. Todoroki is heading to his match when he runs into Endeavor, who's back with the psychological warfare. "Use your real power," he demands. "You're my greatest masterpiece, not like your siblings." Todoroki is holding back his rage, waiting to win it all just to spite his father. But as the match starts, he unleashes a massive ice blast that literally shakes the entire stadium. Is that an earthquake? No, just Todoroki venting his frustration. Todoroki wins instantly. It's an overwhelming victory. The crowd can't help but feel for his poor opponent. After the ice finally melts, we move to the next round. Shiozaki Ibara from Class B, a thorny rose, is up next. She's facing off against Kaminari. But before they start, she objects to being called an assassin. She claims she's just a delicate flower who couldn't possibly hurt anyone. Talk about a misleading intro. The referee even apologizes. Kaminari is totally smitten by her looks and asks her out to dinner after the match. He's already thinking about their future together. He unleashes 1.3 million volts of electricity, but Ibara isn't going on any dates today. She blocks the entire attack effortlessly with her vine-like hair. The match is over in seconds. Her vine hair can stretch and entwine opponents in a flash. As long as she gets enough sun and water, she's unstoppable. Class B is already gloating. "What's wrong with Class A?" they shout. Honestly, ignore that guy. He just needs to cool off. Meanwhile, Midoriya is back to his usual routine, frantically taking notes and analyzing his opponents in his latest journal. Uraraka checks in on him, but notices she's already in his notes too. "Don't mind me," he says. Anyway, match number 4 is about to begin. It's Aida versus Hatsume. But wait, Aida is wearing support gear. That's usually against the rules for the hero course. The referee is ready to disqualify him. Hatsume apologizes, saying she just wanted a fair fight. She's from the support course, but her sportsman spirit moved everyone in the arena. She actually gave Aida the gear herself. The referee is so touched that she allows it. The match starts, and Aida charges in at full speed. But then, Hatsume grabs a microphone. What is she doing? She starts giving a live commercial for her inventions while dodging Aida's attacks. She's showing off her babies to all the companies watching. Her marketing plan is working. Hatsume's quirk lets her see for miles, making her a perfect scout, but she's all about the gear. Aida's trying his best, but her balance system is flawless. She's even got an anti-trip system. And check out those boots, they've got sensors to dodge attacks automatically. She's even got a net gun ready to go. She spends 10 full minutes pitching her inventions before casually walking out of bounds. Poor Aida was just a prop for her commercial. Hatsume totally played him. Aida is fuming as he leaves the ring. Next up, Aoyama versus Ashido. Mineta is already shouting some inappropriate suggestions from the sidelines. Midoriya predicts a tough match for Ashido, who's busy dodging Aoyama's naval laser. But Aoyama has a weakness. Firing for more than a second gives him a stomachache. He literally told her his weakness. Ashido waits for his stomach to cramp, melts his belt with acid, and finishes him with an uppercut. Easy win! Mineta's thoughts are just as dirty as mine. Anyway, next match, Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Midoriya says it's all about timing, he should really be a pro analyst. Tokoyami launches a relentless attack, giving Yaoyorozu zero time to create anything. He's keeping the pressure on her shield constantly. Tokoyami wins in a flash. Next up is a total slugfest between Tetsu and Kirishima. Meanwhile, Uraraka is getting seriously nervous about her upcoming fight with Bakugo. Midoriya offers her a strategy to beat Bakugo, but Uraraka turns him down. She wants to stand on her own 2 feet this time. She's determined to meet him in the finals. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu actually end their match in a draw. They're going to settle it with arm wrestling later. It's Uraraka versus Bakugo. Bakugo doesn't even know her name, just calls her round face. Midoriya explains his rejected strategy to Aida, Bakugo gets stronger as he sweats, making him a total beast in a long fight. But Uraraka has a chance. If she can just touch him, she can make him float. It's all about closing the gap. Uraraka charges in with zero hesitation. She knows she can't afford to be timid in this fight. Bakugo leads with a right hook. She tries to dodge, but he's just too fast. She even tries a decoy with her jacket, but Bakugo's reflexes are insane. She almost gets him from behind, but he blasts her away. He's being absolutely brutal, hitting her with explosion after explosion. The crowd is starting to hate this. Bakugo shows no mercy, but Uraraka keeps getting back up. The crowd is booing him now, calling his behavior unheroic. Izawa actually defends Bakugo. He tells the crowd to shut up and go home if they can't see that Bakugo is actually respecting her strength by not holding back. Bakugo isn't underestimating her at all. He knows she's a threat. In the ring, there are no boys or girls, only winners and losers. Uraraka reveals her real plan. A massive meteor shower of debris from his explosions. It was a perfect trap, but she's facing Bakugo. Bakugo clears the entire sky with one massive blast. Uraraka is at her limit and finally collapses. She fought so hard, but her body just gave out. She wanted to win for her parents, but it's over. Bakugo takes the win. He runs into Midoriya and accuses him of coming up with that plan. Bakugo is convinced Midoriya was pulling the strings. Midoriya is terrified, but sets the record straight immediately. That was all her plan, Midoriya tells him. He finds Uraraka in the waiting room, forcing a smile that breaks his heart. She's trying to stay strong, but it's clear how much this meant to her. Kirishima wins the arm wrestling tiebreaker. Now it's time for Midoriya's next match. He heads to the ring, feeling the weight of the moment. Uraraka gives him a final cheer before calling her dad. Hearing his pride in her just makes her cry even harder. She feels like she failed them. She apologizes over and over. Midoriya overheard it all, and he's more determined than ever to win his next fight for her sake. But suddenly, he runs into Endeavor. The number 2 hero still doesn't know about One for All, but he warns Midoriya not to get in Todoroki's way. To him, Midoriya is just a hurdle for his son to clear on his way to surpassing All Might. This is the ultimate test of wills. Look, Midoriya isn't All Might, and Shoto isn't his father, so they both have a lot to prove here. The main event of this round is about to explode onto the scene. On one side, we have Shoto Todoroki, the prodigy who has absolutely dominated every challenge since the start. On the other side stands Izuku Midoriya, the underdog who barely scraped through the first round but has shown incredible heart. Both of these students have been the talk of the sports festival. Let's see what they've got. Shoto wastes no time and launches a massive ice attack, but Midoriya reacts with lightning speed. Midoriya counters with a 100% power finger flick. The wind pressure is absolutely terrifying, but the cost is high. One of his fingers is completely shattered. He's forced to use another flick just to shatter Shoto's relentless ice. Midoriya is desperately searching for a weakness, noticing that Shoto's building ice behind himself just to stay anchored. Shoto is using that ice wall to keep from being blown out of the ring. Sacrificing 2 fingers to figure that out was a brutal but necessary move. If Shoto can withstand 100% of his power, Midoriya is in deep trouble. He only has 6 chances left before both hands are useless. As he uses a third flick, Kirishima finally makes it out to watch the carnage. Kirishima checks in on Bakugo, his next opponent, while the fight rages. Bakugo notes that Midoriya isn't just throwing away his fingers for fun, he's calculating something. Even the fastest runner eventually runs out of breath, and every gas tank eventually hits empty. Bakugo knows that even a powerhouse like Shoto has his limits. It's a battle of attrition now, and Midoriya has already burned through 5 fingers. Shoto confidently charges in, leaping over a 6th flick to bring the pressure right to Midoriya's face. In a close-quarters brawl like this, it's nearly impossible for Midoriya to find a way to counterattack without getting overwhelmed. Midoriya has no choice but to sacrifice his entire arm to break free from Shoto's grip. He's shocked that Shoto hasn't been blown out of the stadium yet. This guy isn't just about raw power. His judgment, technique, and mobility are all top tier. However, there's one tiny detail Midoriya has picked up on. Shoto's arm is starting to shake uncontrollably. He keeps saying he doesn't need his father's firepower, but Midoriya sees right through that nonsense. In a surprising burst of defiance, Midoriya launches another 100% flick. It was so close that Shoto almost flew right out of the arena. Midoriya calls him out. "You're shivering, Shoto. Quirks are physical abilities, and his body is hitting its breaking point. That's exactly why he needs the heat from his left side to balance things out. Everyone else is giving their absolute everything to win, pouring their whole souls into this competition. Do you really think you can win while only using half your strength? It's insulting." Midoriya demands he fight with everything he has. Shoto is furious, suspecting his father has somehow influenced Midoriya, and he continues his assault. But he's visibly slowing down. His movements aren't nearly as sharp as they were. It's like a video game character running out of mana. You can't cast your big spells with an empty bar. Midoriya focuses intensely on that microwave egg visualization, trying to control his power so he doesn't lose his arm entirely. He lands a solid punch to Shoto's gut, leaving him gasping. Shoto's ice is coming out much slower now. Midoriya is dodging the ice with ease now. Up in the stands, the referees are debating whether they should step in and stop the match. Midoriya's insistence on using his broken fingers over and over is going to cause permanent damage. Aizawa, being their teacher, knows exactly how dire the situation is becoming. This is the only way Midoriya can see a path to victory, but the sheer agony he's enduring is beyond words. With 4 fingers already shattered twice, he actually has to use his teeth to trigger a flick with his thumb. He's driven by one goal, to become a legendary hero just like All Might, and he refuses to back down. He tells Shoto he doesn't care about his tragic backstory or his personal issues. If Shoto wants to be the best while only using half his power just to spite his dad, he should just shut up and get out. Those words trigger a flood of painful memories for Shoto, dragging him back to his childhood. He remembers being only 5 years old, forced to train by his father until he was physically sick. His mother tried to intervene, only to be struck down by Endeavor right in front of him. How could he ever embrace a power that belonged to such a monster? As Midoriya's punch lands, more memories of his mother surface. He remembers his mother crying that his left side was hideous and that she couldn't stand to raise him anymore. That was the moment she poured boiling water over his face. Soon after, his father had her committed to a mental hospital, leading Shoto to vow he would never use his left side again. But through the pain, Midoriya's words bring back a different memory. His mother, telling him it's okay to be a hero on his own terms. She told him not to be a prisoner of his bloodline. In that moment of clarity, Shoto finally lets go and decides to fight for himself. Shoto breaks his oath and ignites his left side, choosing to use 100% of his power to win this. He realizes that he too truly wants to be a hero. A shared sense of excitement and a small smile appear on the faces of both competitors as they prepare for the final clash. Endeavor is losing his mind with excitement in the stands. At this point, all restraint has been thrown out the window. The judges scramble to intervene, fearing this next exchange could literally be fatal. Midoriya channels 100% of his power into his right leg to launch himself forward at maximum speed. Both fighters put every ounce of their being into this final collision. The sheer scale of the impact leaves the entire crowd in awe. When the smoke clears, the result is in. Midoriya has been knocked out of the ring. Shoto Todoroki moves on to the third round with a razor-thin victory in a truly legendary match. As Shoto walks back inside, he's immediately cornered by his father. Endeavor assumes Shoto has finally given in and starts laying out a training plan for his fire abilities. He even offers Shoto a spot at his agency after graduation, but Shoto isn't having any of it. He makes it clear that his fire usage wasn't for his father's sake. In that moment, Shoto says he simply forgot about Endeavor entirely. He's still figuring out if what he did was right and needs time to process it all. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Midoriya is laid up with both arms heavily bandaged. Recovery Girl isn't exactly giving him a glowing prognosis. She warns him that his hands will never be the same again. She actually has to perform surgery to reset the shattered bones before she can even start healing him. Suddenly, his classmates burst in to check on him, giving All Might a heart attack. Luckily, they don't recognize his weakened form. Mineta, being himself, immediately starts making inappropriate jokes, telling that no pro hero would ever want to recruit someone who breaks themselves like this. Recovery Girl kicks everyone out so she can focus on the surgery. Once they're alone, Midoriya apologizes to All Might, feeling like he failed his mentor. He laments that if he hadn't focused so much on Shoto's problems, he might have won. Midoriya admits that seeing Shoto so sad made him want to help, even though it wasn't his business. He just felt like he couldn't stand by and do nothing. All Might listens and tells him that this selfless urge to interfere is actually the most essential quality of a true hero. Outside, the tournament marches on. Ida manages to push Ibara out of the ring for a smooth victory. Tokoyami is just as impressive, completely overwhelming Ashido in a matter of seconds. Back in the infirmary, after a successful surgery and a kiss from Recovery Girl, Midoriya is finally able to move around again. He's on his feet, but his hands are now permanently scarred and slightly deformed. Recovery Girl warns him that she won't be fixing self-inflicted injuries like this anymore. Midoriya knows he has to find a new way to use his power without destroying his own body. Midoriya is deep in thought after the lecture. He tells All Might that maybe someone else, someone more capable than him, should have inherited One for All. All Might admits there are plenty of talented candidates like Shoto. Imagine combining One for All with fire and ice, he'd be unstoppable. If someone like Shoto had that power, no villain would stand a chance. But then, All Might drops a bombshell. He was quirkless too. His own master, who had a quirk, chose to pass one for all to him, and raised him to be the symbol of peace he is today. He tells Midoriya not to complain about him keeping secrets, since Midoriya never asked. Regardless, All Might says it was his choice to pick him. Even if he could do it all over again, he'd still choose Midoriya, so he needs to stop with the negative self-talk. Elsewhere, Aida is trying to call his brother to share his progress, but Tensei is busy on a mission. Tensei has actually tracked down a hideout for the hero killer, Stain, and is closing in. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, the fight between Kirishima and Bakugo is about to begin. Kirishima's hardening quirk is proving to be a real headache for Bakugo. Midoriya arrives just in time to see Kirishima trying to overwhelm Bakugo with high-speed, close-range attacks to end it fast. But Bakugo is a combat genius, and it doesn't take him long to find an opening. Bakugo realizes that Kirishima's hardening has a limit and can't be maintained indefinitely under constant pressure. He unleashes a non-stop barrage of explosions, finishing Kirishima off with a devastating punch. Bakugo wins with his signature aggressive style. Up next is the clash between Ida and Shoto. Aida knows he can't win a long-distance battle against Shoto's ice, so he goes for a blitz strategy. He dodges Shoto's opening attacks and kicks his engines into high gear. He launches a Recipro burst kick, and when that misses, he immediately follows up with a second attempt. He manages to knock Shoto down and tries to carry him out of the ring as fast as possible. But after just a few steps, he realizes his mufflers have been frozen solid by Shoto's ice. Just like that, the match is over, and Shoto Todoroki is the winner. Tragedy strikes as Aida's brother is found defeated and bleeding out after his encounter with the hero killer. Back at the festival, it's Bakugo versus Tokoyami in the semi-finals. The announcer is confused by Tokoyami's lack of aggression. It turns out the intense light from Bakugo's explosions is making Dark Shadow retreat in fear. Tokoyami tries his best to catch Bakugo, but he's outmatched. A final bright flash completely neutralizes Dark Shadow, and Tokoyami has to concede defeat. Now we have our finalists. Right at this moment, Ada gets a devastating phone call from his mother. His brother has been seriously injured by a villain. Meanwhile, Kurogiri and the League of Villains are scouting the hero killer, hoping to recruit him. We cut back to Shoto, who is lost in thought, reflecting on everything that has led him to this final match. As Shoto processes his past, Bakugo accidentally kicks open the door to his waiting room. He realizes he's in the wrong place, but doesn't care. He gets annoyed when Shoto ignores him, and demands to know where he's looking, calling him half-and-half bastard in his typical aggressive fashion. Shoto calmly mentions that Midoriya's reckless actions managed to shatter the burdens he was carrying. He asks if Midoriya was always like that as a kid, bringing up Midoriya as the fastest way to piss Bakugo off. Bakugo kicks the table this time, fuming with rage. Bakugo yells that he doesn't give a damn about Shoto's family drama or his feelings. He just wants Shoto to use his fire side so they can have a real fight. With the face of a man possessed, Bakugo declares he's taking the top spot. It's time. The grand finale is finally starting. Shoto opens with a massive ice wall that covers half the ring to keep Bakugo away. But explosions start echoing from within the ice, and Bakugo literally tunnels his way through like a mole. He bursts out, determined to close the distance and take Shoto down. They clash again, but Bakugo pulls off a mid-air maneuver, spinning around to grab Shoto and hurl him away. Shoto quickly creates an ice wall to stop himself from going out of bounds and manages to grab Bakugo's arm as he recovers. Endeavor screams from the stands for Shoto to use his fire. Of course, his interference makes Shoto hesitate even more. Bakugo is livid, feeling insulted that Shoto is still holding back his left side. He doesn't want a victory over someone who isn't even trying their hardest. Bakugo feels that if he doesn't surpass Midoriya's performance, this whole thing is pointless. Meanwhile, Shoto is having an internal crisis, unsure of what he should be doing or how he truly feels about using his full power now. Suddenly, Midoriya's voice rings out from the crowd, cheering for Shoto to win. That's all it takes for Shoto to ignite his flames. Bakugo is thrilled to see it and prepares a massive new ultimate move he's been saving just for this moment. Shoto is caught in a massive explosion and knocked out cold. The match is over, but Bakugo is furious. He runs over to the unconscious Shoto, demanding he wake up and fight for real. He refuses to accept a win, where his opponent held back at the last second. He's so out of control that the refs have to step in. Midnight is forced to knock Bakugo out with her quirk just to calm him down. Regardless of the drama, Katsuki Bakugo is the official first-year champion. At the award ceremony, he's literally chained to a podium because he hasn't stopped struggling since he woke up. It's quite the sight. The school had no choice but to restrain him. Ida is noticeably absent from the ceremony due to his family emergency. Midoriya and Uraraka are deeply concerned, remembering how Aida told them his brother had been attacked by a villain. Aida had to rush home to find out the truth. Midoriya just hopes that Ingenium is going to be okay. The one handing out the medals is none other than the #1 hero himself. All Might arrives with a slightly awkward intro, but he's still as cool as ever. All Might starts with Tokoyami in 3rd place, giving him a hug and some advice on physical training. Then he moves to Shoto in 2nd. He asks if Shoto's restraint was due to personal reasons, and Shoto admits it, promising to resolve his internal conflicts and grow even stronger. All Might gives Shoto a word of encouragement before moving on to the demon in 1st place. He unmasks Bakugo so he can speak, but Bakugo just unleashes a torrent of insults. All Might decides to skip the hug and just force the medal onto him while he's still throwing a fit. Bakugo refuses the medal, but he eventually has to just hold it in his teeth. Later that day, Aizawa tells the class they'll have a short break to recover before returning to school. Meanwhile, Aida is at the hospital, devastated by the condition he finds his brother in. Tensei apologizes for losing his fight, which breaks Aida's heart. The next morning, Shoto tells his sister he's going to visit their mother, which shocks her. He knows he has to face his past and reconcile with her before he can truly focus on his training. He hasn't seen his mother in years, but he's determined to make things right. This is his new beginning. As for the rest of the class, Bakugo is back to his usual self. The break flies by, and Midoriya is suddenly finding out what it's like to be famous. He's getting recognized by fans even on the bus. I told you, being a hero is the coolest job in the world, and clearly the public agrees. It's a gloomy, rainy morning, which isn't great for motivation, but Midoriya runs into Aida on the way to school. Aida says his brother is recovering well, which is a huge relief for everyone. The class is also buzzing about their recent TV appearances during the festival. Aizawa is back in class, and thank goodness he's finally out of all those bandages. He announces a special hero informatics class, which immediately makes everyone nervous about a surprise test. Most of these guys have nothing but fighting on the brain, so a written exam is their worst nightmare. Fortunately, it's just time to pick hero names. Aizawa shows the class the recruitment offers they receive from pro heroes. While these offers are just based on potential for now, usually they don't get serious until junior or senior year. It's still a huge deal. These offers show which pros see real promise in these kids. Of course, if they don't keep improving, those offers will vanish by graduation. Shoto leads the pack with over 4,000 offers, followed closely by Bakugo with 3,500. The rest of the class has a few hundred each, but Midoriya has exactly 0. It makes sense. His power is so self-destructive that most pros are afraid to touch him. Regardless of the offers, everyone will be assigned to an agency for an internship to get some real-world experience. Midnight joins the class to help with the naming process, and Aizawa warns everyone to take this seriously. A hero name is a lifelong commitment, so they need to choose carefully and find something that really represents them. Aizawa admits he just let President Mike pick his name on a whim, which isn't the best example. Aoyama is the first to present, choosing the incredibly long and flashy "I Can't Stop Twinkling." Midnight helps him trim it down a bit to make it more practical. Next up, Ashido tries Alien Queen, but Midnight shoots that down for being a bit too weird. Those first 2 suggestions definitely set a strange tone for the rest of the class. Tsuyu goes for the much more sensible Froppy, which everyone loves. Hiroshima chooses Red Riot as a tribute to his idol, Crimson Riot. He knows it's a lot to live up to, but he's ready for the challenge. Midoriya starts thinking back to all the hero names he dreamed up as a kid. He used to love names like Mighty Boy or anything related to All Might, but he realizes he's not ready for those yet. He still has so much to learn before he can even think about comparing himself to his mentor. We go through a whole list of potential titles. Shoto decides to just use his own name, which is surprisingly humble. Bakugo, on the other hand, tries to go with Lord Explosion Murder, which Midnight rejects immediately. That leaves only Ida and Midoriya to decide. Aida is struggling because his brother recently told him that his career as Ingenium is over. Tensei wanted Aida to take over the name, but Aida doesn't feel worthy of it yet. He decides to just use his real name for now. While Midoriya finally reaches a decision, he decides to embrace the name Deku and make it something to be proud of. Meanwhile, All Might is shocked to see that Midoriya actually got one single internship offer. But when he sees the name of the hero who sent it, he looks like he's seen a ghost. The students are given their internship list, and as Midoriya is leaving, All Might pulls him aside for a private chat. He tells him the offer came from Gran Torino, a former UA teacher who was also All Might's own homeroom instructor. Gran Torino knows all about One For All since he was a close friend of All Might's predecessor. Just talking about the guy makes All Might's knees shake. Meanwhile, Aizawa is concerned that Aida chose an internship in Hosu City, the very place where the hero killer was last seen. The internships begin, and before they head off, Midoriya and Uraraka check in on Ida. They remind him that no matter what he's going through, his friends are always there to support him. Midoriya then heads to the outskirts to find Gran Torino's place. When Midoriya arrives, Gran Torino seems like a senile old man who can barely remember anything. He's shaky, hard of hearing, and his house is a total mess. Midoriya is immediately disappointed, wondering if he's made a huge mistake coming here. He tries to call All Might to beg for a different assignment, but when he turns back, the old man is already rooting through his luggage. Midoriya gets frustrated, especially when Gran Torino demands to see his power. Midoriya thinks this is all a joke and doesn't want to waste his time. He tells Gran Torino that he and All Might are on a deadline and can't afford to play games. But then, the old man suddenly explodes into a blur of speed, bouncing off the walls like a pinball. He proves that old doesn't mean slow and completely catches Midoriya off guard. Gran Torino reveals he's been watching Midoriya and thinks he's using his power in a totally inefficient way. He criticizes All Might for being a terrible teacher, and says it's up to him to show Midoriya how a real pro handles that kind of strength. He tells him to get his gear on. Midoriya realizes he's found a real master. He puts on his updated hero costume and feels a new sense of purpose. He's ready to learn whatever this legendary hero has to teach him, even if the training is going to be brutal. Gran Torino tells him to attack, but Midoriya is hesitant, afraid he might accidentally kill the old man with his uncontrollable power. Gran Torino just laughs it off, telling him not to underestimate his elders. The old man starts zipping around the room again, occasionally landing a solid kick on Midoriya before he can even react. He even smashes his own microwave just to prove how much power he still has in his legs. Midoriya can barely keep track of him. He taunts Midoriya for being so clumsy, despite inheriting such a legendary quirk. He keeps up the pressure, forcing Midoriya to adapt to his incredible speed. Midoriya's brain starts working overtime, analyzing every movement and looking for a way to counter. He tries that microwave egg visualization again, attempting to predict Gran Torino's path. He's getting closer, but he still can't quite land a hit. He realizes that his previous experiences in the tournament were just small bursts of power, and that he doesn't truly understand how to live with this quirk. Gran Torino explains that Midoriya's idolization of All Might is actually holding him back. He views One For All as some holy relic instead of just another part of his body. The old man tells him he needs to find his own answer, and then heads out, leaving Midoriya to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, Aida is out on patrol. Aida is patrolling with his brother's former partner, but his mind is entirely on revenge. He knows how dangerous Stain is, but he can't let it go. Speaking of Stain, he's currently meeting with the League of Villains. He's unimpressed by Shigaraki's childish motives and immediately prepares to attack him. Stain thinks Shigaraki is just a brat with no conviction. Their superiors decide to let them fight it out to see who comes out on top, figuring it's the best way to see if they can actually work together. Back with Midoriya, he's having a breakthrough. He realizes he's been treating his quirk like an external tool rather than a part of himself. He finally understands what Gran Torino meant about his power being no different from a muscle or a limb. Bakugo is finding his own internship a bit different. Best Jeanist, the number 4 hero, only recruited him to fix his terrible attitude. Bakugo is powerful, sure, but his personality is a complete disaster. Best Janus points out that Bakugo is arrogant and far too aggressive. He vows to spend the next week reshaping Bakugo's character and teaching him what it truly means to be a professional hero. Kurishima and Tetsu ended up at the same agency, where they're both getting some serious discipline. Everyone seems to be in good hands except for Mineta, who only picked Mount Lady's agency because he was hoping for some eye candy. Shoto decided to work with his father, putting aside his personal feelings because he knows Endeavor's agency is the best place to learn. That night, while Gran Torino is sound asleep, Midoriya heads out to practice his new theories on his own. He realizes he needs to maintain control over his quirk at all times. He tries to jump to a rooftop using only 5% of his power, but he can't quite make it. He tries a different approach, but the constant sound of his training starts keeping the neighbors awake. Midoriya shows up the next morning with huge dark circles under his eyes, having spent the whole night training. Gran Torino isn't surprised. Everyone struggles when they first start this kind of training. He notes that even All Might had it easier since he could use the power naturally from the start. Gran Torino reminisces about the tough love he gave All Might back in the day, which explains why All Might is so terrified of him. A new microwave arrives, and Gran Torino eagerly waits for Midoriya to heat up some taiyaki for him. The pastry comes out unevenly heated, half frozen and half hot. Midoriya realizes that the plate wasn't spinning, so only one part got the heat. This triggers another breakthrough. He realizes he's been doing the same thing with One For All, only applying it to one part of his body at a time. He needs to let the power flow through his entire body simultaneously, not just his arms or legs. If he can keep a steady 5% flowing through him at all times, he'll get used to it and it will become natural. He calls this One For All, Full Cowl. He's ready for a rematch. Gran Torino gives him 3 minutes to land just one single hit. It's a tall order, but Midoriya is confident he can do it with his new technique. Gran Torino starts at his slowest speed and starts pummeling Midoriya. He warns him that if he can't even land one hit, he should just quit being a hero. Midoriya realizes he can't just charge in. He needs to use his head and find a way to trap the old man. He dives under the sofa to lure Gran Torino in, then launches the whole thing into the air to disrupt his movement. He follows up with a full cowl leap, zipping off the ceiling to strike from above. It's a great move, but he still gets smacked down at the very last second. The 3 minutes are up. He didn't land the hit, but Gran Torino is genuinely impressed by his growth. Midoriya's analytical skills and quick thinking allowed him to adapt on the fly. Gran Torino knows this kid is going to be a total beast once he truly masters his power. Breakfast time. Except the taiyaki is scattered all over the floor. Gran Torino is not happy about his ruined snacks, so Midoriya has to go out and buy more. Meanwhile, Uraraka is getting some intense martial arts training at Gunhead's agency. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu are still getting lectured, while Bakugo is forced into a neat, parted hairstyle that looks absolutely hilarious on him. Yaoyorozu and Kendo are working as assistants to the beautiful heroine Wabami, though it's more like they're just doing commercials. Later that day, All Might meets with Detective Tsukachi for some serious news. The Nomu from the USJ attack has been examined, and it turns out the thing is basically brain dead. It doesn't speak or react to anything unless given a direct order. The thing used to be human, but its body is filled with the DNA of at least 4 different people. It's an artificial monster created through horrific surgical and genetic experiments to serve as a multi-quirk weapon. Usually, multiple quirks would destroy a person's mind. This confirms All Might's fears. There's someone out there with a power similar to his, but for evil. Someone who can take and give quirks at will. All Might knows exactly who it is. The ancient evil has returned. Meanwhile, Stain attacks Shigaraki, slicing his shoulder and leaving him bleeding. Kurogiri tries to intervene, but he finds himself unable to use his quirk. Stain has done something to paralyze him. Shigaraki is furious that Stain dared to touch the father hand on his face. He uses his decay quirk to crumble Stain's sword into dust, forcing the hero killer to jump back and take him more seriously. They realize they both want to tear down the current hero society. Even if their methods are different, Stain decides to tentatively join forces with the League, though he clearly has his own agenda. Ito is still hunting for any lead on Stain, his heart filled with a dark desire for revenge. He's determined to track him down no matter what. Meanwhile, Midoriya is still working on mastering his full cowl technique. He's getting better, but Gran Torino says it's time for some real combat experience. If he only trains in a gym, he'll never learn how to handle unpredictable villains. They decide to head to Shinjuku, which means they'll be passing right through Hosu City. Midoriya immediately thinks of Aida when he hears they're going to Hosu. At that very moment, Aida is out on patrol, but he's clearly not focused on regular hero work. His eyes are searching for only one person. His mentor calls him out, asking if he's specifically hunting for Stain. He warns Aida that heroes aren't allowed to act out of personal grudges. They have to follow the law and leave punishment to the authorities. If a hero acts for revenge, they're no better than the villains they fight. Aida hears the warning, but he doesn't care about the rules anymore. His heart is set on making Stain pay for what he did to Tensei. Aida is ready for a fight the second Stain appears, and Stain has indeed returned to Hosu, intent on purifying the city by eliminating more heroes he deems unworthy. Shigaraki decides to unleash a few more Nomas just to cause some extra chaos. Midoriya and Gran Torino are on a bullet train to Tokyo when disaster strikes. A Nomu suddenly smashes into the train, causing absolute panic among the passengers. Gran Torino immediately engages the monster and takes the fight outside, where even more Nomas are terrorizing the city. Aida hears about the attacks, but he suddenly stops in a dark alley. He's finally found Stain, but he's already looking completely outmatched. Aida's eyes are full of nothing but pure hatred. He declares that he is Ingenium and that he will be the one to bring Stain down. Meanwhile, Midoriya is rushing through the city to find Gran Torino and help with the Nomu situation. Gran Torino is busy protecting civilians from the rampaging monsters. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire incinerates one of the Nomas. It's Endeavor, but Midoriya is too preoccupied with finding Aida to stick around. He runs into Aida's mentor, who is struggling against the Nomas, and learns that Aida has gone off on his own. Midoriya knows Aida is too responsible to just abandon his post unless it was something personal, and he immediately puts the pieces together. The Nomu attack, Hosu City, the League of Villains. It all leads back to the hero killer. Midoriya realizes Aida must have found him and is in serious danger. He sprints off, desperate to reach his friend before it's too late. Shigaraki is watching the chaos from a distance, enjoying the destruction. He's using a few experimental Nomas that are weaker than the one at USJ, but more numerous. He only brought 3 to test out today just to see how much havoc they can cause. Shigaraki is mainly doing this because Stain annoyed him, and he wants to steal the spotlight. Meanwhile, Aida tries to attack Stain with a kick, but the hero killer dodges effortlessly and counters with a brutal strike. Stain stabs Aida's arm with his spiked boot, mocking him and Tensei for being fake heroes. Aida is enraged, shouting that Stain has no right to talk about his brother after ruining his life and his career. He tells Stain that Tensei was a perfect hero who saved countless people and was the inspiration for his own dream. He vows to kill Stain right then and there for what he did to his idol. Stain sees that Aida is completely blinded by hatred, acting out of selfish revenge rather than heroic duty. He decides that Aida is unworthy and prepares to finish him off. He licks the blood from his blade and Aida's body instantly freezes up. Just as Stain is about to strike, Midoriya bursts in with 5% full cal and lands a solid punch. Stain recognizes him from Shigaraki's list. Midoriya knows he's outmatched and tries to get Aida to safety, but it's not going to be that easy. Aida tells Midoriya to stay out of it, but Midoriya obviously refuses to leave his friend. Stain warns Midoriya that if he gets in the way of his justice, he'll be killed without hesitation. The intensity in Stain's eyes is absolutely terrifying. Midoriya secretly sends his coordinates to the class and prepares to stall for as long as possible. He tells Aida to stop talking and focus on surviving first. He just needs to hold out until backup arrives. Midoriya uses full cowl to zip around, even sliding under Stain's legs to land an overhead strike. He's moving just like Bakugo, but Stain still manages to graze him with a knife. Suddenly, Midoriya's body goes completely limp. He realizes Stain's quirk is triggered by blood. Just as Stain is about to finish Aida, a blast of fire forces him back. Shoto Todoroki has arrived. He found the alleyway thanks to the location pin Midoriya sent earlier. Shoto knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the message. Now that he's here, the tides are turning. Midoriya warns him about Stain's blood-licking quirk, so Shoto tries to keep his distance while attacking with ice and fire. Stain launches a flurry of knives and nearly gets to Shoto's blood, but Shoto's flames keep him at bay. Aida is still crying out for them to stop, insisting that this is his fight and his burden to carry alone. Shoto tells Aida to shut up, knowing exactly what kind of pain he's in. Midoriya suddenly finds he can move again. He jumps back into the fray just in time to save Shoto from a killing blow, continuing his strategy of stalling for time. Midoriya realizes the paralysis time varies based on blood type. He's type O, which seems to wear off the fastest. Stain's blood curdle can last up to 8 minutes, but it depends entirely on the victim's biology. With Midoriya back on his feet, and Shoto providing cover fire, they have a chance. Shoto looks at Aida and sees the same blinding rage he once had. He remembers how he only started to heal after he reconciled with his mother and decided to move forward. Shoto admits that even though he hates his father, Endeavor's skills are undeniable. He's here to learn, not just to spite him. He tells Aida that he needs to stop letting his past and his anger define his future, if he ever wants to be a real hero. He challenges Aida to look at the situation clearly. Midoriya's words changed Shoto, and now Shoto is trying to reach Aida. He tells him to stop lying there and feeling sorry for himself. If he wants to protect the name Ingenium, he needs to get up and fight alongside his friends. Those words finally cut through Aida's despair. He realizes that if he's just lying there while his friends bleed for him, he's no hero at all. He needs to stand up and be the hero his brother always believed he could be. Aida felt a crushing weight of guilt, thinking about his older brother while drowning in his own sense of blind helplessness. He felt like he was doing absolutely nothing of value. Meanwhile, the villain Stain was pushing his current power to its absolute limit, yet he was still managing every move with terrifying precision and grace. Honestly, that guy is a straight-up monster. But wait, just at the most critical second, he finally managed to break free and move his body again. He knew he had to act right now. Aida realized he had to do something, because if he gave up now, he'd never be able to stand on equal footing with his brother or his friends. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward, shattered Stain's blade with a kick, and delivered a powerful blow to push the killer back. However, Stain sneered, claiming that people like Aida were nothing but fakes who only cared about satisfying their own selfish desires. Stain called him a cancer on society, hidden behind the hollow mask of a hero's ideals. Surprisingly, Aida actually had to admit that the killer was right. At that moment, he felt he lacked the true character to be called a hero. But even so, acknowledging his flaws didn't mean he was going to walk away or give up on this fight. If Aida quit now, the name of Ingenium would truly die forever. Seeing the opening, Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive wave of fire, followed by shards of ice to keep Stain at bay. Midoriya was still frozen in place due to that creepy blood-curdle quirk, and Aida's engines were so badly overheated he couldn't even throw a kick. In a desperate move, he begged Todoroki to use his powers to cool his legs down. After cooling his legs, Aida rushed forward to shield Todoroki. Midoriya had finally regained his mobility, and it was clear that the climax of the battle had arrived. Everything would be decided in these final seconds. While Todoroki focused on temperature control, Aida drew a blade and revved his engines to maximum capacity for one last push. Acting in perfect synchronization, Midoriya and Ida leaped forward together, delivering a combined punch and kick straight to the villain's face. Meanwhile, back in the city streets, Endeavor was dealing with a Nomu that was proving to be quite resilient. Gran Torino warned him that the creature possessed multiple quirks before zipping through the chaos to strike it down with incredible speed. He slammed the creature into the ground with a heavy blow. Endeavor recalled how his son had suddenly sprinted off after seeing a location marker on his map. Todoroki had even told him to send backup to a specific coordinate, so Endeavor ordered Gran Torino to go there immediately while he stayed behind to handle the situation at hand. While Endeavor handled the fire, Midoriya was nursing some broken bones from pushing past his 5% limit. Stain wasn't out for the count yet, and was still trying to finish off Ida with everything he had left. Todoroki shouted for Ida to keep the pressure on, and they slammed a fiery combo right into the killer's face. They finally landed safely as the monster finally collapsed. The hero killer was finally unconscious. Endeavor, proving exactly why he is the number 2 hero, was cleaning up the remaining street thugs with ease since his power is second only to All Might. He ordered the other heroes to spread out across the district for support, since he had things under control here. He fired a massive projectile at a flying Nomu in the sky. When the first shot missed, he sprinted up a wall to fire again, forcing the creature to drop the civilians it had grabbed, though the beast managed to fly away. Back with the students, Midoriya was being carried while Todoroki had Stain securely tied up and stripped of all his hidden weapons. As they emerged, Gran Torino gave Midoriya a stern kick to the face for his recklessness. Other heroes soon arrived on the scene and were shocked to realize they had actually captured the infamous hero killer. Aida stood before his friends, bowing deeply in apology, admitting that his blind rage had gained him absolutely nothing but trouble. Nobody blamed him, though. They just told him to pull himself together because a class rep shouldn't be a crybaby. But the peace didn't last long. A rogue Nomu suddenly swooped in and snatched Midoriya. In that chaotic second, Stain pulled a hidden blade from his collar and licked the blood off a hero's face, freezing the creature in its tracks. He lunged forward with incredible speed and drove his blade into the Nomu's head, declaring that everything he did was for the sake of a better society. Endeavor arrived just as Stain stood tall, and the two came face to face. The aura Stain emitted was pure, unadulterated murderous intent, the kind of malice he reserved for those he despised most. That killing intent felt like it was swallowing the entire sky, paralyzing everyone in the vicinity. Even the mighty Endeavor felt frozen by the sheer, crushing pressure of Stain's absolute hatred. It was a terrifying moment of pure stillness. The monster had awakened, but just as quickly, it vanished as Stain lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. It turns out his broken ribs had pierced his lung, ending his rampage. He hadn't even used his quirk in that final stand. It was just his sheer willpower that kept him standing when everyone else was helpless. The next morning, our heroic trio were all lounging in their hospital beds, looking pretty worn out. Gran Torino and Aida's mentor came by to check on them. The old man looked like he wanted to give Midoriya another thrashing for acting on his own. But first, they had to deal with the arrival of the local police chief. Chief Surigami from the Hosu Police Department arrived to give them an update on Stain. The villain was in rough shape with serious burns and multiple fractures, and he was currently under heavy guard while receiving medical treatment. He's not going anywhere soon. Since they were all UA students, he didn't want to sugarcoat it. Heroes using their powers to cause injury without authorization is a big no-no. Regardless of who the villain was, the three of them along with Endeavor and Gran Torino were technically facing some very harsh disciplinary actions for their involvement. Todoroki started to get heated, but the chief told him to stay calm because there was a way out. Even though Aida was feeling defensive, the chief explained that those were just the strict rules from a police perspective. Punishment would only happen if the details went public, and luckily for them, there weren't many witnesses. If they officially credited Endeavor with the capture of Stain, the boys' involvement would be swept under the rug. Problem solved. After that close call, Aida apologized to his mentor, while Midoriya and Todoroki bowed to the chief in gratitude. It was a lucky break for these aspiring heroes. The chief bowed back, thanking them as fellow protectors of peace, and with that, the Hosu incident was officially over. The next day, poor Bakugo was dealing with a hilarious new hairstyle thanks to Best Jeanist grooming while getting lectured about the Stain case. Honestly, it looks ridiculous, and I can't help but laugh. Kirishima and Tetsu were also following the news closely. Those two were trying to eavesdrop but got a quick reality check from their mentors. Meanwhile, our girls were about to get some TV screen time with a celebrity hero. Uraraka called Midoriya directly to get the scoop on what happened, though she had to cut the call short for patrol. You could tell Midoriya was on cloud 9 just getting a personal call from her. Nothing beats a call from a girl, right? But back in the room, Ida dropped some shocking news. His left arm might suffer permanent damage. The injury was so severe that the nerves were badly crushed. While surgery could fix it, he was hesitant about the procedure. Aida decided to keep the injury as a permanent reminder of his mistakes until he becomes a true hero who won't stumble again. Midoriya started blaming himself for not being faster, but Aida had already made peace with his decision. He felt that apologizing now would just be insulting to the resolve he'd found. Instead of moping, Midoriya vowed to get stronger alongside Aida so they could face any criminal together. Todoroki, watching this, felt a bit of guilt himself. He jokes that whenever he's involved, someone's hands always end up mangled as he cursed or something. And his sense of humor is surprisingly dark. Meanwhile, All Might got a call from Gran Torino and immediately coughed up blood from the shock. The old man gave him a massive earful because Midoriya's reckless actions cost Gran Torino his teaching license for 6 months. Once the yelling stopped, they got down to business regarding the hero killer. Even though their encounter was brief, Gran Torino noted that Stain's overwhelming presence came from his incredibly fanatical ideology. That kind of unwavering conviction is on par with the charismatic aura that All Might himself possesses as the symbol of peace. Essentially, he has a twisted kind of magnetism. Once his manifesto starts spreading online, it's inevitable that others will be radicalized by it, and the League of Villains will be the perfect place for those lunatics to gather. This is going to be a huge headache. Gran Torino also had a much more somber warning for All Might. He reminded him of the man who killed Nana Shimura, the previous One For All holder, and left that massive scar on All Might's stomach. All For One is on the move again. All Might realized he would eventually have to tell Midoriya the truth to prepare him for the future. 2 days later, in a dark bar, criminals were gathering and watching a viral video of Stain and his supposed noble ideals. This video was acting like a beacon, drawing dangerous villains out from the shadows across the globe toward whatever organization Stain was associated with. The League of Villains became their new destination. 5 days flew by, and Midoriya was still stuck in the hospital because his leg injury was quite serious. Aida went home with his mother, while Todoroki decided to return to his old man's agency to learn more, even if he wasn't happy about it. He really wanted to see the look on Endeavor's face when he gets praised for capturing Stain, even though he didn't actually do the deed. Meanwhile, Bakugo seemed a tiny bit less aggressive after Best Genie's rehab. He was out on patrol, learning what it's like to actually be recognized by the public. Patrolling helps the citizens feel safe, knowing heroes are always around. Some kids actually recognized Bakugo, but it wasn't because he won the sports festival. It was because of the sludge villain incident. Man, he was steaming. He immediately started yelling at them, claiming he wasn't caught, he was just strategizing his counterattack. Best Jeanist tried to tell him to be gentler with the public, but it's clear he's starting to lose hope with this kid. Bakugo is just a lost cause when it comes to charm. Over in another agency, Uraraka was training hard on how to face armed criminals head-on. Her movements were becoming incredibly fluid, and she was definitely leveling up her combat skills. Meanwhile, some other students were busy assisting celebrities, while Kirishima and Tetsu, those two literal hardheads, were stuck picking up trash with their mentor. Talk about glamorous work. Shoji was helping out with hostage rescue simulations elsewhere. Out on the coast, Tsuyu Asui was busy scrubbing down a ship. Her senior brought her a drink and chatted for a bit, admitting that while the daily cleaning felt useless, there was a deeper meaning to their work as maritime heroes. She explained how her perspective changed after joining Selkie's crew. Just as they were talking, Captain Selkie came out to check on them. He initially scolded them for slacking, but quickly realized he was wrong and apologized in the most hilariously cute way possible. It was quite a sight. Whether you find him cute or not is up to you. Suddenly, an emergency alert came in from the Coast Guard about smugglers hiding out at sea. Tsuyu helped haul up the anchor as they set off to find the thieves who had already made off with some cargo. Tsuyu quickly deduced their strategy. She guessed the smugglers had already transferred the goods to a secondary vessel to escape. She was spot on. The main ship searched the area while Captain Selkie used his spotted seal court to dive into the water and scout of the locations. Anything a seal can do, he can do too. They searched until late evening without a single lead on the smugglers' whereabouts. Suddenly, the captain breached the surface and ordered everyone to move immediately. He had finally picked up a trail. He spotted a suspicious vessel ahead. He told Tsuyu to stay back on the ship since this was a job for the veterans. He boarded the suspicious boat to investigate, but it seemed empty of any illegal cargo until he checked the very last compartment and got trapped. The smugglers knocked the captain down into the hold and even abandoned the ship's pilot before fleeing. When communication with Selkie went dead, the crew wanted to rush in, but the first mate stopped them. Using her super hearing quirk, she was listening for a specific signal. She picked up a secret frequency the captain was tapping out. Following his coded orders, she realized the abandoned ship was just a decoy. They tracked down the actual smuggling vessel, and she tasked Tsuyu with taking down the lookout. Tsuyu snagged the guard and brought him back. As they breached the lower deck, they were suddenly hit by a massive spray of ink. It blinded one of the crew members, and even the first mate got caught in the crossfire of the smugglers' attack. A villain with an octopus quirk tried to force them to help move the cargo. He even tried to manipulate their radio to claim they hadn't found anything. Tsuyu might just be an intern, but she made a brilliant move and called out their bluff immediately. She pinned their location to some twin rocks nearby. Enraged, the villain attacked her, grabbing her tongue and pinning her down. He was about to finish her off by strangling her, but he severely underestimated her backup. Captain Selkie arrived just in time. Even though he was blinded by ink, his other senses were sharp enough to pinpoint the villain's location. The fight ended in a flash, and Tsuyu finally understood what her mentor meant about the value of their work. Soon, it was time for Midoriya to say goodbye to Gran Torino. Gran Torino took one look at Midoriya's hand and knew he'd broken his bones again. He gave him a good scolding and told him to get lost. But Midoriya had one burning question. If he was so powerful, and even trained All Might, why was he a complete unknown to the public? The old man admitted he never actually cared about being a hero. He only got his license so he could use his quirk freely for his own goals. Watching Midoriya walk away, he saw a glimpse of All Might in the boy. He truly was the perfect choice as a successor. He called out one last question. Who are you? The answer wasn't Midoriya, it was Deku. While All Might represents the past, Deku is officially the future. Back at school, the entire class started cracking up at Bakugo's expense. That hair of Bakugo's was just too much to handle. Everyone had changed a bit during their internships, both in power and personality. Uraraka had trained so hard she was looking a bit dazed, and Mineta was having a full-blown existential crisis about women being scary. When the topic of Stain came up, Todoroki kept a secret, claiming Endeavor saved them. Aida was back to his usual overly serious self as the class representative. The first class of the day was with All Might himself. They were doing rescue training, but in a brand new location, a dense labyrinth-like industrial zone filled with factories. They were split into 4 groups for the exercise. All Might waited in the center for the first student to rescue him. The goal was to reach him as fast as possible while minimizing collateral damage. Looking at you, Bakugo. Everyone expected Midoriya to lag behind in the first group, but they were in for a shock. Sero was doing great with his tape, but Midoriya stole the show. He was using One for All full cal at 5%, bouncing off the walls with incredible speed. His movements looked exactly like Bakugo's. It was uncanny. He was so close to winning, but slipped at the last second. Sero took first place, but All Might was incredibly impressed by Midoriya's progress. He told the boy to meet him later so they could finally discuss the full history of One for All. After the training, the boys headed to the locker room. Everyone was reflecting on the tough terrain, except for Mineta, who was busy researching a literal hole in the wall. He discovered a gap left by previous students that led straight to the girls' side. He started blabbering about seeing Momo and Ishido, that little creep. He was listing off everyone he could see, but he missed one person, Jiro, who promptly poked his eye through the hole. Serves him right. Anyway, Midoriya went to meet All Might, and the atmosphere in the room felt incredibly heavy, which made him pretty nervous. All Might started by talking about Stain. Even though the villain tasted Midoriya's blood, he couldn't steal One for All because the power can only be transferred if the current holder wills it. However, it can be forcibly given to someone else. He then began explaining the quirk's dark origins. One for All was born from a much older power called All for One. This terrifying ability allows a person to steal and keep the quirks of others. Long ago, when quirks first appeared and society was in total chaos, the law was completely powerless. Civilization ground to a halt as a single man rose to power by stealing quirks and manipulating people. He gathered all the villains under his command and ruled Japan from the shadows, even handing out stolen powers to his loyal followers. Some people couldn't handle the multiple quirks he gave them, turning into mindless husks like the Nomu. He had a frail, quirkless younger brother who hated his brother's evil deeds. To mock him, the older brother forced a quirk onto him, one that could stockpile power, but it turned out the younger brother wasn't quirkless. He had a useless quirk that could pass itself on to others. The two quirks merged into One for All, and the story gets even crazier because of the older brother's longevity. The older brother seems to have found a quirk that stops him from aging, allowing him to live for centuries. The younger brother passed his power down through the generations, growing stronger each time until it reached All Might. He thought he finally defeated the villain, but he was wrong. All for One is still alive and leading the League of Villains from the dark. Now, the duty to stop him falls on Midoriya. Without a single doubt, the boy agreed to take on the challenge, as long as All Might was there to guide him. All Might wanted to say he might not be around forever, but he couldn't find the words. The next morning, Aizawa announced a special summer training camp. Meanwhile, in the shadows, All for One is plotting something big, and it's coming sooner than anyone thinks. With only a week until final exams, the students are freaking out. There's both a written and a practical portion. Aizawa told them to get to studying, and the kids with the lowest grades are absolutely terrified of failing the practical test. Mineta is surprisingly confident since he's ranked 9th. Midoriya is 4th, but still being super supportive to everyone. Ida is 2nd, Todoroki is 5th, and of course Momo is the genius at the top of the class. But despite her brains, she's actually pretty nervous. Momo was worried the practical exam would be her downfall. Suddenly, everyone started swarming her, begging for study tips and tutoring so they wouldn't flunk out. She was so touched and excited that she offered to host a massive study session at her house. She even mentioned serving top-tier luxury tea talk about a culture shock for the regular kids. Kirishima asked Bakugo to help him study since they're bros. At lunch, that annoying guy Monoma from Class B accidentally bumped into Midoriya's head. He started mocking Class A for always hogging the spotlight, specifically mentioning the stain incident. He sarcastically feared that Class A's constant trouble would eventually get Class B dragged into something dangerous or make them victims too. Luckily, Itsuka Kendo showed up and gave him a much-needed chop to the head. She told the Class A students not to worry about the practical exam, as it would likely just be more robot fighting like the entrance exam. That was some great intel. Midoriya immediately started overthinking things, while Monoma got knocked out again. Later that day, Bakugo confronted Midoriya, admitting he noticed how the nerd had finally figured out how to use his quirk properly. He was clearly annoyed that Midoriya was copying his movements. He even had his sights set on Todoroki, so everyone was on edge. The next morning, the students arrived at Momo's place. Wait, that's not a house, it's a giant mansion. The study session was intense. Everyone was cramming like their lives depended on it, trying to memorize every possible detail to avoid failing the written test. They were all in the zone. People were using every trick in the book, from guessing to frantic calculator work. Finally, the 3 days of written exams were over, and the practical exam arrived. But there was a huge twist: no robots. Principal Natsu appeared and announced a major change to the format. To make it more realistic, they would be paired up in teams of 2 to fight against the UA teachers. Aizawa had carefully chosen the pairs based on their grades, fighting styles, and even their personal dynamics to push them to their limits. Todoroki was paired with Momo against Aizawa, but the real shocker was Midoriya and Bakugo. Those two, who can barely stand each other, were assigned to face off against All Might himself. Talk about a nightmare matchup. Aizawa had suggested ditching the robots the night before, arguing that they were outdated for testing true hero potential. The principal agreed, so they moved forward with the teacher-student battles. Aizawa noted that while Todoroki is powerful, he tends to rely too much on brute force. Momo is brilliant, but she struggles with split-second decision-making. By facing Aizawa, they'd have to deal with their powers being erased, forcing them to adapt. As for Midoriya and Bakugo, their challenge was simply learning to work together despite their massive rift. The 10 matchups were finalized, each team facing a different teacher. The rules for passing were actually quite simple on paper. They could either capture the teacher or escape through the gate. To keep things somewhat fair, the teachers wore heavy weights from Meihatsume that made them move slower and use more energy, equal to half their body weight. It's still going to be tough though. Everyone else was either watching the monitors or trying to come up with a plan. Midoriya and Uraraka were watching closely while Bakugo, well, he's not exactly the planning type, is he? Uraraka felt sorry for Midoriya having to deal with Bakugo. The first team faced Cementos. It's Sato and Kirishima. Sato uses his sugar rush. Using 10 grams of sugar, he gets 5 times stronger for 3 minutes, though it makes him a bit sweet-headed. They tried to overwhelm him with brute strength, but Cementos was the perfect counter. He just kept building walls, exhausting their stamina. Despite their incredible power, their lack of endurance led to a total defeat by the teacher. Next up were Tokoyami and Tsuyo against Ectoplasm and his clones. Tokoyami launched Tsuyo into the air, and she used her tongue to help them both reach a safe vantage point. They decided their best bet was to just run for the exit. Usually the teachers perfectly counter the students, but here only Tokoyami was at a disadvantage. Ectoplasm can create up to 30 clones from his own essence, making it impossible to fight them all at once. It's a real numbers game. The duo worked together perfectly to clear out the clones. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was great at keeping them at a distance, which is his usual strategy. But Ectoplasm wasn't going to let them stay away for long. Since Ectoplasm specializes in close quarters combat with his clones, Tsuyu's versatility was key. She had to find a way to cover Tokoyami's weaknesses in tight spots. She's honestly so reliable in a pinch. Aizawa definitely knew what he was doing with this pair. They had cleared out almost all the clones and were right near the goal when Ectoplasm unleashed his giant ultimate clone. It was huge and totally caught them off guard. The giant clone pinned them both down. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was the only thing still able to fight. But then, Tsuyu had a brilliant, if slightly gross idea. She told Tokoyami to look away for a second. She literally barfed up the capture handcuffs she had been hiding in her stomach. Dark Shadow grabbed them and charged back at the real Ectoplasm. Even though Tokoyami took a hit to the face, he managed to snap the cuffs onto the teacher's leg. Game over. They won. Next up were Aida and Ojiro against Powerloader. The construction site terrain was perfect for the teacher's digging quirk, making it almost impossible for them to find a clear path to the exit. It was a total trap zone. Aida told Ojiro to hop on his back and use his Recipro burst to blast through the obstacles. They were flying toward the goal, but Powerloader dug a massive pit right in front of the gate to stop them. Talk about a last-minute roadblock. Ida had a genius idea. He leaped into the air and had Ojiro wrap his tail around his leg. Then he spun around and literally launched Ojiro right through the exit gate. Then it was time for Todoroki and Momo. Momo looked super stressed, so Todoroki tried to take charge. He told her to keep creating small items so they'd know the moment Aizawa erased their quirks. Momo wanted to suggest something else, but she lost her confidence and just started making Matryoshka dolls while praising Todoroki's tactical mind. Poor girl. She suddenly broke down, expressing how inferior she felt compared to him. Despite starting at the same level, she felt like she hadn't accomplished anything practical. She even felt like she was just a follower during the Cavalry battle. While they were talking, Aizawa erased their quirks. Todoroki tried to buy her time to escape, but Aizawa was 2 steps ahead. He easily captured Todoroki and left him dangling from some wires above a pile of caltrops. Aizawa pointed out that playing dirty is just part of being a hero. He told Todoroki that while he was trying to be nice, he should have actually consulted with Momo instead of just giving orders. He needed to trust his partner more. Todoroki realized he was trying to carry everything on his own again. Meanwhile, Momo was running in circles. Paralyzed by her own self-doubt, she didn't know where to go, or if she even had a plan. Her mind was a total mess. Aizawa was right on her heels, but he intentionally didn't erase her quirk to see what she'd do. Panicked, she ran back toward Todoroki to ask for help. Her biggest weakness was definitely her lack of self-belief and her tendency to compare herself to others. When she reached Todoroki, he immediately apologized for his earlier behavior. He told her that he believed in her, and that she was the one who should come up with a plan. It was now or never. He reminded her that he was one of the people who voted for her to be class rep. That gave her the boost she needed. She launched Matryoshka dolls at Aizawa, but they were actually loaded with flashbangs. Clever girl. While Aizawa was blinded, she freed Todoroki. She explained that his dry eye condition meant his erasure wouldn't last as long as before. The moment Aizawa blinked, Todoroki created a massive ice wall to block his vision. They prepared a special capturing device made of nitinol wire, which would spring into shape when heated. They were finally acting like a real team. They used cloaks to bait Aizawa into close range. Then, surprise, they launched the nitinol wires right at him before he could react. It was a total trap. Todoroki's fire activated the wire's memory, wrapping Aizawa up tight. They won. Next, Uraraka and Aoyama faced 13. They were immediately being sucked into a black hole. Talk about a terrifying start. Uraraka refused to give up, wondering what Midoriya would do. Then, Aoyama asked her if she was thinking about Midoriya, which totally caught her off guard. She got so flustered it was actually pretty hilarious. In her embarrassment, she let go and got pulled right toward 13. She used her combat training from Gunhead to take 13 down, while Aoyama provided the perfect opening. They managed to cuff the teacher and pass. Tsuyu was watching from the sidelines, wondering why Uraraka looked so panicked earlier. Ida and Momo arrived as well, all curious about the source of her sudden outburst. Next up were Ishido and Kaminari against Principal Nezu. They tried to run, but suddenly the entire industrial zone started collapsing around them. The principal was using a crane to cause total chaos. Nezu's high-spec quirk makes him smarter than any human, allowing him to calculate exactly where to strike to trap them. He was treating the whole thing like a game of chess, and the students were just pawns. Calculations are child's play for him. Because of his history as a test subject, he has a bit of a sadistic streak when it comes to humans. He left them only one path out, but good luck finding it in that mess. He literally herded them into a corner like sheep. Time ran out, and Nezu took the win. Uraraka returned to the monitoring room, feeling bad for Ishido. But when Tsuyu asked about her conversation with Aoyama, she quickly changed the subject. The next match featured Koda and Jiro against Present Mike. It was a total battle of the bands, sound versus sound. Present Mike was screaming at the top of his lungs, making it almost impossible for them to even think. President Mike's quirk is insane. He can change his pitch and volume to deafening levels. Jiro knew they needed a plan, and she realized Koda's ability to talk to animals was their only hope. Koda is terrified of bugs, which was a huge problem. Jiro tried to counter the noise with her own sound waves, but she was reaching her limit. Everything depended on Koda overcoming his fear. Jiro's ears were literally bleeding from the noise. Seeing her in pain, Koda felt like a total failure. But thinking about his mother gave him the courage he needed to step up. He finally commanded the bugs to attack. A literal nightmare of insects swarmed all over President Mike. I would have died right there. That was definitely a cruel but effective way to win. Next was Hagakure and Shoji against Snipe. The teacher immediately used smoke grenades, but he has a special skill that lets him see right through them. Talk about a cheat code. Shoji acted as a distraction while Hagakure, completely invisible without her clothes, sneaked up and cuffed Snipe. They pulled off a perfect stealth mission. Midoriya was feeling inspired by everyone's grit. But then there was Mineta. He was running and crying because Sero had been knocked out by Midnight's sleep aroma. Classic Mineta drama. He was crying tears of blood out of pure jealousy because Sero got to take a nap on Midnight's lap. He realized he couldn't just keep running. He had to be a hero for the reason he started, to get girls. Driven by his noble dream of popularity, he made his move. He used Sero's tape as a mask and trapped Midnight with his sticky balls. He actually looked pretty cool for a second there. He successfully escaped through the gate. Now it was finally time for Midoriya and Bakugo. But as soon as they started, Bakugo was his usual stubborn self, refusing to even listen to a plan. Midoriya begged him to just focus on escaping since fighting All Might was suicide. But Bakugo didn't care. He wanted to crush the symbol of peace. He was being totally unreasonable. Bakugo actually punched Midoriya for trying to help. He told him to shut up and stay out of his way. They were in the middle of an exam and they're already fighting each other. What a disaster. All Might didn't wait for them to finish their argument. He unleashed a punch that sent a shockwave through the entire city. It was a terrifying display of power from the #1 hero. He told them to treat him like a real villain. Midoriya tried to retreat, but Bakugo charged straight at All Might with everything he had. He was being so incredibly stubborn. All Might caught Bakugo by the face and slammed him into the dirt. Midoriya tried to use his 5% speed to jump away, but he was caught in the middle of the crossfire. They were like two magnets, repelling each other. They couldn't even coordinate a single move without bumping into one another. It was a complete mess of a team. Bakugo got back up, completely ignoring Midoriya's pleas. For him, being a hero meant winning at all costs, no matter how impossible the odds. Trying to beat All Might was insane. All Might pinned Midoriya down with a fence and punched Bakugo so hard he nearly lost his breakfast. Bakugo has always been obsessed with winning since he was a kid. Honestly, the kid has a point. What is even the purpose of fighting if you don't intend to win? All Might approached him, laying the hard truth out for Bakugo to swallow. He pointed out that Bakugo was clearly consumed by jealousy because Midoriya was making such monumental leaps in progress, even though Bakugo himself was incredibly powerful. It truly is a tragic waste of such raw talent. Even with that heart-to-heart, Bakugo remained defiant, as if he would rather admit defeat than admit he's being outpaced. Bakugo would honestly rather fail the exam than accept help from Midoriya. Can you believe the level of pride in this guy? It's enough to make anyone's blood boil. Midoriya snaps at him, asking what on earth he's talking about, and then quickly grabs the stubborn Bakugo to retreat at a breakneck pace. Just as they are scouting for a decent place to take cover, Bakugo snaps and delivers an elbow strike to Midoriya. Midoriya scrambles to his feet and gets serious with his hot-headed teammate, calling him out for saying he'd rather lose. He asks Bakugo where that relentless drive to win went, the same drive from when they were kids, and Bakugo would take on anyone, regardless of age. Frustrated and unable to hold it in, Bakugo slams his fist into a nearby wall, clearly reaching his breaking point with the situation. Bakugo finally realizes just how dire their situation is. Against All Might's terrifying speed, hiding is completely futile. He tells Midoriya to shut up and listen to his plan, acknowledging that half-hearted efforts won't even make the symbol of peace budge. Even though he absolutely hates the idea, he knows they are forced to cooperate if they want even a slim chance of success. Suddenly, Bakugo launches a relentless surprise attack on All Might, shouting for Midoriya to make a break for the exit. He uses his gauntlet, which has stored up a massive amount of explosive sweat, to unleash a devastating ultimate move. With the smoke acting as a cover, both of them sprint as fast as they can toward the escape gate. All Might's time limit is approaching, so he decides to wrap this battle up immediately. just as the escape gate is within their reach. The hero suddenly reappears and knocks both students down with a swift strike. He casually reminds them that he's only using 50% of his true speed, which is honestly terrifying to think about. In the blink of an eye, All Might has them both pinned down and unable to move. His power is so immense it defies description. Facing him head-on forces Bakugo to remember the obvious truth: All Might is the highest wall in the world, the undisputed greatest hero who stands above everyone else. All Might tosses Midoriya aside, realizing the boy was prepared to sacrifice his own arm to use his full power. Bakugo's bracer is already destroyed, and it looks like the match is over. However, Bakugo refuses to quit until his body gives out. He continues to struggle against the hero, eventually managing to launch Midoriya toward the goal with one final effort. Bakugo yells for Midoriya to get lost, but All Might quickly turns and delivers a heavy blow right to Midoriya's back. Even then, the fight isn't over. Bakugo keeps charging in, relentlessly attacking the symbol of peace, just to buy Midoriya a few more precious seconds to reach the gate. Within 5 seconds, Bakugo was slammed into the ground again. He keeps shouting that he can still go, demanding that Midoriya win or else. Midoriya, being who he is, can't just leave his rival behind after hearing that. He turns back to save him, even landing a surprising punch right on his teacher's face. After striking All Might, Midoriya hoists Bakugo over his shoulder and sprints for the finish line. Even though Midoriya could have won alone, All Might is proud because this proves he chose the right successor. They look like a future hero duo that will become unstoppable. By the end of it, they both pass the exam, but they are left battered and confined to hospital beds. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is receiving some uninvited guests. New faces want to join the League of Villains, signaling that a major conflict is brewing. Shigaraki takes one look at them and immediately feels disgusted, dismissing them as just a bratty girl and a total weirdo. Girin, the broker who introduced them, feels a bit insulted by Shigaraki's harsh assessment. Girin insists on reintroducing the duo properly. First is the high school girl, Himiko Toga, who was a suspect in several grisly cases involving blood loss. Then there's the young man standing next to her. While he hasn't committed a major crime yet, he is deeply committed to the twisted ideology of the hero killer. Shigaraki seems to hate the guy even more than the girl. He demands his name, but the stranger only offers his alias, Dabi, refusing to reveal his true identity. Both of them mention they are inspired by Stain, which clearly hits a nerve with Shigaraki, making him even more irritated. Shigaraki is ready to kill them on the spot, but Kurogiri intervenes, reminding him that now is not the time for internal fighting. He whispers that these recruits could be very useful assets. Still fuming, Shigaraki storms out. The next morning at school, the students who failed their practical exams are drowning in tears and regret. The atmosphere is heavy as everyone mourns their failure. Suddenly, Mr. Aizawa bursts into the room with an announcement. He confirms that several students failed the finals, but then drops a bombshell. Everyone is going to the summer training camp in the forest anyway. It's another classic rational deception from their teacher. It turns out the real goal of the test wasn't just the scores, but to force every student to confront their own fatal weaknesses. Aizawa really knows how to play with their emotions to get the best out of them, doesn't he? The upcoming forest camp is designed to forge them into new people during their summer break. Essentially, it was a good lie. However, Iida, ever the representative, objects. He argues that if a teacher keeps lying to students, it will damage their trust. Honestly, he has a very valid point there. Aizawa clarifies that those who failed will have to take extra lessons at the camp. After their final class, the students gather at the mall to shop for the upcoming trip. They debate back and forth on what to get, eventually deciding to split up and shop for their own needs. They agree to meet back at 3 o'clock. Soon, only Raraka and Midoriya are left standing together. After a few awkward moments, Uraraka remembers something Ayuma said and gets flustered, leaving Midoriya all alone. Just as he's standing there, a strange man approaches him. The stranger puts an arm around Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya thinks it's just a fan, but it's actually his worst nightmare, Shigaraki. He forces Midoriya to act like they're old friends, warning him not to make a scene unless he wants to be disintegrated instantly. He's not worried about the crowd at all. Shigaraki claims he could kill 30 people before anyone could stop him. With no choice, Midoriya sits quietly as the villain begins to vent. He's obsessed with why the public only talks about Stain, and has completely forgotten about the League. He's frustrated that his own actions are being overshadowed. He questions why Stain is so popular and what the difference is between them. Midoriya mentions that it all ties back to All Might. That simple answer triggers a realization in Shigaraki. He finally understands why both Stain and Midoriya irritate him so much. It's because they are both connected to the symbol of peace. Shigaraki's grip on Midoriya's throat tightens as he rants about All Might, making it incredibly hard for Midoriya to breathe. The villain's rambling is dizzying. Suddenly, Uraraka reappears and asks who Midoriya is talking to, breaking the tension of the moment. Midoriya urgently warns her to stay away and Shigaraki lets go, deciding to leave. Before he disappears into the crowd, Midoriya tries to ask him one last thing. What exactly is the goal of All for One? Shigaraki ignores the question and walks away. Having found his own answer, he will use Stain's legacy to fuel his own agenda. The police arrive quickly and cordon off the area, but there's no trace of him. Midoriya has to give a statement at the station, though he doesn't have much info to provide. When he leaves the station, he is met by All Might, and his worried mother soon rushes to take him home. The high-stakes exam period has finally ended, leaving some students as winners and others in despair. One particular pair passed, but they ended up in worse shape than those who failed. I'm talking about Midoriya and Bakugo the Angel and the Demon. Regardless of their injuries, beating All Might is a massive achievement. Meanwhile, the league has officially grown by 2 members, though Shigaraki is still fuming about it. He's so bitter that he's already planning his next move against Midoriya. Shigaraki's encounter with Midoriya was just a prelude to the life and death struggle coming next. As summer camp approaches, Midoriya is training harder than ever. Suddenly, Kaminari and Mineta show up at his door, inviting him to the school pool for some training. Talk about suspicious timing from those two. Why are these two suddenly so motivated to train? There's definitely a hidden motive here. At the same time, Mr. Izawa is meeting with his colleagues to finalize the summer camp plans, reviewing the roster of 20 students and their specific quirks. Let's look at the class. Aoyama is his usual flashy self. Then we have Ashido with her acid, Asuri with her frog abilities, and Aida's high-speed engines. Don't forget Araka's zero gravity, Ojiro's powerful tail, Kaminari's electricity, Kirishima's hardening, and Koda's command over animals. The list goes on with Sato's sugar-fueled strength, Shoji's multiple arms, Jiro's earphone jacks, and Sero's tape. Then there's Tokoyami's dark shadow, Todoroki's incredible ice and fire powers, Hagakura's invisibility, and Bakugo's explosive nature. It's quite the diverse group. Rounding it out are Midoriya's super strength, Mineta's sticky orbs, and Yoriosu's creation quirk. Just as the review finishes, the boys arrive at the pool. Aizawa gives a permission to use it for training, but only until 5 p.m. Midoriya is genuinely touched by his friend's sudden dedication to improving themselves. Midoriya has no idea these two are secretly celebrating. Inviting the serious-minded Midoriya was a genius move. They knew they'd never get pool access on their own. As for why they really wanted to be at the pool, well, it's exactly what you're thinking. It's all about the girls. Mineta eavesdropped and found out all the Class 1A girls were planning a pool day. He figured only a fool would pass up a chance like this. For him, this isn't training. It's a golden opportunity to see his classmates in their swimsuits. He thinks he's found paradise. Midoriya, being his helpful self, texted the whole class to come and train together. While some of the guys are looking forward to showing off their muscles, the perverted duo is focused solely on the girls. They are expecting a bikini-filled afternoon of eye-cleansing fun, but reality is about to hit them. Forget about bikinis. Ida shows up, praising them for such a brilliant endurance training idea. He immediately turns the fun day into a hardcore physical workout. While the girls are genuinely having a nice time, Mineta and Kaminari look like they're about to expire from exhaustion. The duo tries to recover with some orange juice while desperately plotting an escape from Ida's training. Meanwhile, Ida brings a drink to Midoriya and suggests they take a break to reflect on their friendship. He goes all the way back to their first meeting during the entrance exam. Ida recalls how amazing it was when Midoriya saved Uraraka, and then his incredible ball throw during Aizawa's test. He also mentions the intense first battle class with All Might. Just as they're bonding, Bakugo crashes the party, looking for a rematch with Midoriya. Kirishima managed to drag Bakugo there, and his arrival gives Ida a new idea. To make training more exciting, he organizes a 50-meter swimming competition. The girls agree to be the referees as they split the boys into 3 groups for the heats. In the first heat, Bakugo literally blasts his way across the pool. Todoroki follows in the second, gliding on ice. In the third, Midoriya uses 5% of One For All to narrowly beat out Aida in a thrilling dash. As the big final approaches, it's time to remember the major moments between these rivals, the fateful match that bound them together, and the high-stakes fight against Stain. Every encounter has been deeply emotional. With the stage set, it's time for the ultimate showdown between the 3 winners. The 3 best swimmers get into position. The whistle blows, but suddenly, their quirks vanish. Aizawa stands there, reminding them it's 5 p.m. sharp. Time to pack it up. He threatens anyone who lingers with extra laps. Later that night, All Might meets Midoriya at the beach for a heart-to-heart. All Might knew he'd find Midoriya at the beach, and offers a simple piece of encouragement for the camp. Meanwhile, Giran arrives at the League's hideout with good news. The merchandise they've been waiting for is finally ready, and it's top-tier quality. Shigaraki clearly has a dark plan in motion. The next morning, the students gather at school, buzzing with excitement for the trip. Uraraka gets a bit too close to Midoriya in her excitement, but quickly pulls away, blushing as she remembers Aoyama's teasing. How cute is that? The ground starts shaking. Wait, no, it's just the Class 1B rep mocking the Class A students who failed. Class A really needs to step it up. His mockery is cut short by a swift chop from Kendo. Meanwhile, Mineta is already scanning for cute girls from Class B. Mineta treats the arrival of Class B like an all-you-can-eat buffet, totally gross as usual. They might act like model students at school, but once they're on the bus, the energy is chaotic. After a long ride, they finally stop, but it's definitely not a resort. They've arrived at a cliffside. Aizawa introduces their trainers, the wild pussycats. Midoriya immediately recognizes them as mountain rescue pros. He starts to mention their 20-year career, but Pixie Box shuts him down before he can finish his thought. She insists she's eternally 18. Mandalay points to their base far across the forest at the foot of the mountain. Realizing what's about to happen, the students try to scramble back onto the bus, but they aren't going to escape that easily. Pixie Bob uses her quirk to send them all tumbling down the cliff. The training has officially begun. They have to make it through the beast's forest as fast as possible if they want any dinner at all. Mineta is desperate for a bathroom break and tries to rush ahead, but he's stopped by a massive dirt monster. Midoriya saves him just in time. These aren't living creatures. They are golems made of earth, controlled by Pixie Bob herself. The students realize they have to fight their way through. Everyone starts unleashing their quirks, showing off everything they've learned to tear through the golems and move toward the camp. Time is ticking, and since they skipped breakfast, everyone is absolutely starving. Despite the hunger, their teamwork is impressive as they navigate the forest. It's not until 5:30 in the evening that the exhausted group finally drags themselves to the camp. Pixie Bob is impressed, especially by the top performers. She even joked about keeping them as pets. Midoriya notices a young boy standing nearby and asks about him. Mandalay explains that he's her nephew, Kota, who she's looking after. When Midoriya tries to introduce himself, Kota responds with a swift kick to his private area. Ouch! That kid is ruthless. Despite the warm welcome, everyone is finally treated to a much-needed delicious dinner. When you're that hungry, even plain rice tastes like a feast. Once their stomachs are full, it's time for the ultimate reward, the hot springs. But where there's a hot spring, there's Mineta trying to peek over the wall into paradise. Mineta is determined to peek, no matter the cost. He uses his sticky quirk to scale the wall with ease. He thinks he's about to hit the jackpot, but someone is waiting at the top to stop him. Kota pushes Mineta off the wall, but then he accidentally sees something he shouldn't and faints. Midoriya catches him and takes him to the infirmary. He can't understand why a kid in this hero-obsessed era would hate heroes so much. Mandalay reveals the tragic truth. Kota's parents were heroes who died in the line of duty. Society called their deaths noble and proud. But to a young child, they were just parents who abandoned him for their job. It's a heartbreaking perspective. Kota doesn't really have anywhere else to go but with his hero relatives. Midoriya is left speechless, reflecting on the weight of Kota's pain. The next morning, Aizawa gathers everyone to officially start their grueling training sessions. The goal is to strengthen their quirks and earn their temporary hero licenses. Aizawa hands Bakugo a ball for a distance test, just like on the first day of school. Bakugo throws it, but the result isn't quite what everyone expected. He had 709 meters, only 4 meters better than his first try. This proves that while they've gained experience, their base quirk power hasn't grown much. To break past these limits, their training from hell officially begins today. Class B arrives and watches in awe as Class A pushes themselves to the limit. Bakugo is making constant explosions to increase his blast radius. Todoroki is rapidly switching between ice and fire to regulate water temperature, pushing his output to the max. Sero is producing tape non-stop to improve its durability and speed. Kirishima and Ojiro are sparring to harden their defenses and endurance. Meanwhile, Keiminari is hooked up to a generator, training his body to handle massive electrical loads without short-circuiting. Kota is shouting to increase his command range, and Aoyama is firing high-intensity lasers repeatedly. Tokoyami is training to control dark shadow in pitch-black conditions. Uraraka is floating herself constantly to build up resistance to nausea and increase her weight limit. Aida is running non-stop. Yaoyorozu is eating to fuel her creation quirk, and Asoi is working on her tongue's flexibility. Sato is gorging on sweets to keep his strength up, while Jiro and Ashido are working on their sound and acid durability. Mineta is pulling off sticky balls until his head bleeds, and Shoji is working with Hidekure. It looks like absolute torture. Class B has to dive right into the same madness. With all 4 pussycats helping out, the training is more intense than ever. Each pussycat has a role. Ragdoll tracks weaknesses, Pixie Bob controls the earth, Mandalay uses telepathy, and Tiger focuses on brutal combat training. Midoriya gets a face full of Tiger's fist right away, but he refuses to back down. By late afternoon, they're allowed to stop, but then comes the news that they have to cook their own food. Everyone groans, but Iida steps up as the leader, rallying everyone to take responsibility. Even Bakugo helps out in his own explosive way, though Todoroki is surprisingly efficient at starting the fires. Once the food is ready, the hungry students dig in. Midoriya, however, is worried about Kota and follows him up the mountain. Midoriya brings a plate of curry to Kota, but the boy just insults him and tells him to leave. It's pretty harsh, even for a kid. Midoriya asks if his parents were the hero duo, Water Hose. Kota confirms it, but says it doesn't change anything. Midoriya tells Kota about a friend who was born without any powers. Despite that, this boy admired heroes more than anyone, and worked tirelessly to become one. Even when the world told him it was impossible. He wants Kota to understand that rejecting his own quirk and his parents' legacy only brings more pain. He leaves the boy with some food and a lot of deep thoughts. Meanwhile, the League of Villains has arrived at the forest, lurking in the shadows. The next day, training continues, but the 5 who failed the exams are completely drained from their late-night study sessions. They only got to sleep at 2 in the morning. Midoriya asks if All Might is coming, but Aizawa says no, the location is top secret to prevent villain attacks. To lighten the mood, a test of courage is planned for that evening. Class A and B will compete to see who's the bravest. Later, Todoroki asks Midoriya why he's so eager for All Might to show up. It's clear Midoriya has something specific on his mind. Midoriya admits he wants All Might to talk to Kota, hoping the #1 hero can change the boy's mind. He asks Todoroki for advice, and the answer is simple. Words are meaningless unless they are backed by action. Midoriya takes that advice to heart. As the test of courage begins, the failing 5 are dragged back to extra classes. No fun for them. The rules are simple. Class B scares, and Class A tries to make it through the forest. Students have to find their names and return. They draw lots for pairs, but Midoriya ends up without a partner since there's an odd number of students. He has to go through the spooky forest all by himself. Suddenly, the villains strike. A toxic purple gas begins to spread through the woods, and blue flames erupt. Pixie Bob is taken out instantly as the Vanguard Action Squad reveals themselves. This is getting dangerous fast. Just 5 minutes earlier, Aizawa had led the failing students back to the classroom. They are joined by Vlad King, the Class B homeroom teacher, who is just as formidable as Aizawa himself. Mandalay uses her telepathy to warn everyone about the attack. Aizawa rushes out to protect his students but is immediately ambushed by Dabi. Meanwhile, the villains Spinner and Magni are ranting about Stain's twisted ideology. Spinner is obsessed with Stain's legacy, but Tiger doesn't care about their talk. He's furious because they hurt Pixie Bob, who is already worried about her age and finding love. They messed with the wrong team. Mandalay tells Iida to lead everyone away, but Midoriya rushes off because he knows where Kota is. Meanwhile, Tetsu from Class B uses gas masks created by Yorozu to go and help his classmates. Tetsu refuses to run away. He realizes that Class A is ahead because they know how to adapt to crisis, and he's determined to prove that Class B can do the same. Kota is in mortal danger up on the mountain. A massive villain named Muscular has found him. As Kota looks at the villain's face, he realizes with horror that this is the same man who murdered his parents. At the last second, Midoriya leaps in to save Kota from a lethal punch. His phone is destroyed in process, meaning he can't call for help. He's all alone against this monster. He tells Kota not to worry. He's going to protect him. Midoriya stands his ground. Elsewhere, Bakugo and Todoroki encounter a cannibalistic villain. Mandalay and Tiger are busy fighting Spinner and Magni, struggling to hold the line while the forest burns. Back to Midoriya. Muscular is thrilled to find someone on his hit list. With just one blow, he shatters Midoriya's right arm. He mentions he's also looking for Bakugo, which distracts Midoriya just long enough for the villain to land a brutal kick to his stomach. Midoriya has to focus. His 5% power is like a mosquito bite to Muscular. The villain's quirk allows him to grow layers of muscle fibers over his skin, exponentially increasing his speed and power. Muscular's muscle armor is impenetrable to Midoriya's current attacks. Just as the villain is about to finish him, Kota throws a rock. Muscular laughs, revealing that Kota's parents were the ones who took his left eye before they died. Muscular mocks the Water Hose heroes, saying they were too weak. As he turns to kill Kota, Midoriya moves. He uses his broken arm to wedge himself into the villain's muscle fibers, refusing to let go. Midoriya unleashes a 100% Detroit smash. The impact is earth-shattering. He even protects Kota by holding him with his teeth. But shockingly, Muscular survives the blow, his muscle armor absorbing the massive shock. How is he still standing? Midoriya is desperate for a plan. Muscular is finally taking him seriously and is ready for a real fight. Midoriya tries to get Kota to safety, knowing that running might be their only option, but the villain is just too fast. Midoriya's body is already exhausted from the day's training. He wishes Aizawa were there to erase the villain's quirk. He realizes that if he runs, he'll just be hunted down. To protect Kota, he has to stay and fight to the end. He tells Kota to run for the camp while he holds Muscular off. Midoriya clashes with him again, using 100% of his power, but Muscular's brute strength is starting to overwhelm him. The situation looks absolutely hopeless. As Midoriya is being crushed into the ground, a sudden burst of water hits Muscular. It's Kota. That moment of distraction is all Midoriya needs. He pushes past his limits and unleashes a legendary 1000% Delaware-Detroit smash, completely obliterating Muscular's defenses. Midoriya has become Kota's true hero. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is watching his plan unfold from afar, treating the whole attack like a high-stakes RPG where he's controlling the pieces. To Shigaraki, the villains are just characters in his game. He doesn't care if they win or die, as long as they leave a lasting trauma on the young heroes of Class 1A. It's a sick, calculated move. Midoriya is barely standing, but he forces himself to keep moving. Muscular was incredibly powerful, and Midoriya realizes that if all the villains are this strong, everyone is in serious trouble. He has to find his friends. He leaves the unconscious Muscular behind and heads back toward the camp. He knows the villains are targeting the students, so he has to act fast, even though his body is broken and battered. Midoriya uses what's left of his strength to move. Elsewhere, Aizawa has seemingly defeated Dabi, pinning him down and demanding answers about the attack. But things aren't always as they seem. The Dabi Aizawa was fighting turns out to be a clone created by the villain twice. It melts away, and Aizawa realizes he was being stalled. Midoriya finally makes it back and finds Aizawa near the facility. Midoriya hands Kota over to Aizawa. Aizawa sees Midoriya's mangled arms and knows he pushed himself too far again. Strictly speaking, using his quirk like this is a violation of the law, but Aizawa has a different priority right now. Aizawa gives Midoriya a message for Mandalay to broadcast to everyone. Mandalay and Tiger are still locked in combat when Midoriya arrives to deliver the critical update. It's a game changer for the students. The message is clear: students of Class A and B, you are authorized to engage and fight back. Kota watches Midoriya leave, feeling guilty and worried. He realizes Midoriya saved him even after being kicked, and he never even got to say thanks. Aizawa tells Kota he can tell Midoriya everything once the battle is over. Meanwhile, Midoriya ignores his own pain and rushes off to find Bakugo, giving Mandalay one more specific message to broadcast. The villains are specifically after Bakugo. Magner realizes that Muscular must have been defeated by Midoriya. Spinner, however, stops the other villains from attacking Midoriya, because he sees him as a true hero that Stain would want to protect. Mandalay knocks Spinner out and broadcasts the warning about Bakugo. Bakugo hears it, but of course, he's too stubborn to run away. He's already in the middle of a fight with a terrifying villain. Bakugo and Todoroki are facing Moonfish, whose quirk is deadly in the forest. Bakugo can't even use his explosions without starting a massive wildfire. Meanwhile, Tetsu is charging ahead recklessly, followed by a worried Kendo. Kendo realizes that the poison gas is being controlled from a central point. She tells Tetsu they need to find the source if they want to stop the gas from suffocating everyone. They find the villain, Mustard, who is armed with a handgun. He shoots Tetsu's gas mask, putting him in immediate danger of inhaling the toxins. It's a race against time now. Mustard is actually a student from another school. Tetsu is struggling to fight while holding his breath, and Mustard keeps him at bay with his gun. Tetsu is taking hits, but his steel skin keeps him going for now. Just as Tetsu reaches his limit, Kendo uses her enlarged hands to fan away the gas. This gives Tetsu the opening he needs to deliver a knockout punch to Mustard's face. One more villain down. Midoriya finds Shoji, but they have a new problem. Tokoyami's dark shadow has gone completely out of control due to the intense darkness and the stress of the attack. It's attacking everything in sight. Shoji is injured while trying to protect Tokoyami from his own quirk. Dark Shadow is massive and violent in the pitch black. Tokoyami is desperately crying out for it to stop, but he's lost all control. Dark Shadow is now a mindless beast reacting to every sound. They know light is its only weakness. Shoji plans to lure the rampaging shadow toward the students who can create light, helping Tokoyami while also leading them to Bakugo. Shoji gives Midoriya a choice: head for safety or help save their friends. Of course, they choose to help. They lead the rampaging Dark Shadow right into the middle of the fight between Bakugo, Todoroki, and Moonfish. It's a brilliant but risky plan. Midoriya and Shoji lure Dark Shadow directly into Moonfish, who is still threatening Bakugo and Todoroki. Let the monsters fight each other. Moonfish tries to attack Dark Shadow, but the shadow is far more powerful in this darkness. It crushes the villain instantly. Now Bakugo and Todoroki need to use their light-based quirks to calm the shadow down. Bakugo and Todoroki unleash their flames, providing enough light to shrink Dark Shadow back to size. Tokoyami is finally back in control, but he's deeply shaken by what his power did. Tokoyami feels terrible for hurting Shoji, but Shoji tells him to focus on the mission. They need to get Bakugo back to the camp immediately. He's the main target, so they have to stick together. Midoriya suggests they take a shortcut through the forest. With their combined power, they should be able to handle any villain. Bakugo is furious about being protected, but he has no choice. Meanwhile, Tsuyu and Uraraka are in a desperate fight against Toga. Toga is obsessed with blood and is trying to harvest some from the girls. Tsuyu manages to throw Uraraka into the air to give her a chance to escape the psycho's reach. Toga cuts Tsuyu's tongue and starts getting way too excited. Uraraka rushes back in using the martial arts she learned during her internship to pin Toga down. She's not just a floating girl anymore. Toga starts talking about love, trying to get into Uraraka's head. She claims she can smell that Uraraka has a crush on someone. Toga's twisted view of love is all about becoming the person you admire by drinking their blood. Toga manages to stab Uraraka with a needle and drains some blood before Midoriya's group arrives. Realizing she's outnumbered, the crazy villain disappears into the shadows. Midoriya tells everyone to stay close to protect Bakugo, but Tsuyu asks a terrifying question: where is he? They turn around and realize Bakugo is gone. A villain in a yellow coat is standing above them holding two small marbles. It's Mr. Compress. He has captured Bakugo and Tokoyami using his quirk. Todoroki tries to freeze him, but the villain is incredibly agile and dodges every attack while taunting them. He signals that the mission is complete. The villains are retreating with their prizes. Aoyama is hiding nearby, terrified, as Dabi and the others pass right by his hiding spot. He's the only one who can see where they are going. Aoyama nearly gets caught by Dabi, but a distraction saves him. Dabi orders all the remaining Nomu to withdraw, as they have what they came for, Bakugo. Yoyorizu manages to plant a tracking device on one of the retreating Nomu. Meanwhile, the students are desperate to catch up to Mr. Compress before he can reach the portal. Midoriya comes up with a wild plan. Use Uraraka's gravity and Tsuyu's tongue to launch himself, Shoji, and Todoroki through the air like human cannonballs. They have to intercept the villains right now. Uraraka quickly bandages Midoriya's broken arms, and they execute the launch. They crash right into the villains in a desperate final attempt to get Bakugo back. Back at the camp, the rest of the students are itching to join the fight and save their friends. Kirishima is ready to rush in, but Vlad King isn't budging on his refusal. Even with the class representative backing Kirishima's logic that their numbers would guarantee an easy win, the teacher's answer remains a hard no. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appears at the door, piquing Kirishima's curiosity. Recognizing the immense danger, Vlad King immediately shuffles both students away to a safer spot. Talk about a close call. Without skipping a beat, the teacher activates his blood manipulation quirk to freeze the intruder's blood solid. Even while pinned, Dabi starts gloating, claiming that the heroes have already lost the battle. He sneers that the moment they scattered throughout the forest, it was game over. Their main objective is practically complete now that they've managed to snatch a student right from under their noses. Just imagine the PR nightmare for the world's top hero academy if they let a student get kidnapped. Aizawa isn't in the mood for talk and delivers a swift kick to the mouth, followed by a barrage of stomps until the clone vanishes. Realizing it was just a fake, he hands the other captive over to the bystanders and sprints outside to join the fray. He rushes off to save more students, but not before dropping a stern warning to his class. He tells them that just because Bakugo was the target doesn't mean they're safe from being taken too. He dares them to run out and see just how fast they'd get crushed. For them, real victory means ensuring every single person makes it out safely. Meanwhile, back at the main battlefield, the chaos continues as Dabi unleashes a blast of blue flames, singeing the arms of both Midoriya and Shoji. A clone lunges forward in the confusion, but Todoroki quickly shuts it down with a wall of ice. The moment Toga spots Midoriya, she completely loses her composure and charges in, desperate for a taste of his blood. Luckily, Shoji is quick enough to shove her back. Toga is absolutely fuming after being separated from her target. Suddenly, Mr. Compress emerges from one of his marbles and approaches Dabi to reveal his prize. But wait, something is missing. Just as Shoji suspected, even though they didn't understand the villain's quirk, those 2 marbles in his pocket were definitely connected to Bakugo and Tokoyami. Having secured what they came for, the trio begins an immediate retreat. After a few steps, they run into a Nomu, and when they try to pivot, they're met by Kurogiri. He announces that the time is up. Everyone needs to return to the base this instant. The clock is ticking on their escape. As for their targets, Mr. Compress tells the crew not to worry. Magic is the art of deception, after all, and he wasn't about to be outsmarted so easily. He smugly reveals 2 marbles hidden inside his mouth, letting the group know that the heroes have been completely hoodwinked. The heroes turn back and sprint toward him as fast as their legs can carry them. Right then, a laser blast from Aoyama hits the villain, knocking the marbles right out of his mouth. It's a pure test of speed. Now whoever grabs them first wins. Shoji manages to secure one, but Todoroki is just a fraction of a second slower than Dabi, who snatches the other. Midoriya chases after them with everything he has, but it's just not enough. The marble in Dabi's hand turns out to be Bakugo, and Midoriya can only watch in total despair as his friend is warped away. This battle has ended in the crushing defeat for the students and the heroes side alike. Vlad King immediately calls for reinforcements. 15 minutes after the villains vanish into the shadows, the ambulances and police finally arrive on the scene. The toll is devastating. 15 people are unconscious. 11 students are suffering from various injuries, 13 are safe, and 1 student has been kidnapped. As for the 6 pro heroes, 1 is in critical condition, and another is missing after losing a significant amount of blood. 3 of the villains were knocked out during the fight and are being hauled off to prison. Midoriya is now completely unconscious, and the summer training camp has ended in the worst possible way. By the following morning, a swarm of reporters has already gathered at the UA gates, hungry for any scrap of information. This is a total nightmare. The public is demanding a real explanation from the school administration. UA's leadership is currently locked in an emergency meeting to figure out how to handle this fallout. All Might is in a deep depression, haunted by the fact that he was relaxing in a bathtub while the students were fighting for their lives. Public trust in this prestigious academy is fading fast. President Mike voices his suspicion that there might be a mole leaking information from the inside. However, the principal shuts it down, insisting that now is not the time for finger-pointing and that he trusts everyone present. The meeting is put on hold when he receives a call from a close friend with some incredibly vital news to share. Based on the intelligence from Aizawa and Vlad King, the police have successfully located the League of Villains hideout. This is a top-secret operation, so only All Might is being briefed. The police need his overwhelming power for the raid. Naturally, he isn't about to turn down the chance for a total counterattack. A few days pass and Midoriya is still out cold. Midoriya remains unconscious in his hospital bed, but the memory of his mother's worried face makes him desperate to get up. Denki arrives and sees that Midoriya has finally woken up, so he rounds up the whole gang to flood into the hospital room. However, the headcount isn't quite right. There are still some key people missing. Momo is absent due to the severity of her injuries, but the biggest void is Bakugo, who is taken by the villains. As soon as his name is mentioned, the atmosphere in the room turns somber. Midoriya breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by his own helplessness. He managed to save a stranger, yet he couldn't reach the friend standing right in front of him. Midoriya is haunted by how his body just wouldn't move when it mattered most. Kirishima tries to offer a glimmer of hope by sharing a story from yesterday. He ran into Todoroki at the hospital, and they went to visit Momo together. To their surprise, All Might was already there, and Momo revealed that she had managed to plant a tracking device on one of the Nomu. With that tracking device, they could find the villain's location at any moment. This means if they can get Momo to make another receiver, they could launch their own mission to save Bakugo. However, Aida immediately shoots the idea down, having learned from his own past mistakes how dangerous a revenge mission can be. The group is totally divided on the plan. The room is thick with conflicting opinions, but the final choice rests with Midoriya. Just then, a doctor walks in for Midoriya's scheduled exam, breaking the tension. Before leaving, Kirishima gives him a final offer. Meet them at the hospital gates tonight if he changes his mind and decides to take action. The ball is in his court. After everyone leaves, the doctor delivers some grim news. Midoriya's arms are in a precarious state due to the extreme trauma they've endured in such a short time. The X-rays show that the ligaments protecting his joints are severely torn. Basically, his arms are hanging by a thread, and he's reaching his physical breaking point. The doctor warns that if he pushes himself like this just 2 or 3 more times, he'll end up with permanently paralyzed arms. The nurse managed to treat most of the immediate damage, so he's being discharged today. Enough with the gloom, though. The doctor hands him a note from a boy named Koda. It's exactly the boost Midoriya needs. It's a simple thank you note and a promise to meet again. But for Midoriya, It's a massive source of motivation. Later that afternoon, his mother calls, begging him to just come home and be safe. He wants to, but he knows he can't. He's got a mission to finish, and he's not turning back now. After the discharge, Endeavor receives the call for an emergency mobilization. The top-tier pros are being rounded up and organized. We're talking about the heavy hitters like Gran Torino, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady. This campaign is pulling out all the stops to take down the league once and for all. It's about to go down tonight. Todoroki and Kirishima are waiting outside the hospital for Midoriya and Momo's final decision. Momo needed some time to weigh the risks of creating another tracking device. Eventually, they both come down to meet the boys, but Aida shows up as well, ready to try one last time to talk them out of this reckless plan. Ida is beyond frustrated. He's been through a similar disaster and knows where this path leads. He can't believe Midoriya, of all people, is being this foolish. In a moment of pure anger and worry, Aida actually punches Midoriya right in the face. He's just as concerned about Bakugo as they are, but he's terrified they're making a fatal mistake. Given what happened with his brother, Ida knows how badly this could end. But despite his warning, the group is set on going. They agree on one condition. They won't engage in combat. They'll rescue Bakugo and vanish immediately. Knowing they're committed to a non-combative approach is the only reason Momo finally decides to help them out. Midoriya emphasizes that their only goal is a clean rescue, nothing more. Since he can't stop them, Ida decides to join the mission to act as their supervisor. He quickly apologizes to Midoriya for the punch, explaining that he's only going along to make sure they don't lose their heads and start a fight. If things get hairy, he's pulling them out. With the plan set, the group boards a subway train headed for the villain's hideout. As soon as they arrive, Kirishima is ready to charge in without a single thought or plan in his head. He's got that same hot-headed energy as Tetsu is, that's just a personality trait for everyone with a hardening quirk. Momo insists that they all put on disguises to avoid being recognized by the enemy. Using some quick magic, Midoriya ends up looking like a loudmouth thug, while Todoroki transforms into a total heartthrob. The rest of the outfits are pretty standard, but they do the trick. As they step out, they see a news clip of UA officials apologizing during a press conference. It's a bizarre sight. The heroes are being roasted by the public, even though the villains are the ones who committed the crime. People are ignoring the root cause and just piling pressure onto the school. Shigaraki is watching all of this, using the media's backlash to try and convince Bakugo to join his side. He's playing the long game here. Shigaraki rants about how rotten current society is, hoping to open Bakugo's eyes to his perspective. He orders Dabi to unbind Bakugo, claiming that they need to treat him as an equal if they want him to truly join their ranks. Dabi is clearly hesitant, but knows he has to follow the plan. Dabi passes the job to Twice, and as soon as that demon Bakugo is released, chaos erupts. Bakugo didn't want to be a hero for the fame, he wants to win at everything. Just like All Might. Honestly, with his explosive personality, he'd be a natural as a villain, but his heart is set on being the #1 hero. Meanwhile, at the UA press conference, Aizawa is keeping his cool while answering a barrage of questions from the press. Things are relatively civil until the reporters bring up Bakugo's history. They've done their homework, noting his top-tier grades and his victory at the sports festival, but they're using it to paint a different picture. They point out his solo stand against the sludge villain in middle school as proof of his intense personality. They go even further, bringing up how he was literally chained and muzzled during the sports festival awards. The media is essentially characterizing his competitive drive as pure violence, which is a pretty low blow if you ask me. The reporter suggests that with a nature like that, it wouldn't take much for the villains to corrupt him and lead him down a dark path. You can see the anger boiling behind Aizawa's eyes. He's clearly reached his limit with these accusations. But since this is being broadcast live to the entire world, he has to swallow his rage and stay professional. Aizawa bows and takes full responsibility for the school's failure, but he stands firm when it comes to Bakugo. He corrects the press, stating that Bakugo is striving harder than anyone to surpass All Might. There's zero chance he would ever stray into villainy. His goal is much higher than that. The villains are totally delusional if they think they can sway him. Bakugo is already 2 steps ahead, mapping out his escape route. He keeps baiting the League, daring them to just try and lay a hand on him. He's not trapped with them. They're trapped with a very angry, very explosive teenager. Even though his father's hand was knocked away, Shigaraki stays surprisingly calm and holds his team back. He knows Bakugo is a critical piece of the puzzle. He turns his back and whispers a plea for more strength from his master. Outside, Midoriya's group has reached the signal's origin, but they're still playing it safe. They aren't 100% sure this is the actual hideout yet, so they're holding back from doing anything rash. Midoriya's brain is working overtime, running through every possibility. Meanwhile, the police are officially mobilizing for a massive raid to wipe out the League once and for all. Midoriya's focus is slightly broken by some annoying drunks nearby, so he decides to relocate. They decide to sneak through a narrow alley to get a glimpse inside the building. It's an easy fit for the guys, but Momo's assets make it a real struggle for her to squeeze through. You can't exactly force those through a tight gap. After some effort, they finally manage to reach a vantage point right across from the window. Kirishima was smart enough to plan ahead and spend some cash on night vision binoculars, knowing they'd need them for a stakeout like this. They finally get into position right across from the window, ready to see what the League is hiding behind those walls. This is where things get real. Kirishima takes one look and is so traumatized, he nearly falls flat on his face. He warns Midoriya that what's inside is definitely not for kids to see. Of course, Midoriya is too stubborn to listen, and takes a look himself. Man, it is absolutely stomach-churning in there. Inside, they see a nightmarish farm where brain-exposed Nomu are being cultivated. Back to Bakugo, he's totally surrounded and running out of options. Every move seems like a dead end. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and a voice shouts out about a pizza delivery. It's a classic knock-knock that's about to change everything. This isn't your average pizza delivery. It's a one-way ticket to pain. Kamui Woods bursts in and instantly binds Kurogiri to neutralize his warp quirk. Gran Torino follows up with a heavy kick that knocks Stabby out cold before he can spark any fire. And that's just the start. The police and Endeavor are already waiting right outside. There's nowhere to run now. Shigaraki is absolutely livid as the heroes box him in. He screams for Kurogiri to warp in the Nomu, but he's in for a rude awakening. The other hero teams have already wiped out the entire Nomu supply. The League's backup is officially gone. This is where it ends for them. You've lost, Shigaraki. He refuses to accept it, desperately trying to get back up to order a warp. But Kurogiri has already been taken out of commission. Gran Torino makes it clear. The police have files on all 5 of them. They shouldn't have underestimated the dedicated officers who spent their lives tracking these criminals to keep the peace. This scene is a mirror of Shigaraki's childhood trapped and hopeless until his master appeared to lead him toward the path of darkness. And just like that, history repeats itself as black portals begin to manifest everywhere. Suddenly, a new wave of Nomu starts pouring out, throwing the entire operation into chaos. Just 5 minutes earlier, Aidino was watching the pros in action with total admiration, dreaming of the day he'd join their ranks as a professional. But that moment of inspiration is cut short when a mysterious stranger slowly walks into view. Janus reacts with lightning speed, binding the stranger with his threads. However, he's suddenly dragged toward the man as a massive explosion rips through the area. Back at the villain hideout, Bakugo is warped away right from under All Might's nose, leaving the symbol of peace absolutely fuming with rage. The entire League of Villains is warped away, leaving the heroes standing there empty-handed. All Might is beyond frustrated, but with Bakugo gone, the plan has to shift. Their top priority now is wiping out the remaining Nomu sworn before they can cause more damage. It's time to clean house. All Might clears out 4 Nomu with a single massive blow. He checks in with Endeavor for a second before rocketing toward the villain's new location. Meanwhile, Best Jeanist is paralyzed with fear after witnessing the terrifying power of All for One. Even with all his experience, this is something on a completely different level. He managed to use his threads to minimize the damage to the others, but the sheer force was still overwhelming. The rumors were true. This man really is a match for All Might. In a final, desperate act, Janist uses the last of his strength to try and restrain the villain. But the outcome is predictable. Janist is down, having taken a brutal amount of damage. A wave of pure terror washes over Midoriya and the rest of the group. They're completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. Nobody even dares to breathe loudly, fearing that the slightest sound would draw the villain's attention. The League members are finally regrouping after the rapid-fire warp. Shigaraki receives some words of encouragement from his master, fueling his resolve for future schemes. Midoriya is caught in a mental tug of war. Should he stay hidden and watch Bakugo be taken away again? Or should he risk everything to save him? He's desperately trying to find a path through this impossible situation. He's carefully analyzing the battlefield, mapping out a strategy in his head. Just as he's about to make his move, Aida grabs him to stop him from doing something reckless. But look at this guy, the hero everyone's been waiting for has finally arrived. All Might drops in to face his ultimate nemesis head-on. The clash between All Might and All for One creates a shockwave like a hurricane, leveling everything in the vicinity. However, it seems All Might is the one on the defensive this time. He picks himself up, vowing that today will be the day All for One finally falls. He's putting everything into this next move to end it all. All for One uses a combination of quirks to blast All Might miles away. He orders Shigaraki to do whatever it takes to secure Bakugo and retreat. He then forces the unconscious Kurogiri to activate his quirk, while he stays behind to deal with the symbol of peace personally. He's stalling All Might to give the League time to escape. Bakugo is now fighting a 1-on-6 battle. desperately trying to avoid being recaptured, especially by Mr. Compress. Midoriya is watching all of this unfold, fully aware of the dire situation. Both his mentor and his friend are in serious trouble right now. He's frustrated because he can't jump in. It's against the law for him to use his quirk to fight villains without a license. His brain is spinning at high speed trying to find a loophole. He needs a way to save Bakugo without breaking the rules. There has to be a way to pull this off legally. He finally spots an opening. He shares a plan with the others that would allow them to rescue Bakugo without ever engaging in a fight. It all depends on Bakugo's cooperation. Kirishima is the key to making this work because of his unique bond with him. This is their only shot. Sure, no plan is perfect, but they've got to risk it. Midoriya and Aida will use their quirks to launch themselves at high speed, while Todoroki creates a massive ice ramp pointed straight at the sky. They're going to rocket themselves right into the middle of the action. They'll sprint up the ice and launch themselves into the air. All Might will keep the big boss busy, so the rest is up to Kirishima. He's the only one who can reach out to Bakugo as an equal. "Grab my hand," he shouts. It's a moment of pure trust between friends. Bakugo grabs hold, and the plan is a total success. The villains try to use magnetism quirk to pull them back, attempting to launch one of their own like a human catapult to intercept the rescue. But they're not going to let them get away that easily. The tension is through the roof. Mount Lady goes giant to block the villain's path, and Gran Torino drops in to deal with the rest of the crew. With Bakugo finally in safe hands, All Might can finally unleash his full power without worrying about any collateral damage. The villains realize the tide has turned against them. The boss forces Magni to use her quirk to pull the League through the warp gate. Then he warps Gran Torino right in front of him to use as a human shield against All Might's punch. All Might pivots and delivers another massive blow, being much more careful this time to avoid hitting his friend. Even with his best efforts, he can't seem to push the villain back. All Might gives it everything he's got, pinning one of the villain's arms and delivering a full power punch to his face. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit, but the villain is still standing. All For One starts mocking him, bringing up the name Nana Shimura. He's talking about Nana Shimura, the previous holder of One For All. This takes us back to All Might's youth, when he was just a quirkless boy named Toshinori. Even as a kid, he had a massive sense of justice and bravely asked Nana to help him become a hero. It's a powerful look at where it all began. Back in the present, Midoriya and the rescue squad have made it to safety. All they can do now is watch and pray for All Might's victory. But All Might is being pushed to his emotional limit, as All For One continues to insult his mentor, causing him to lose focus in his rage. All For One exploits the opening and blasts All Might into the sky. Gran Torino catches him, urging him to keep his cool. He's already got one scar from being provoked like this. News cameras are now circling the battlefield, broadcasting the entire fight to the world in stunning high definition. The whole world is watching this clash. All For One is charging up for a devastating attack, and the smart move would be to dodge. But All Might can't. There are civilians trapped behind him. He takes the full brunt of the blast to protect them, and the force of it causes him to revert to his true emaciated form. His secret is out. Everyone now sees the frail man behind the muscular hero. The secret he's guarded for so long has been exposed on live TV. But he stands tall, declaring that no matter how weak his body looks, his heart will always be the symbol of peace. What a legendary moment. All For One just scoffs at the sentiment. He then drops a massive bombshell that leaves All Might completely reeling. Shigaraki is actually Nana Shimura's grandson. The shock on All Might's face is heart-wrenching, as the realization of who he's been fighting sinks in. He's overcome with guilt. How could he be fighting his mentor's own flesh and blood? Just when he's about to give up, a civilian's plea for help cuts through the despair. Midoriya, Bakugo, and the entire crowd start cheering at the top of their lungs, begging him to get back up and win. He remembers that, as a hero, he still has so much to protect. He can't afford to lose here. He bulks up his right arm with the very last of his power. All For One is also prepping his ultimate attack to decide the fate of this battle once and for all. It's do or die now. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupts in the sky as Endeavor and the other pro heroes arrive on the scene. Endeavor is visibly shaken, seeing All Might's true form. The man he's spent his life trying to surpass is a shadow of himself. But they've got to put their feelings aside and focus on the rescue. The other heroes focus on evacuating the remaining civilians to let All Might focus entirely on the fight. No matter what he looks like, he's still the #1 hero in everyone's hearts. Gran Torino knows that All Might is the pillar of their society, and a pillar simply cannot fall. Being the #1 hero means carrying the weight of the entire world on your shoulders. All Might can hear the voices of the people calling out to him. All For One quickly brushes off the other heroes, focusing all his malice back on the symbol of peace for their final clash. He prepares an ultimate attack designed specifically to crush All Might. He combines 6 physical enhancement quirks, causing his arm to transform into a monstrous weapon. He mocks All Might, knowing that One for All is gone, and he's just burning through the fading embers of the power. That flame is getting smaller with every move he makes. All for One even reveals he knows Midoriya is the next successor, and he plans to end All Might's life right here and now, leaving him with nothing but regrets. The stakes couldn't be any higher. He might only have embers left, but as a teacher, he refuses to die until his student is fully trained. He channels every last bit of power into his arm, using a clever feint to land a surprise blow. He's putting his entire soul into this final stand. He follows up with a final, earth-shattering punch that brings the entire conflict to a close. All for One is out cold on the ground. All Might stands victorious, pointing his finger toward the sky as the world erupts in a massive wave of emotion. He did it. The victory is his, and it's the final duty he must perform as the #1 hero and the symbol of peace. As the dust settles, the rescue teams swarm the area to begin the long process of helping those affected by the battle. It's the end of an era. The police take All for One into custody. All Might looks directly into the news camera, points his finger, and declares, "Next, it's your turn." While the public cheers it on as a victory cry, Midoriya is the only one who truly understands the weight behind those words. He's saying he's given everything he has, and now the future is in Midoriya's hands. The next morning, we find him in a hospital bed, covered in bandages from head to toe. The era of the symbol of peace has officially shifted. All Might is physically broken, but he's still focused on one thing: finding Shigaraki. He feels he owes it to his mentor to save him, but Gran Torino is firmly against the idea. He warns that Shigaraki is a dangerous criminal now, and All Might's personal feelings will only lead to hesitation. The police are taking over the investigation into Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Todoroki returns home only to hear the sounds of things being smashed. It's no secret that his father, Endeavor, is absolutely fuming over the current situation. He's not handling the shift in the hero rankings well at all. Endeavor is livid that he's become the #1 hero by default. It's not the victory he wanted. Midoriya finally gets home and collapses onto his bed, completely drained. But his rest is short-lived when his phone rings, and he has to rush out to meet his mentor once again. He skips dinner to meet All Might at the beach. He's expecting a heartfelt reunion, but he gets a punch to the face instead. All Might is lecturing him about breaking his promises. He then confirms the news. His body is officially at its limit, and his fighting days are over. The last of his power has faded away. He's relieved that Midoriya finally made it back without any injuries for once. From this point forward, All Might is dedicating himself to being a full-time teacher to help Midoriya become the new symbol of peace. It's a bittersweet moment. Midoriya isn't crying because of the praise. He's crying because he realizes that All Might's era is truly over. The following day, the principal calls a meeting to discuss the school's future. Public confidence in UA is at an all-time low, and they need a plan to win back people's trust. There are voices calling for All Might to step down from teaching, so the principal is determined to launch a new initiative to restore faith in heroes. He's been brewing a plan for a while now to keep the students safe and the public reassured. UA is introducing a new dorm system for all its students. The teachers start by visiting Kyokajiro's house, where her dad is putting on a tough act. But Jiro immediately exposes him, revealing just how much he was cheering for All Might during the fight. It's actually quite adorable. Next, they visit Bakugo's home, and it's crystal clear where he gets his attitude from. He's even bickering with his own father. The family dynamic is absolutely chaotic, but in a weird way, it seems to work for them. As for the dorm proposal, Bakugo's mother is all for the dorms, and even thanks Aizawa for his words at the press conference. She actually begs the teachers to be even tougher on her son. Before they leave, Bakugo pulls All Might aside with a very specific question on his mind. He's looking for answers. Bakugo wants to know the deal between All Might and Midoriya. All Might keeps it simple, stating he's just a student, but the tension is definitely there. Now, All Might has to handle the most difficult visit on his own, Midoriya's house. No one else can do this but him. Midoriya and his mother are starstruck seeing All Might in their living room, but things get serious fast. When the dorms are mentioned, Midoriya's mom gives a firm no. She's seen her son get injured way too many times since he got his quirk, and she's at her breaking point. She points out that his arms are one injury away from being permanently useless. She refuses to accept a future where her son is constantly covered in blood. She apologizes to Midoriya, explaining that she just can't bear to see him suffering anymore. It's a mother's love versus a hero's dream. Midoriya tries to take all the blame, but it only makes her more determined. She suggests that if he really wants to be a hero, he can go to another school. It doesn't have to be UA. She's putting her foot down to protect him from any more danger. Midoriya is devastated. Midoriya rushes to his room and brings out the thank you letter from Kota. He tells his mom that even a boy who hated heroes thanked him, and that letter is what made him a real hero. He's willing to go to any school just to keep chasing that dream. His words move All Might to take action. Even in his weak state, he gets down on his knees and bows before Midoriya's mother, begging her to let the boy stay at UAE. He's showing just how much he believes in Midoriya's future. It's a massive sign of respect. All Might vows to protect Midoriya with his very life and admits he's made mistakes as a teacher. He knows it's a dangerous path, but he wants to be the one to guide Midoriya until the very end. He's promising to be the mentor that the boy truly deserves. This is heavy stuff. Carrying his vow, his mother finally gives in, asking him to just keep her son safe like he promised. The following morning, the students of Class 1A are all packed and ready to move into their new home. It's a fresh start for everyone after the chaos of the summer. The school built the new dorms in just 3 days. It's designed to keep them safe while the league is still at large. Aizawa is still their homeroom teacher, and he's not wasting any time setting the tone for their new living arrangements. Safety is the #1 priority now. He brings up the provisional licensing exam, and then addresses the elephant in the room. Kirishima, Momo, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Aida, the ones who went to save Bakugo technically should have been expelled for their actions. He's not sugarcoating it for them. Since All Might is retiring, they're getting a second chance, but they need to be more careful from now on. Now, let's get inside and go over the dorm rules. Bakugo notices Kirishima looking a bit guilty and decides to pull a surprising move to lighten the mood. What a guy. Bakugo actually pays Kirishima back for the expensive goggles he bought, showing he actually cares about his classmates in his own weird way. Everyone is feeling a bit better now, and they head inside to check out the new dorms. The dorms are top-notch, with separate wings for the boys and girls. The first floor is a common area for hanging out, laundry, and baths. Just keep it respectful, or you'll have to answer to the teachers. Mineta is already looking like he's up to no good, as usual. There are 5 floors with 8 rooms each, all fully furnished. Once everyone is settled in, the girls come by and Shoto suggests a room decorating contest to see who has the best style. It's the perfect way to break the ice in their new home. The guys can't really say no to the contest. Midoriya's room is basically an All Might museum. It's a bit much. Next is Tokoyami's room, which is as dark and edgy as you'd expect. It's the perfect spot if you're into that whole gothic vibe. Then it's on to the next contestant. Aoyama's room is as flashy and colorful as he is. As for Mineta's room, yeah, let's just skip that one entirely. Ojiro's room is a nice, traditional Japanese style. Aida's room is exactly what you'd expect from a class rep. It's filled with wall-to-wall books. He's even got a spare pair of glasses for every possible emergency. Denki's room is pretty standard, but Kota's pet rabbit is absolutely adorable. Some of the guys are starting to feel a bit awkward with everyone judging their private spaces, and then Mineta decides to flip the script. He insists that they get to judge the girls' rooms too, and Shoto is totally down for it. Bakugo is already asleep, so he's automatically disqualified. They start on the 4th floor with Kirishima and Shoji. This is where the real competition begins. Kirishima's room is manly enough, and Shoji's is about as minimal as it gets. Sero's room has a cool Asian vibe, but everyone is really waiting to see what Todoroki's room looks like. He's one of the top students and definitely the class heartthrob, so the hype is real. It's actually amazing. He completely redid his floor into a traditional Japanese style in just a couple of hours. Everyone is stunned by the transformation. He really went all out for his new room. It's definitely a strong contender for the win. Sato's room is next, and he's definitely playing to his strengths with some fresh baked cake. The girls are totally winning over by the sweet aroma. It's a genius move to get some extra points in the contest. Who can resist cake? They say the way to a person's heart is through their stomach, after all. Now they move on to the girls' side, starting with Jiro's room, which is naturally packed with musical instruments. Agakir's room is a pink paradise, while Ishito's style is as energetic as she is. Yoraka's room is pretty simple, and Tsuyu decides to sit this one out because she's not feeling great. Momo's bed is so massive, it practically takes up her entire room. After everyone casts their votes, the final results are in. Who's gonna take home the title of Room King? Sato wins by a landslide thanks to his cake. It might have been a bribe, but the girls have spoken. The next morning, the guys are already getting into the dorm lifestyle, starting their day together and heading off to class. Today is the start of a whole new chapter for Class 1A. They're starting their training for the provisional license exam, where only half the students usually pass. They've got to work hard to avoid being left behind. Each student needs to develop their own ultimate move with the guidance of the faculty. It's time to gear up and get to work. They all head to the training hall designed by Cementos. Being a hero means being ready to rescue people in any situation, and the upcoming exam is going to test every aspect of their abilities. It's all about seeing how they react to different challenges and pressures in the field. They're looking for signature moves, like Aida's Recipro Burst or Kamui Wood's Lacquer Chain Prison. Since the training camp was cut short, they're going to be spending the rest of their summer break in intensive training. It's time to push their quirks to the absolute limit. Ojiro is working on his agility, while Ishido is refining her acid control for better accuracy and power. Everyone is focused on their individual goals, trying to come up with something truly unique. It's an odd effort to be ready for the license exam. The pressure is definitely on. Momo is practicing creating multiple items at once, but Midoriya is still struggling to find his footing. His power is still so volatile that he hasn't been able to develop a signature move yet. All Might drops by to check on everyone's progress, and it's clear he's looking for something specific. While Midoriya is struggling, Bakugo is absolutely destroying the training targets. The difference between them is night and day. All Might gives Midoriya a piece of advice that hits hard. You're still just trying to copy me. He doesn't stick around to explain, leaving Midoriya to figure it out for himself. He's giving them the tools to figure it out on their own. All Might even spent all night putting together a personalized guidebook for each student. Later that day, Midoriya is heading to the support room, still mulling over All Might's cryptic advice. He needs some fresh ideas. He runs into Uraraka and Iida, who are also looking to upgrade their gear. Just as they're about to talk, a massive explosion rocks the room. It's pretty clear that one of the students in there is responsible. And sure enough, there's one person who's always in the middle of a blast like that. It's Hatsume Mei from the support department, as usual. She's way too focused on her inventions to remember anyone's name, but she's definitely the person to see about gear upgrades. She's already eyeing their costumes, ready to turn them into her next babies. This is going to be interesting. The teacher in charge has to step in and warn Hatsume to stop blowing things up, or she'll be banned from the lab for good. He'll be taking over the upgrades personally. Midoriya is specifically looking for a way to reduce the strain on his arm ligaments, and it sounds like they've got just the thing to help him out. It's almost finished, but this girl's constant prodding and poking all over Midoriya's body is far from over. She's equipped him with a full-body support suit of her own invention, and the second she powers it up, the thing twists his back so hard he nearly meets his maker. As for Aida, he finally got that cooling unit he wanted. The cooling unit works, but there's a catch. It's on his arms instead of his legs. No surprise there once it's turned on. The pain shoots straight to his core. You might think this girl is just a walking disaster zone, but wait, she drops some serious logic. If Aida wants to cool his legs, why doesn't he just run using his arms? This actually blows Midoriya's mind. This is exactly what his mentor was trying to hint at. Midoriya immediately begs Aida for a quick lesson, but before that, he has to swallow a literal homemade explosion from Hatsume. 4 days later, All Might visits to check on the student's progress. Tokoyami has figured out how to use his shadow as full body armor. This armor gives Tokoyami a massive boost, effectively erasing his weakness in close quarters combat. Bakugo isn't falling behind either. He's learned to focus his blasts into a single point for armor-piercing power. However, that shot sends a massive boulder flying straight toward All Might. Right on cue, Midoriya leaps in to show his master exactly what he's been working on. It's a simple shift. If his arms are out of commission, he'll just use his legs. It's time for some Muay Thai style action. This destructive power was Hatsume's suggestion. He just needed to learn body control from Iida. By swapping his fists for his feet, he's found a way forward. All Might is absolutely thrilled with this breakthrough. This is more than just a technique, it's a total game changer. And it's not just Midoriya. Every student has made their own upgrades. But just as the excitement peaks, Class B shows up to kick everyone out. They're being kicked out with 10 minutes left on the clock. It seems like the usual big sister figure isn't here to give Monoma the beating he deserves today. Class A and B are being kept in separate training areas because of the intense competition. Vlad King explains that to prevent pre-exam fights, things are being tightly managed. The September exams will be held at 3 different locations simultaneously across the country. The school's making sure Class A and Class B won't have to face each other just yet, so everyone can breathe a temporary sigh of relief. But don't think you can relax just yet. Second and third year heroes from other schools will be participating, so the competition is going to be brutal. That evening, the girls gather in the dorms to vent about their recent grueling training sessions and the exhaustion they're feeling. Ochako is clearly lost in thought, and Tsuyu catches her red-handed. She can't hide it anymore and admits her heart has been fluttering lately. We all know who it is. It's definitely the guy whose name starts with M. Embarrassed, Ochako hides her face and tries to change the subject, stumbling over her words. Despite her attempts to divert attention, she can't stop thinking about it while watching Midoriya train outside. The next morning, everyone heads to the exam venue. This is it. If they pass, they'll officially be recognized as provisional pro heroes. The stakes couldn't be higher. Suddenly, an intense guy interrupts their conversation, leaving everyone confused. Before anyone can react, he slams his head onto the ground in a massive apology. Looking at his uniform, there's no mistaking it. If Yue is the Titan of the East, then Shiketsu is the powerhouse of the West. Shiketsu is an elite school just as prestigious as Yue. This loudmouth student, Inasa, shouts about how much he loves Yue and how he's looking forward to competing before heading inside. But Aizawa knows better. This kid is an absolute beast. Last year he had the highest entrance scores. Even though he was recommended, he turned Yue down. His scores were actually higher than Shoto's. The next guest to arrive is Aizawa's #1 self-proclaimed fan of 200 years, Ms. Joke. She greets him with a marriage proposal right off the bat. She's a smiling hero with a quirky sense of humor. Ms. Joke's quirk acts like a laughing gas bomb. The more you inhale, the more you lose it. Her arrival means Ketsubutsu Academy has also arrived. These are second-year students, so Class A needs to be extremely careful. Naturally, Bakugo acts like a total brat and refuses to interact with them. Bakugo ignores the handsome student leader from Ketsubutsu entirely. Greetings aside, the hall is soon packed with eager examinees. Today's host is Mera from the Hero Public Safety Commission, and he looks like he's seen better days. Mera looks completely miserable, clearly exhausted from working overtime ever since All Might retired. He skips the pleasantries and gets straight to the point. 1,540 examinees will compete in a simulation. Society is on the brink of collapse with the hero killer's ideology gaining traction. While that ideology might sound poetic, our reality is much harsher, putting immense pressure on heroes. Therefore, the selection process must be rigorous. The first round will eliminate almost everyone, leaving only 100 students behind. That is an incredibly narrow margin for success. That's less than 1%, way tougher than what anyone expected. The rules are simple. Place 3 targets on your body and use your 6 balls. Hit all 3 targets on an opponent to secure a kill. The first round is starting immediately, so get ready. Surprise! The floor drops away to reveal a massive stadium designed for a wide variety of quirks. Before things kick off, Midoriya urges everyone to stick together. But Bakugo is the first to go rogue, with Kirishima following him. Shoto's quirk isn't suited for group play either, so he heads out alone. Midoriya's warning comes from a place of logic. Every other student knows Class A's quirks because of the televised sports festival. Every year, the school that loses the advantage of secrecy is UA. This means the moment the round starts, over 1,500 students will be aiming for them first. UA is a target for everyone, but Aizawa isn't worried at all. Whether they were warned or not, they have to learn to adapt to these situations on the fly. That's why UA is the top school. This year's class is exceptionally powerful and ready for anything. These students are top tier, so there's absolutely no need to stress. Class A manages to breeze through the initial wave of attacks, showing exactly why they belong in this elite program. However, the second wave isn't going to be so easy. A student from Kitsubutsu with a hardening quirk launches balls into the ground that act like boomerangs. No one knows which direction they'll come from, keeping everyone on high alert. Jiro immediately plugs in her earphone jacks to intercept. She uses sound amplification to disrupt their trajectory, sending them toward Mina, who uses her new acid wall to defend. Tokoyami also unleashes an attack, but he accidentally targets a girl who can retract her body parts like a turtle. It's a bizarre and effective defensive move. That retraction quirk is definitely useful for dodging. Meanwhile, the handsome guy from Kitsubutsu finally shows his true power. With one full power strike, he causes the entire ground to shatter like a localized earthquake. It's a massive show of strength, but using that move leaves him immobilized for a short period. Meanwhile, in the urban zone, a fierce tornado appears and vacuums up everyone's balls. This is Inasa from Shiketsu. Once he's gathered them all, he rains them back down on his targets. In an instant, he eliminates 120 examinees and becomes the first person to pass. Midoriya gets separated from his group and carefully scouts the area, trying to find a way to regroup. Suddenly, a girl appears out of thin air and swipes one of his targets. She's a Shiketsu beauty who wants to take on UA students early before they're all eliminated. Her quirk is still a mystery, so Midoriya can't afford to attack blindly. He has to stay on the defensive and figure out her pattern. He can only dodge and wait for an opening. He dodges one strike only to get caught by the next, and she manages to pin him down in a very compromising position. It turns out this is a stealth technique, not a quirk. By holding her breath and clearing her mind, she makes herself invisible to her enemy's senses. The theory sounds simple, but for Shiketsu to train a student to master this is impressive. Midoriya doesn't give her a chance to do anything else, and pushes her away immediately. More opponents arrive, ending their duel. Midoriya keeps dodging until he's nearly exhausted. Suddenly, Uraraka appears out of nowhere and calls for him to jump toward her to escape the crossfire. The moment she's attacked, he pulls a high-speed dash straight out of Aida's playbook to reach her. He slams the ground to disrupt the enemy, then rushes to a safe spot to regroup. While Midoriya checks the surroundings, Uraraka slowly moves toward him. She tries to tag his target, but Midoriya is too sharp for that. He knew this wasn't the real Uraraka from the start. The real her is a man of action, not just words. But he never expected the girl to suddenly be standing there completely naked. "Hey lady, put some clothes on." She lunges at him and manages to scratch his face. But that's as far as she gets, because Sarah arrives to help, followed by the real Uraraka who chases the imposter away. The fake one just sighs and retreats. The imposter complains about not getting more time with Midoriya before vanishing. Midoriya tells the group not to bother chasing her. Between her disguise quirk and those bizarre movements, it would just be a waste of time and energy. Meanwhile, Shoto is in the industrial zone waiting for prey. With 53 people already through, he needs to act now. Right on cue, a ball flies toward him as a group of ninjas appears, mocking him for being a loner. They call him foolish for splitting up, but Shoto calmly creates an ice wall and freezes their feet. He's ready for a multi-kill. However, the leader in red can enlarge objects, and even Shoto's flames can't easily melt through that massive pile of scrap metal. Shoto keeps up the pressure, switching between fire and ice. This perfect combo is legendary, but these guys know how to counter him effectively. He realizes he can't just rely on brute force, and remembers the advice to use the environment to his advantage. He spots some industrial tanks and uses basic physics to create a massive explosion. The escaping gas combined with his ice finishing move seals the deal. Shoto stands victorious, having completely outplayed them with both brains and brawn. He's quickly called to the waiting room after passing the first round. Elsewhere in the city area, another group of students is stalking a team from UA that has wandered into their territory. A white-haired girl uses her high-level intellect to calculate a perfect strategy in seconds. Shoju is currently scouting the area, utilizing Jiro's enhanced hearing to stay alert for any incoming threats. Shoji sees nothing, but Jiro detects a group 10 floors away. Suddenly, they blast high-volume music, injuring one of Jiro's ears. Then they shatter all the glass to limit Shoji's vision, effectively blinding and deafening the UA team. They're trying to isolate the students in this room, and the UA team is stuck. Jiro can't even move without risking further ear damage. It's a calculated plan that accounts for every move. Then the temperature drops as they seal the room. The freezing air sends Tsuyu into hibernation. Momo can't use fire because it will trigger the sprinklers and make things even colder. The enemy has taken control of the A-track and the power, making all modern gadgets useless. Momo can only create a blanket to keep Tsuyu warm. The enemy is welding the emergency exit shut, leaving only the main door open. It's obviously a trap, and whatever is behind that door is likely far worse than what they're facing now. It's too dangerous to rush out, so they need another way. Jiro suggests a bomb, but Momo realizes that's a trap too. The enemy predicted that, which is why they lowered the temperature. As the leader, Momo has to make a tough call. Outside, the enemy team is already finishing Stage 3. They're just waiting it out to secure their victory. This flawless plan was all thanks to their leader's high IQ quirk, which is proving to be a massive hurdle for UA. Her quirk is similar to the principal's. Momo realizes she's being forced to reveal her creation quirk. The enemy wants to drain her completely, pushing her to the limit until she has nothing left to offer in the fight. If Momo runs out of body fat, she's finished. In this desperate moment, she remembers Midoriya's determination. She decides to channel that same spirit, hoping to find a way out of this impossible situation by following his example. She focuses on saving her team instead of just the exam. She creates 4 pairs of headphones and a massive, complex sonic device that drains her energy. A massive wave of sound blasts out of the room, overwhelming everyone outside. The sonic blast knocks out the enemy team instantly. The UA team, protected by their headphones, rushes out, but Momo is pulled back inside as the door slams shut. Somehow, the enemy leader managed to stay conscious and is still fighting. Momo uses her last bit of fat to create handcuffs and stall, trusting her team completely. Class A never leaves a comrade behind, and it's a total victory for her group. Meanwhile, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari are making their move elsewhere. Bakugo is being his usual abrasive self, but he's the first to leap in when danger strikes. An opponent with a truly bizarre quirk appears, rambling about Shiketsu's traditions. Bakugo, of course, couldn't care less about the lecture. Bakugo just wants to fight and get it over with. Midoriya's group is also hunting for points. Aizawa is watching closely, and Miss Joke teases him for being worried. But Aizawa knows his students' potential better than anyone else. In Class A, 2 students have a massive influence. Even though they're constant troublemakers, they are the heartbeat of the class, driving everyone to be better. Those 2 are always at the center of everything, pushing their limits. Bakugo unleashes a devastating combo and charges in, daring the enemy to strike back. He handles the attacks with ease while Kaminari sets a trap by firing discs onto the wall. They're working together better than they'll ever admit. Bakugo lands a powerful armor-piercing shot, but the enemy sneaks a piece of his flesh around and catches him. Before being turned into a meatball, Bakugo tosses something to Kaminari. This is the terrifying meatball quirk in action. The enemy can reshape his own body at will and turn others into meat lumps. He starts insulting the Class A students while stepping on Kirishima, which makes Kaminari's blood boil. He's had enough of this guy's arrogant attitude. He uses the gear Bakugo gave him to create a diversion and then fires a precise electric bolt right at the opponent. It's time for some payback. How is he so accurate? It's all thanks to the new support gear the teachers and students developed. Within 10 meters, Kaminari's electricity acts like a homing laser, heading straight for his target discs. Bakugo and Kirishima return to normal as the quirk wears off, and they take the guy down together. But knocking him out releases everyone else he's trapped. Now 70 people have already passed the round. Momo's group meets Shoto in a waiting room while they wait for the others. Midoriya's group, thanks to Sero and Uraraka's teamwork, has pinned down a large group of examinees. Now they just have to tag them out politely. Ida finally finds Aoyama, who was hiding quite well. Almost the entire class has regrouped now. As the class representative, Ida is determined to make sure everyone makes it through this first round together. Ida and Aoyama have to push hard now to secure their spots. On the way to the waiting room, Bakugo's group runs into Midoriya. Surprisingly, Bakugo actually offers a rare bit of praise, acknowledging Midoriya's current strength. With your power, this should be easy for you, Bakugo says. Only 9 students from Class A are left on the field now, and with only a few spots remaining, things are getting down to the wire. It's a race against time. Aoyama realizes he can't just keep hiding and dragging Ida down. He has his own heroic dreams to fulfill. He stops, aims his naval laser at the sky, and fires a massive beacon to draw in the remaining examinees. The laser acts as bait for the others. Ida is ready to strike, and Koda calls in a massive flock of birds to blind the opposition. Tokoyami takes the opportunity to jump into the fray and finish the job. Everyone uses their quirks to the fullest extent. Shoji, Ojiro, Mina, and Tokoyami all secure their points. Even Mineta manages to snag a kill, and Hagakure and Sato follow suit. They're making a final, desperate push for the finish line. The final spots are taken by the remaining Class A duo. It was all thanks to that laser signal. The exhausted host moves things along quickly to the second round, which focuses on a massive rescue operation. The heroes must rescue civilians, played by professional actors from the HUC, from a disaster zone. They'll be judged on how effectively and compassionately they handle the victims. It's a true test of their heroic character and situational awareness. This simulation mirrors the League of Villains attack, where many civilians were lost. It's a reminder that saving lives is always the top priority. Before they start, Sero starts teasing Kaminari about a certain girl they saw earlier. Sero tells him that Midoriya saw that Shiketsu girl without any clothes on. Kaminari and Mineta immediately start interrogating it. Seeing her wave at Midoriya just makes them even more jealous and frustrated. The Shiketsu squad arrives for a brief chat, mostly asking about their missing teammate. Their leader isn't surprised. He knows exactly how things go when someone as intense as Inasa runs into a personality like Bakugo's. He just wants to keep things friendly for now, but Shoto has a more personal question for Inasa. What did I do to offend you? That cold, piercing stare makes it clear there's some history there. Inasa clearly has a deep hatred for a certain type of hero, and Shoto is bearing the brunt of his father's mistakes. Meanwhile, Uraraka's heart is racing. Seeing Midoriya look embarrassed because of that other girl is making her feel all sorts of things. Just as she's about to say something, the buzzer sounds. The second round is on. The 100 remaining students rush into the field to rescue as many people as possible. Midoriya quickly finds his first victim, a crying child. Midoriya rushes in, but the HUC Proctor's doc points immediately. You have to check if the victim can walk or if they're bleeding before you start asking questions. These professional actors are judging every single move. The HUC's experience allows them to give brutal but fair assessments. Shiketsu's leader is doing incredibly well with his hair quirk, and Ketsubitsu is also rescuing people efficiently. Experience really makes all the difference in a crisis like this. Midoriya realizes his mistake and channels All Might's spirit. He slaps his face, puts on a heroic smile, and reassures the victims that everything will be okay. He's taking full responsibility for their safety. Uraraka watches him go and thinks he looks incredibly cool. She realizes she's head over heels for him, but she knows she has to push those feelings aside for now to stay focused on the mission at hand. Inasa is using his wind quirk with extreme precision to protect victims from falling debris. His skill is undeniable, but even he gets points docked for being a bit too rough with the victims he's rescuing. Tossing people around with wind isn't exactly calming. Uraraka finds victims trapped under rubble and wants to rush in, but Momo stops her. The rocks are unstable, and one wrong move could cause a deadly cave-in. They need to stabilize the rocks first. The HUC docks points for inefficiency. They can't spend too much time on one victim when so many others are in danger. The other group starts splitting up to cover more ground. Bakugo, true to form, tells victims with minor injuries to save themselves. Even if they can walk, that attitude is a massive no-no and will definitely tank his rescue score. Midoriya gets his victims to safety, but then things get even tougher. To make it realistic, the proctors introduce villains into the simulation, led by a top 10 hero who happens to look like a total bad guy. Aizawa notes that even pros would find this situation challenging. The students are being judged on everything from their decision-making to how they use their quirks under pressure. It's a high-stakes balancing act. Every action is monitored by 100 staff members. If your score drops below 50, you're out. Shindo from Ketsubutsu is the first to engage the villains, using his vibration quirk to hold them back. The ground shatters, but Gang Orca shrugs it off and keeps coming. He's a powerhouse. Shoto arrives to help with his ice walls, while the rest of Class A works to get civilians to a safe distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind fills the air. It's Inasa, and he's taking out the smaller villains with ease. He and Shoto lock eyes, and the tension is palpable. This isn't going to be a smooth collaboration. They don't say a word, but their conflicting quirks just cancel each other out. Their lack of cooperation is creating a massive opening for the villains to exploit. It's a disaster waiting to happen right in the middle of a war zone. Inisa hates heroes who act out of spite. He remembers Endeavor brushing him off years ago, and he sees that same cold hatred in Shoto's eyes. Shoto is furious that he's being compared to his father. Shoto still resents Endeavor, and he wants to vent all that frustration with a massive attack. Inasa is doing the exact same thing, and their powers clash once again, causing even more chaos. Their combined powers just blow everything back, nearly hitting Shindo. Midoriya leaps in to save him and yells at the two for their reckless behavior. Inasa is hit with a flashback to their entrance exam. He tried to be friendly with Shoto back then, wanting to move past his hatred for Endeavor. He even beat Shoto in a race and tried to introduce himself, but Shoto just gave him that same cold, dismissive look. Shoto finally remembers him, realizing his own obsession with his father made him blind to others. But there's no time for apologies. Gang Orca is attacking. He hits them with a powerful ultrasonic wave that leaves them dazed. Shoto is paralyzed by the blast. They both realize they've become exactly what they hated most. A true hero learns from their mistakes, and they need to step up now. Even Shindo is trying to help, despite being injured. Shindo uses the last of his strength to cause another tremor, giving Midoriya the opening he needs. Shoto is nearly unconscious, but he's not out of the fight yet. In a moment of perfect sync, Shoto and Inasa combine their quirks to create a massive fire tornado cage around Gang Orca. It's an incredible display of power. The villain's lackeys rush in to help their boss. Midoriya and Ojiro leap in to hold them off. With only 3 victims left to rescue, every second counts. Tsuyu shows off her new camouflage skill, taking out enemies before they even see her coming. Shiketsu's leader joins the fray, and even from inside the fire cage, Gang Orca is still standing strong. He's terrifyingly powerful for someone who should be weak to heat. But Midoriya is always there when things get tough. Midoriya lands one final blow as the buzzer sounds. The last victims are safe. The results are posted, and Midoriya's name is right there at the top of the passing list. It's an incredible achievement for him. Most of Class A passed, but Bakugo didn't make the cut. Neither did Shoto or Inasa. Inasa immediately goes over to Shoto and bows deeply in apology for his behavior during the exam. Shoto accepts some of the blame too, and they call it even. Mineta starts mocking those who failed, but Aida shuts him down immediately. The proctors begin handing out the score sheets, and the tension in the room is thick. The scores range from near perfect to just barely passing. Those who made the cut receive their provisional licenses. They can now legally fight villains and save people without needing a pro's permission. But with All Might gone, dangerous people are going to start making their moves. The balance of society is shifting, and these students will soon be the ones holding it together. They must be ready for the weight of that responsibility. The penalties for failure are steep, but there's still hope for those who didn't pass today. They can take a special 3-month course to earn their licenses. Society needs as many heroes as possible to face what's coming. All 100 students here have potential, so they're getting this special chance. They could wait until next year, but no one wants to wait. By that afternoon, Midoriya finally has his license in hand and he's beaming with pride. He's so happy he's actually crying. He immediately takes a photo to send to his mom All Might and Gran Torino. Inasa says goodbye to Shoto, looking forward to seeing him at the special course, though they're still a bit awkward with each other. Midoriya tries to ask the Shiketsu leader about that girl's stealth technique, but the guy tells him that there's no such thing in their training. That's definitely a bit suspicious. It turns out that girl was actually Toga in disguise. She managed to get Midoriya's blood, and with her transformation quirk, that spells big trouble for everyone. She's definitely planning something devious. The next morning, All Might visits the high-security prison to see All for One. The security there is insane. Even a fly wouldn't get through unnoticed. They're keeping him under constant watch at the highest level of technology. They monitor his brainwaves and vital signs every second. If he even thinks about using a quirk, the automated turrets are programmed to take him down instantly. It's a total lockdown. All Might is there for one reason. He wants to know where Shigaraki is hiding. He also wants to know why All for One is so obsessed with clinging to life. The villain just smirks, enjoying the attention. He mocks All Might's heroism, comparing it to his own desire to be a demon king. He's curious about the world now that the symbol of peace is gone, but the guard warns All Might not to say a word. All for One doesn't need a verbal answer. He can guess that society is in turmoil. He knows villains are going to start making their moves, seeing this as an opportunity to reshape the world to their liking. He predicts Shigaraki's group will strike soon, leaving All Might to watch helplessly as the crime rate skyrockets. He's trying to get under All Might's skin, and for a moment, it seems like it's working. But All Might won't be broken. He tells All for One to throw his dark predictions in the trash. He's not going anywhere. He leaves the prison and sees the photo from Midoriya, which brings a much-needed smile to his face. That night, Bakugo calls Midoriya out to the same training ground where they first fought at UA. He's been thinking a lot, and he's finally connected the dots about Midoriya's mysterious power. He knows about the quirk-stealing villain and how Midoriya changed after meeting All Might. He realizes that as Midoriya got stronger, All Might's own power began to fade away completely. He remembers All Might's gesture at Kamino. He knows the truth. Midoriya's power came from All Might. Now, Bakugo wants to settle things once and for all, with a duel right here, right now. Midoriya panics, trying to talk him out of it since they don't have permission. He suggests a proper arena, but Bakugo knows they'd be stopped if they fought for real in an official training session. Bakugo is questioning his own path to being a hero. He doesn't wait for an answer, he just starts attacking. Midoriya manages to dodge, but Bakugo is relentless and clearly determined to finish this. The explosions draw the attention of the patrol bots, who alert Aizawa. He's already busy enough without having to deal with these two troublemakers in the middle of the night. Midoriya tries to reason with him, but it only makes Bakugo angrier. He's fueled by his past memories and his own inner turmoil. Midoriya manages to land a hit, knocking Bakugo down, and rushes to help him up. Bakugo refuses the help, yelling about how he's now the one chasing Midoriya's shadow. He can't understand how someone he saw as weak became so strong, and why he was the one who ended All Might's career. He blames himself for All Might's retirement, and he's completely lost. These are his deepest feelings finally coming out. Midoriya realizes that even if this fight is technically against the rules, it's something Bakugo needs right now. Midoriya accepts the challenge and lands a direct kick to show he's serious. He's dodging well, but Bakugo is like a runaway tank, charging with terrifying speed and power. It's a brutal exchange. Bakugo lands a punch and keeps up the pressure, throwing Midoriya around. He's still shouting insults, asking why Midoriya always looked down on him even when he was supposedly weaker. Midoriya finally snaps back, telling Bakugo he never looked down on him. In fact, he's always admired him because Bakugo has everything he didn't. He's finally being honest about how he feels too. He hits Bakugo with 8% of his power, new milestone for his body. The air is filled with green and orange energy as they clash with everything they've got. Neither one is willing to back down now. Midoriya is determined to win. He pulls a clever feint in midair, switching from a kick to a punch at the last second. He's showing Bakugo that his arms are far from useless in a real fight. Don't count him out yet, because Bakugo's determination burns just as fiercely as his rivals. The final verdict is now flashing across the monitors for everyone to see, and it's official. Bakugo has secured a totally convincing victory in this high-stakes clash. Suddenly, All Might arrives on the scene and commands them both to stop immediately. He offers a heavy-hearted apology for failing to notice the internal struggle happening here. He admits he viewed Bakugo as someone so inherently powerful that he didn't realize the boy needed guidance too. Bakugo, clearly emotional, confesses that he feels weak and has only ever wanted to be strong like All Might because of that vulnerability. It's those feelings of inadequacy that pushed him to this breaking point. All Might finds himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to pull the boy into a comforting embrace while repeating his apologies. He offers a crucial piece of wisdom to both Bakugo and Midoriya. By recognizing their own flaws and working tirelessly to overcome them, they are destined to become heroes even more magnificent than he ever was. He truly believes they can surpass his own legacy. Bakugo decides to drop the resentment for a moment and asks who else is in on the secret shared between All Might and that Deku kid. He understands the gravity of the situation and knows All Might wants it kept under wraps, so he promises to keep his mouth shut, unlike a certain green-haired boy who couldn't help but spill the beans. Without further delay, All Might reveals the deep secrets of One for All, detailing his rise to become the symbol of peace, the horrific injury that weakened him, and how he eventually chose a successor. Watching how the green-haired boy has been grinding to improve bit by bit, Bakugo makes a silent vow that he will do whatever it takes to skyrocket his own power even further. He is determined to outshine everyone through his own hard work. The tension finally breaks between this iconic duo who are destined for greatness, but their return to the dorms is anything but smooth. They're immediately intercepted by their homeroom teacher. All Might steps in, frantically urging Aizawa to keep his cool, reminding him that he already stopped him from intervening once before. He tells Aizawa that if he could hold him back once, he can certainly do it again. All Might explains the situation simply. The two boys crossed paths and ended up in a massive brawl. He claims he's already handled them and asks for a bit of leniency this time. Aizawa listens, but don't think they're getting off easy. Punishment is still mandatory. After all, if you dare to make your teacher miss a deadline, you're in for it. You guys are really pushing your luck today. Bakugo is sentenced to 4 days of scrubbing toilets and cleaning the entire surrounding area, while Midoriya gets a slightly lighter sentence of 3 days. On top of that, I want written apologies from both of you on my desk first thing tomorrow. By the next morning, a mysterious figure is seen puffing on a cigarette while staring thoughtfully out a window. It's been over 2 weeks since All Might officially retired, yet his name still dominates every news headline and broadcast. His influence on the world was just that massive. Meanwhile, another name is being brought up just as often, Endeavor. Even though he's finally secured the #1 spot, the public consensus is that he's just not up to the task, with many questioning his capabilities. His stubborn and abrasive personality has left a bitter taste in people's mouths, despite his undeniable power. But enough about the news. This mysterious man seems to be struggling with a literal split personality inside his head. As he takes a stroll down the street, he happens to witness a criminal making a frantic getaway from a convenience store. The hero quickly intervenes to stop the thief, but a second criminal suddenly pops up to provide backup. Since they're working as a coordinated team, they manage to pull off the heist with surprising ease. Our mysterious observer doesn't seem to care and just keeps walking until his phone starts buzzing, and that's when we realize this man, known as Twice, is a criminal himself. Garen calls him up asking about Dabi's whereabouts, a question that triggers a chaotic shift in his dual personalities. As his internal conflict rages, we learn that Dabi is currently out purifying the criminal world by weeding out the weaklings, looking only for those strong enough to go toe-to-toe with those pesky hero students. Now, back to our masked stranger. He has to pull out his mask and put it on just to keep his conflicting personas from tearing him apart. It turns out this guy is a master of cloning. His quirk allows him to create perfect duplicates of himself or others. However, things turned dark when some of his clones grew resentful of taking orders from the original. A brutal week-long massacre ensued as the clones fought each other until everyone was dead except for the one true version. Honestly, there's not much more to say about him for now. Let's shift our focus back to our main man, Midoriya. Our boy Midoriya is still going at it, training day and night to push his limits as far as possible. That punch he landed on Bakugo earlier was perfectly calculated to be effective without shattering his own arm. Over in the classroom, Ida is taking his duties as class representative very seriously, but then he runs into that absolute madman Monoma. It's a situation only a certain big sister can handle. Surprisingly, Kendo joins in on the lighthearted mocking of Class A along with the rest of her peers. Class A has 2 students stuck doing makeup exams, and even Shioji, Monoma, stops by to throw a few insults their way. However, you can tell he's actually changed quite a bit since they last met. Soon it's time for the morning assembly, and every department gathers in the schoolyard to hear from the principal. The principal starts droning on about getting enough rest and maintaining a healthy lifestyle standard stuff that's honestly a bit boring, so let's just skip the lecture, shall we? Once the principal finishes his speech, Hound Dog, the lifestyle guidance counselor, steps up because he has some very specific and aggressive words for the student body. He starts barking and growling like a wild animal, clearly furious about the fight that broke out at the dorms yesterday. Since most students don't speak Angry Dog, Vlad King steps in to translate the message. Essentially, some students were fighting last night, and the message is simple: follow the damn rules and live with some discipline. With that, the assembly wraps up. After the assembly, they head into their homeroom period. Pinky is genuinely confused as to why Aizawa isn't bringing up the massive brawl from last night, but she decides to drop it before making things worse. Then, Sui raises her hand to ask about the upcoming Kuro work studies. Since everyone is curious, the teacher decides it's the perfect time to explain. To put it simply, these aren't just school activities. You'll be heading out into the real world to gain actual experience working alongside professional heroes. Once that's settled, Present Mike, the school's resident hype man, takes over the class. Later that afternoon, our legendary warrior Mineta is busy nitpicking Bakugo's cleaning skills, pointing out every single speck of dust. Bakugo, being himself, immediately pivots to yelling at Midoriya. The rest of the class returns, and Midoriya overhears them buzzing about the work studies, which naturally piques his curiosity. However, his classmates are too scared to tell him anything because Aizawa strictly forbade it as part of their punishment. It's a pretty frustrating situation for our protagonist. He's fuming about losing 3 full days of classes just to haul trash, missing out on all that vital knowledge just to do janitorial work. In the middle of his internal rant, a strange face suddenly materializes right next to him, telling him to dump the trash in a specific spot. The face vanishes into the ground and then pops up elsewhere, leaving Midoriya startled and wondering who this creep is. Seriously, who is this guy, and why does he enjoy scaring people so much? After rambling for a bit, the stranger disappears entirely. It feels like Midoriya is only running into weirdos lately. 3 days finally pass, and Midoriya is allowed back in class, though Bakugo still has 1 more day to go. As soon as he enters, he apologizes to everyone, just as their teacher makes a sudden intimidating entrance. Aizawa appears so suddenly it nearly scares the life out of everyone. Today, he's going to dive into the details of the work studies by introducing 3 special guests. These are the top 3rd-year students at UA High, known as the Big Three, and they'll be acting as direct mentors. Everyone is in awe of these elite students who stand at the very pinnacle of the school. But there's one person who isn't just looking at their grades. Our resident warrior Mineta is busy appreciating the beauty of the girl in the group, claiming a true man looks at the whole package. Midoriya, however, recognizes one of the guys. It's not just because of the weird encounter from yesterday, but because he remembers him from the sports festival 3 years ago. Even though this guy didn't place high, he left a massive impression on everyone, especially the girls. He might not have won, but he was definitely memorable. Introducing them from left to right, we start with Tamaki Amajiki. His gaze is so intense and filled with pressure that the younger students feel like they're about to be crushed. In reality though, Tamaki is so nervous that he's trying to imagine everyone in the audience is nothing more than talking potatoes. He desperately whispers to his teammates that it's not working no matter how hard he tries. He can't see them as anything but terrifying humans. Why is he so awkward? The beautiful blue-haired girl, Neijiro Hado, is here to explain everything. Between his quirk and his unique personality, Tamaki just thinks a little differently than the rest of us, and that's perfectly okay. Now it's Najiro's turn. She's incredibly energetic and immediately starts peppering the class with questions to satisfy her own curiosity. She asks Shoji why he wears a mask. Is he worried about some virus? Then she turns to Todoroki, asking about the origin of his scar. But she doesn't stop there. She asks if Ishido's horns grow back if they break, and if those purple balls on Mineta's head are actually his hair. This barrage of questions actually gets Mineta pretty hyped up, though he jokes that her interest in his balls might be a bit inappropriate. Her endless curiosity is starting to get on Aizawa's nerves, and he's clearly losing his patience. Mirio Togata tries to smooth things over and cover for Tamaki with a joke, but it falls completely flat. No one laughs, so he's forced to chuckle at his own joke to avoid total embarrassment. Getting down to business, the Big Three are here to guide the first years through the realities of work studies. But first, as is tradition, they want to start things off with a little combat demonstration. Aizawa has no objections, so the entire class moves to the gym. Tamaki, knowing exactly what Mirio is capable of, warns the younger students to be extremely careful. He recalls a student who was beaten so badly they ended up in the hospital and eventually dropped out due to the trauma. It's a sobering warning, but Class A isn't exactly known for backing down. They faced off against top-tier villains, so they aren't about to be intimidated by a senior student, even if it is 3-on-1. Midoriya is the first to volunteer for the fight. He's eager to test himself against the top student at UA and see just how large the gap is between his current skill level and the absolute best the school has to offer. He activates One for All, full cal, but then pauses in confusion. What is Mirio doing? He's practically naked, and there are girls watching. Midoriya tries to capitalize on the distraction and goes for a kick to the face, but just as Midoriya suspected, Mirio's quirk allows him to phase right through any physical object or attack. The entire class launches a coordinated assault, hoping to overwhelm him with a rapid-fire combo. Suddenly, Mirio vanishes and reappears behind them in the blink of an eye. Using his incredible speed and masterful tactical awareness, he takes out more than half of the class in a single, fluid motion. Todoroki just watches from the sidelines since he doesn't have his license yet. He's sitting this one out, but Midoriya is still in the game, so there's still hope for Class A. Our protagonist stays calm and analyzes the situation, deducing that Mirio must have a brief window where he can't use his quirk. His teammates agree with his logic, and their fighting spirit is reignited as they prepare for the next round of this lopsided battle. Mirio vanishes again, but this time Midoriya thinks he's predicted exactly where he'll pop up. He launches a kick, but once again it phases right through Mirio's body. It was a total feint. If the leader goes down, the rest of the team follows. It's like a domino effect as Mirio continues his absolute dominance over the class. When the dust finally settles, Mirio stands victorious without a single scratch on him. The students are in disbelief, calling his power a total cheat code. Nijira steps in to clarify things. His quirk is actually called permeation, and that teletation they saw is actually just a clever application of how the quirk interacts with the world. To put it simply, Mirio can pass through anything, including the ground. However, when he's inside the earth, he's instantly repelled because two objects can't occupy the same space. By masterfully controlling exactly where he's ejected, he can effectively teleport across the battlefield. It's an incredible technique born from a very complex power. It looks easy, but this quirk is actually full of dangerous drawbacks. Phasing through the ground means losing all 5 of his senses. It's like being trapped in a pitch-black, silent void. To make it work, he has to be incredibly precise and rely entirely on his battle experience and intuition to predict exactly where he and his opponent will be. He has to anticipate his enemy's next move and plan his counterattack perfectly. This is exactly the lesson Mirio wants to teach. True power comes from experience. Hard work and dedication are the only ways to truly grow stronger and master your abilities. After a grueling day of training with Mirio, the students are exhausted, and Bakugo is stuck with trash duty. The other students are playfully piling their trash onto Bakugo, telling him to enjoy the extra work. They're basically telling him to keep breaking rules so they can keep getting free janitorial service. Meanwhile, Midoriya is on the phone with Gran Torino, seeking advice on how to take his training to the next level and continue his growth. Gran Torino is swamped with work right now and can't mentor him personally. Instead, he suggests Midoriya talk to All Might, noting that the former #1 hero has plenty of connections and former associates who could provide top-tier training. Meanwhile, the League of Villains is busy making some moves of their own, and has recruited a mysterious new member. The next morning at a local newspaper office, a hardcore All Might fan who's just as obsessed as Midoriya is moved to tears re-watching the Symbol of Peace's final battle. Unfortunately, his editor-in-chief isn't in a sentimental mood and tears into him for slacking off. The boss is being such a grunt today, you'd think someone had personally offended him. The entire staff is catching heat for failing to dig up any new leads on All Might. The editor knows the police are keeping things under wraps, but she doesn't care about excuses, she only wants results, no matter what it takes to get them. Just then, a journalist named Tokuda arrives with some potentially earth-shattering information. Tokuda has uncovered a detail that most people completely missed. He believes All Might's final iconic gesture wasn't actually a threat aimed at the villains. Following his logic, he notes that All Might suddenly took a teaching job at UA 4 months ago, suggesting he knew his time as a hero was coming to an end. It seems he's reached his absolute limit. Tokuda interprets the message, "It's your turn," as All Might looking for a successor among the younger generation. His first suspect is Mirio Togata. Given his status as the top student and his close ties to All Might's former associates, it's a solid theory, but there's more to investigate. However, there's no concrete proof of a direct connection between them, so it's hard to be certain. That leads Tokuda to focus his attention on the first-year students in Class A, who are actually being taught by All Might himself. This is an exclusive scoop for this newspaper, so everyone needs to stay sharp and work hard on this lead. Word spreads quickly, and soon Class A finds out they're being interviewed. Everyone is buzzing with excitement, wanting to look their absolute best for the camera. Our usual suspect Mineta is only hoping for a beautiful female reporter to show up, clearly dreaming of someone with a great look and a stunning figure. He's got quite the imagination, but Aizawa quickly puts a stop to his nonsense. Tokuda, who's been waiting outside, can't contain his curiosity and walks in early. Since the interview is scheduled to start anyway, Aizawa just goes with it and leaves the class representative in charge. "If anything goes wrong, you'd better call me immediately." Aida is being his usual ultra-serious self, which Tokuda finds a bit much, so he decides to just move on to the actual interview. He tells everyone to act naturally, as if they're just being filmed for a normal day-in-the-life segment. He kicks things off with a simple question about the time. but quickly transitions into the actual photo shoot. Forget the time, it's photo time. The camera is clicking away as we take another look at the 20 students of Class A. Let's refresh our memories. Number 1 is Aoyama, also known as Laser. Number 2 is Ashido, looking as energetic as ever. Number 3 is Asui, and number 4 is our class rep, Ida. Moving down the line, we have Uraraka at number 5, Ojiro at 6, and Kaminari, Denki at 7. Then there's Kirishima at 8, Koda at 9, Sato at 10, Shoji at 11, and Jiro at 12. Sero takes the 13th spot, followed by Tokoyami at 14 and Todoroki at 15. Hagakure is 16. Then the demon Bakugo at 17, Midoriya at 18, our warrior Mineta at 19, and finally, Momoyaya Hosu at 20. Takuda is carefully observing each and every one of them. He's already narrowing down his suspects, focusing on the 6 students who made it to the semifinals or beyond. Bakugo is incredibly powerful, almost at a pro level, but his early declaration of wanting to surpass All Might makes him too obvious, so he's out. Todoroki is Endeavor's son, which also complicates things. The rest of the candidates are all impressive, but Tokuda's professional intuition is pointing directly at Midoriya. Right on cue, All Might returns from the store with a massive pile of meat buns gifted to him by a fan who owns the shop. It's way too much for him to eat on his own, so he decides to share with the whole class. He places a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and tells him, "It's your turn now, strict training starts tomorrow." As soon as All Might leaves, Tokuda approaches the boy. He reveals that he's also been a massive All Might fan for over 20 years, establishing an immediate connection through their shared admiration. He tells a touching story about how All Might saved his father from a massive industrial explosion years ago. Even when everyone else gave up because the fire was too intense, All Might refused to quit. He was the beacon of hope that saved Tokuda's world when it seemed everything was falling apart. And he's never forgotten that. He admits he's been worried sick ever since All Might's retirement. He shows Midoriya a photo he just took showing off his unique quirk, the ability to generate camera lenses anywhere on his body for instant photography. Talk about being born for your profession. He then gets to the real reason he's talking to the young hero student. Takuda explains that during his investigation, your quirk really caught his eye. After connecting all the dots and looking at all the evidence, he's absolutely convinced that you are the one All Might chose to be his successor. Of course, this is all just a theory without any hard proof, and he promises he won't be publishing it in the paper. He's just relieved to know there's a glimmer of hope during these uncertain times. He asks for one quick photo before he leaves, then disappears as suddenly as he arrived. Staying true to his word, he keeps Midoriya's secret safe. He keeps everything about Midoriya under wraps, only providing his office with a single photo of All Might eating meat buns for their story. Later that afternoon, Midoriya reaches out to Gran Torino to see if he's taking any students for work studies. Unfortunately, the old hero is way too busy to take on anyone at the moment. Instead, he suggests a much better option, All Might's former sidekick. All Midoriya needs to do is ask his mentor for a recommendation. As night falls, a notorious and dangerous figure from the underworld arrives at the League of Villains hideout to speak with Shigaraki. This is a meeting that could change everything. He's here to negotiate because he knows his idol, All For One, is still alive. To his generation, the Dark Emperor who ruled the underworld was a living legend. Seeing that legend defeated by All Might on live television and then hauled off to the world's most high-security prison was a bitter pill for him to swallow. The criminal world is currently leaderless and in complete disarray, and he isn't happy about it. It's clear to everyone in the room that this guy is here to challenge Shigaraki's authority, which makes the young villain incredibly agitated. To make matters worse, he starts openly mocking Shigaraki's leadership and his inability to control his subordinates. He points out how the hero killer Stames stole the spotlight, and how Shigaraki's best pieces were easily captured by the police. He confidently claims that if he were the one in charge, they would be winning every single battle with flawless, perfectly executed plans. This guy really thinks he's the answer to all their problems. Naturally, that means Chisaki, Overhaul, would take over as the big boss. Magni can't stand the disrespect anymore and lunges at Chisaki with a weapon. Everyone expected the underworld thug to be easy pickings, but Magni is literally obliterated into a bloody mist the second Chisaki touches her. Mr. Compress, thinking he can do better, also charges in. He tries to use his magic, but the outcome is just as grim. His arm vanishes in the blink of an eye. Shigaraki sees an opening and launches a rapid attack, but he only manages to take out one of Chisaki's expendable pawns instead of the leader himself. Chisaki's backup quickly moves in to support their boss, but he decides to call off the fight to avoid any more pointless casualties. He leaves behind a business card telling Shigaraki to call him when he's ready to reconsider the partnership, then takes his leave. Surprisingly, The once impulsive Shigaraki chooses to hold back and wait rather than continuing the reckless fight. He's learning to be patient. The next morning, Aizawa brings up the topic of the upcoming hero work studies. The general consensus among the faculty was that first years shouldn't be participating just yet. Bakugo is actually pleased to hear this, likely thinking that if he can't go, he might as well enjoy everyone else being stuck too. However, the final decision is to allow the first years to participate after all, though it's restricted to top-tier agencies across Japan. As soon as class is over, Midoriya rushes to All Might to ask for a recommendation to Sir Night-Eye's agency, but his request is met with an unexpected response. All Might actually turns him down. He explains that first years don't really need to be out there just yet, and he thinks Midoriya needs to focus on mastering his shoot-style kicks first. Most importantly, he admits that he and Night-Eye have some personal history that makes it very difficult for them to even talk to each other. Midoriya isn't giving up that easily though. He's convinced that working with Night-Eye will give him a better understanding of All Might's legacy and help him grow much faster. He's feeling the weight of being the successor and feels he needs to become incredibly powerful right now. All Might stays firm in his refusal, but he does have another idea in mind. Mirio Togata is suddenly summoned to see All Might for something urgent, and he shows up in record time to share some tea. The reason All Might called him is because Mirio is currently doing his own work study at Sir Night-Eye's agency. This could be exactly the shortcut Midoriya needs to get his foot in the door. Mirio is likely going to become Night-Eye's full-time sidekick after graduation, so All Might asks him to help put in a good word for Midoriya. Mirio is happy to help, but first, he has a very important question. What kind of hero does Midoriya truly want to become? It's a foundational question that our protagonist needs to be sure of. Midoriya immediately answers that he wants to save everyone with a smile on his face, but then he catches himself. He remembers his mother's tears of worry and realizes that's not quite enough. He changes his answer, saying he wants to be strong enough so that no one ever has to worry about him again. He wants to be the ultimate hero. It's a bold and ambitious goal for a first-year student. Mirio is impressed by his resolve and agrees to help him out. The next morning, Bakugo and Todoroki head off to their remedial classes to try and earn their licenses. Meanwhile, Midoriya is with Mirio standing in front of Sir Night-Eye's agency for the first time. He's feeling incredibly nervous, remembering how stern and intimidating Night-Eye looked on television. But Mirio tells him not to worry. He claims that behind that serious exterior, Night-Eye is actually a total comedian. If Midoriya wants to get hired, Mirio says he'll have to make the pro hero laugh at least once. Mirio says you need proof, and as soon as they walk into the office, they see it. Night-Eye is torturing, well, actually just tickling his sidekick, Bubble Girl, without mercy. Why? Apparently her report wasn't funny enough for his taste. Realizing he's in a high-pressure situation, Midoriya decides to unleash his secret weapon. He pulls out the impression he's practiced hundreds of times, making a face just like All Might's and confidently declaring that he's All Might's successor and can handle anything. He expected a laugh, but instead, Night-Eye is absolutely furious. It seems Midoriya has made a huge mistake right out of the gate. Night-Eye feels like he's insulting All Might's image. Knowing that Night-Eye was All Might's sidekick and still doing that impression was a real risk, Night-Eye starts nitpicking the impression, pointing out that the wrinkles around All Might's eyes are exactly 0.6 centimeters normally and change to 0.8 centimeters during a fight. Midoriya realizes he's dealing with a superfan. Midoriya finally notices the room is packed with All Might memorabilia, including a rare 10th anniversary rug that was never even sold to the public. There is no doubt about it, Sir Night-Eye is a hardcore, lifelong fan. Thinking fast, Midoriya brings up a very specific and obscure story about a rescue at the Vinegar River to try and connect with him. He tells the story of a middle schooler with a water-altering quirk who fell into a river and was saved by All Might. In his panic, the boy accidentally turned all the surrounding water into vinegar. It's a deep-cut story that only a true fanatic would know, and Midoriya is hoping it'll get him some points. All Might's face ended up smelling like vinegar for the rest of the day, and his forced smile during that rescue was exactly what Midoriya was trying to imitate. Night-Eye, of course, knows the story. He even knows which retrospective program it was featured on. But he still thinks Midoriya's storytelling was a bit disrespectful and is still on the fence. The two of them keep bickering while Mirio finally helps the poor Bubble Girl escape the tickling machine. Despite the friction, Mirio thinks the initial impression wasn't a total disaster and that Midoriya might actually have a shot. After a long conversation, Night-Eye finally starts to see where the young student is coming from. The path to getting that official stamp is clear, but Sir Night-Eye has some serious warnings first. This isn't some casual school trip. This work study is the real deal, and will require him to be on call at all times. He also mentions that there's no pay for the entire month, and Midoriya will likely have to miss a lot of his regular classes. Despite all the tough conditions, Midoriya is fully committed and agrees to stay. Sir Night-Eye doesn't have any more arguments, so he reaches for his stamp-ut. Instead of stamping the paperwork, he slams it down right onto his desk. He's not going to make it that easy for him. He wants to know what kind of value Midoriya will bring to the table. What can he actually contribute to society as a hero? All Might proved his worth through both his overwhelming strength and his ability to bring joy to people. And Night-Eye expects something similar. He gives Midoriya exactly 3 minutes to prove himself through action, not just words. The challenge is simple. Get the stamp from his hand within 3 minutes or leave. He kicks Mirio and Bubble Girl out of the room so they can have some privacy for the test. Once the audience is gone, the clock starts ticking. Midoriya immediately fires up One for All, Full Cowl, using his speed to try and catch Night-Eye off guard. He's moving as fast as he can, but Night-Eye seems to know his every move before he even makes it. He predicts exactly where Midoriya will start, which way he'll turn, and every single strike he attempts. Night-Eye's dodging everything with zero effort, even predicting that Midoriya will start to feel the pressure once the first minute is passed. He's using his foresight quirk, which allows him to see a person's future actions for up to an hour after making physical and eye contact. He bluntly tells Midoriya that he's just too average to be All Might's successor, doubling down on his belief that Mirio Togata was the one who should have inherited the power. That's a pretty low blow. Midoriya can't stand to hear such things, especially after being told by All Might himself that he could become a hero. He pushes himself even harder, determined to prove that All Might's choice wasn't a mistake, and that he's worthy of the power he's been given. He starts bouncing around the room, mimicking the high-speed movement style he learned from Gran Torino. But even with that, Night-Eye dodges effortlessly, mocking him by calling him a cheap imitation of the old hero. He continues to pepper Midoriya with stinging insults while easily evading every desperate attempt to grab the stamp. Midoriya decides to just tune out the insults and stay focused on the goal. He races toward a bookshelf and launches it at Night-Eye to create a distraction. His plan is to use the opening to attack from a blind spot behind him, hoping to finally catch the pro hero off guard. But even with a clever plan like that, it might not be enough. Night-Eye's foresight is just too powerful, and Midoriya ends up slamming face first into the wall. The 3 minutes are up, and the match is officially over. Midoriya admits defeat, but he explains that the reason he hit the wall wasn't due to fatigue, it was because he was desperately trying to avoid stepping on or damaging any of the All Might merchandise in the room. That's exactly the kind of passion and respect Sir Night-Eye was looking for. He does a total 180 and changes his mind on the spot. He hands the stamp over to Midoriya, letting him finalize the contract himself. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second and stamps that paper immediately. He's not about to let this opportunity slip away. Word gets out that Midoriya scored a spot at Night-Eye's agency, and his classmates are green with envy. Most of them are having a really hard time finding any pro hero willing to take on a first-year student for work studies. Just then, Aizawa enters with some big news. Tokoyami has been scouted by the number 3 hero, Hawks. Kirishima is heading out with Tamaki, and both Uraraka and Asui have been invited to work with Nejiru. It looks like things are finally starting to pick up for the rest of Class A. Everyone is buzzing with excitement except for Mineta, who's still traumatized by his last internship and isn't exactly looking forward to a repeat performance. The next day marks Midoriya's first official day of work study, his first assignment, helping to monitor Chisaki Overhaul, who's been showing some very suspicious behavior lately, including secret contacts with the League of Villains. He heads out on patrol with Mirio, but his mind is miles away, preoccupied with why All Might never mentioned Sir Night-Eye to him. He can't stop wondering about the mysterious history between his mentor and his new boss. He's so deep in thought that he barely notices they're already on the street. Mirio asks him what his hero name is, and he's genuinely surprised to hear Deku, which literally means useless or good for nothing. But since Midoriya chose it himself, Mirio respects the decision. As they continue their patrol, a little girl suddenly bursts out of an alleyway and runs right into Midoriya. The second Midoriya catches her, he can feel her whole body shaking with intense fear. Right behind her is a face that's impossible to forget. Chisaki himself, stepping out of the shadows and telling the girl to come back. Midoriya's face goes pale as a wave of dread washes over him. Mirio quickly helps Midoriya put his mask on and acts like a perfectly normal hero on a routine patrol, showing no signs of suspicion. He keeps the conversation brief and professional, trying to get away as fast as possible to avoid tipping Chisaki off about their connection to Night-Eye. But then, the little girl shoots Midoriya a look of pure desperation. She's practically begging for help with her eyes, and there's no way Midoriya can just walk away from that. He gently asks Chisaki what's going on between him and the girl, noting that a child shaking that much clearly hasn't just been scolded for something minor. He's pushing his luck here, and the tension is rising. Chisaki remains eerily calm and invites them into the alley to talk things out privately. He starts rambling about his daughter Eri and how she's constantly disobeying her parents. But while he's talking, he sends a subtle but terrifying signal to the girl. He's essentially telling her that if she doesn't come back right now, there will be consequences. Terrified, Eri slowly walks back to Chisaki's side and follows him back home. Midoriya is left standing there, feeling completely powerless, as he watches the child who just begged for his help disappear into the shadows. Back at his base, Chisaki is absolutely fuming. He's in such a foul mood that anyone who says the wrong thing is going to pay a heavy price. He's in a mood to kill. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Mirio report the encounter to Night Eye, believing that Chisaki's daughter might be a crucial new lead in their investigation. Midoriya is still haunted by how Eri felt when she clung to him, and he's more determined than ever to find a way to protect her. He vows to do whatever it takes to save her, but Night Eye immediately shuts him down. He warns that rushing in blindly will only cause the villains to go into hiding. You can't just save someone on a whim. You need a solid plan and perfect timing. He tells Midoriya that their work for the day is done and he should head back. Midoriya's first day of work study ends with a crushing weight on his chest. He can't shake the image of that terrified little girl from his mind. Meanwhile, Chisaki is already moving on to his next move phase. Just received a call from Shigaraki, and it sounds like they're about to launch a major operation. Things are heating up on the villain's side. The next morning, Bakugo and Todoroki are being put through the ringer in their remedial hero classes. Midoriya, on the other hand, is walking around in a total daze. His mind's still stuck on the events of yesterday. He just can't seem to focus on his schoolwork at all. He's so distracted that he decides to go straight to All Might to get some answers. He finds his mentor jogging in the woods and rushes over to confront him. He wants to know the truth. How does Night Eye know about One for All? And why didn't All Might want Mirio to be the successor instead? He's desperate for the truth and tells All Might he can't handle the secrets anymore. As the chosen successor, he feels he has a right to know everything. All Might admits he had his reasons for keeping quiet, but seeing how much Midoriya is struggling, he finally agrees to tell him the whole story. He explains that Night Eye was originally one of his biggest fans, and eventually became his sidekick for 5 whole years. They were incredibly close until about 6 years ago, right after All Might's brutal, life-changing battle with All for One. That was the turning point in their relationship. All Might's body was failing him, and Night Eye begged him to retire, saying he'd already done more than enough as a legend. He was worried that if All Might kept pushing himself, it would only lead to a tragic end. Despite their promise that Night Eye wouldn't use his foresight on him, the situation became so dire that he felt he had no choice. He looked into All Might's future and saw that someone else would eventually take his place as the symbol of peace. Even worse, he saw that if All Might continued on his current path, he was destined for a gruesome death. But even knowing that, All Might refused to back down. He chose to keep fighting with a smile on his face to protect the peace he worked so hard to build. That disagreement is what ultimately drove them apart. As for Mirio, All Might admits it was just luck that he met Midoriya first. If things had gone differently, who knows what would have happened. The news of All Might's predicted death leaves Midoriya absolutely devastated. He asks how far into the future Night Eye's foresight can actually see, and All Might tells him it's usually around 6 or 7 years, though the accuracy fades over time. However, Night Eye's predictions have never been wrong before. This only fuels Midoriya's determination to prove the prediction wrong. He promises his mentor that no matter what the future holds, they'll find a way to change destiny together. Later that night, a wave of crime hits the city, but the professional heroes are already on the scene to stop the chaos. Nature takes the lead, blowing the villains away with her powerful energy waves. Uraraka and Asui follow up with a coordinated attack to finish them off. Ryukyu, the number 9 hero, is incredibly impressed by the trio's teamwork and is glad Najir brought these talented first years along for the job. She also reveals that they'll soon be teaming up with Sir Night Eye to investigate a dangerous criminal organization known as the Shihasakai, led by Chisaki. Meanwhile, over at their hideout, Shigaraki has arrived to discuss a potential collaboration with the group. Shigaraki makes himself right at home, kicking his feet up and making it clear that he isn't here to take orders. He tells Chisaki that while they both want more power and influence, this needs to be a partnership of equals. He has no intention of bowing down to anyone and plans to operate on his own terms. He's basically saying it's a temporary alliance and there's zero chance of him ever acknowledging Chisaki as his leader. On top of that, Shigaraki demands to know the details of Chisaki's secret plan before he commits to anything. Chisaki's men aren't exactly thrilled with Shigaraki's arrogant attitude. They've got guns pointed right at his face, but Shigaraki doesn't even flinch, coolly reminding them that they still owe him for the death of Magni and the arm Mr. Compress lost. He's not about to let those debts go unpaid if this partnership is going to work. Shigaraki warns them that if they don't start showing some respect, there's no deal. Surprisingly, Chisaki decides to play along and see what Shigaraki is really after. Over on the hero side, Kirishima is out on patrol with Tamaki and Fat Goma, pro-hero who's famous for never taking on work-study students until now. Kirishima is lucky to be there. As they're chatting, a group of thieves comes racing toward them, pursued by the police. Fat Gum moves with surprising speed, intercepting the criminals and literally absorbing them into his massive body. Tamaki then uses his quirk to sprout octopus tentacles and take down the remaining stragglers with ease. You might think Tamaki can just turn into an octopus, but it's much cooler than that. His quirk, Manifest, allows him to transform his body parts into the characteristics of whatever he's recently eaten. Whether it's seafood, poultry, or anything else, he can use its features to his advantage in battle. It's an incredibly versatile power. The local crowd gathered instantly, their voices rising in a wave of cheers for the heroes who had just put on a truly spectacular show. However, lurking within that sea of faces was a hidden threat and associate of the gang waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, he brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at Amajiki and the large Fat Gum. Before the trigger could even be pulled, Kirishima reacted with lightning speed, charging forward to use his hardening ability to deflect the incoming bullet. According to the intel regarding Chisaki, this wasn't just any projectile. It's a specialized round designed to temporarily nullify the target's quirk, behaving exactly like Aizawa's erasure. After firing his shot, the assailant tossed his gun and fled into the alleyways immediately. Amajiki was left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how he lost his powers even though the bullet hadn't actually pierced him. Meanwhile, Kirishima was determined to hunt this guy down at any cost. To him, shooting someone and then tucking tail to run is the most unmanly thing a person can do, and he simply couldn't let it slide. Following a brief chase, the villain found himself trapped at a dead end. He took a massive, direct punch to the face, sent sprawling and tumbling across the pavement. Pathetically, he began to sob and wail right there on the ground. The thug lamented his own weakness, so pitifully that Kirishima actually felt a pang of sympathy and tried to offer some words of comfort. But the more the hero tried to console him, the more distressed the villain became. Suddenly, he pulled out a vial of medicine and injected it straight into his neck. It was obvious that once that stuff hit his system, he'd be getting a massive power boost. Kirishima knew he was in over his head, yet he refused to back down. He dug his heels in and prepared to defend the area because innocent bystanders were still nearby. Even with his skin hardened to the max, it wasn't enough to fully repel the raw ferocity of the villain's empowered attacks. In that critical moment of desperation, the words Bakugo once spat at him echoed in his mind. "You're a warhorse. When you see a fight, you charge through it, and running away is never an option." So now, Kirishima realized he needed to be tougher than ever before. Forcing his body and his willpower to their limits, he transformed into a brand new state. Red Riot Unbreakable was born. The villain's steel-like blades suddenly looked like flimsy pieces of tin compared to Kirishima's jagged new armor. Even if he were hit by 1,000 steel blades focused on a single point, they wouldn't leave a scratch. Nothing could get through. One punch completely shattered the villain's momentum, and a second heavy blow ended the fight for good. Just as his unbreakable form wore off, the villain reverted to his pathetic sobbing state, whining about his misfortune and trying to find a way to escape. He thought he might actually manage to slip away into the shadows unnoticed. But just when he thought he was in the clear, Fat Gum appeared and pulled him into a massive bear hug. Thanks to his fat absorption quirk, he can soak up and trap anything that hits him. Shortly after, the locals crowded around to thank Kirishima for his incredible courage during the battle. Deeply moved, Kirishima bowed low to express his gratitude to everyone. By the next morning, Kirishima found himself featured in the newspapers, earning the admiration of the public. Predictably, Bakugo was fuming because he felt like he was falling behind again. Uraraka and Isui also got their own spotlight in a reputable publication. Meanwhile, Midoriya remained haunted, his mind constantly replaying the image of that trembling girl who had reached out to him for help. Fortunately, 2 weeks later, Midoriya received a call from Sir Naidai for an assignment. By a total stroke of coincidence, Kirishima had just been summoned as well. And as if that wasn't enough, Uraraka and Isui were also part of the group called into action. The four of them happened to be walking the same path, happened to board the same train, and were heading in the exact same direction. There's no way that many things happen by chance. Of course, they all shared a single destination. Upon entering, they found the room packed with pros, including the legendary Gran Torino, Eraserhead, and numerous other familiar faces. Everyone was there, from high-ranking legends to local heroes representing various districts. Sir Night-Eye saw that the assembly was complete and stepped forward to officially call the meeting to order, his presence commanding the room. The primary focus was uncovering the schemes of the Shia Hasakai. Night Eye's agency had been investigating and discovered that over the past 2 weeks, this gang had been involved in a string of bank robberies. Further intelligence indicated that they were expanding their network, reaching out to shady figures, outside of their usual circles. It reached a boiling point when they made contact with members of the League of Villains, though reports suggest there was some internal friction or even a fight between them. Sir Night Eye suspects their main revenue comes from trafficking illegal drugs. Fat Gum then chimed in, mentioning he had previously busted several low-level drug smugglers, but the incident where Amajiki was shot by a mysterious projectile was unique. It was a quirk-destroying drug. Since Amajiki's powers had recently begun to return, they concluded the effect wasn't permanent. When it comes to the mechanics of nullifying powers, however, Aizawa was the one to explain it best. His own ability doesn't actually erase the quirk factor itself, but rather just blocks its activation temporarily. Furthermore, thanks to Kirishima's heroic actions, the police were able to recover a bullet that still contained some of the serum. Once the lab analysis was complete, the results were enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Even Fat Gum was repulsed when he learned the drug contained human blood and cells. To clarify things, Night Eye projected Chisaki's image on the screen. The leader of the Shia Hasakai possesses the Quirk Overhaul, which allows him to disassemble and then reassemble matter at will. He can break things down and fix them however he likes, which means those quirk-erasing bullets are likely his own creation. The two young heroes who had previously encountered him were suddenly flooded with dark realizations. That little girl, Eri, must be the one carrying the erasure quirk. Kirishima was still struggling to piece everything together, looking lost, so Rocklock decided to spell it out for him. Night Eye suspects that Monster Chisaki is turning his own daughter's body into ammunition. As of now, they aren't sure if they've perfected a version that permanently erases quirks. But the way he's gathering resources and manpower nationwide suggests they've moved into a widespread testing phase. Sir Night Eye took full responsibility for what had happened to the two young heroes on his watch. He asked the others not to blame the boys as they truly tried to save her. Midoriya was ready to risk everything then, but Mirio had chosen a more calculated path to ensure a better chance of success. Both students stood up simultaneously, their eyes filled with resolve, declaring that this time they would definitely save Eri. According to the data Night Eye's agency had compiled, there were numerous locations across the country suspected of being hideouts where she might be held. He wanted every pro-hero present to investigate these spots one by one to narrow down the list as quickly as possible. Fat Gum immediately voiced his protest, feeling that such a process would take way too long. Aizawa then questioned why Night Eye didn't just use his foresight to predict the future for everyone in the room. Sir Night Eye admitted he wished he could, but it's not that simple. His foresight requires a full 24-hour cooldown between activations. Moreover, the vision he sees is limited to just 1 hour of a person's life. Imagine trying to summarize an entire existence into 60 minutes. It's far more intense than any movie recap. But the biggest reason he avoids using it is the fear that he might see someone's impending death in the near future. To put it simply, he considers it a last resort. He quietly bore the criticism from the others without complaint. After the briefing concluded, Midoriya shared the details of his first encounter with Chisaki with his friends. Mirio, meanwhile, was drowning in guilt over his earlier decision. He was devastated by what he felt was a catastrophic mistake. Just then, Aizawa walked in to inform them that their internships were being put on hold. Since the League of Villains might be involved, it had become too hazardous for students. However, Aizawa knew Midoriya well enough to know he'd go after Eri anyway, so instead, he told the boy that he would keep a close eye on him personally. He urged Midoriya that if he was going to do this, he had to do it the right way. Meanwhile, deep inside the Shi Hasakai base, a man with black and yellow hair mimic checked in on Eri in a manner that was anything but kind. Yet Eri's mind went back to the warm, protective hands of that green-haired boy, which felt so different from the villains around her. A few days later, while the heroes were busy scouting their assigned locations, a strict order of no engagement was in effect until further notice. The students were especially forbidden from breathing a word about the operation to anyone, as Aizawa had emphasized the previous afternoon. The mission had one singular goal, rescuing Eri, and nothing else. The police had concluded that the League wasn't officially allied with the Shi Hasakai, but if things went south, the students were ordered to retreat immediately. When lunchtime rolled around, Midoriya was too distracted to eat, his mind racing with worries about Eri. He wondered if she was suffering or she was being subjected to more of those horrific experiments. His distraught appearance didn't go unnoticed by Shoto and Aida, who were visibly concerned. Aida, wanting to help, spoke up with sincerity. He told Midoriya that if things weren't okay, he should lean on his friends. These were the exact same words Midoriya had once used to help Aida. Tears began to well up in Deku's eyes, not because he was giving up, but because he was so moved by his friend's support. He desperately wanted to share the details, but he was sworn to secrecy. Still, he felt immense gratitude toward Aida for being there. Meanwhile, the investigation teams were scouring every nook and cranny of their assigned sectors. To whittle down the list of potential hideouts, it required a massive, coordinated effort from many different hero agencies at once. Before long, they had managed to clear more than half of the suspected sites. Gran Torino decided to perform an even deeper dive into the remaining locations to ensure their intelligence was flawless. At midnight 2 days later, Midoriya's phone rang. It was Sir Night-Eye. Naturally, the other interns also received calls from their respective pro-hero mentors. The following morning, everyone reconvened at the meeting spot to hear Sir Night-Eye's update. He held up a Winchant Princess toy box, explaining that this item helped him pinpoint exactly where Eri was being held. It sounded almost absurd, but he assured them it was a concrete lead. The previous afternoon, he had shadowed a Shi Hasakai member to a toy store. This guy didn't seem like the type to have eccentric hobbies, and the way he awkwardly asked the staff about specific toys made it obvious he was buying something for a child. By nudging the man toward a popular new toy set, Sir Night-Eye was able to close the distance and activate his foresight on him. As he suspected, the man was a key member of the organization, and Eri was confirmed to be in their underground facility. Hearing this, Mirio's spirit was instantly revitalized, and he began moving with his usual energetic flair. Both he and Midoriya were now hyper-focused on their mission. They were determined that this time, Chisaki wouldn't get away. Over at the hideout, the villain boss learned the police were in the area and immediately began finalizing his countermeasures. Shortly thereafter, the Hero Task Force was positioned near the gang's headquarters. Night-Eye warned that the underground facility was a convoluted maze. They had mapped out the quickest route to Eri's room, and speed was of the essence to ensure they caught the villains off guard. Midoriya looked around, noticing Gran Torino's absence and feeling curious about it. Sir Night-Eye explained that since the League of Villains had shown signs of movement elsewhere, Gran Torino had gone to investigate them. As the operation commenced with full police support, the group prepared for entry. They were about to announce themselves properly when a massive behemoth of a man burst out of the gate. Aizawa and Midoriya had to jump into action immediately to save the police officer from the initial rush. Ryukyu, the rank 9 hero, transformed into her dragon form to pin the giant down, allowing the rest of the team to storm the building. The low-level thugs at the entrance were no match for the sheer numbers and power of the hero force. However, deep underground, the real threats awaited. The Precepts, Chisaki's elite guard. To understand what's at stake, let's look back at Amajiki's past. As a child, he was incredibly introverted. I'm talking painfully shy. In his early years, hardly anyone in class wanted to socialize with him. Mirio was the first person to reach out, and for Amajiki, that was like the sun finally coming out. Mirio has always been a beacon of light in his eyes. Even now, watching Mirio charge ahead like a blazing star, Amajiki is reminded of how his friend always guides the way. Back in the present, the gang threw almost every member they had at the heroes just to buy time, but the core group of pros and students had already managed to penetrate deep into the facility. Following Sir Night-Eye's lead, they reached a specific vase that served as a secret terminal. He entered the sequence from his memory and the passage opened up. Suddenly, 3 thugs jumped out to try and startle them, but Bubble Girl moved fast to restrain them. The team pressed on, only to find themselves staring at a dead end that didn't match Night-Eye's visions. Mirio decided to use his quirk to phase through and check if it was a real wall. Luckily, his hero suit is made from his own hair fibers, so there's no risk of him popping out naked and embarrassing everyone. As he suspected, the wall was a fake created by Chisaki's manipulation. Midoriya and Kirishima didn't waste a second using their raw power to smash the barrier to pieces. Suddenly, the entire hallway began to twist and warp. Only someone like Mimic could be behind this, and he must have taken a quirk-enhancing drug to control a structure this massive. Amajiki started spiraling into his usual pessimistic self, muttering about how they were already too late. However, Mirio snapped him out of it, calling him Sun Eater and reminding him that as Naaman he could outshine even the sun. With that, Mirio used his permeation to phase straight through the shifting walls and charge ahead solo. He was the only one who could bypass the obstacles, leaving the rest of the group to fall into a lower level where 3 dangerous foes were waiting. That's when Amajiki stepped up. He told the others, "Let me handle this 3-on-1, just keep moving and don't worry about me." The villains grew restless and lunged forward, but Aizawa instantly nullified their quirks. Amajiki seized the opening, transforming his limbs into octopus tentacles to bind the 3 whose abilities were theft, crystal, and food. She had analyzed their quirks carefully and felt confident he could neutralize them. He shouted to his mentor, "Fat Gum, keep going, I've got this under control." Fat Gum took the lead and rushed the remaining team forward. Before Aizawa followed, he gave Amajiki one last assist by suppressing the villain's quirks, warning him to wrap things up before the effect wore off. Amajiki was hoping for a clean sweep, but the one with the theft quirk managed a sudden counterattack. Aizawa's erasure only lasted for a moment, and now all three villains had their powers back at full strength. This was the real 3-on-1 battle now. The crystal user struck first, and the impact sent Amajiki's mind reeling back to a physical education class from the previous year. He had always been crippled by self-doubt, especially when he had to perform in front of others. Back then, Mirio was in the same boat, struggling to control his own difficult quirk. But Mirio never let it get him down. He actually kept a bright smile on his face throughout the struggle. After school, Amajiki had vented his insecurities to him, but Mirio wouldn't hear it. He told Tamaki that he was only able to push himself because Amajiki was there. Seeing Tamaki refuse to run away, even when he was clearly terrified, gave Mirio the motivation to keep trying his best. Mirio insisted that Tamaki was like a son to him, someone with immense talent and a fun personality beneath the shyness. This memory of his mentor and friend gave Amajiki the boost he needed. It's a classic hero trope, but seeing him find his resolve is always satisfying to watch. He was transformed, his confidence surging as he used his logic to fight. He became a whirlwind of hybrid animal traits, using his octopus tentacles as his primary weapon. It looked like he was about to wipe the floor with all three of them in an instant. However, the gluttonous villain recovered, and began devouring Amajiki's tentacles whole. To make matters worse, the three villains began coordinating their attacks perfectly, overwhelming him until he was at death's door. But he didn't quit. He managed to kick a crystal shard into the eyes of the theft user to disrupt his quirk, then used the crystalline matter he'd manifested to block the heavy hitter's blow. Finally, he used his transformed legs to sweep and bundle all three together. It was a tactical masterclass. Winning a 3-on-1 fight is legendary, but it left him completely drained. He was too exhausted to keep moving forward. Midoriya and Kirishima were incredibly worried about their friend, but they knew they had to trust him and keep pushing toward the objective. Aizawa, meanwhile, was starting to get a bad feeling. They had been running for a while, and it was suspicious that Mimic hadn't tried to interfere again. Meanwhile, over with the other group, Bubble Girl and the other heroes had finished taking down their own set of obstacles. She wondered why these goons were willing to throw their lives away just to stall. They confessed that Chisaki had usurped control while the former boss was ill, and anyone who didn't follow his orders was as good as dead. Back with Midoriya's team, Aizawa's hunch was right. Mimic appeared and tried to isolate him. Fat Gum reacted instantly, shoving Aizawa out of the way and taking the hit. Surprisingly, Kirishima also lunged in and got sucked into the trap along with his mentor. More importantly, they found themselves facing a villain with terrifying iron fists. Kirishima, perhaps overestimating his current state, went into his hardened mode to block a punch, but he was sent flying backwards. Fat Gum fared better since his quirk is built for absorbing impact, his thick layer of fat keeping him in the fight. Despite the barrage of punches, Fat Gum stood his ground. Kirishima, however, realized his hardening wasn't quite enough to handle those heavyweight blows. As Fat Gum prepared to strike back, a shimmering shield manifested to protect the villain. It turned out he wasn't alone. A partner with a barrier quirk stepped up from the shadows. The iron-fisted fighter kept up his assault, hammering away at Fat Gum. Even though the hero was absorbing the damage, the constant pressure was starting to take its toll. Kirishima was stuck in a spiral of self-doubt, blaming himself for being arrogant and thinking he was stronger than he actually was. Fat Gum immediately snapped at Kirishima to get his head in the game, telling him that if his spirit broke, the battle was already lost. He urged the boy to keep fighting as long as he had breath in his lungs. Interestingly, their opponents seemed to be bickering. One was a hot-headed brawler, while the other was obsessed with playing it safe. It was essentially a battle between an unstoppable spear and shield combo versus two heroes who were acting as shields themselves. Fat Gum decided to exploit their lack of coordination for his final gambit. It was an all-or-nothing move. He began taunting the brawler, challenging him to see if his spear could actually break a hero's shield. The hot-headed villain took the bait immediately, eager to prove his strength, while Kirishima was still confused about Fat Gum's plan. He felt helpless, watching his mentor take a brutal beating just to protect him. Fear began to cloud his vision, and he felt paralyzed as he watched the hero endure blow after blow. If things continued, Fat Gum was going to reach his limit. But that's when Kirishima's backstory kicked in. Even as a kid, he had a heart of gold and a strong sense of justice, but his quirk didn't match his ambition. Back then, his skin would only harden just a tiny bit, hardly enough to make a difference. He tried so hard, but his ability was underwhelming. Meanwhile, Ashita was the star. She could walk into any situation and handle it with charisma. She was like the school's idol. Kirishima convinced himself that if he just kept training, he would eventually see results. He figured if he followed a routine like Saitama, he'd be fine minus the baldness. However, reality was harsh. One day after school, he saw a suspicious-looking villain cornering two of his classmates. He desperately wanted to step in and save them, but his legs were frozen in place, refusing to move. He stood there, paralyzed by his own helplessness. Suddenly, Yoshito jumped in and redirected the villain, only to collapse in tears once the danger passed. In that moment, Kirishima felt utterly pathetic. Later, he read a news story about a middle school boy who risked everything to save a friend. He felt he lacked that true heroic spark. When his own life was on the line, he was just like anyone else, scared. Just like Midoriya, he was a massive fan of the hero Crimson Riot. He felt so disgusted with his own cowardice that he threw his hero book away in frustration. However, the book landed on a remote, triggering a video he had never seen before. In the clip, Crimson Riot was asked if he ever felt fear when charging at villains. Instead of acting tough, he admitted, "Of course I'm scared. Only a fool wouldn't be afraid." He confessed that his fear had once prevented him from saving someone, and that regret was far worse than the fear itself. He explained that now, whenever he's scared, he just imagines how much he'll regret it if he doesn't act. That wisdom completely flipped a switch in Kirishima's head. The very next morning, he apologized to the two girls for his inaction. From that day on, he pushed himself to the limit physically and academically, eventually earning his spot at UA High. To mark his new beginning, he dyed his hair into that iconic fiery red style. He looked like a completely different person. Ashido was surprised by the transformation, but after hearing his resolve, she told him to let her know once he had finally forgiven himself for his past hesitation. She promised a surprise when that day came. Back in the present, Fat Gum had reached full capacity after soaking up all those hits. With his energy gauge at 100%, his next punch was going to be powerful enough to tear through any defense. The iron-fisted brawler didn't back down, wanting a duel to the death. But Kirishima suddenly threw himself back into the fray, acting as a human shield for Fat Gum. Every time his armor cracked, he willed it to harden even further. He kept the pressure on until the barrier villain tried to intervene again. Kirishima went down, but he had bought Fat Gum the perfect opening. It was time for the ultimate move-a-punch that would make Saitama proud, a total one-hit knockout. Overhaul was already making his move to transport area away, holding a serum that seemed crucial to his dark plans. He wasn't alone, as Toga and twice his clone were trailing behind him. Fat Gum was frantic with worry, thinking Kirishima might be dead, but fortunately, the boy had just been knocked unconscious for a moment. Even in his dazed state, Kirishima mumbled about protecting everyone. Fat Gum had taken an interest in him since the sports festival, and now that Amajiki had brought him into the agency, he was even more impressed. He truly recognized Kirishima's potential and his resemblance to the legendary heroes of old. However, the battle wasn't completely over. The iron-fisted brawler was still conscious. Fat Gum was totally spent, and if another round started, they would definitely be in trouble. But surprisingly, the villain told the hero to take the boy to the infirmary for treatment. Talk about a plot twist. His partner with the shields was baffled, calling him insane. The brawler just told him to shut up and even knocked his own teammate out. After dealing with the distraction, he turned to Fat Gum and explained, "I only live for the thrill of the fight. Back in my MMA days, I was the undisputed king, and almost no one could handle my power. Those who could survive a hit would immediately beg for mercy." He admitted he was bored out of his mind until this fight, which finally gave him the challenge he craved. He called Kirishima a real man and expressed his desire for a rematch in the future where he could fight them properly. But for now, he allowed them to go and recover. Meanwhile, Mimic's quirk-enhancing drug was about to wear off. With his back against the wall, he used his final bits of power to warp the facility even more aggressively, trying to crush the heroes who were still advancing. The hallways were closing in. Kirishima had received some basic first aid and was resting. Fat Gum, sensing his opponent might actually be willing to talk, asked why someone so strong would join a small-time gang. The brawler answered honestly because he had previously lost to Chisaki. The boss had appeared out of nowhere, challenged him, and dismantled his entire body with a single touch only to put him back together a second later. That revelation left Fat Gum stunned by Overhaul's terrifying power. Fat Gum realized the scale of the threat. Seizing the opportunity, he asked about Chisaki's ultimate goal. The villain spilled the beans, ignoring his partner's protests, and explained they planned to flood society with their product. To fund such a massive operation, they needed a fortune. Meanwhile, Rock Lock was using his quirk to lock the shifting walls in place to keep the path open. He urged everyone to hurry, while Midoriya handled the defense, fending off any attacks coming from the rear. Midoriya was relentless, thwarting Mimic's every move. Despite his exhaustion, his resolve was fueled by the thought of his friends risking their lives. Suddenly, the wall manipulation stopped only for a massive barrier to split the group into 3 sections. Rocklock found himself face to face with Toga. He moved swiftly to restrain her and land a solid blow, but it turned out he had only caught a clone. The real Toga emerged from the shadows, stabbed him in the back, and used his blood to transform herself into his double. When Midoriya and Aizawa smashed through the wall, they were greeted by two identical versions of Rocklock. Aizawa's keen intuition saw through the trick immediately, and he used his quirk to force Toga out of her transformation. Midoriya managed to dodge her sudden lunge just in time. Aizawa managed to pin her down briefly, but she managed to wound him and slip away into the darkness. Midoriya realized her fighting style and quirk were identical to the girl he had seen before. This flashback to a meeting between Shigaraki and Chisaki, where the alliance was discussed. Chisaki had demanded that the League lend him Toga or Twice. Shigaraki eventually agreed, and despite Twice's vocal protests and confusion about why they were helping a rival group, both he and Toga were sent to work for the Shia Hasakai. Toga was equally skeptical, wanting a real explanation before she committed. Shigaraki removed his hand mask, showing a scarred face, and assured them that this was just a tactical move. They were still part of the League and had their own objectives to pursue. He gave them the green light to cause whatever chaos they wanted. Back at the base, Twice's clone and another thug confronted Sir Night-Eye. They mocked his lanky, frail appearance, underestimating him. The hot-headed Dune charged in first, only to be met with a swift and painful lesson. Night-Eye took him down before he could even blink. Since it was just a clone, it was weaker than the original, but it proved that Night-Eye is a force to be reckoned with. Armed with his heavy, specially designed stamps and years of experience, he is almost unbeatable at a one-on-one fight. He hurled two stamps that grazed Twice's face, terrifying him into a retreat. With his masked damage, Twice's split personalities began to clash violently inside his head. Just then, Toga appeared and helped him secure his mask while they both laughed about how they were going to mess with Mimic. Mimic lost his cool, shifting the entire floor and bringing them all into the same chamber. Chisaki now possessed 5 perfected quirk-erasing bullets, though they were incredibly expensive and time-consuming to produce. He prepared to move to a new facility. Meanwhile, Midoriya watched as Mimic completely spiraled out of control. Toga kept poking at his temper, insulting the Yakuza and driving him into a blind rage. Her taunts worked, forcing Mimic to reveal his true location. Midoriya seized the chance, leaping up and smashing through the wall to expose the villain. Aizawa nullified his quirk instantly, and Night-Eye finished him off with a heavy stamp. Midoriya caught the unconscious villain as the walls stabilized. Elsewhere, Mirio had finally caught up to Overhaul by using his permeation to phase through every obstacle in the maze. He was focused on Eri, but his movements were suddenly thrown off by a disorienting quirk. The villain Sakaki was clinging to the ceiling, using his slosh quirk to make Mirio feel completely drunk and off balance. Another villain aimed a gun at him, demanding to know how his quirk worked. To Mirio's horror, his mouth moved on its own, revealing his secrets. This was the work of Nemoto, whose quirk Confession forces anyone to answer his questions truthfully. Combined with Sakaki's disorientation, the duo thought they had the hero pinned down. They threw knives and fired shots at him, but Mirio's permeation made such attacks useless. He quickly dispatched the two underlings and focused on Chisaki, using a flurry of strikes to create an opening and reach Eri. He held her close and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm going to be your hero." Chisaki coldly ordered Eri to return, reminding her of the curse she supposedly carries, and how her resistance only leads to more people dying around her. He even revealed she wasn't actually his daughter. He shattered the ground with his quirk, showing zero regard for her safety. To him, it didn't matter if she was injured or killed, because he could simply disassemble and reassemble her whenever he wanted. The sheer cruelty of his words was staggering. Mirio was in a desperate situation, facing both Chisaki and a recovered Nemoto. He realized he needed to protect Eri's eyes from the horror, so he draped his hero cape around her. This distraction caused Nemoto to miss his shot. Mirio then phased into the ground to launch a surprise attack, but Chisaki was starting to predict his patterns. Undeterred, Mirio emerged behind him and landed a powerful blow right to the villain's face. He vowed that Chisaki would never touch Eri again. But Nemoto was still in the fight, and Chisaki tossed him the last remaining quirk-erasing bullet. It was a single final shot that would decide everything. The villain aimed the gun directly at Eri, knowing Mirio would do anything to protect her. Mirio didn't hesitate for a second, throwing his body in front of her with a smile and taking the bullet intended for the girl. Mirio had been inspired by heroes since he was a child. Despite having a quirk that was nearly impossible to master, he never gave up. His father had warned him of the dangers, but seeing his son's resolve, he supported him every step of the way. And even now, as his quirk vanished, Mirio's spirit remained unbreakable. He continued to fight purely with his physical skills and intuition, shielding Eri even as spikes pierced his body. Chisaki grew more enraged by the minute, unable to believe a quirkless human could still stand in his way. Just as the situation became dire, Deku arrived. Earlier, his team had finally subdued Mimic and confirmed the League's involvement. Aizawa had initially ordered Midoriya to stay back for safety, but the stakes were far too high now. Rock Lock had stepped in to defend Deku, reminding Aizawa of their primary mission. He pointed out that everyone in Kirishima, Fat Gum, and Mirio was giving their all to pave the way. They couldn't let those sacrifices be in vain. They were on the verge of victory and had to push through. While they rushed forward, Toga and Twice were watching from above, hatching their own plan to benefit the League, while the heroes and the Yakuza tore each other apart. They planned to wait until both sides were exhausted and then snatch Eri for themselves. That little bit of chaos was exactly what allowed Midoriya to break through and arrive at the perfect moment to save his friends. Deku's entrance was spectacular, landing a blow that sent Chisaki flying while Aizawa suppressed the villain's quirk. Mirio could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing his friends had arrived. He had truly done enough. The team pressed their advantage, keeping Chisaki on the defensive. But Chronostasis launched a sneak attack, slowing Aizawa's movements down significantly. Chisaki had used his quirk to keep his subordinate in the fight. With Aizawa's eyes failing, Deku was suddenly trapped by a forest of stone spikes. In a display of pure monstrosity, Chisaki disassembled Nemoto and fused with him, becoming a terrifying four-armed behemoth. He had completely abandoned his humanity for power. Meanwhile, Aizawa was being overwhelmed by the slowing effect. Chisaki wanted Aizawa alive to exploit his Erasure quirk. Because of the repeated attacks from Chronostasis, Aizawa's movements were now slower than a snail. The villain Kurono's quirk was proving to be a nightmare for the hero team. Chisaki had healed his own wounds through his fusion, but as a germaphobe, he was absolutely disgusted by the filth of the battle. Being in this monstrous form was his worst nightmare, and he took out his frustration by mocking Mirio. He told Mirio that his sacrifice was meaningless, and that his quirk was gone forever. He blamed Mirio's heroics for putting everyone else in danger. But as long as Deku was still standing, the fight wasn't over. Deku was ready to give his all. Night Eye distracted the villain with his stamps, ordering Deku to protect Mirio and Eri while he handled the boss. Even without using his quirk, Night Eye's incredible combat experience allowed him to evade Chisaki's strikes. He fought just as he had taught Mirio, using observation and logic to predict his enemy. But once he finally activated his foresight, the future he saw was more horrific than anything he could have imagined. Deku smashed a path for Mirio to evacuate with Eri. But as Eri began to sob, the horror became real. Sir Night Eye was impaled by stone spikes. The happy ending everyone was hoping for seemed to vanish in an instant. Night Eye's dark vision of the future was unfolding. Enraged, Deku pushed One for All to 20%, his body screaming from the strain. He aimed a decisive blow at Chisaki's head, knowing that if he missed, they were all dead. Tragically, the strike missed its mark. Mirio, watching from the sidelines, tried to force his broken, quirkless body to move, desperately willing himself to stand back up. He told Eri to run, but she was frozen in fear. Deku had used every ounce of his strength, yet Chisaki was still standing. The villain used the confession quirk he'd absorbed to command Eri to return to his side. As if under a spell, Eri began walking toward him. She wasn't giving up, she was begging him to stop hurting everyone. Her pure heart was being exploited by a man who had no soul left. Chisaki mocked Deku's useless struggle, telling him that his presence only caused Eri more pain. This was the exact future Night Eye had foreseen. The villain's escape and the death of the heroes. Even if you say you didn't want my help, those tears on your face tell a different story, don't they? I'm making a promise. Nobody is going to die today because I'm going to save every single one of you. Right then, a massive gale of wind tears through the air as the rest of the heroes finally make their grand entrance. Honestly, you have to wonder how they always managed to time their arrival so perfectly for the camera. Let's rewind a bit to how they got here. A few minutes earlier, that massive brute had been cornered. His quirk literally allows him to drain the life force of anyone he touches. He was just about to go after Night Eye when he decided to pull a fast one. Since that quirk-enhancing drug finally kicked into overdrive, he's now able to siphon vitality without even needing to lay a finger on anyone. Talk about a terrifying power-up. The top 9 hero, Ryuchu, has to shift back into her dragon form once again to act as a shield for the group. Even as her energy is being drained away, Najir pushes herself to take flight, fire enough shockwaves to keep that monster's attention focused on her. Suddenly, Deku, or rather, a clone, appears out of nowhere, pointing everyone toward where the real Chisaki is hiding. Ryukyu doesn't hesitate for a second and moves in to pin the big guy down. The coordination here is just top tier. Ryuchu holds the brute steady so Uraraka can strip away his weight entirely, and then Asui uses her tongue to drag him along like an unruly puppy. Thanks to that flawless teamwork, the squad finally manages to reach the authentic, high-quality Deku, unlike that cheap knockoff they encountered just a moment ago. Quality matters when you're saving the world. This was all a chaotic scheme by Twice. He had copied Mr. Compress to exploit his ability to tunnel through the earth. Meanwhile, Toga was running around disguised as Deku to feed the heroes false info, while that duplicate magician went down to fetch little Eri. But since he's just a disposable clone, he doesn't get a seat at the table. Get out of here already. Down in the depths, the real tension is boiling over. At this moment, Chisaki is using his quirk in the most brutal extreme way to launch Eri into the air, which sends Deku into a total white-hot rage. Mirio's tattered cape happens to flutter up right along with them, and when Eri catches sight of it, she's hit with a wave of agonizing guilt. But deep down, underneath all that trauma and pain, she is desperately screaming for someone to finally save her. This poor girl's backstory is nothing short of a tragedy. She was born with a rare genetic mutation that gave her a power unlike anything ever seen in her family tree. Despite being the granddaughter of a powerful Yakuza boss, her own mother abandoned her, calling her a cursed child and walking away. It's hard to imagine being rejected by your own parent for something you can't even control. Whether it's a curse or just bad luck, one day Eri's father touched her and literally vanished from existence. Since her power seemed to share some traits with Chisaki's overhaul, he was put in charge of researching her. That's just a nice way of saying he performed endless, sickening experiments on her, slicing her arms open repeatedly just to see how her ability would react. No matter how many times he cut her, she just kept healing instantly. It turns out Eri's true power is rewind, the ability to reset a living being to a previous state. Right now, she's using that gift to break away from Chisaki and fall back into Deku's protective arms. As for Deku, he's realized that saving this little girl is the only thing that matters now. Deku is having a serious internal talk, telling himself you have to do this. He already let her hand slip once, and he refuses to let that happen again. He's holding on with every ounce of his soul. He doesn't care how many obstacles Chisaki puts in his path or how many spikes he has to dodge. He is never letting go of Eri again. He's determined to make sure she never has to suffer through that hell again. In a burst of pure adrenaline, Deku launches himself straight into the sky, mimicking the legendary leaps of All Might. Basically, he's blown past his safety limit and is channeling 100% of One for All. Meanwhile, Chisaki staggers to his feet and starts crawling toward that massive brute. Chisaki uses his quirk to merge their two bodies into one terrifying giant abomination. Night Eye speaks up, telling everyone they're safe for the moment because the monster isn't interested in the small fry. He's going to head straight for the surface to hunt down Deku and finish him off. Hearing that, Uraka desperately tries to scramble up to go help her friend, but her body is completely spent and she has zero gas left in the tank. Night Eye tells him it's pointless, because the future he saw is set in stone and can't be changed. But seeing Uraraka refuse to give up, showing that same stubborn fire as the green-haired kid, he starts to reconsider. Honestly, those two really are cut from the same cloth. Night Eye decides to place one final bet and asks the team to get him up to the surface immediately. Even though Deku is burning through 100% of his power, his legs feel like they've never been injured a day in their life. He knows it's Eri's rewind keeping him together, but suddenly, he's hit with a wave of intense internal agony. It feels like his organs are being put through a blender. Chisaki emerges on the surface, gloating that Eri has no clue how to control her gift. She can turn it on, but she has no off switch. He claims she can rewind a person so far they turn into literal gas. He calls her power a curse and demands they hand her over before everything is destroyed. Calling her power a curse, that's just pure garbage. Deku realizes that every time his bones break from the pressure, Eri's quirk rewinds him before he even registers the pain. He tells Eri that her power is a blessing, not the nightmare that masked jerk claims it is. He's not going to let her believe those lies for a second. If she can't stop rewinding, Deku decides he'll just have to break himself faster than she can fix him. That's the insane logic he needs to finally unleash One for All at 100% throughout his entire body. This is the first time since he switched to his kick-based style that he's really letting loose with every fiber of his being. This isn't just one limb anymore, it's the whole package. One single devastating kick is all it takes to absolutely shatter Chisaki's merged form. His original plan was so sickening, he wanted to use Eri as a human drug factory to manufacture permanent quirk-erasing bullets, and then use her to create a cure to sell back to people. That was how he planned to make the Yakuza the masters of the underworld again. The old boss actually rejected the plan because he saw Eri as a human being, which made Chisaki so furious he put the old man into a coma. He swore he'd only wake him up once the plan was a success. Talk about a massive ego trip. That's why he's still desperately trying to get his hands on Eri. But he's facing Deku in a state that mirrors All Might's golden age back then. All Might didn't have a single rival who could stand against him. It's time for a classic hero beatdown, and Chisaki has no idea what's coming. Let's call this the one for all 100% Gatling. The battle comes to a violent end with one final, earth-shattering punch from Deku. And get this outcome is absolutely not what Night Eye saw in his vision of the future. Destiny just got a serious makeover. This new future is looking very different. Does this mean you can actually change destiny just by having enough protagonist energy? As Chisaki hits the dirt, one of his subordinates tries to make a desperate move on Aizawa, but it's not that easy. Tamaki somehow finds the strength to stand up and intervenes just in time to save his teacher. Deku is still glowing at 100%, but Eri has officially lost control. Her power is leaking out everywhere, pushing Deku closer and closer to being rewound right out of existence. Chisaki lets out one last desperate scream, trying to launch a final mindless attack from the ground. Of course, Chisaki is too weak to do anything, and Uraraka is right there to pin him down and make the arrest. But Deku is in real trouble. He's bearing the full weight of Eri's runaway quirk, and the poor girl is sobbing, begging her own body to just stop. Luckily, and I mean seriously, luckily Aizawa gets brought up to the surface at the perfect moment. Aizawa erases Eri's quirk, and the nightmare is finally over for real. Now comes the long, grueling process of the heroes cleaning up the mess. Most of the people involved are covered in bandages, but no one took a hit quite as hard as Night Eye. He is in a really bad way right now. Night Eye manages to whisper one thing to Deku: "You changed the future." Before Deku can even respond, Night Eye is whisked away in an ambulance. A bit later, Chisaki is being transported for emergency care. But wait, the League of Villains is already waiting in his path. Dabi immediately starts lobbing fireballs at the transport, but the hero snatches inside and uses his sand quirk to block everything. Shigaraki tells the driver to slow down and then jumps over, only be restrained by Snatch. But that was just a distraction. Mr. Compress is the real threat here, and he's ready to make his move. Compress uses a marble to launch a massive rock, flipping the vehicle right into the air so Shigaraki can finish the job. Dabi and the magician team up to take out Snatch, leaving Shigaraki free to walk up to a broken Chisaki. He starts mocking him, saying he was too arrogant and that's why he ended up in this pathetic state. To make it even more painful, Shigaraki shows off the box of quirk-erasing bullets he just stole, then effectively decays Chisaki's arms right off his body. Chisaki is now officially a normal person who can never use his quirk again. This is the cold revenge Shigaraki has been dreaming about for a long time. He walks away, leaving nothing but screams behind. Back on the hero side, they're finally tallying up the damage. 4 buildings were leveled, but miraculously, only 3 people have minor injuries. Niger flies down to explain that it's all thanks to Deku. He intentionally launched the fight into the sky to save the city from being flattened. What a pro move. After a quick checkup, Aizawa comes to pick up Deku and gives him an update on everyone else to ease his mind. Kirishima is wrapped up like a mummy, but he's going to live. Tamaki has some nasty facial injuries, but he'll be fine. Fat Gum just has some broken bones, and Rocklock was lucky enough to only get stabbed in a non-vital spot. Eri is still running a high fever and is being kept in isolation because her quirk is such a massive headache for the doctors. But as we know, good news usually comes with a side of tragedy. The medical staff gives that classic heartbreaking line, "We did everything we could." You just know someone isn't making it out of this. Night Eye's injuries are just too severe. He probably won't last past tomorrow. Seeing All Might at his bedside actually brings a weak smile to his face. He tells All Might he was never angry. He just wanted to change the future where All Might died. But seeing Deku today proved to him that destiny can actually be shattered. Night Eye explains that the combined determination of everyone involved centered on Deku and broke the vision. Destiny is no longer a fixed path, it's wide open. Mirio arrives to see his mentor for the last time, his face a mask of pure grief. Night Eye looks at him and prepares to say his final goodbyes. He tells Mirio that even though he originally saw him as a vessel for One for All, Mirio's trust changed everything. Before he even realized it, Mirio had become his greatest source of pride. It's a heavy moment for sure. He tells Mirio that he will grow up to be a hero greater than anyone else. His final request: Mirio needs to smile. Just like the smile Night Eye is wearing as he leaves this world. And just like that, Night Eye passes away, leaving everyone in tears. Meanwhile, Gran Torino is heading into the woods after a tip about Kurogiri hanging around. As soon as he arrives, he gets a ping on the villain's location. With one swift, high-speed movement, Gran Torino pins down the League's most troublesome member. But Kurogiri doesn't seem worried at all. Instead, he starts telling a story about All for One's most loyal and dangerous servant. All for One was always planning for the future. He told Kurogiri that if he ever disappeared, he should go into that specific forest and find him. He's talking about the giant Gigantomachia, a monster that All for One spent years personally cultivating and raising. Talk about a hidden trump card. Back with Deku, he's finally out of the hospital but feeling sick with guilt after hearing the news about the Lee's attack on Chisaki's transport. Aizawa quickly changes the subject to keep him from spiraling. The other students are already back at UA, but Mirio has to stay behind for a few more days under medical observation. Thanks to Recovery Girl, everyone is healing up fast, but Eri is still in the same unstable condition with no real progress. It's a long road to recovery for her. Deku suddenly feels the need to visit Mirio, so he asks Aizawa to hold his gear for a second. When he opens the hospital room door, he's shocked to see Mirio already up and exercising with a huge grin on his face. The guy just doesn't know how to quit. Deku is speechless, so Mirio speaks up first. He admits that losing his quirk and his mentor is devastating, and normally he wouldn't be able to smile, but that's exactly why he can't let himself fall apart right now. Night Eye's final words were to keep smiling, and he's taking that to heart. He's determined not to cry because if he looks sad, Eri will blame herself and feel even worse. That comment really hits Deku hard and makes him rethink everything about the situation. Deku blurts out that if Mirio had been the successor, maybe Night Eye wouldn't have died and All Might's future would be safe. He even starts to suggest giving his quirk to Mirio, but Mirio cuts him off immediately. He says he doesn't want it, not like that. He tells Deku that giving up his quirk would just cause more problems. Plus, Aizawa mentioned that if Eri learns to master her power, she might be able to rewind Mirio's body back to when he still had his quirk. And even if that doesn't work out, he'll find another way to be a hero. He's determined to get back to UA no matter what. Night Eye used his foresight to see Mirio becoming a legend, so Deku can finally stop worrying. Hearing that, Deku finally feels at peace and ready to head home. On the way, he runs into Kirishima, who also just got discharged. The two of them are invited to the police station to give statements about the overhaul case. They don't get back to the dorms until late at night, right as Uraraka and Tsuyu are pulling up too. Everyone is so relieved to see the four of them back safe and sound. Even Bakugo is sitting downstairs waiting for Deku to return, which says a lot, though his ego is still too big to admit it, so he just stomps off to his room. Apparently, Shoto is in the same boat. They both start their remedial license course the next morning, so they need their sleep. When morning comes, Bakugo is already screaming because Shoto had the audacity to leave before him. Present Mike and All Might are acting as their escorts today. Aizawa had to take a long leave of absence to help keep Eri's quirk under control. All Might remembers a call from Gran Torino saying they caught Kurogiri, but the walking disaster Gigantomachia, All for One's terrifying creation, managed to escape. The police are on high alert, but it's a grim situation. The police search is looking pretty hopeless. The group arrives at the training ground, and Endeavor shows up wanting a private word with All Might. Present Mike takes the hint and vanishes instantly. Meanwhile, Shoto runs into someone he'd really rather not see today. It's Camille, the girl from the previous exam, along with that purple-haired guy who loves picking fights. Soon, all the students who failed the license exam are gathered here. Of course, the sleepyhead Mara is the one running the show. All Might tries to find a quiet corner to watch without being noticed, trying to stay hidden while standing next to Endeavor. Yeah, All Might. Just give up on that idea now. Inasa spots the hero he hates most, and you can just feel the tension rising. Let's see how he handles this. People are whispering because they recognize All Might. Retired or not, the man is a living legend to everyone there. Mara then announces a special addition to the class. Kami is joining them because she's officially eligible for the remedial course now. Seiji basically calls Kami a massive idiot from the stands. That's exactly why she was targeted by Toga in the first place. When she finally woke up, she was totally dazed and had no idea she'd been out for an entire week. It's honestly kind of a miracle she's here. She only got into this class because UA vouched for her, otherwise she'd be out of luck. It's time to start, and the teacher for today walks in. It's Gang Orca, and he's just as terrifying as ever. He's about to put these kids through the ringer. The top 10 hero, Gang Orca, doesn't pull any punches. He tells them they are lower than bottom feeders. He singles out Bakugo for his attitude and Shoto for his arrogance, asking if they even have what it takes to be heroes or if they're just playing around. He knows they have raw power, but he says that's not enough. Their behavior is foolish, they have zero respect for people who need saving, and they're too stubborn to cooperate. So, today's lesson is going to be all about the heart. Their first test is to see if they can actually understand and connect with their targets. A group of rowdy elementary school kids rushes in, completely ignoring their teacher. The poor woman is actually in tears. Bakugo is the only one who thinks he can handle these little monsters. A blonde kid in the corner tells the heroes to just quit while they're ahead. He says nothing they do will work on them. It's going to take more than just flashy quirks to win these brats over. Shoto is being teased by the kids for his fake bird medical kit. He tries to explain what it is, but they aren't listening at all. Inasa isn't doing much better. He's mostly just glaring at Endeavor and muttering insults under his breath. Because he isn't paying attention to the kids, Inasa gets hit with a nasty surprise. Cammy, on the other hand, is doing great with the boys. But the girls in the class look at her like she's a total fox. President Mike is watching and decides to jump in with some commentary. Endeavor turns to All Might and mentions that the crime rate has jumped 3% since last year. He's solving more cases than anyone, but the situation is just getting worse. He asks the former number 1, what does it mean to be a symbol of peace? That's a heavy question. Bakugo is being run ragged by the kids downstairs, and Kemi is still dealing with the girls' hostility. The teacher feels terrible because the kids have quirks that outmatch the adults, so they've learned to ignore everything their teachers say. It's a real mess. Since the kids have quirks and the teachers don't, they just don't listen. Hearing this, Bakugo decides it's time to show these kids what a real festival looks like. Bakugo knows there's always one kid leading the rebellion. His plan is simple. Find that kid, win the fight, and use him as an example to make the rest fall in line. Classic Bakugo. He screams out, "Which one of you is the strongest? Come fight me!" The blonde kid just mocks him, calling his violent mindset outdated and stupid. Inasa tries a different approach, being his usual energetic self, and for a second it looks like the kids like him. But these brats are just setting him up for a fall. Inasa gets his feelings hurt by these clever little troublemakers. But Shoto is very confident he has the answer. Meanwhile, Endeavor is opening up to All Might about his past, which is quite the unexpected heart-to-heart. Endeavor reached top 2 at just 20 years old, but he realized the gap between him and All Might was like 2 different worlds. All Might listens and finally understands Endeavor's struggle after all these years. All Might admits he never really had a perfect definition for the symbol of peace either. He just believed the country needed one, so he ignored everything else to build that image. He advises Endeavor not to try and copy his path. Endeavor starts shouting Shoto's name, but Shoto just steps forward and starts reciting his entire resume to the kids. Seriously, someone needs to get this boy a personality and a sense of humor, and fast. Bakugo realizes the verbal approach is failing, so he gathers the team to talk strategy. The kids see them huddling and prepare for a full-on war against the heroes. They truly believe their quirks are superior, and they want to prove it. The kids launch a coordinated attack with everything from dust to lightning. They're surprisingly strong. The MC is shocked, but the purple-haired guy explains that with every new generation, quirks blend and become more complex and powerful. New generations means stronger, harder to control quirks. The teacher feels terrible and is about to step in to protect the heroes, but she should probably wait and see what they've got. These heroes in training aren't that weak. The kids are baffled when their attacks don't leave a scratch. One little girl tries a follow-up and Shoto appears with his cool face to flirt with her. What a move. Just kidding, it's actually an illusion created by Kemi, so no police needed. Bakugo takes the chance to mock Shoto by making a duplicate of his face. The blonde kid is fuming, refusing to believe he's being outclassed like this. He insists his power is superior, but then a massive windstorm sweeps the arena as Inasa prepares to give them a lesson. Shoto and Kami join in to turn the pressure up and really show them what pros can do. A giant rainbow appears, created by Kemi's quirk combined with Shoto's ice. They turn the entire training ground into a massive, one-of-a-kind playground. Throw in a fire vortex and the kids are totally mesmerized. It looks amazing. Now they're all begging Shoto to take them for a ride. This was Bakugo's real plan. You have to make heroes look cool instead of just beating people up. If they had just crushed the kids, it would have only made them more resentful. This was the heart answer Gang Orca wanted. Bakugo walks over to the blonde kid and pulls him onto the slide, telling him that if he keeps looking down on others, he'll never see his own flaws. The kid can tell Bakugo is being sincere. He realizes these are words from the heart, so he decides to listen. President Mike tells the teacher that it's her turn to take over. At the end of the session, Gang Orca praises them, saying they all have potential for the future. Class is over and everyone is heading out. But wait, the teachers from UA and Shiketsu are meeting. Apparently, the league has been targeting other schools lately, so they're going to start sharing intelligence and working together. Endeavor tries to be a proud dad to Shoto, but Shoto just brushes him off. So Endeavor gets straight to the point. He's proud of his son, and he's going to become a hero that Shoto can actually be proud of too. Endeavor swears to be the true number 1. Inasa suddenly smacks his own face and tells Endeavor he'll be cheering for him. It seems like the old grudges are finally starting to thaw out a little. Progress is good. The next morning, the students who fought Overhaul attend Night Eye's funeral with Aizawa. The school decides to put internships on hold for a while. Centipeder will run the agency until Midoriya returns. As for Eri, she's awake, but still isolated. Eri's quirk is still too unstable for visitors. Back at school, it's Ectoplasm's math class, the absolute hardest. If anyone knows the answer to that integral on the board, please help a brother out. Deku is scratching his head trying to solve it, but he gets it wrong while Momo gets it right. Typical. Suddenly, Aoyama starts feeding Deku cheese out of nowhere. It looks like he's trying to be extra friendly today. When Aida invites him to lunch, Aoyama refuses, saying the food isn't to his taste. That night, Deku sees Aoyama lurking on his balcony. It's super creepy, and Deku can't sleep a wink. He's pretty sure it was Aoyama out there. He has a million questions, but he has to open the door to find out. Sure enough, there's a pile of cheese on the floor spelling out, "I know." The next morning, Deku was late to class because he was too scared to sleep. Seeing Aoyama's face just ruins his mood. What does this guy want? We'll find out in the next practical lesson. The students need to develop at least 2 ultimate moves, or make their current ones even stronger. Kirishima wants to get even harder. So he asks Bakugo and Deku to hit him as hard as they can. But Deku is too busy trying to use 100% power without ending up in a cast. Then Aoyama calls out to him wanting to show off something new. Aoyama carves something into a rock, and then starts crying while clutching his stomach. It's so weird. Deku asks the teacher to let Aoyama take a break. When they're alone, Deku finally asks what's going on. It turns out Aoyama figured out that Deku's quirk isn't a natural fit for his body. He shares that he's the same way. If he doesn't have his support belt, his laser just fires off randomly. They share a similar struggle, surprisingly. Deku realizes he totally misread Aoyama's intentions. The guy was just trying to bond and make him happy. They're officially friends now. And here I was thinking something else was going on. The next morning, Mina is showing off some TikTok dances. Mineta, being his usual creepy self, is only focused on the fact that she's wearing safety shorts under her skirt. Seriously, someone stop this kid. Deku realizes that being a dancer is a solid backup career, so he asks Mina for lessons. Turns out, being a great dancer doesn't necessarily make you a great teacher. It's harder than it looks. Denki mentions Jiro's music room, which is packed with instruments and looks incredible. Jiro tries to get him to stop talking, but he keeps going until she has to get physical. If someone says they don't want to talk about it, leave it alone. Aizawa announces that the annual school festival is coming up. Everyone is hyped, except for Kirishima, who thinks it's too dangerous. Aizawa agrees, but points out that UA has more than just the hero course to consider. The festival is the one time the support, business, and general ed departments get to shine, so canceling it wouldn't be fair to them. They deserve their moment in the spotlight too. This year, it's only for students, and each class has to perform something. Ida takes charge as the Class A rep to organize ideas. The classroom immediately turns into a madhouse of people wanting to speak. The ideas are flying, maid cafes, arm wrestling, bakeries, you name it. Mineta suggests something inappropriate that Tsuyo immediately shuts down. It's total chaos in there. Momo tries to filter out the bad ideas, but everyone starts arguing over the ones she cut. The class reps are totally overwhelmed. The bell rings, and the session ends with no real progress. Aizawa warns them that if they don't decide by tomorrow, they're getting a public lecture instead. So, they spend the evening discussing it further. Aida wants to do something to help everyone relax after everything that happened. They need something to ease the tension. After filtering the list, they're left with a maid cafe, a petting zoo, or a circus. But none of those really work for a hero course class. Then Shoto suggests a live concert, which is actually a great idea. Mina will handle the choreography since she can teach everyone how to dance like a pro. And for the music, Jiro is the only choice. Jiro is the perfect person to lead the music. She admits that while everyone else's hobbies help them as heroes, hers is just a personal interest, which is why she was embarrassed. But the class supports her. Everyone tells Jiro they love music and think it's the ultimate entertainment. She can't say no after that. They decide to start practicing right away. The next morning, Mirio and Deku go to visit Eri. Eri actually asked Aizawa to let her see Deku and Mirio, which is a huge step. This is her first request since being hospitalized, so of course they came. She wanted to meet the heroes who saved her life. Eri feels terrible that everyone got hurt because of her. Aizawa warns the boys not to tell her about Night Eye yet. She's already blaming herself enough and it would just be too cruel right now. She'll find out the truths eventually, but for now it's just too much for her. Mirio rubs her head and tells her that everyone is just happy she's safe and sound. He tells her not to worry about the injuries. Mirio tells her they fought because they wanted to see her smile. But Eri admits she doesn't actually know how to smile. That is just heartbreaking to hear. Poor girl has been through so much. It's so tragic, the shadow of Overhaul is still haunting her. Deku racks his brain and remembers Ayuma's situation, and he thinks he's found the perfect way to make Eri smile again. Deku asks Izawa if Eri can come to the school festival for one day. Mirio catches on and starts hyping up the festival, telling Eri how much fun it will be. It's a brilliant plan. Mirio promises she'll have plenty of candy apples. Izawa says he'll check with the principal. Meanwhile, over at the police station, they're dealing with a whole different kind of problem. The police are watching a video of a villain robbing a shop. He demands the owner put the money in a suitcase and wait for the heroes. 2 heroes show up, but the villain, gentle criminal, doesn't look worried at all. He takes out both heroes in the blink of an eye, then just leaves the money behind and walks away. Is he doing this for fun or what? If you want to see his videos, just search Gentle Criminal on YouTube. The problem is, his videos never get any views, and he's really frustrated. He's planning a massive stunt that he thinks will break the internet and make him a star. Honestly, I feel his pain. Low views are the worst, right? Gentle's assistant, La Brava, is his biggest fan. Gentle is more of a gentleman thief, who targets businesses that do shady stuff instead of just robbing people for money. He targets places like this shop that sells expired pudding with fake labels. He's exposing corruption in his own weird way. Even though the media knows, the owners usually pay to keep it quiet, so Gentle steps in. He's been at it for 6 years, but he's nowhere near as famous as Stain. Stain's videos get thousands of comments, while Gentle's channel is just full of haters and trolls. It's a tough life for a gentleman thief. People tell him he'll never hit 100k views. I relate to him a little too much sometimes, it's depressing. But Gentle has a plan to change all that, and he's ready to make his move. He's planning to infiltrate the UA School Festival in 1 month. Meanwhile, Deku and Kirishima are stuck in remedial classes while the others plan the concert. That's the price they pay for their recent hero work. Bakugo notices the students from the other departments are talking trash, saying the hero course is just a bunch of trouble magnets. They're annoyed that because of the heroes, everyone else has to suffer. The tension is high. Jiro gathers everyone to assign roles for the show. They're doing an EDM-style show with TikTok-style dancing. She asks if anyone can play the drums, as she's mostly a guitarist herself and only knows the basics of drumming. Out of the blue, Denki recalls that Bakugo was actually forced to take music lessons when he was a kid. Of course, that little devil Denki had to provoke him a bit just to get him to show off his skills. And man, look at him go. He's a natural-born percussionist, no doubt about it. But despite playing so well and showing off such elite talent, Bakugo has some choice words to say. He's dead set against participating, simply because he believes the whole thing is destined for failure. To him, this empty promise of helping students from other departments relieve their stress is just ridiculous. Honestly, that whole motivation felt way too arrogant from the start. There is no way those other kids will accept a peace offering from the very people they despise. The truth definitely hurts, but it has to be said regardless. He asks them, "You guys are pissed, aren't you? It's not like they asked for villains to target them, right? So why should they even bother trying to understand the other students' feelings?" Bakugo suggests that if they truly want to help, they should stop the sympathy act and instead put on a show so powerful it forces everyone to acknowledge them. We aren't here to make friends, we are here to go to war. His bottom line is that they need to use music to absolutely crush those losers at. And just like that, our explosive friend is officially joining the band. He could have just said yes instead of being so dramatic, right? Meanwhile, Momo mentions that she has been taking mandatory piano lessons since she was a little girl as part of her education. With piano being a requirement for her, the instrumental group is finally complete. Ashido then suggests adding a special effects team inspired by a viral video she saw. The initial plan involves Uraraka using her gravity powers to float Kirishima and Todoroki into the air. From there, those two will act as human ice-shaving machines to create all sorts of glittering, sparkling effects for the audience. Next, Aoyama's naval laser will act as a spinning disco ball, making the whole place look like it's covered in stars. This will be the staging crew. Right about then, the group from their remedial classes finally makes it back home. Once they hear the full explanation, they're caught up on the plan. The only thing that truly leaves them stunned is the fact that Bakugo is actually the one playing the drums. Other than that, everything seems to be in order. Now, it's time to figure out the vocals. Everyone wants to be the lead singer, but honestly, their voices sound like a bad parody of a tone-deaf giant. To show everyone how it's really done, Jiro decides to give a quick demonstration. She counts off 1, 2, 3, 4, and begins to sing a trial verse. As she sings about being intoxicated, her voice sounds absolutely divine. The decision is made instantly with no room for debate. Jiro is the lead vocalist. Even the warrior Mineta wanted to contribute, but unfortunately, the guitar just wasn't meant for someone with his build. Instead, Tokoyami will handle the guitar duties since he actually has some prior experience with the instrument. Ashino senses some lingering resentment from Mineta, so she decides to toss him into the dance team to keep him included. It isn't until 1 a.m. that all 3 teams are finally officially locked in. The very next morning, Midoriya heads off to find his mentor to ask a few pressing questions. It turns out he can now push himself to use 20% of his power, but the physical pressure it creates is a major issue. The pressure is way too high, so he can only use it for a few seconds at a time. He knows they would have lost that last fight without help. Now he's struggling to figure out how to be an effective hero when he can't go all out at 100%. All Might finally clocks the issue and suggests a total game changer, long-range combat. That's the missing piece of the puzzle Midoriya has been searching for. He tells him to head outside, stop overthinking, and ramp up to 20% of his full body power. Just do it, no questions asked. Now, he's got to maintain that state and start swinging. Talk about intense. Did you see that? Wind pressure starts becoming a real weapon once you push past that 15% threshold. Midoriya never noticed this before because his previous fights were pure survival mode. He was either stuck on defense or so focused on Irie's quirk that he didn't even realize his own body was holding together. It's a literal breakthrough. Let's take a second to look at how far Midoriya has come. First, it was just 100% bursts in single limbs. Second, he learned to move that power anywhere at will. Third, he unlocked full Cal for his whole body. And fourth, he pivoted to using his legs exclusively after his arms were practically retired from combat. He's evolved so much. Moving on, he bumped his limit from 5% to 8%, and now he can reach 20% if he really pushes it. But here's the kicker. All Might didn't actually walk around at 100% all the time. Think about it. If he did, every single step he took would have leveled the entire city block. Control is everything, and that's what our boy is learning. The secret sauce is simple. Spike the power to 20% right at the moment of impact, then drop it back down to 8% instantly. Sounds easy on paper, but in reality, it's a nightmare to master. All Might suggests starting small with his fingers. It might look weak at first, but once he nails it, he'll have a deadly long-range weapon against villains. Once he masters this, it's game over for the bad guys. Meanwhile, Eri has officially arrived at the school gates. Welcome to the Infinite Campus, little one. Right now, all 3 groups are grinding away trying to lock in their practice schedules. They're going all in because if you're going to do something, you might as well go for gold. It's all or nothing for these students. Mirio is actually lurking in the bushes, planning to give the dance crew a massive jump scare. Unfortunately for him, Midoriya's senses are way too sharp, and he's already been spotted, forcing the prankster to pivot his plan. He claims he's a peach, not Mirio. Eri and Mr. Aizawa finally show up to tell Midoriya that the principal gave the green light. More importantly, they want Eri to explore the school now so the actual festival isn't a total sensory overload for her. Seriously, looking at Eri, she is just the most precious, adorable thing ever. She's incredibly lovable, but definitely suffering from a bit of shyness. Mirio invites Midoriya to join them on a tour for Eri, so the crew takes a quick breather. They barely move before Mirio gets mobbed by his friends. He doesn't even deny it when they tease him about taking a break from classes just for Eri's sake. What a guy. The posters for the other classes look absolutely stunning. Everyone is sweating to make this year's festival way bigger than the last. The trio bumps into Tetsu from Class B, and you know who's coming next, that annoying guy Minoma who lives to troll Class A. He starts bragging about Class B doing a Romeo and Juliet play, but with a twist. Apparently it's Romeo and Juliet, featuring prisoner Akabane, and since he wrote the script himself, his ego is through the roof. Thankfully, he gets a swift bonk to the head for his arrogance. Class B's leader Kendo was busy prepping for the beauty pageant, so someone else had to use a literal stick to shut him up. Wait, did you say the pageant? Mirio mentions that Nijihado is also competing this year. I mean, look at her, how on earth did she only get 2nd place last year? If I were the judge, she'd be the undisputed champion, no contest. Even Midoriya's face says it all. She is absolutely mesmerizing. According to her, the competition is going to be fierce this time around. She recalls that last year's top spot went to Bibimi from the 3G support department. Amajiki also drops the news that Kendo is entering, and she's already got a massive fan base thanks to that viral commercial. Poor Amajiki though, just the thought of standing in front of a crowd has him looking like he's about to pass out on the spot. Next stop for the trio, the support department. All the departments are collaborating to show off their latest inventions. Hatsume takes the chance to introduce her brand new combat robot. This is supposed to be the support department's time to shine, but knowing her, we should probably worry about that ticking time bomb inside at first. Seriously, every time we visit her, something ends up exploding. It's a miracle anyone is still standing. They decide to wrap up the tour so Eri can get some rest. She's actually touched by seeing everyone working so incredibly hard. She says she can't wait to see the final results of all their passion and effort. The principal, snacking on some cheese nearby, confidently declares that this will be the most explosive festival ever. However, midnight chimes in to reveal just how hard he fought to make this happen. Apparently, the police commissioner himself showed up and demanded that the entire event be cancelled immediately. Talk about high stakes. Things were incredibly tense, but the principal actually bowed his head and begged the commissioner to let the festival proceed. You can imagine the pressure. Because of that, security is tighter than a drum. They've even got the Hound out patrolling the grounds. And by that I mean the terrifying Mr. Hound Dog himself. Midoriya makes a solemn promise to Eri. He's going to give her a show she'll never forget. But for now, it's back to the grind. Fast forward exactly 1 week, and Midoriya gets fired, well, more like reassigned to the stage effects team. They need his mobility to move Aoyama through the air across the entire auditorium. Midoriya is literally the only one who can handle that level of aerial coordination. He's a bit bummed about being stuck in the shadows while everyone else dances on stage, but he agrees anyway for the sake of the class and the community. That's a true team player right there. The next morning, he's back at it with his mentor, training so hard that his fingers are literally bleeding internally, yet he's seeing zero progress. All Might is stumped for advice. Remember, his body was a perfect vessel that could handle 100% from day one. Basically, it's just a matter of hard work and persistence now. Keep pushing. Right in the middle of it, a strange flying object lands right in All Might's hand. Hatsume comes sprinting over to retrieve her gadget and drops some good news for Midoriya. His custom support gloves are almost done. Using gear to boost power is great, but All Might warns him not to become too dependent on them. It's a dangerous trap. Plenty of heroes have failed because they lost their gadgets and couldn't fight at full strength. That evening, Momo shows off some elite tea her mom sent over. She wants everyone to have a taste, but Midoriya is totally distracted, deep in a rabbit hole of online videos. He's looking for something specific and you won't believe what he finds. He accidentally clicks on a video by someone named Gentle Criminal. After watching, he's genuinely confused. How has this criminal been a YouTuber for 6 years without getting hauled off to jail? Meanwhile, Gentle is busy drafting a meticulous master plan for his next big break-in. He's going for something legendary. At 5 AM sharp, he'll stick to the back alleys to reach UA. Flying is out of the question since he'd be spotted instantly. After hitting the park, it'll take him about an hour to reach a specific supermarket. Tucked away next to it is a tiny, unassuming coffee shop owned by an old man. It's a key stop in his plan. The man is 70, and Gentle insists on a cup of tea there before the break-in. Funnily enough, he serves the exact same high-end tea Momo has. Post-day, he'll scale the mountain. UA security sensors will definitely trigger, but that's where La Brava comes in. She's a brilliant hacker, even if some might call her a noob. She's essential. La Brava isn't just a hacker, she's Gentle's very first die-hard fan. She's been his partner for 6 years and loves him more than anything in the world. Suddenly, it's the night before the festival. The dance crew is doing their absolute final dress rehearsal before they have to perform in front of the whole school. The second they finish, Mr. Hound Dog shows up and orders everyone to clear out. It's 9 PM, no more practicing. That night, sleep is basically impossible. Everyone is too hyped up for the morning. I've been there myself, so I totally get it. You're just staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to come up. But wait, we have a crisis. The rope meant to hoist Aoyama is on the verge of snapping. Momo is already sound asleep and they don't want to wake her. So, Midoriya decides he'll just sprint out and buy a new rope tomorrow morning right after his training session. He's convinced he can make it work. He's sure he'll be back by 9 AM for the show. But honestly, is this trip even necessary? Couldn't he just ask Momo to conjure a new one in the morning? I swear, sometimes these plot points are just there to give us more stress. Really, author, come on. Bright and early, Midoriya is training with All Might as usual. Hatsume suddenly appears to hand over those custom gloves he ordered. She tosses him the manual and immediately heads back to bed. Classic Hatsume. Midoriya gets so wrapped up in his training that he doesn't realize it's almost 8 AM before he finally runs off to buy the rope. It's 7:50 AM by the time he heads out. And what do you know? He ends up at the exact same spot where Gentle is casually sipping his tea. Of course, the author arranged for this fated encounter. You could see this coincidence coming from a mile away. Gentle isn't in the mood for small talk, and tries to make a quick exit. But then, Midoriya recognizes the name of that high-end tea Gentle was bragging about. You can't just mention elite tea and expect a connoisseur like him to ignore it. Gentle turns back, ready to give a full lecture on why this tea is superior. But wait a second. Gentle realizes that if this kid knows about this tea, He must have some high society connections. And where do those connections usually lead? Straight to a top-tier school like UA. Meanwhile, Midoriya recognizes that voice. It's unmistakable. He's heard it before, and his brain is working overtime to place it. It's the voice from the gentle criminal YouTube videos he saw. Wait, old man, where do you think you're going? If he lets this guy get away, the entire festival is as good as cancelled. All the sweat, tears, and anticipation, especially from Little Eri, would be for nothing. He absolutely cannot let this criminal set foot in the school. There's no way he's letting this break-in happen. Gentle immediately shifts gears and tells La Brava to start the camera. Dear viewers, the grand adventure begins now. Keep your eyes glued to the screen because the legendary Gentile is about to face off against a student from UA. The show is officially on. Midoriya doesn't even wait for the intro to finish before lunging in, but suddenly he slams into an invisible bouncy wall. That's Gentle's quirk, elasticity. He can turn anything he touches, even the very air itself, into a rubbery surface. He claims he'd rather not use violence, but he's definitely ready for a fight. Since Midoriya charged in with so much momentum, the recoil from the elastic air was massive. It's just basic physics, really. But a little bounce won't stop our hero. He scrambles back up and gives chase, only to get launched high into the sky by another one of those invisible trampolines. He's literally flying. Gentle is already using the air to vault himself toward the school. While Midoriya is in freefall, he manages to twist his body mid-air and aim his fingers right at Gentle. It's time for that long-range move he just mastered, the Air Force Blast. He's unleashing the pressure. Midoriya isn't done yet. He bounces back and forces Gentle down toward the ground, with the elasticity sending them both crashing into a nearby construction site. All this precision is thanks to Hatsume's high-tech gloves. He just thinks about adjusting the wind direction, and the gear responds perfectly. She really outdid herself. Plus, all those dance lessons from Shoto are finally paying off. His body is more flexible and fluid than ever. Gentle finds himself hanging by a thread, but the man is surprisingly calm. He has zero intention of backing down, which prompts a stern warning from Midoriya. This is getting serious. Keep your hands off my school. Midoriya barks. Gentle tries to play the diplomat, explaining that his only goal is to sneak into the festival. He's not there to destroy things or kidnap anyone. He tries to frame it as a win-win situation, but we all know better than that. He's vague about who actually wins, and Midoriya isn't buying it for a second. His mere presence would trigger a security shutdown and ruin the festival instantly, regardless of his intentions. Realizing negotiations have failed, Gentle goes on the offensive, constantly leaping around to keep Midoriya off balance. Gentle's bounty makes it impossible for Midoriya to get a clear shot. Every time he fires an air blast, Gentle just blocks it with a layer of elastic air. Eventually, Gentle lands on a steel beam, bouncing on it until it's vibrating like crazy, all while secretly loosening the bolts. This can't be good. The beam plummets toward the ground, right where an elderly man is standing. Gentle knows the ultimate weakness of UA heroes. They will always prioritize a civilian's life. He expects Midoriya to drop everything to catch the beam, giving him the perfect opening. It's a dirty trick, but hey, that's a criminal's logic for you. Gentle thinks he's won, but Midoriya powers through with everything he's got. He catches the massive beam with just one arm and uses the other to fire a shot right at the fleeing duo. Meanwhile, back at UA, Kendo is getting teased by Monoma about her pageant outfit, but you can tell he's just being his usual self. Believe it or not, Monoma is actually trying to encourage her in his own twisted way. She's Class B's big hope. If she wins, they finally have some bragging rights over Class A. He's the one who signed her up in the first place. Just then, Nidri Hato walks over to say hi, bringing together the heavy hitters of the competition. With last year's runner-up there, the stage is set for a battle of the icons. Back to Midoriya, he safely sets the beam down and uses Gentle's own elastic air tracks to catapult himself forward. Gentle's legs took a hit from that last blast, and he's clearly lost his usual agility. The tables are turning. Gentle is forced to deploy air membranes just to land safely. Midoriya does some quick mental math, times the elasticity perfectly, and launches himself straight at his target. He successfully pins both of them down. La Brava is absolutely devastated seeing her beloved Gentle's dream slipping through his fingers. She used to be a complete shut-in, spending every waking hour glued to her computer screen. How did she end up here? It all started when she finally gathered the courage to write a heartfelt love letter to her crush, only for that guy to do something truly unforgivable. People can be so cruel. He shared her private letter with his friends, and they all laughed at her, treating her like a joke. Seriously guys, if you're not interested, just say so, no need to be a jerk. That trauma branded her as a stalker, and she became so depressed she refused to leave her room. She was lost in the dark until she found a light. She stumbled upon Gentle's video, and it was like a literal bolt from the blue. She spent hours getting ready just to meet him, trying to look her best. But no matter how much makeup she used, those dark circles under her eyes just wouldn't fade. She was so nervous about what he would think of her. Despite her insecurities, Gentle was a perfect gentleman, inviting her in without a single judgment. He accepted her exactly as she was, no strings attached. He even took the time to talk with her and reciprocate her feelings. When he saw how much she hated her dark circles, he did something incredibly sweet. He gave her the name La Brava, which sounds like a term of endearment. It was the start of a beautiful partnership. Now she's pouring all that love into one phrase, I love you. You see, her quirk is literally love. The more she loves someone, the stronger they become. It's a powerful, heart-driven boost. This emotional surge grants her beloved a massive power-up for a short duration. It's so intense that Gentle actually overpowers Midoriya's 8% strength and knocks him back. He's trying to finish the boy off right here. But come on, does he really think he can take down Midoriya that easily? Our boy has faced way worse. Midoriya has survived monsters. Gentle is just another hurdle. It's 9 a.m. now. The festival is officially starting, and Midoriya is still miles away, locked in combat. Two equal forces are clashing in the sky, neither willing to budge. The clock is ticking, and the stakes couldn't be higher for everyone involved. Gentle is out of time, so he pulls out his sandwich move, pinning Midoriya to the ground. He shouts that this dream isn't just his anymore. He can't quit now. But Midoriya is just as stubborn. He dives into the dirt like a mole and resurfaces, refusing to let Gentle steal everyone's hard work. Midoriya yells that Gentle is trampling on everyone's passion and trying to rob a little girl of her first real chance to smile. It's heartbreaking. But Gentle has his own tragic past. At 18, he tried to enter a hero academy with his mother's support, only to be rejected because his grades were bottom tier. The system just didn't want him. 4 failed attempts at the license exam, that'll break anyone. But he clung to that tiny shred of hope, desperate to be a hero. Then came that fateful day he saw an accident a person was falling from a great height. He thought this was his moment to finally prove himself. He tried to help, but his quirk actually got in the way of a professional hero's rescue. The victim ended up severely injured, taking 6 months to recover. His family was ruined by the fallout, and he faced harsh legal consequences. It was a total disaster that changed his life forever. At 22, he ran into an old childhood friend, but the guy didn't even recognize him. That was the breaking point. He decided if he couldn't be a hero, he'd be a famous villain. Now, he's giving this fight everything he's got. Even though deep down, he still hates using violence. He's just desperate for recognition. La Brava's quirk is peaking, and Midoriya is starting to feel the pressure. Gentle asks him why he's so determined to be a hero. Midoriya fires back. His dream isn't just about himself anymore. He's carrying the hopes of everyone who's ever been hurt. He's fighting for their future. He wants to be the light that brings them a brighter tomorrow. But right after that declaration, he gets sent flying. La Brava is frantically trying to hack UA's security, but she needs to get closer to the campus for a stable connection. Midoriya isn't about to let them escape that easily, though. Gentle tries to hold Midoriya back while La Brava runs, but she immediately bumps into Mr. Hound Dog on patrol. Meanwhile, Midoriya ends the fight with a massive, decisive kick. La Brava rushes back with the warning, only to find Gentle defeated. It's a heartbreaking sight for her. She begs Midoriya to let him go, crying that Gentle is the only reason she's even alive. Gentle wants her to run, but the thought of losing her is unbearable. In a final act of desperation, he uses his last bit of strength to shove Midoriya away and turns himself in just as the teacher arrives. Gentle lies to Mr. Hound Dog, claiming his injuries are just from a fall and that they're alone. But Midoriya arrives, exposing the lie instantly. Gentle gives up the act and takes full responsibility. He admits to his crimes, finally facing the music after years of running. He tries to protect La Brava by claiming he kidnapped and brainwashed her, begging him to let her go. He's willing to take all the heat. Midoriya sees what he's doing and decides to chime in with the truth. He explains that they had a disagreement, but everything is handled now. Everything is under control. Ectoplasm calls in to check on the patrol, and Hound Dog reports that they've caught a wannabe streamer who's ready to confess everything. He's taking them both to the station. Meanwhile, Midoriya has to scramble back and finish his mission. Midoriya has exactly 35 minutes before the show starts. He has to find the rope he bought and grab Gentle's camera too. His classmates are back at the school, freaking out because their star performer is missing. It's a total race against the clock now. He sprints back to school, where Aoyama is waiting at the gate to rush him inside. But look at his face. He's covered in bruises. They have to clean him up before he can go on stage. The auditorium is packed to the brim, and everyone is waiting. Will he make it in time? It's 10 a.m. sharp. The curtain rises and look. Eri, there's your hero Deku, ready to dance. Mr. Aizawa is watching from the back, incredibly anxious. He knows that if they mess up even a little, the critics in the crowd will have a field day. The pressure is on. Forget the haters. Bakugo shouts for the show to begin. Let's kill them with music. The beat drops, and the opening is absolutely fire. They've caught everyone's attention. All that grueling practice is finally being put to the test on the big stage. They look incredible. The dance team is perfectly in sync with a performance. Now it's time for the effects crew. Midoriya and Aoyama are pulling off some insane aerial stunts as a teaser. Midoriya then ducks backstage, getting ready for his big moment. It's all going according to plan. The effect show is in full swing with Midoriya literally running across the ceiling to move Aoyama. Jiro is pouring her heart and soul into the song. She's always loved music because of her talented parents, but she chose the path of a hero. This song is her story. Her parents were so supportive, telling her she could be whatever she wanted. That kind of parenting is just beautiful. The performance is absolutely electric now, with the sound and visuals blending into something magical. And the best part, look at Eri, she's finally smiling. Eri's smile is the ultimate victory. The show ends with a massive dance party that takes over the entire hall. Meanwhile, Class B is putting on their own bizarre, multi-genre play. It's a total mess of stories, but somehow, the audience is absolutely loving the chaos. Class B really brought the energy. But Midoriya is currently getting a massive earful from Hound Dog and All Might. He missed 100 calls. Hound Dog is fuming because Midoriya went off and fought a villain alone instead of trusting his teachers. He's lucky he's not in more trouble. After the lecturing, Hound Dog tells him to go enjoy the festival already. Midoriya finds Eri and she's still beaming. She's babbling about how much she loved the show, and seeing her so happy literally brings tears to his eyes. This is exactly what he was fighting for. Class A has won over so many people. Even their biggest haters are admitting they were wrong. Their smiles are the best reward. Meanwhile, Mineta is being his usual frantic self, rushing everyone to clean up so they don't miss the Miss UA pageant. He's got his priorities, I guess. They make it just in time to see Kendo take the stage. She is the perfect mix of power and grace. Seriously, any guy who messes with her is asking for a broken jaw. Last year's winner, Bibimi, is back with another one of her bizarre, incomprehensible performances. It's definitely unique. I'm betting Bibimi is going home empty-handed because Nezura Hato is absolutely dominating. She's dancing through the air like a goddess, it's breathtaking. She's definitely the frontrunner for first place. Why even bother voting? She's clearly the winner. The students scatter to enjoy the rest of the festivities. It's been a perfect day. And yep, Nezura took home the crown just as expected. But all good things must come to an end, and it's finally time for Eri to head back. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Eri looks so sad to leave, but Midoriya has a surprise for her, a handmade candy apple. It's sweet, thoughtful, and makes her smile one last time as she says goodbye. Meanwhile, the police have officially labeled Labrava as Gentle's accomplice after their interrogation. Gentle was a hero student once, but he strayed so far he became a digital criminal. The police tell him it's a good thing he was stopped today. They're not going to shut the door on someone who wants to change, though. There's always a path back. Time starts flying after that. 2 months vanish in a blink, and Eri is officially moving into UA. She can't stay in the hospital forever, and it sounds like her parents have completely abandoned her. Overhaul, her only relative, is still out for the count. UA is her home now. Her horn is starting to grow back, which is a bit concerning. Bringing her to school where Mr. Aizawa can keep an eye on her quirk is the safest move. There are still plenty of tests to run, but this is a great first step. And of course, Mirio is going to be her best friend through all of this. Mirio is the perfect companion for her. Aizawa mentions that some very special guests are stopping by tonight, so they'd better get ready. And right on cue, the mystery visitors arrive. You won't believe who it is. It's the wild Pussycats. They were a huge help during the summer training camp. Kota is with them too, which makes Midoriya incredibly happy. Kota is basically Midoriya's #1 fanboy. He even bought the exact same red shoes. That's some serious dedication. The Pussycats are here to announce their official comeback. Even though Ragdoll lost her quirk to All for One, the team refuses to quit. Those without powers will handle the administrative side, while the others hit the streets. They're not letting anything stop them. They're committed to helping people. Reclaiming Ragdoll's quirk would mean letting All for One go, and nobody is crazy enough to risk that world-class threat. A big reason for their return is the hero rankings. They want to stay relevant and keep making an impact. They're still in the top 500. These rankings track social contributions, popularity, and success rates. It's a comprehensive metric that gets updated every 2 years. Back in their prime, the Pussycats were actually sitting at rank 32 on the entire server. Even after being away so long, they're still ranked high because people haven't forgotten them. They need to get back out there ASAP. Coincidentally, the brand new hero rankings are being announced tomorrow. Everyone in the country is going to be watching. The hero billboard chart is a massive deal. Without further ado, let's look at the top 10. Ryuchu takes the 10 spot, dropping down 1 rank from last time. It's a tough year for some of the veterans. Rank 9 also saw a bit of a slide. Wash is at number 8, and Kamui Woods has made a massive jump to 7. He's definitely the rising star to watch. Crust holds steady at number 6, while the indomitable Mirko takes the number 5 spot. These heroes are absolutely incredible. Edgeshot is at number 4, climbing up thanks to his perfect mission record. Best Jounist holds the number 3 spot even though he's still out of commission. And at number 2, it's the guy who mentored Tokoyami, Hawks. Everyone already knows who the new number 1 is, though. It's Endeavor at number 1. The heroes take the stage to give their speeches, and most of them are pretty standard. But then Hawks grabs the mic, flies up, and basically tells everyone that these rankings are meaningless. He's got some serious guts to say that on live TV. He might sound arrogant, but he's the youngest hero to ever crack the top 3 and run his own agency. Nobody can really argue with him. When you're that fast and that strong, you can say whatever you want. The crowd just has to take it. Finally, it's Endeavor's turn to speak. He keeps it short and sweet, just watch me. Afterward, he confronts Hawks in the green room about his rebellious attitude. Hawks is a smooth talker, and Endeavor realizes he's not winning this argument, so he decides to head out. But wait a minute. Hawks stops him and asks to team up. He's worried about some rumors involving Nomas back in his hometown. Dabi has apparently unleashed a brand new model. Endeavor agrees and follows Hawks, only to run into trouble the second they hit the streets. They bump into a guy who's just venting his rage against his job. His quirk actually makes him stronger the more humiliated he feels. What a weird power. Luckily, Hawks is there to save a dog from a speeding truck and help an old lady across the street while he's at it. The man is a multitasking legend. Fans are swarming Hawks for autographs. Endeavor actually has a fan too, but the kid is too terrified to approach him. When Endeavor tries to be approachable and invites him over, the kid tells him he's changed. Ouch. That's got a sting for the new number 1. The kid says Endeavor isn't his idol anymore. They head to a rooftop restaurant to talk business, but the conversation is cut short when a Nomu literally flies in and attacks. And get this Nomu can actually talk. That's a whole new level of terrifying. Endeavor tells Hawks to focus on evacuating the civilians while he handles the monster. He lands a massive punch, but the Nomu shrugs it off like it's nothing. Meanwhile, Shoto's siblings are visiting their mother in the hospital. It's a rare moment of family peace. Rei is so happy to see them. It's exactly the boost she needs. She shows off all the letters Shoto has been sending her since he's living at the dorms. But the mood shifts when the eldest son, Natsuo, brings up Endeavor becoming the number 1 hero. The bitterness is real. Natsuo is fuming. How can the world admire a man who is such a terrible father and husband? But Rei points to a vase of flowers by the window. She says he actually remembered her favorite flowers, suggesting he's trying to change in his own way. He only heard her mention those flowers once, yet he sent them. It shows he's actually thinking about his family. Rei hasn't seen him since she was hospitalized, but she can tell he's trying to face his past. Back at the fight, the Nomu is healing from its wounds in seconds. This thing is a monster. It's a high-end Nomu. And the fact that it can speak makes it incredibly valuable for research. Endeavor wants to take it alive. He uses his prominence burn, but the creature is faster and stronger than anything he's faced. It literally impales him through a building. This is bad. The Nomu is outclassing him in every category. It regenerates its arm instantly and continues its rampage through the skyscrapers. The building is collapsing and Hawks is working overtime to save everyone inside. He's using his feathers to guide every single person to safety. Hawks is stretched thin, using every single feather to evacuate 76 people. He's pushing his limits just as much as Endeavor. Meanwhile, Endeavor uses a Hell Spider attack to slice through the Nomu, but the creature just splits itself into smaller versions. It's like fighting a Hydra. Endeavor is starting to overheat, which is a major weakness for him. Hawks realizes he's a support-type hero and can't take down these monsters on his own. At that moment, the high-end Nomu senses something is off. Why isn't Endeavor moving anymore? It immediately realizes he can no longer use his flames. The most terrifying part isn't just its strength, it's that it can think. Not wanting it to discover his weakness, Endeavor pours everything he has into a final attack. An enormous surge of heat erupts from his body, a Hellfire blast fired straight at it. But the Nomu tears off its own head and throws it away to survive. Endeavor takes the attack head-on, and the number 1 hero collapses. Will victory really go to the Nomu? Across the battlefield, other heroes continue fighting and protecting civilians. As the #1 hero, he cannot afford to fall. Endeavor forces himself back up and charges again, only to be struck down once more. Meanwhile, his family watches every second of the broadcast. Natsuo can't understand it. Why doesn't he retreat and wait for backup? Wasn't it because of the same recklessness that he gave up on his family and placed unbearable pressure on his wife? On the battlefield, the Nomu begins turning its attention toward the civilians. Panic spreads instantly. People are no longer thinking about helping each other, only about escaping. Todoroki, watching this, can't stay calm. Amid the chaos, only one kid continues screaming Endeavor's name. Look, the flames are still burning. He's still alive. He's still fighting. So please, stop panicking. He's risking his life for us. Endeavor is now pushing himself to the absolute limit. Unable to move properly, he uses sheer heat to propel his body forward. The pain keeps him conscious. He has to burn hot or push further if he wants even a chance at victory. As long as he can incinerate its head, it's over. It catches up to its speed, and Hawks finally syncs with the rhythm of the fight. Hawks knows he doesn't have the power to finish it himself, but at this speed, he can support the #1 hero. You know something? I've been watching you this whole time, and I know only you. You're the only one who's truly been trying. They soar past the mountain peaks. Hawks throws out his feathers, boosting Endeavor's speed even further. This time he'll fight alongside him until the very end. Let's go, old man. But suddenly, the Nomu goes berserk like a wild beast. Even as it burns from the inside, it forces Endeavor forward with brute strength. That alone isn't enough to break his will. Despite his injuries, Endeavor keeps fighting. Can you all see this? Even now, he's still not giving up. Keep going, old man. Your family, especially your son Shoto, is watching you right now. Hawks has done everything he can. Now it all comes down to Endeavor. He must unleash every ounce of heat he has left and take this monster as high as possible. Far enough that he no longer has to worry about the people or the city below. Once they reach that height, this will be the final blow. Burn it all away and rest in peace. And then, his arm rises. Endeavor is still standing, his fist raised high. The sign of victory. That battle was overwhelmingly emotional. That same night, Midoriya experiences a strange, mysterious dream in an unfamiliar place he has never seen before. And standing before him are several strange figures. What are those two doing over there? He reaches out to save someone, but suddenly wakes up to find his room completely destroyed. His power had gone out of control for a moment while he slept. Before moving into Season 5, let's briefly revisit that incredible battle from the end of Season 4. Endeavor faced a high-end Nomu. Took hit after hit, but kept getting back up. No matter how many times he fell, he stood again. With sheer determination, he pushed his flames to the absolute limit. And with Hawks' support, he turned the tide, turning defeat into victory. A massive explosion pierced the sky, blazing like a second sun. And in the end, he stood tall, fist raised, signaling the battle was over. Every student in Class 1A agreed he truly deserved the title of #1. Even Shoto admitted that his father had become someone worthy of respect. Aizawa entered the classroom, but something felt off. The atmosphere was strange. Perhaps it was the aftershock of that battle. Just as he was about to start a quiz, the alarm suddenly blared, an emergency training order for Class 1A to report immediately. The class rep slams his hands on the desk and yells, "All right, guys, gear up, and let's move out." Within minutes, everyone gathered at Training Ground B. The only information they had, enemies had appeared. They needed to assess the situation before acting. The scouting team moved first. Koda sent out birds to locate the enemy. Jiro used her hearing to narrow down the area. Shoji pinpointed the exact location. Since there was a fire, that became top priority. Momo quickly crafts a manual transfer vehicle for the team. Specifically, Aida acts as the engine, pulling the rescue squad at breakneck speeds. The rest of the class starts fanning out to surround the area, while Bakugo just drags Denki along with him to hunt down the villains because he clearly has zero interest in the rescue side of things. Aida successfully gets the team to the scene. Though the landing was a bit rough, nobody's complaining. My personal favorite, Shoto, handles the rest by extinguishing the fire in an instant. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Tsuyu has already spotted a victim who needs immediate help. Wait a second, wasn't Mirio Togata supposed to be on a temporary leave of absence? Regardless, the action is heating up as Tokoyami commands his shadow, while Sato stuffs himself with sweets for a power boost. Together, they launch Mineta and Tsuyu high into the air to execute their plan. Everything seemed to be going smoothly for the finish, but suddenly, a massive explosion erupts over on Shoto's side. Another blast rocks the area. Midoriya's squad is already racing toward the scene to prevent any further devastation. Uraraka quickly lightens Ashido's gravity, sending her soaring into the sky. Sero follows up by firing his tape to slingshot her directly toward the heart of the explosion. Once there, Ashido scatters her acid to create a perimeter and contain the blast. Finally, Aida and Shoto step in to quench the secondary explosion, seemingly ending the threat. But wait, it's not over yet. The situation takes a sharp turn when the scouting team reports an incoming presence. I can't believe it, it's Nejire Hado. She's already managed to take Ashido hostage, and naturally, if Nature is around, the Tamaki Yamajiki can't be far behind. Even in the middle of this chaos, poor Tamaki is still internally questioning why he ever agreed to show up in the first place. Looking at the crowd, Tamaki's social anxiety is heading hard, he just wants to go home. Honestly, he is the ultimate introvert icon. Nidori isn't having it though, snapping at him to take his commitment seriously. She turns her attention to the students below, playfully warning them that she's playing the villain today. She told them to stay still, but since they're being stubborn, Nejire decides to turn things up a notch. Nejire cranks her power to the max, unleashing a high-output shockwave that shatters Shoto's ice wall as a stern warning. Meanwhile, poor Mirio Togata somehow ends up falling into the water for a second time. Midoriya steps forward, asking what it will take for the seniors to leave. Tamaki bluntly admits he just wants to go home, but he's terrified Nejire will scold him if he does. Plus, Mirio insisted they give their all to help the underclassmen grow, so he's stuck. Hearing this, Uraraka seizes the moment and immediately releases the gravity she was holding on Ashido. Ashido teams up with an invisible Toru Hagakure for a surprise pincer attack on Nejire. Sero catches her off guard with his tape, and Momo instantly follows up by firing a capture net. Meanwhile, Ajiro finds his rhythm and moves in for a one-on-one duel with Tamaki. When the going gets tough, he calls in Midoriya for backup. Usually one good hit would settle things, but Midoriya can't bring himself to actually strike his senior, so he just tries to restrain him with a hug. Unfortunately, that backfires and he gets sent flying back. Tamaki continues his charge, but suddenly Bakugo's squad arrives, featuring a flashy entrance from Kaminari. Bakugo is already barking orders, telling Sparky to hurry up and charge his batteries because they have work to do. Bakugo is fuming at Kaminari's slow pace, looking like a literal demon as he charges toward the opponent with a terrifying expression. His sheer intensity is enough to make Tamaki reconsider and give up. However, the explosion murder god isn't satisfied yet. He believes if you're playing the villain, you need to go all out and take the hits like a pro. Since they're acting as enemies, Bakugo decides they should sustain some realistic damage. He triggers a massive, lethal-looking explosion which lands him a one-way ticket to the principal's office. Classic Bakugo behavior, honestly. The teammates are left absolutely battered after a truly chaotic training session. That night, while resting in the infirmary and replaying the battle in his mind, Endeavor is completely exhausted. He's so worn out that if another enemy showed up, he'd be in real trouble. And as if on cue, the villain Dabi suddenly appears right before his eyes, making a bad situation even worse. Dabi surrounds them with his signature blue flames, preparing to strike. But just as things look hopeless, the rank 5 hero Mirko bursts onto the scene with a world-shattering kick. Let's be real. Picking a fight with someone as fierce as Mirko when you're already cornered is a colossally stupid move for any villain. Dabi frantically calls for a warp to escape immediately. Mirko tries her best to pin him down, but unfortunately he slips away. Later, Hawks corners Dabi with his feathers, demanding to know why he acted so recklessly. The plan wasn't supposed to go down until tomorrow. Plus, it's clear the Nomu used this time was nowhere near as strong as the previous one. Dabi retorts that he simply wanted to test the Nomu's capabilities. Hawks had promised to find a strong opponent, but pitting it against the #1 hero right away was insane. Hawks fires back, warning Dabi to stay in line. If Dabi keeps acting crazy, Hawks will have to match that energy just to keep up his cover. Hawks warns Dabi that if his reputation is ruined, his ability to gather intel goes down the drain. Dabi dismisses him, stating he still can't take Hawks to meet the big boss yet and tells him to wait for the next contact. This is the incredibly dangerous undercover mission Hawks has been assigned, infiltrating the League of Villains. Ever since All Might was forced into retirement, the stakes have never been higher. The previous failure stemmed from poor intelligence and underestimating the enemy, which led to disaster. Now, it's absolutely vital for the heroes to secure every scrap of information regarding the League's inner workings. Fast forward to the present. After dealing with Dabi, Hawks visits Endeavor to check on his recovery. The next morning, he accompanies the #1 hero to the train station. Endeavor is starting to get suspicious, wondering how that Nomu knew their exact location and attacked with such predatory precision. It's getting tense. Hawks brushes it off with a casual excuse, claiming two top heroes walking around would naturally attract villainous attention. As Endeavor departs, Hawks reflects on his own past. He was a child prodigy who saved lives at a very young age, which is exactly why the authorities chose him for this dark assignment. The government took him in to mold him into a hero. Seeing the Endeavor doll he clutched as a kid proves he's been a hardcore fan for decades. He's more than willing to take on this burden if it means creating a world where heroes have so little to do they actually get bored. He's determined to make that dream a reality soon. Later that evening, Endeavor arrives home just as his children are sitting down for dinner. Shoto knew his father was coming back, so he got permission from Mr. Aizawa to visit. The teacher even escorted him home and waited outside. However, the mood shifts instantly when Natsuo sees his father enter the room. Natsuo was enjoying his meal until the man he despises most walked in. He just wants to eat in peace, but when Endeavor tries to engage, Natsuo snaps. He's furious, pointing out that Endeavor knows nothing about them. Today was the first time he even realized Shoto's favorite fruit is cold soba. The resentment is real. Natsuo blames his father for isolating Shoto from his failure siblings for years. He tells Endeavor that even if their mother and sister are somehow finding it in their hearts to forgive him, he never will. Being the #1 hero and defeating strong villains doesn't make up for the damage he's done to this family. He brings up their mother's screams, Shoto's tears, and the tragedy of their brother Toya. To Natsuo, Endeavor pretending everything is fine now is absolutely sickening. The tension is suffocating. Their older sister Fuyumi is heartbroken because she just wanted one peaceful family meal. Suddenly the news comes on the TV. The news highlights Endeavor's recent victory. While critics still remain, he's gained a massive following, especially thanks to that brave kid who spoke up for him. Shoto finally weighs in, admitting that while Endeavor is an incredible hero, Natsuo's painful words are also undeniably true. Shoto tells his father plainly, "I still can't forgive what you did to Mom. I'm going to watch and see how you try to make amends." Endeavor finally feels the weight of his mistakes. He realized he was the type of man who was professional to strangers but a monster to his own family, a failure he now desperately wants to fix. He understands now that family should always come first. Determined to change, he goes out to find Natsuo and talk. Meanwhile, Midoriya is so exhausted after a grueling day of training that he collapses onto his bed and passes out instantly without even washing up. Poor guy is completely spent. In his deep sleep, Midoriya experiences a vivid vision of the previous One For All users. As the ninth holder, he finds himself witnessing a confrontation between All For One and the first user, the younger brother. The brother is desperately protesting against All For One's tyrannical and selfish ambitions. All For One ignores his brother, showing off two new followers. One has a monstrous quirk that caused his family to abandon him, and the other was a victim of quirk-related violence. All For One plans to swap their powers, claiming it's an act of kindness while really just building his own army of loyal subjects. He tries to force his ideology onto his brother, forcefully bestowing upon him a quirk that stockpiles physical strength. The moment Midoriya reaches out to touch the younger brother in the vision, the power within him spirals out of control. He wakes up with a jolt, too shaken to even think about going back to sleep. Midoriya decides to go for a run to clear his head, giving Ayama a vague answer when asked if he's okay. He knows that touch in the dream triggered something significant. He rushes to find All Might and describes the vision, mentioning how the first user spoke to him about reaching a 20% singularity point. All Might is stumped because he never experienced anything like that during his time. However, he recalls his master, Nana Shimura, saying that One For All is more than just power. It's a collection of the wills, thoughts, and unyielding fighting spirits of everyone who held it before. It's a living legacy that continues to grow. Essentially, All Might is just as clueless as Midoriya about the specifics of the dream. Midoriya poses a theory about the singularity point. As quirks mix and evolve through generations, they become increasingly complex and powerful. He wonders if they'll eventually become impossible for humans to control. This quirk singularity doomsday theory suggests quirks will one day exceed human limits. Just look at Irie's power for a terrifying example. Midoriya also notes that two figures in the dream were completely shrouded in darkness, and even All Might's spirit appeared as a blurry, indistinct shape. It's all so mysterious. He also mentions how strikingly beautiful Nana Shimura looked in the vision. As Midoriya and All Might walk and talk like the close mentor and student they are, Mr. Aizawa suddenly appears. All Might hilariously tells him to stop acting like he just caught them doing something scandalous. Aizawa's timing is always perfect, isn't it? In a surprising twist, Hitoshi Shinso, who's been off-screen for a while, shows up alongside Aizawa. There's a big reason for this. Classes 1A and 1B are starting a joint training session to see which class is superior. Of course, Monoma is already losing his mind the moment he sees Class A. itching to start some trouble. Monoma starts bragging about a survey comparing their school festival performances, claiming Class B won by 2 whole votes. He's so proud of it. But we all know he probably persuaded some people to vote his way. His arrogance is on another level, but he really needs to pipe down and listen to the rules. Aizawa shuts him up and announces a special guest, Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who is looking to transfer into the hero course. Everyone remembers his incredible match against Midoriya during the sports festival. The guy with the brainwashing quirk is finally making his big move. That match was actually the first time Midoriya saw the past users. Shinso keeps his introduction brief and humble. He just wants to become a great hero who uses his power to help people. Simple and direct. Now it's time for the main event. The joint combat training between Class A and Class B. The classes are split into 4-man teams. Since Shinso is the odd man out, he'll participate in 2 matches, once with Class A and once with Class B. This means 2 rounds will be 5 versus 4. You might think the team of 4 is at a disadvantage, but having a new teammate with 0 experience can actually be quite the challenge. Since Shinso lacks field experience, coordinating with him won't be easy. Each side has a designated jail area. If you lock an opponent in there, they're out. The matchups are drawn, and Shinso is assigned to the 1st and 5th rounds. It's time to see how he handles the pressure in his debut. Shinso is kicking things off in round 1. Midoriya already has his notebook out, ready to analyze Shinso's improved abilities. Even All Might and Midnight have shown up to witness this showdown between the 2 rival classes. The atmosphere is electric. All Might thinks it's a balanced fight, though Class B might have a slight edge since they've had more uninterrupted study time. However, I personally think real-world experience beats theory any day. Class A has been through the ringer, and that grit usually makes the difference in a brawl. I've got my money on Class A. The first match begins, and Tsuyu instantly uses her camouflage to lie in wait. Class B is likely targeting Kaminari first, knowing his large-scale electricity is their biggest threat. Meanwhile, Kota wastes no time using his scouts to pinpoint the enemy's position. Kota spots Shiozaki alone, using her vines to sweep the area. But wait, it's a trap! Class B was 1 step ahead, using her as bait, so Shishida, the beast, could launch a surprise ambush on Tsuyu and Kaminari. He even has backup from a teammate who can manipulate air. As the air user shouts for the beast to attack, the beast actually replies and instantly freezes. It turns out Shinso was using his new Persona Chords mask to mimic their teammate's voice. Just before the match, Shinso explained how his quirk has evolved. He needs to focus intently on his target and trigger the brainwashing the moment they respond to him. It's like that magical gourd from Journey to the West 1. Verbal slip-up, and you're caught in his trap. He can't control multiple people at once, and his puppets can't perform complex mental tasks. If he asks them what 1 + 1 is, they can't calculate it. They can only mimic simple actions he dictates. Still, with that voice-changing tech, he's become a total wildcard on the battlefield. Shinso's new gear gives him a massive psychological edge. With the beast now under his control, Class A moves in to mop up the rest of the team. However, they hit a snag. The air prison created by the opponent is incredibly tough to break through. The air user snaps the beast out of his trance, ruining Shinso's initial plan. But Kaminari Ever the Bold One purposely lets himself get caught. He unleashes a big Pikachu shock that paralyzes the beast for 5 seconds, allowing Tsuyu to snatch the air user and drag him toward their jail. Talk about a comeback! Even while partially paralyzed, that beast is still moving. Is that quirk just too overpowered or what? Hiroshima recovers and jumps into the fray, smashing the cage holding Kota. Together they form a defensive line to stop the beast's rampage. Hiroshima taunts him, daring him to try and break through. The beast actually manages to slip past by reverting to human form for a second. Once past them, he transforms back into a monster. Realizing Kirishima is the biggest solo threat, he hurls him toward Shiozaki's location. Now, both teams have 1 member successfully locked in jail. The beast shuts down Kota by grabbing his mouth, rendering his communication quirk useless. He then uses his keen sense of smell to track the remaining Class A members while dodging their attacks. His strategy is simple: nab Kota to make it 2-1 in favor of Class B, then just run down the clock to win. It's a smart, if annoying, tactic. With the clock ticking, Tsuyu and Kaminari need to regroup with Shinso and come up with a Hail Mary plan. Over on the sidelines, Vlad King is practically vibrating with excitement, convinced Class B has this in the bag. He's already getting ready to let the bragging begin. The remaining Class A trio isn't giving up, yet it's not over until the final buzzer. Tsuyu comes up with a clever counter strategy. The beast soon catches the scent of 3 targets approaching. But something is wrong. All 3 smell exactly like Tsuyu. Shiozaki, however, remains confident that their tricks won't save them. Midoriya immediately recognizes Tsuyu's tactic. She's using her toxic mucus to mask the sense of her teammates, a trick she's mentioned before. Since they also managed to plant one of Kaminari's tracking devices on the beast earlier, they now have a perfect way to hunt him down. They're closing in on the beast's position, but Shiozaki's vines are blocking every possible path. They'll need more than just a plan to get through. Shiozaki eventually manages to snag someone in her vines while the beast prepares for a final clash. Class A is praying it's not Kaminari who got caught. Of course, it is Kaminari who gets caught. Shiozaki triumphantly seals him in a massive, multi-layered vine cocoon. She thinks his electricity is useless now, but Kaminari has a trick up his sleeve. He fires a concentrated bolt of lightning directly at the tracking device he planted earlier, turning the tables. The Class B member with dragon-scale armor reacts fast, knocking the tracker away. Shiozaki prepares to launch another vine attack, asking for the target's coordinates. Someone shouts out the location, but the moment she responds, the trap is sprung. She's been caught in the crosshairs. That voice was actually Shinso mimicking her teammate, and now Shiozaki is brainwashed. Shinso used the Echo-A terrain to hide his location while delivering the fake command. It was a brilliant play, but the beast isn't going down that easily. He's charging in like a maniac. The beast lunges straight for Shinso, but Tsuyu manages to capture Shiozaki and drag her away. This leaves a showdown between the Dragon Scale user and Tsuyu Frog versus Dragon. Usually the dragon would crush the frog, but the beast is currently distracted, relying on his nose to hunt down Shinso's real location. Shinso reacts instantly, using the capture cloth techniques he learned from Aizawa to bring a heavy pipe crashing down on the beast's head. The beast is tough though, and doesn't go down. Shinso desperately warns him about an attack from behind, but the beast just won't listen. People really never believe you when you're telling the truth, huh? Boom. Class A takes the first victory. Take that, Vlad King. After the match, Aizawa gives some constructive criticism. He reminds Shinso that it took him 6 entire years to master the capture cloth, so he shouldn't be too hard on himself. It's all about steady progress from here on out. Aizawa tells Kirishima he needs to find ways to force direct confrontations instead of getting tossed around. Koda is urged to work on giving more complex commands to his animals. As for Kaminari, Aizawa tells him to stop being so hyper and wait for his teammates to be in position before going all out. Tsuyu is told to just keep learning from her minor slips. On the Class B side, Vlad King grumpily critiques his students, clearly annoyed they lost his bragging rights. Meanwhile, Monoma doesn't seem bothered at all. He's already pestering Shinso about future strategies. Talk about a weirdly supportive rival. Class A is practically in tears watching Monoma and Shinso bond over tactics. Midoriya and his team are also deep in discussion, planning their next moves. In classic fashion, Bakugo's strategy is just telling his teammates to stay the heck out of his way. Some things never change, do they? Watching them all work together gives All Might a wave of nostalgia. It feels like just yesterday they were wide-eyed rookies and now they're all developing their own signature moves. He's especially proud of Midoriya, who has overcome so many hurdles to finally start mastering the power of One for All. These students are constantly pushing their limits and moving forward. This joint training is the perfect reality check to see how they stack up against each other. It's already looking like a massive success. And with that excitement in the air, let's kick off the second match of the day. Before the brawl begins, Kendo asks Momo why she didn't participate in the Miscon pageant since they're both so popular. Momo's answer is hilariously simple. She didn't even know it was happening. Meanwhile, Kuriro, the guy who can merge with shadows, is busy trash-talking Tokoyami, claiming they're destined rivals. Kuro insists that he and Tokoyami are two sides of the same coin and must settle things now. Match 2 starts with Momo taking the lead as the tactician. Tokoyami sends Dark Shadow out to scout for the Class B team, and they find a target pretty quickly. Dark Shadow goes in for what looks like an easy win, but Kuro seizes the chance to possess Dark Shadow. Tokoyami realizes something is wrong, but it's too late. His own quirk is being turned against him. Aoyama is currently trembling with fear and isn't helping at all. This means the team needs someone who can actually fight back against the darkness. Hadekura uses her light refraction to stun Dark Shadow, giving Tokoyami a window to reel it back in. Kuriro is forced out of the shadow, and Momo immediately tries to trap him with a net, but the guy is slippery. His ability to merge with anything black makes him a nightmare to catch. Kuro can't even manipulate black objects he inhabits as long as they're movable. He's doubling down on this fated rival talk with Tokoyami, but Tokoyami isn't intimidated. In fact, he's about to unveil a brand new ultimate move that will blow everyone's minds. Behold, Black Fallen Angel. This technique was actually inspired by Tokoyami's internship with Hawks. He remembers how Hawks used to handle crimes with breathtaking speed, moving from one scene to the next. At first, Hawks told him not to bother trying to keep up, But Tokoyami was determined to be more than just an errand boy. Tokoyami felt like he was just chasing Hawk's shadow in vain. Frustrated, he finally asked Hawks why he even bothered picking him if he was so useless. Hawks gave him a hilariously blunt answer: because we're both birds. Seriously, that's it. But there was actually a deeper reason. The other 50% of the reason was because Hawks wanted to pick Tokoyami's brain about the League of Villains. Tokoyami was fuming. He's a hero in training, not a carrier pigeon. Despite his annoyance, he answered the questions because Hawks was his mentor. He really had to swallow his pride during that internship. When Hawks took him in a second time, Tokoyami vowed to finally catch up. That dedication impressed the number 2 hero. One night, Hawks took him soaring through the night sky and confessed that while being a bird was part of it, he really saw potential in Tokoyami's unique abilities. Hawks pointed out that while working on his close-range combat was good, Tokoyami was spending too much time on it. He told him not to neglect his greatest strength, his mobility. A hero who can fly should be ruling the skies, not just struggling on the ground. Those words sparked the creation of Black Fallen Angel. Back in the match, Kurewo thinks he's a genius for baiting Tokoyami into thinking he was the target. It was all a classic distraction, a diversion to draw attention away from the real plan. But he might have underestimated his opponent. Kuro's true goal was to capture Aoyama by using the complex piping as cover, thinking Dark Shadow could never navigate it in time. But hey Kuroro, are you really sure about that? Better look behind you, buddy, because Tokoyami is literally flying through the air. It's no joke, Tokoyami is airborne. Midoriya figures out the trick instantly since Dark Shadow naturally floats. Tokoyami just has it carry him while it moves. It looks exactly like flight. Using this incredible new maneuver, Tokoyami swoops in to save Aoyama from Kuroro's grasp. With Aoyama safe, he can now use his naval laser to expose Kuroro. Momo's brilliant tactical planning has completely neutralized his scheme. She tells him to surrender, as there's nowhere left to run. But just as victory seems certain, strange mushrooms start sprouting out of nowhere in Momo and Hagakure. Momo and Hagakure are suddenly covered in fungi. This is Kendo's secret Plan B. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield is transformed into a mushroom kingdom. We're talking every kind of mushroom imaginable. Some look delicious, others look deadly. It's totally bizarre. This is all the work of Kinoko Komori. Her quirk allows her to sprout mushrooms anywhere, and the higher the humidity, the faster they grow. Honestly, if I was covered in fungi like that, I'd just forfeit immediately. It's equal parts gross and terrifying. Kendo really knew how to play her cards right. Kendo anticipated that Class A would counter Kuroro, so she used that knowledge as a trap. To stop Kuroro, Class A had to use light, which effectively broadcasted their own location to the rest of Class B. That was the perfect opening for Komori to unleash her fungal infestation. But wait, the onslaught continues. Massive stone-like characters start flying through the air. This is the work of Manga Fukidashi, another Class B student with a truly unique power. Things are getting chaotic. Manga's quirk, Comic, allows him to materialize onomatopoeia as physical objects. He uses damp sound effects to increase the humidity, making Komori's mushrooms grow at an insane rate. Amidst this mess, Momo finds herself separated from her team. Momo was cut off, which was exactly Kendo's goal. She wants to take down the strategist first. Momo quickly creates a shield to block Kendo's incoming strikes. Kendo's big fist quirk lets her expand her hands to massive sizes, increasing her power exponentially. She's a beast in close quarters. Kendo is relentlessly raining down blows like a JoJo character, giving Momo zero room to breathe or strategize. It's a repeat of their sports festival dynamic. Tetsu is cheering from the sidelines, beaming with pride over his class rep's brilliant tactical choices and her unwavering precision. Hold on there, buddy. Shoto speaks up, warning Tetsu that isolating Momo might actually be a huge mistake. He tells him that Momo is so brilliant nobody else even comes close to her level of intellect. If you want to truly beat her, you better bring more than just a one-on-one fight. Shoto insists that it takes a whole team's coordination to shut Momo down. And just as he says that, Momo proves him right. Despite the constant pressure, she manages to create a literal cannon out of thin air. Talk about a surprise. Meanwhile, Tokoyami is still struggling with his own situation. Tokoyami is momentarily paralyzed by indecision, allowing Kuroro to snatch Aoyama away. Komori backs him up by sprouting even more mushrooms to blind Tokoyami. He's completely grounded. But when he looks over at Hagakure, he realizes she's in even worse shape than he is. Things are looking grim for Class A. To win, they need to locate the Class B trio immediately. That cannon Momo built. It wasn't actually meant to hit Kendo. She used it to launch a package of supplies across the battlefield to her teammates. As for her own fight, Momo has a different plan in mind to handle the situation. Tokoyami sees the delivery and has Dark Shadow grab it. It's a signature Momo lucky bag filled with exactly what they need. Inside, he finds infrared goggles to see through the mushroom spores and even some antifungal spray for Hagakure. Momo really thinks of everything, doesn't she? Once Hagakure is free from the fungus, she vanishes back into her invisibility, focused on taking down Mango. Tokoyami has pinpointed the remaining Class B members as well. He activates his Dark Shadow armor, but this time he merges it with his Black Fallen Angel flight mode. Tokoyami effortlessly sweeps up his opponents and uses his cloak to trap Kuroro. It looks like Class A has secured another victory. But just as they're about to celebrate, Tokoyami is hit with a violent coughing fit that he just can't stop. It's like his lungs are under attack. It turns out Komori had one more trick. Mushrooms growing inside his throat. Talk about a low blow. Kendo manages to capture Hagakure, effectively ending the match. In a desperate final move, Momo used her last bit of energy to create a rope and tie herself to Kendo, refusing to give up even in defeat. In terms of skill and strategy, Momo definitely came out on top, but Class B's quirks were just too unpredictable. Class B takes the win with a clean 4-0 sweep. Tokoyami is still hacking up a lung, and Momo has to head to Recovery Girl for some much-needed healing. That was a rough one. The arena is a total wreck, despite everyone being told to minimize damage. To make matters worse, Komori's mushrooms will take 2 hours to vanish, so the teachers decide to move the remaining matches to a new location. It's a logistical nightmare, but the show must go on. Of course, Monoma is already crowing about Class B's victory like a deranged rooster, only to get knocked out cold by Kendo. You'd think he'd learn by now, but his obsession with taunting Class A is truly endless. Meanwhile, All Might pulls Midoriya aside for a private conversation. All Might is seriously concerned about Midoriya's quirk going haywire. Since Nana Shimura never mentioned anything like this, he has no intel to share. He warns Midoriya to be extremely cautious in the 5th round, especially since he'll be facing off against Shinso again. Things could get messy. Just as they're discussing the past users of One for All, Bakugo storms in like a literal demon. He's fuming, screaming at them for being so careless with their secret talk. He's worried that if they keep acting this way, the whole school is going to find out about Midoriya's power. Midoriya tells Bakugo about the dream and the power surge. Bakugo's response is typical. He demands to know when Midoriya is finally going to master himself so they can have a proper fight. It's his own twisted way of showing concern, I guess. But for now, they have to put the mystery aside. The 3rd match kicks off at the new location east of Building 2. This Class A Dream Team looks unstoppable, especially with my favorite Shoto on the roster. Before the whistle blows, Tokoyami approaches Shoto, admitting his own defeat was pathetic and asking Shoto to win this one for both of them. Tokoyami reminds Shoto that since they interned with the number 1 and number 2 heroes, they have a reputation to uphold. They basically carry the honor of Endeavor and Hawks on their shoulders. Shoto takes this to heart, realizing he has a serious responsibility to perform well today. Shoto is feeling the pressure, especially after seeing his father's recent heroic stand. However, he's still haunted by some painful memories and gets lost in thought. Aida has to snap him out of it, reminding him that the match is starting. Even Shoto gets distracted sometimes, it seems. Shoto usually wears a mask of indifference, but Aida is a sharp class rep and notices the subtle signs that something is bothering him. He takes his role seriously and always keeps a close eye on his classmates' well-being. That's real leadership. Ida is also pushing himself to honor his brother's name, Ingenium. He's evolved so much. Meanwhile, on the Class B side, Tetsu is trying to prove he's not just a meathead. He points out that he actually passed the entrance exam, so clearly he has some brains in there somewhere. Tetsu claims he's a thinker, but his brilliant plan for their team, which lacks tracking skills, is just to level the entire area. Okay, maybe he is a bit of a meathead. He doesn't care about the property damage, he just wants to destroy everything in his path to find the enemy. Classic. Tetsu is ready to go on a rampage. Class A sees this as their chance to strike fast. Ida leads the charge, moving at a speed that's almost impossible to track. Meanwhile, out in the city, a high-speed chase is underway as heroes hunt down a fleeing criminal. The criminal is slick and almost makes a clean getaway, but he has the worst luck today. He tries to grab some kids as hostages, but he picked the wrong time and place. Sorry buddy, that's not going to happen in this lifetime. Endeavor threatens to incinerate the villain's arm if he doesn't let go, ending the standoff instantly. The kids he saved are now his newest fans. Plus, Endeavor finally managed to get Shoto's phone number with Fuyumi's help. He's making progress as a hero and a father. Endeavor is blowing up Shoto's phone, but he's getting left on red. Poor guy's getting anxious. Back at the match, Shoto sneezes, feeling like someone is annoying him. The team follows their plan to split up, and Shoto prepares to unleash a massive ice attack to freeze the entire zone. Shoto's massive wave of ice shocks. Class B. Aida shifts into high gear, racing toward the enemy, but the ground suddenly turns into mush, pinning him in place. It turns out someone on Class B has a quirk that can soften anything they touch. Talk about a perfect counter. Juzo Hononuki is the culprit. His softening quirk makes everything around Class A unusable. Ojiro is caught in the trap too, and a Class B student with a spinning quirk immediately launches an attack. Ida is sinking fast, it's like a fake version of quicksand, and he's totally stuck. Aida is completely immobilized in the softened ground. Shoto is torn between attacking or staying to defend Shoji, but before he can decide, two horns suddenly fly in and whisk Shoji away. The Class B quirks are really coming out of left field now. Pony can control her horns with incredible precision, using them to ferry Tetsu right to Shoto's location. In a face-to-face brawl, Tetsu's steel skin gives him a massive edge over a long-range fighter like Shoto. Class A is definitely on the defensive here, but don't count Class A out yet. Ida shatters the ice holding him and rockets toward Hononuki. He's using a new technique passed down from his brother one that required him to endure immense physical pain to achieve. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit. By literally ripping out his old mufflers so new, stronger ones could grow in, Ida can now maintain his Recipro Turbo for a full 10 minutes. He's so fast now that he's basically just a blur, leaving his opponents wondering what just hit them. It's insane. Hononuki realizes he can't outrun Ida, so he dives underground to wait for a better opening. He's like a sand whale in the desert, completely in control of the subterranean battlefield. Aida is fast, but he can't fight what he can't reach beneath the surface. Ida needs to switch targets, but Ojiro is busy struggling against the spinning students' relentless attacks. Their quirks are such a bad matchup that Ojiro is getting totally overwhelmed. He's fighting hard, but he's starting to lose his balance. Just as he's about to fall, something happens. Ida swoops in at the last second and hauls the spinning guy straight to jail. He tells him to spin all he wants while he's behind bars. Meanwhile, Shoto is having a hard time as Tetsu effortlessly smashes through his ice barriers. Shoto is losing his primary defense. Shoto finally switches to his flames, blasting Tetsu while telling Shoji to handle the horn user. But here's the shocker, even in that searing heat, Tetsu just walks right through the fire like it's nothing. The guy's endurance is absolutely off the charts. Tetsu has reached a new level where his steel skin can withstand incredible temperatures. He's the ultimate counter to Shoto's dual element quirk. Neither ice nor standard flames seem to work. I'm on the edge of my seat, waiting to see how my idol Shoto is going to turn this around. To win, Shoto has to dig deep into his past, even the parts he hates, like his father's brutal training sessions. The memory of Endeavor's merciless lessons fuels his resolve. If regular fire and ice won't cut it, he's going to have to unleash something even more intense. Shoto pushes his flames to an hellish level, testing if Tetsu can handle the heat of a literal furnace. The temperature is so high the cameras are starting to glitch. He keeps cranking it up, determined to see just how much steel Tetsu really has in him. Shoto is proving he's the superior version of his father. He's outputting heat on par with Endeavor's standard attacks, meaning Tetsu is basically fighting the #1 hero right now. But Tetsu isn't backing down. He knows Shoto is feeling the heat just as much as he is. Tetsu keeps pressing the attack, getting even more fired up as the temperature rises. He believes that if you're not willing to put your life on the line during training, you'll never survive a real battle. He's pushing Shoto to his absolute limit in this brutal brawl. Tetsu's stubbornness is his greatest weapon. Meanwhile, Shoji is holding his own against Pony's horns, but it's a tough fight. He really needs Ojiro's help to wrap this up quickly. They're trying to maneuver her toward the jail, but it's easier said than done. Just as they're about to secure the capture, Hononuki emerges and softens the ground, dragging them both down. Ojiro has to use his tail fist to escape. I never knew a tail could be that powerful, remind me never to underestimate the guy. But Pony is already planning her next move. Pony seizes the opening and uses her horns to launch Ojiro straight into the jail. It's a smart play. 1 second you're fighting, the next you're out. Meanwhile, Shoto is starting to flag. He's pushed himself so hard he's physically slowing down, and the heat is taking its toll. Shoto can't even use his ice to cool down because Tetsu won't give him a moment's peace. His only choice is to bet everything on one massive final blast to knock him back. He pushes past his limits, pouring every bit of energy into this one strike. If it hits, it's game over for Tetsu. But Hononuki intervenes just in time to save his teammate. Shoto gets whacked in the neck by a metal pipe and is on the verge of passing out. Luckily, Shoto isn't alone either. Ida arrives and delivers a brutal kick to Hononuki's face while rushing to his teammate's side. Ida prioritizes saving Shoto over finishing the fight, a lesson he learned the hard way against Stain. He tries to get Shoto to safety, but Hononuki, despite being completely dazed, refuses to let them escape. This match is coming down to a battle of pure willpower. Even if he didn't want to pass out, he had no choice. But first, he had to do something to stop those two in their tracks. Tetsu caught the vibe and charged forward, headbutting a massive container until it toppled over. By combining that with the softening power of the orange armor, he forced both of them to a complete halt right there. Poor Aida got pinned down exactly like Sun Wukong under the mountain. Talk about a rough spot. As for Shoto, he's still totally out of commission and hasn't opened his eyes yet. That leaves only Setsuna and her two horns locked in a scrap. She knows deep down that she can't outmuscle Shoji in a direct fight, so she makes a tactical retreat soaring straight into the sky to kill the clock and secure a draw for her team. And honestly, it's going exactly as she planned. The buzzer sounds and the third match officially ends in a draw. Both teams are rushed to the infirmary immediately to patch up. While recovering, Aida and Shoto start reflecting on where they messed up during the brawl. Shoto realizes he's stuck in a bad habit of always relying on his ice first, leaving the question of whether he'll even use his flames up in the air. If he had just thrown up a wall of fire from the start, victory would have been in the bag for sure. Meanwhile, Aida realizes he simply wasn't fast enough yet, but hey, they both managed to make a new friend out of the experience. Over on the sidelines, Nido Monoma is more hyped than I've ever seen him. He's convinced Class B is on the verge of total victory, and is feeling incredibly smug about it. He's putting all his chips on match 4 since Setsuna Tokage is the one dealing with Bakugo. Right now, the standings are dead even with 1 win and 1 draw each. It's getting incredibly tense. Vlad King has been trash-talking Class A and hyping up Class B non-stop, which is definitely rubbing the other students the wrong way. The students are protesting the bias, but Aizawa shuts them down, pointing out that Class B's tactics were actually more cohesive than theirs. He even admits that Vlad King might be a better teacher in this regard. Monoma takes this as a green light to start insulting Class A again, only to get knocked out cold by the big sister of Class B once more. Classic. I really don't know why he keeps doing that to himself. Anyway, the 4th match has officially kicked off. Bakugo is naturally taking the lead as the powerhouse and core of the team. The plan for the other 3 is simple. Support him, and it's an automatic win. Just like they discussed, Jiro is focused on tracking every sound to sniff out any clues from the opposition. However, Sero is leaning toward a more cautious approach, worried that a rushed attack will let the enemy counter them. But Bakugo, acting like a complete demon, explains that if they don't strike first to gain the upper hand, they're doomed. He argues they shouldn't just look for openings, they need to aggressively force the enemy to make mistakes. Now that's a high-level winning strategy. This is definitely the plan, with the highest chance of success right now. Bakugo even hands each teammate a grenade just in case things get hairy. That's the plan on paper, but we're about to see how it actually plays out in the heat of battle. Jiro starts scanning for the enemy's positions, but she's getting hit with a ton of weird, distracting noises from every direction. The sounds are echoing from all 4 corners, making it impossible for her to pinpoint exactly where the rivals are hiding. Suddenly, right behind Bakugo, half of a face appears out of nowhere, looking so creepy it feels like we've swapped from a shonen anime to a full-blown horror movie. It's genuinely unsettling to watch. That's the power of Setsuna Tokage from Class B. Using her lizard tail splitter quirk, she can break her entire body into tiny pieces that move around independently. Sero tries to shut down the area by covering everything in tape, but he accidentally ends up helping the enemy's own sticky quirk. When you're dealing with powers like this, what are you even supposed to do? How do we handle this mess? All the sticky stuff is coming from that weird guy in the yellow suit. It's obvious his quirk is all about glue. To make matters worse, that green-haired guy with the sharp blades is jumping in with extra attacks, putting our team at a massive disadvantage. Sato rushes in to take the brunt of the pipes for his teammates. Up in the air, Bakugo finds his flight path blocked by more pipes, but he's still got plenty of juice left to blast over to Jiro's side. He's multitasking like a pro, protecting her while keeping his eyes locked on the prize of victory. One of the little pests has already been caught by a resident demon. But he's not done yet. He turns to Jiro and tells her to pick up the pace because he's in a hurry to win this thing 4-0. The other team knows they can't take Bakugo in a fair fight, so they're desperately trying to bait him into making a mistake so they can snatch a win. They're hoping to catch him off guard and take the whole team out in one go, specifically targeting Bakugo's notorious short fuse. But Jiro is on it. She feeds the enemy's location straight to Bakugo. She notices the distractions around them are finally slowing down, which means if she focuses her hearing to the limit right now, she can hear everything. Our demon finally gets the intel he needs, but just then, the 4th member of the opposing team pops up and tries to shut Bakugo up. This guy in a leather gear has a welding quirk. He can fuse objects together as long as he makes physical contact with them. It's a pretty dangerous ability if it gets too close. Sato moves fast, smashing through those restraints to set Bakugo free. But wait, it was all a distraction. The The real play comes from Jiro. She flips her sound attack and takes out the first opponent in one shot, leaving Bakugo to mop up the rest of the work. Where do you think you're going, you little pests? Another one hits the floor at lightning speed. Next up is the green-haired kid. There's no escape for you, buddy. It's like to be continued, but with zero love. With the third one down, only Setsuna is left dodging around in the air. Now, it's finally Sero's time to shine and show what he's made of. He's figured out her weakness. If he can just tape up those tiny floating body parts, her speed will drop significantly. To top it all off, Bakugo rockets in and finishes the match with a massive blinding explosion. Class A secured a total blowout victory in less than 5 minutes. That's a clean sweep, people. Even Aizawa gives the team a metaphorical thumbs up for their solid strategy. Honestly, Class B did a great job too. They just had the misfortune of running into the beast. All Might even stops by to give him some praise, and of course Midoriya is right there as well. Even with Midoriya watching, Bakugo's attitude hasn't changed a bit, though his power is undeniable. This final match is shaping up to be a real nail-biter since everyone's secrets are out in the open. We also need to talk about Midoriya's squad. All 3 members of his team are more geared towards support than direct combat, which could be a problem. If they have to fight head-on, things might get ugly, especially with the battle god Mineta on the team, but hey, we've got protagonist plot armor on our side, so what's there to fear? I'm calling it now, Midoriya is going to carry this whole fight. Meanwhile, over at Japan's most high-security prison, a certain individual is starting to stir. All for One is fidgeting so much it's giving the guards a total heart attack, especially with the villain alliance looking to rise up again. Suddenly, he actually apologizes to the guards for the trouble. He claims it's because his little brother's voice is calling out, and he just couldn't help himself. How creepy is that? While this is happening, All Might gets a call from Gran Torino. You don't just ignore a call from him. It wasn't an emergency, but Gran Torino wanted to share something about Nana Shimura, All Might's former master. He finally remembered what she said about a dream she once had. In that dream, a man shrouded like a black curtain stood before her and said, "It's not time yet." That was it. Since he's in the middle of class, All Might has to hang up. But those few words were enough for him to grasp the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Needle Monoma is over there trying to get cozy with Shinso. He's bonding with Shinso over their past while fishing for tips on how to get Midoriya to talk. Apparently, the secret is just to insult Midoriya's friends. For a loudmouth like Monoma, that's as easy as pie. Now that he's got the strategy down, it's time to put it into practice. Monoma wastes no time. He pops up in front of Midoriya to lure him away, trying to provoke him into responding by comparing him to Bakugo. But hey, lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. Midoriya is smart enough to realize that Monoma probably copied Shinso's quirk and is just trying to bait him into a trap. He tells Monoma to keep talking and keep trying, but the more he talks, the harder Midoriya attacks to show him it's useless. Realizing his plan failed, Monoma switches to a different quirk to keep pestering him. Meanwhile, Manetta and Uraraka are scouting for the enemy's location so they know who to avoid. I didn't even have to look because the enemy team found them first. Ashido quickly melts down the flying metal scraps coming their way. All this is the work of a guy in the mask. That girl in red clearly has the job of shrinking objects and then waiting for them to reach their target before returning them to full size. It's a simple trick, and it's not enough to stop our trio. However, that for a guy with the twin impact ability is a different story. That one is a real pain. Meanwhile, Midoriya is still being lured away from his team by Monoma, and this time, Monoma decides to bring up the one thing he shouldn't, Bakugo getting captured. He uses that painful memory to provoke him, and it works. Midoriya hits his boiling point. Suddenly, his power spirals out of control all over again. All Might finally realizes exactly who that mysterious dream was talking about. Monoma still thinks this is just a new quirk. Midoriya's been hiding, but he's in for a shock. No way, buddy, this is dangerous territory. Better run for your life. Midoriya even warns Shinso to get away before it's too late, because something is about to explode. This bizarre new power starts dragging Midoriya around uncontrollably. All Might panics and tells Aizawa they need to stop the match immediately. The kid is clearly not okay. But in the middle of all this chaos, while everyone else is running for cover, Uraraka makes a bold move and lunges toward Midoriya to tell him to calm down. Since she was a little girl, she's always been inspired by heroes who save people. It wasn't just the heroes she loved, but the expressions of pure joy on the faces of the people they saved. That's why she dreamed of becoming a hero herself, even though the path has been incredibly tough. But even in the hardest times, a bright star named Midoriya always seemed to shine through. No matter the odds, he's always willing to risk his life to save someone in trouble. But that raises a question. When the hero is the one in trouble, who saves them? It turns out only another hero can save a hero. And right now, Shinso is the only one who has the power to pull it off. Uraraka screams at the top of her lungs for Shinso to brainwash Midoriya. He hesitates for a moment, racking his brain for the right question to ask. Finally, he takes off his mask, takes a deep breath, and shouts, "Midoriya, let's have a fight!" And it's on. Midoriya hears the challenge and accepts, which finally shuts down that terrifying power. This sends him spiraling back into that strange dream world. But this time is different. A man appears and scolds him for trying to use the power while his head was filled with such dark, angry thoughts. He's not pulling any punches. No doubt about it, this guy is one of the original users of One for All. He cuts straight to the chase because time is running out. He explains that after 8 generations, the quirk has grown into something far more powerful than anyone could have ever imagined. It's on a whole new level now. Earlier, when Midoriya was obsessed with capturing his opponent, that desire manifested his Black Whip quirk. The man explains that anger is a good source of power, but it's exactly why he needs to be extremely careful when controlling it. And get this, he's going to discover 6 more quirks hidden within One for All. He needs to master his mind to use the abilities of the 6 previous users. How cool is that, guys? Midoriya is about to get a massive power-up. Uraraka gives him a solid slap to snap him out of it. He's heartbroken to see her hurt, but Monoma doesn't give them a moment of peace, immediately diving back in to harass them during their vulnerable moment. What a jerk! The rest of the team follows Monoma's lead, launching a coordinated assault to keep Midoriya on the ropes. Luckily, Ashido and Mineta show up just in time to bolster their defense. Midoriya reacts fast, blocking several of Shinso's attacks. Over on the sidelines, Aizawa decides that the 5th match will continue as planned despite the chaos. The big question now is how Midoriya will handle this new power. Because he's too scared to use it, he ends up getting wrestled to the ground. It looks painful, but there's no way he's backing down now. Shinso is right there in front of him, and this is his best shot at winning. He's got to take it. Midoriya asks Uraraka for a favor before charging in for a 1v1 with Shinso. Meanwhile, his teammates are struggling against the odds. But then there's Mineta. Even in the middle of a battle, he manages to find a little motivation to keep going. Unfortunately, that distraction leads to a pretty sour outcome for him. He ends up bouncing around until he's dizzy, but by accident he creates a pretty incredible move that actually puts the enemy in a tight spot. Monoma, of course, is back to being a third wheel, interrupting Midoriya and Uraraka's moment. He admits his quirk relies on others and that he's not exactly protagonist material. He claims he's never been bitter about it, though. Instead, he boldly declares himself the perfect side character who can totally outshine the lead. It sounds intimidating, but wait, Monoma's trying to copy One for All. That is incredibly dangerous, and he's playing with fire here. If your body isn't ready for that kind of power, you'll literally blow apart. Uraraka moves fast and slams him into the ground before that can happen. Midoriya isn't slowing down either, as he's finally managed to get the upper hand on Shinso. It's anyone's game now. Midoriya refuses to let Shinso escape because he's just too big of a threat. Using the skills he learned from Aizawa, can Shinso pull something off? Turns out, he can. He puts Midoriya in a really tough position, leaving him with no choice but to use his raw power if he wants to survive. Midoriya's mind is a lot steadier now thanks to that first user. Honestly, the guy reminds him so much of All Might that it gives him a strange sense of peace. That peace of mind is exactly what he needs to start getting a handle on this wild new power he's discovered. His new mantra is all about mental control. All Might notices the change and tells Aizawa to hold off on stopping the match. It looks like the kid has it under control for now. But just like that, the power vanishes, and a wave of intense pain starts shooting through Midoriya's arms. It's not over yet. His body just can't keep up with how fast the power is growing. Even at 20%, he can't fully tame this beast of a quirk. While he's struggling with the pain, Shinso manages to slip away. Midoriya has no choice but to push through and chase him down, or else he's losing this fight. Meanwhile, Uraraka has Monoma right where she wants him. Uraraka's dragging Monoma back to the cage while he won't stop whining about his limitations. She's totally fed up. She basically tells him to shut up and get in the cage so she can run back to her future husband. Once he's locked up, she rockets straight back toward Midoriya's location. But wait, she remembers Midoriya asked her to go help Ashido and Mineta. It's a classic battle between following her heart or her head. Back with Midoriya, he's using 8% of his power to stay hot on Shinso's heels. Just when it looks like he's got him, something goes sideways and he falls. It turns out Monoma had a trick up his sleeve that he mentioned to Uraraka. By triggering a delayed twin impact, he managed to buy Shinso enough time to make a break for it. Over with Ashido and Mineta, things aren't looking great either. They're getting overwhelmed. But then Uraraka shows up to save the day. Uraraka chose to follow her head and help her teammates out of a jam. Meanwhile, Midoriya isn't going down without a fight. He springs back up and uses Shinso's own capture gear to snag him. The match is finally reaching its climax, and it's looking like a total win for Class A. It's a 4-0 sweep for Class A. That brings Class B's total to 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses, the exact opposite of Class A's record. A dejected Shinso walks up to Aizawa and admits he failed. He knew this joint training was basically his audition to transfer departments, and he's feeling the weight of it. Aizawa just gives him a calm, "Patience is a virtue" response. But then he turns to Midoriya and asks the million-dollar question, "What on earth was that?" Midoriya admits he's tapped into a new power, but he also confesses that he has absolutely no control over it yet. He gives a huge thanks to Shinso and Uraraka for their help. Midnight immediately starts teasing Uraraka about how she lunged in to hug him, and her face is bright red. Honestly, when's the wedding? Aizawa then drops the big news. Shinso has actually met the criteria to transfer into the hero course. Huge congrats to Shinso. They still need a meeting to decide which class he'll join though, as Shoto takes a moment to complain about Mineta being a total creep. But he defends himself saying it was the heat of battle. Meanwhile, Monoma is still over there trying to find a way to talk smack about Class A. Some people never change. Midoriya is stuck thinking about Monoma copying One for All. Why didn't he blow up? And what did he mean by it being a blank? Then, Aizawa tells Monoma he needs to go see little Eri tomorrow. It's a bit confusing, but later that night, Bakugo ends up beating the crap out of Midoriya in the gym, probably trying to wake up that hidden power. Bakugo's being his usual aggressive self, but there's a reason behind it. Earlier, he was sitting down for tea with All Might and Midoriya to hear all about that mysterious new quirk. He's clearly frustrated that even All Might doesn't have all the answers, and it's driving him crazy enough to try and force the info out of Midoriya. Bakugo is obsessed with solving this mystery. Back in the present, Midoriya seems to be getting to the heart of the matter. He thinks his mind might be subconsciously blocking the power because it feels uncontrollable. He needs to find a way to lock and unlock Black Rift at will if he wants to master it. He's searching for a mental key to manage the energy. Bakugo gets bored with the talk and decides to head back, ending their session for the day. When they get to the dorms, they find Kirishima and Tetsu having a loud disagreement. Kirishima shouting and Tetsu's trying to keep his cool while explaining things. Kirishima is all, "Why are you yelling at me?" And Tetsu is just trying to make a point. He explains that his quirk is metal-based, giving him great heat resistance, while Kirishima's just gets harder the more he fights. They both have their own pros and cons. Class B even stops by to hang out and make some new friends. It's a nice little mixer between the classes. Shoto finds Midoriya and immediately grills him about his second quirk. He's suspicious. Did Midoriya actually have 2 quirks this entire time and just never mentioned it? Naturally, Midoriya has to start sweating and lying his way out of that one with some lame excuse. He's making up stories on the fly to keep the secret. Midoriya also notices that Shoto's fire skills have reached a whole new level. What he doesn't know is that Shoto actually sucked it up and went to his old man for help. Look at Endeavor's smug face, so punchable, right? The next morning, they hold a quick meeting about Shinso's transfer, and it looks like he's officially moving into Class A. After the meeting, Aizawa heads over to Eri's place to explain why Monoma is there. He wants Monoma to try and copy Eri's quirk, but it turns out to be another blank shell. Monoma breaks down what a blank shell means. Simply put, Eri's quirk is just like Midoriya's. It's an accumulation type where power builds up before being released. Monoma's copying quirk only mimics the core ability, not the years of stored energy. He can't copy the process of accumulation, so the quirk is useless to him. It's like Fat Gum, his quirk relies on accumulated body fat. Even if Monoma copies it, he doesn't have the fat to fuel it. Aizawa admits he was hoping Monoma could copy Eri's quirk so they could use him to teach her how to control it. But that plan's a total bust now. Poor Eri looks so hurt. Aizawa has zero tact sometimes. Aizawa is so blunt, it's painful. Thankfully, Midoriya is there to be the sweet big brother Eri needs. He gives her a few words of encouragement and she's smiling again. Fast forward to a snowy day, Shoto and Bakugo are heading off to take their provisional hero license exam. They're finally ready. That same evening, a gang of criminals is tearing through the streets, snatching purses using the leader's water manipulation quirk. Suddenly, a car pulls up right in the middle of the crime scene. It's All Might, and he's driving his 2-star pupils back from their exam. Talk about bad timing for the villains. Shoto doesn't waste a second, he freezes the entire street in a flash. Meanwhile, Bakugo lets off a concentrated mini-explosion right at the crooks. All Might is trying his best to keep the civilians back, while the leader gets more and more arrogant, thinking he can take on 2 young heroes. He's way out of his league. The villain is acting so tough, telling the boys to go home to their mommies before they get kidnapped. He sounds like he's actually in control, but wait, why are you running away now, big guy? All that trash talk and you're already making a break for it. What a joke. Running isn't going to save you. Right as they're about to wrap things up, some lady puts her life on the line just to get a photo for social media. Classic cloud chaser. Bakugo manages to swoop in just in time to save a man caught in the crossfire, while Shoto takes care of the rest of the mess. Shoto finishes them off with his new Flashfire Fist move, putting a final stop to the gang. The pro heroes finally show up, but they're basically just there to pat the boys on the back at this point. When they finally get back to the dorms and open the door, their classmates have a huge surprise waiting for them. It's a heartwarming moment after a long day, but just 9 days ago in Deku City, an absolute catastrophe unfolded that left the city in ruins. Buildings, streets, and cars were totally leveled by a maniacal villain. Fast forward to now, Shoto and Bakugo are being grilled by the press about that recent robbery bust. Bakugo is being his usual aggressive self. Being on national TV can't stop him from being a total loudmouth. Shoto's a stone-faced as usual, complaining that people are making fun of him. This is already the third news crew to interview them. Since things are so tense right now, the media is desperate for feel-good stories about heroes saving civilians to keep the public's spirits up. Surprisingly, the people of Deku City aren't blaming the heroes. Usually a disaster this big would have everyone pointing fingers at them first. But after everything that's happened, it seems like the public finally understands that the heroes are doing their absolute best to keep everyone safe. Today, Class 1A gets a visit from two incredibly attractive guest teachers. Mineta is probably going to lose his mind. Mount Lady is leading a session on media relations. She tells Shoto to imagine he just finished a major case. She asks him, "What kind of hero do you want to be?" Shoto says he wants to be the kind of hero people can trust when he arrives. Mount Lady then asks if he has a signature move. He's got a list of them, but mentions his ice spam move and that heat explosion one, though he admits the latter is a bit too destructive to demo. He's handsome and has great answers. What more could you want? Shoto's great at interviews, but his dating knowledge, absolutely zero. Mount Lady uses his interview as a lesson. Every hero needs a signature move with a cool name. It's not just for show, it's a brand and a warning to villains everywhere that you mean business. The students start shouting out their hero names and special abilities, really hyping up their own strengths. Everyone is doing great except for Bakugo, who's being, well, Bakugo. Why do you have to be so aggressive, kid? Then it's Midoriya's turn to step up to the mic. Midoriya freezes up like a literal rock. He looks like a character with a bad internet connection. But as soon as someone mentions All Might, he flips a switch. He starts rambling about how amazing All Might is until everyone's head hurts, effectively ending his interview on a very weird note. Midnight asks how he's doing with that power surge from earlier, and Midoriya decides to give them a demo. It's been 2 weeks, so he should have some control by now. He closes his eyes, focusing on that mental door where the power is locked away, and slowly starts to turn the key. He manages to let out a tiny spark. Meanwhile, the principal shows up to tell All Might that the hero work studies are being restarted. He gathers all the teachers to explain the plan so they can prep the students properly. It seems like things are getting serious again. The principal wants the faculty to be crystal clear with the students about this. The Security Commission is pushing for this to send a message to the public. Could be a good thing, or it could be a sign that something terrible is about to go down. Either way, they have to be ready. Whatever happens, heroes have to face it head on. They're picking the top performing students to head out on these work studies first. A few days later, the principal confirms that after 4 months of living in the dorms, there's no mole for the League of Villains among the students. That's a relief. Back at the Class 1A dorms, the atmosphere is totally different. They're throwing a massive party. You could probably guess what day it is. After a grueling year of dealing with villains, a year-end bash is exactly what these kids need to unwind. It's a well-deserved break from the chaos. Everyone's buzzing about the upcoming work studies. Ida asks Midoriya where he's planning to go. Night Eye's old agency is swamped right now and can't take anyone in. And Gran Torino is apparently too busy to even look at his phone. It's like he's completely forgotten about his favorite student. Bakugo actually wanted to go back to Best Janus, but since the guy is currently missing, that's out of the question. Even though Janus gave him that embarrassing side part hairstyle, Bakugo knows the guy really cared about him. Just then, Aizawa walks in with little Eri, looking like a total angel. She's so cute, it hurts. Midoriya notices her horn has grown a bit, but she's looking much happier and more optimistic these days. It seems like those encouraging words he gave her really stuck, and she's doing much better. The whole class starts going wild at this Christmas party. There's cake, music, singing, and gift exchanges. It's a blast. Who knows if they'll all be together like this next year, so everyone is soaking up the memories. Once the party winds down, Shoto makes a surprising offer to Midoriya and Bakugo. He wants them to intern at his dad's agency. Talk about a major opportunity. The next morning, Hawks is out patrolling the city, taking a call from Dabi to keep up his cover. The fact that Dabi is calling means Hawks is still useful to them. Dabi is planning something big, and wants Hawks to find someone other than the #1 hero to test their strength on. This is getting dangerous. Hawks immediately calls the Safety Commission to fill them in on the situation. He warns them that from now on, they have to use coded messages because the League is watching his every move. He even stops by to check on Best Jeanist, who seems to be recovering slowly after being out of the spotlight for so long. Hawks can't afford to be sloppy now. Jeanist hints that he might be returning to the hero scene soon. But look closely at what Hawks is holding. Something's definitely up. Suddenly, it's New Year's Eve. Midoriya decides to skip the countdown with his friends and stay home to ring in the new year with his mom. So sweet. Midoriya tells his mom about that time he lost control of his power, and she nearly has a heart attack. Once she calms down, he shows her a thank you letter from a little girl he saved. It's a real tearjerker. She remembers how Izuku used to mimic All Might as a kid, always wanting to save everyone despite the pain. Inko has always just wanted to protect him, but seeing that letter, she realizes her son is truly becoming a hero. They both end up in a sobbing mess together. It's a classic Midoriya family moment. The next morning, it's officially the new year, but heroes don't get days off. Midoriya says goodbye to his mom and heads to meet Endeavor with Shoto. She's finally at peace with his choice of career. Meanwhile, Endeavor is looking as grumpy as ever. You can tell he only really wanted Shoto there. But since he promised to help, he's stuck with Bakugo and Midoriya too. The boys remember All Might encouraging them to take this internship because it's a great opportunity. They're training their one-for-all usage, and so far, so good, no more losing control. For Bakugo, this is a chance to learn from someone who shares a similar combat style to his own. Endeavor is still annoyed by Midoriya's lecture from their last meeting, but he's interrupted by a report of a villain nearby. Endeavor tells the three of them to keep up if they can, as he charges after a villain who's sucking up glass to build a massive energy orb. Hawks is also in the area, relaxing with a book when the chaos starts. If that glass ball hits the ground, the damage will be insane. But Endeavor is on the case. With one punch, Endeavor melts the entire glass orb before it can do any harm. The villain realizes he's outmatched and tries to lure them into an alleyway where his accomplices are waiting. He didn't count on the #2 hero and 3 top students joining the party though. Talk about a bad day for crime. The police show up to haul the villains away, and Hawks takes a moment to chat with Midoriya. He apologizes for not being able to teach Tokoyami more right now, since he's just too busy to breathe, let alone tutor. He also gives Endeavor a copy of a popular new book that's been trending lately. The book supposedly has a deeper meaning about a society where everyone takes responsibility for themselves. Hawks is secretly warning Endeavor about the League's next move through coded hints. He stresses that if Endeavor is too busy, he should at least check out the highlighted pages. This is high-level hero espionage right here. Endeavor is left wondering what Hawks is actually trying to say. He's not great with metaphors. Later, the students arrive at Endeavor's massive agency. It's a non-stop hive of activity with over 30 sidekicks working around the clock. Endeavor sits down to finally study those highlighted lines in the book. He racks his brain, thinking about it from every angle possible. Finally it clicks. He remembers Hawks' emphasis on the #2 hero. It's a code. By taking the second word from each highlighted sentence, the terrifying truth is revealed. The enemy is the Liberation Army. They've got over 100,000 members, and they strike in 4 months. Rewind a few days, and Hawks is meeting with the heads of the Villain Alliance. They're thrilled that he's spreading their ideology through the book. Toga catches a glimpse of Midoriya on the news, but Dabi dismisses the kids as weaklings. Hawks only gets a snippet of their plan before being kicked out, but he left a feather behind to eavesdrop. Hawks hears enough to know that Shigaraki is going to flip Japan upside down in just 4 months. Endeavor realizes the commission sent these 3 students to him, so they'd be ready for the literal war that's coming. He tells them they're going to be out on the streets with him every single day. But first, he needs to know their goals. Midoriya wants to master his new power so he can act more freely, and he starts giving Endeavor a 10-page long essay about his quirk. Endeavor is so overwhelmed by the sheer amount of talking that he has to cut him off. Seriously, Midoriya, breathe? Endeavor actually manages to summarize the main point of Midoriya's rambling. Since the quirk is similar to All Might's, he's a bit hesitant about how to teach him. He puts Midoriya on hold and moves to Bakugo. The demon says he's there to find his weaknesses and learn what he needs to surpass the #1 hero. But in all fairness, Bakugo has the right to talk like that. Ever since he was a child, he's stood out above everyone else, and his raw power is simply immeasurable. To sum it up, He's here to find the missing piece he needs to surpass the #1 hero. Endeavor starts to get the gist of what these two are after. The old man understands what those two want, but as for Shoto, he figures there's no need to ask. However, Shoto speaks up, telling his father to stay right there. He admits that he used to hate him so much that he rejected the fire within himself, which he now finds ridiculous. After meeting his classmates, and especially Midoriya, he finally realized the error of his ways. But don't get it twisted saying it doesn't mean he's forgiven his father. Shoto is here strictly as a future hero. To put it simply, he's here to use Endeavor. There is no father-son relationship here, the internship is work and family is something else entirely. Man, it feels like my idol Shoto is just taking a knife and carving right into his dad's heart with those words. Endeavor really got played by his own son there, didn't he? Despite the cold shoulder, he accepts Shoto's request. He declares that from now on, he will treat all of them as real heroes. He explains that rescue, evacuation, and pushing back the enemy are the 3 core duties one must master to be a hero. But for Endeavor, those 3 tasks are actually just 1. Once you spot a villain, you have to execute all 3 simultaneously. He calls this method parallel thinking, and it's something the 3 of them need to build up step by step. Their fundamental problem is a total lack of experience. That's why he wants them to focus during this time. During this internship, they must outpace him at least once. Since a criminal was just spotted nearby, the training starts right this second. Let the game of cops and robbers begin, and just to be clear, Endeavor is the robber they're chasing. In the first round, the robber wins with a total landslide victory. That little demon, Bakugo, absolutely cannot accept this painful reality. While Bakugo fumed, Shoto took it differently. He's the type to stand back up right where he fell. He's already figured out the trick his old man uses to gain such incredible speed. The heart of the matter is controlling the heat being released from his feet to create propulsion. To achieve that, you first have to emit a massive amount of heat, and then you need God-tier control to manage it. Endeavor doesn't give the trio any time to rest, dragging them right back into the game of tag. But this time, he plans to teach while they compete. He starts with Bakugo, and honestly, it's true that Bakugo is superior in almost every aspect. But do you know why you still can't keep up with me? Endeavor asks, before telling him to figure it out himself. To fix that weakness, he gives Shoto and Bakugo a specific assignment. Condense your energy and then release it all in an instant. They have to repeat this until it's muscle memory. The goal is to do it subconsciously. Midoriya's task is exactly the same. He needs to train until he can fire his Air Force blasts without thinking. He shouldn't have to focus on it. It should just happen. It's just like that guy driving the car over there. When we're born, nobody knows how to drive. But once you learn and repeat the motions of driving over and over, you can eventually steer the wheel, hit the pedals, and check the mirrors all at once. First, you have to learn how to do 2 things subconsciously at the same time. Once you've built a solid foundation for that, then you can start layering on even more tasks. Once you hit a certain level, you'll finally be on par with how All Might used to be. And so, the 4 of them continue their high-speed chase until late into the night before finally calling it quits. While all this is going down, Uraraka is busy showing off her brand new tactical gear. Let's be real, we all know she upgraded that look just for her favorite guy. Costume changes aside, she's joined by Froppy and the Jirahado for an internship at a top 10 agency. But the peace doesn't last long, because the next morning, news breaks about a raid on a local factory. Apparently, a drug-producing facility was hit by villains yesterday. This wasn't just any factory. It specialized in manufacturing Trigger, that nasty drug that pushes quirks to dangerous new levels. Meanwhile, out at sea, Captain Selkie is hot on the trail of a suspicious vessel. He tries to start things off with a stern, authoritative voice to intimidate them, but then, he switches to this cringe-worthy cute voice that honestly makes me want to gag. Unsurprisingly, it has zero effect on the bad guys. If anything, it just annoys them into taking the drug. Suddenly, a smuggler with a basic smoke spray and quirk gets a massive boost, and now he's capable of something much more terrifying. He conjures a massive wall of smog that completely blankets the area. Captain Selkie tries his best to track them, but the villains manage to slip away into hiding. Realizing this mission is too big for one hero, he decides he needs backup to ensure success. Naturally, he reaches out to the top 10 agency for some high-level assistance. Reinforcements arrive in no time, including our 3-star interns. It's been a while since Froppy worked with Selkie, so they share a quick, heartwarming reunion. He taught her so much about the hero world, and our gratitude is through the roof. But Selkie has a very unique way of starting this mission. He tells everyone to change into their gear and hit the beach, ordering them to play until they're totally exhausted. If Bakugo saw this training, he'd probably have a literal meltdown. Selkie explains that the smugglers won't dare move until nightfall, so he wants the girls to relax and enjoy being young while they still can. They spend the day splashing in the water and hanging out with sea turtles before firing up a beachside barbecue. After eating their fill and having a blast, it's finally time for business. Sirius and Nezura will coordinate with the captain from the air while he leads the way. This has to be a stealth operation. We're going for a complete surprise attack to catch them off guard. As they close in, Froppy hitches a ride on the captain's back to reach the target. Meanwhile, the first mate takes command of the ship. The smugglers are still totally clueless that they're being watched, so they decide to set sail. The captain is already closing the distance, moving in like a predator on his prey. Once he reaches the ship, he signals the first mate to stay ready. Sirius reveals herself to distract the villains, and just as expected, they panic and start injecting the drug. This is exactly what the captain wanted. Using his specialized seal abilities, he can strike his targets accurately without even needing to look at them. For a man with seal powers, these amateur tricks are nothing but child's play. He quickly locates the pilot and delivers a crushing blow. It looks like mission accomplished once they take the bridge, but wait, the main smuggler has a private jet ready for a quick getaway. Talk about being prepared. Froppy tries to snag it, but she just can't reach. Kurtung isn't quite long enough to stop the plane, and Sirius isn't fast enough to catch up. However, Uraraka steps up, thanks to her new suit's built-in grappling hooks. She's got a way to close the gap. Once she infiltrates the cockpit, her improved martial arts make quick work of the villain. But taking him down was the easy part. Now she has to figure out how to land the thing. Uraraka struggles with the controls, unable to pull the jet out of its dive. She can't just let it crash because it's packed with dangerous chemicals that would devastate the ocean's ecosystem. Sirius shouts for her to use zero gravity on the entire plane. It seems impossible given the massive weight of the jet, but in the hero world, impossible is just a suggestion. If they give it their all, they can do it. Nejier uses her energy to reduce the pressure on Uraraka, leaving the rest up to her sheer willpower. She isn't about to fail now. Uraraka pulls it off, and Sirius guides the plane to a soft landing. With the threat over, it's time to get back to the beach. You only get so many beach days, right? Fast forward a week, and our interns have finished their first 7 days with Endeavor. Their experience can pretty much be summed up in one sentence. How the hell are we supposed to keep up with this guy? That thought has been on repeat all week. Every time an incident is reported, Endeavor is on the scene before they can even blink. It feels like the old man is just showing off while the kids struggle to stay in the race. Even though they're completely wiped out, he's still pushing for more reps. The man is a relentless machine. His stamina is genuinely terrifying. It's well past midnight by the time they finally crawl back to the agency. But rest is a strong word, especially when his daughter calls to insist he invite Shoto's friends over for dinner tomorrow. For a guy like Endeavor, social networking is harder than fighting a Nomu. He's been plagued by a recurring dream lately. In it, his family is sitting around the dinner table, laughing and looking genuinely happy, but he's nowhere to be seen. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but he realizes that his absence is exactly why they look so joyful in that dream. He knows he's the one to blame. Looking back at how he treated his children makes him want to spiral into a dark place. Repairing those broken bonds is the toughest mission he's ever faced. He gets so lost in his thoughts that before he knows it, the clock strikes 6 a.m. Morning rolls around and the agency is already buzzing. Burn, the sidekick with the green hair, is ready to tease the interns, but even she softens up when she sees their bruises. Their injuries tell the whole story of how hard they've been grinding. Today's a repeat of yesterday, more chasing, more failing to keep up. They spend all day trailing Endeavor without laying a finger on a single villain. He's just too fast. By the end of the shift, he notes they've made slight progress. Then, with a booming voice, he announces it's time to move out. But this time, the destination is his own home for that dinner. Shoto already knew about the dinner and tries to get a complaining Bakugo to pipe down. While Midoriya is his usual polite self, Fuyumi has laid out a massive spread of delicious food, and as they sit down, she tries to keep the conversation flowing to drown out the awkwardness of having her father there. Despite her best efforts, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Natsuo can't even stomach the meal with Endeavor sitting across from him. It's a total mess, and poor Midoriya and Bakugo are caught right in the middle. I'd be looking for the nearest exit too if I were them. When it's time to clean up, Midoriya and the explosive Bakugo are surprisingly cooperative. Probably because they're both desperate to escape the vibe. Just as they're about to help out, they accidentally overhear Shoto talking to his sister. Shoto admits that he still hasn't forgiven his father for the past. However, their mother is making a huge effort to heal. She sent him a letter saying she'll be discharged soon, hoping the family can finally be together again and promising to never return to those dark old ways. Bakugo hits his limit and bursts in, ranting about how guests shouldn't be subjected to this much family drama. For once, he actually makes a good point. Midoriya gently adds that Shoto shouldn't force himself to forgive his father right away. Some things just take time. Let's flash back 7 years to when Endeavor was at peak arrogance. After busting a criminal, he'd strut out for interviews, glowing with power even in the dark. He had this invincible, burning aura that commanded respect from everyone, including some of the wrong people. One particular villain became obsessed with that fiery intensity. Well, he's just been released from prison, and right now he's lurking outside Endeavor's house, watching and waiting with a creepy level of focus. This guy wants something from the #1 hero, and he's using Trigger to make sure he has the power to get it. Inside, Fuyumi decides to tell Midoriya and Bakugo about their eldest brother, Toga, who passed away. She explains that back when their mother was first hospitalized, things took a turn for the worse. The situation was so bad that Shoto wasn't even allowed to visit her. It's only recently that he started visiting again, and things were finally looking up. However, Natsuo refuses to forgive their father, firmly believing that Endeavor is responsible for Toya's death. After that heavy story, the boys say their goodbyes and head out. But back outside, that villain, Ending, has been stalking Natsuo this whole time. He strikes when Natsuo is least expecting it, snatching him up in an instant. Ending appears right in front of Endeavor's car, using Natsuo as bait. Luckily, the driver has professional racing reflexes and avoids a total disaster. Endeavor storms out, furious, demanding his son's release, but Ending just hides behind Natsuo like a coward. Endeavor recognizes him as the villain he busted 7 years ago. Ending is thrilled that his idol remembers him. He doesn't want to go back to a cage. He wants Endeavor to give him a grand, fiery execution. He literally begs to be killed. He threatens to kill Natsuo unless Endeavor grants his wish for death. That's when our 3 interns spring into action. Midoriya stops the car and tosses their gear to the others, and they immediately launch a rescue plan. All that grueling training over the last week is about to be put to the test. The boys have reached a whole new level by following Endeavor's lead, but Endeavor himself is freezing up. Every time he tries to move, Endin uses Natsuo as a human shield. Seeing the pain and hatred in his son's eyes makes the #1 hero hesitate for the first time. If the pro can't do it, the future pros will. This trio is absolutely top tier when they work together. Shoto cranks his flames to a new intensity, forcing Ending to switch tactics and target nearby civilians. But these kids are way ahead of him. Bakugo launches himself like a missile and snatches Natsuo out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Midoriya multitasking like a boss jumps at 8% power while using Black Whip to catch falling cars and save the bystanders. It's a masterclass in coordination. Shoto delivers the finishing blow, a perfect mix of fire and a mini ice storm. It's game over for the villain. Overwhelmed with relief, Endeavor's first instinct is to pull Natsuo into a hug. He nearly lost another child today. Bakugo, being the tsundere he is, dodges any affection and starts shouting about where the villain went. He's gloating about their success, looking smug as ever. Remember what he said to Endeavor, that he'd surpass him at least once this winter. Endeavor admits they did a great job covering his momentary lapse with their speed. Of course, that praise isn't enough for Bakugo's ego. Natsuo, however, isn't feeling the love and shoves Endeavor away, still refusing to be close to him. Endeavor doesn't get angry. He just apologizes for hesitating. He wondered if saving Natsuo would finally stop the resentment, and that thought paralyzed him. Natsuo just gives a bitter, tearful laugh, telling his father that he's still far from forgiving him. "I'm not like Shoto," Natsuo says. "I can't just be warm and forgiving." Endeavor solemnly accepts the fact that his son may never forgive him, no matter what he does. He's not asking for forgiveness. He just wants to make amends. His plan? He bought a new place where his children and their mother can live together in peace, while he stays behind by himself. It's the final day of the internship, marking the end of a long week. The 3rd semester is kicking off and there's only 3 months left of their first year. Aida is already on top of things, telling everyone to suit up and head to the stadium for today's training session. He's so efficient that Mr. Aizawa doesn't even have to say a word. Aizawa gets called the faculty room anyway, so he leads them to it. In the girls' locker room, everyone is raving about Uraraka's new look. It fits her perfectly. But they can't help but notice that All Might keychain she's got. "We get it, you've got a crush. No need to explain." Over in the boys' room, the hype is real because Midoriya has mastered his new ability. Everyone is cheering for him, except for the ever-grumpy Bakugo, who is probably just annoyed he didn't get a power-up too. He's acting so dramatic you'd think he was dying. He's so spaced out he doesn't even notice All Might walk in. Since Aizawa was tied up with urgent business, All Might is taking over Class 1A's training for the day. The teachers look incredibly serious today. Aizawa and Present Mike head over to Tartarus, the high-security prison holding All for One. However, they aren't there for the big boss today. They're visiting a different prisoner. Gran Torino is already there waiting for them. Let's get straight to the point. The prisoner, Kurogiri, is the key to the League of Villains. If they can get him to talk, it would be a massive breakthrough. But every time the League is mentioned, he just shuts down completely. Forensic analysis reveals something shocking. Kurogiri's quirk is a composite of several different powers. Even worse, 80% of his physical makeup matches a former friend of Aizawa and present Mike from their days at UA. This is getting dark. The police suspect he was once Oboro Shirakumo, a hero student who died far too young. Back in the day, Aizawa, Mick, and Oboro were an inseparable trio at UA. Oboro was the one who dreamed of them opening a hero agency together after graduation. He was the glue that held them all together, their natural leader. Tragically, he died during his work studies when a building collapsed on him. It was a sudden and devastating loss, but now the police think the League used his remains to create this Nomu. The theory is that Kurogiri is a high-end Nomu built from Oboro's body. It's a sickening thought, and the investigation suggests that his remains were swapped out for others during his cremation. Gran Torino thinks the switch happened right under their noses. Currently, Kurogiri is in a dormant state, and the authorities want Aizawa and Mike to try and reach whatever's left of Oboro inside that fog. They're hoping a personal connection can wake him up. If a high-end Nomu could retain some personality, maybe Oboro can too. DNA tests on another Nomu showed it was once an underground fighter. Aizawa and Mike realize the gravity of the situation. They have to try and pull their friend back from the brink. If they fail, the police will be forced to bring in Oboro's family, and Aizawa refuses to let them suffer through that. When they start questioning, Kurogiri just asks if Tomura Shigaraki is safe. He's hard-coded to protect Shigaraki, claiming it's his sole purpose in life. Kurogiri says he simply can't ignore someone in need. Hearing this breaks Aizawa's heart. He remembers when he wanted to ignore a stray cat because he couldn't care for it, but Oboro didn't hesitate to rescue it. That was just who he was. Aizawa admits he was a half-hearted person until Oboro changed him. Oboro was always so full of life and ready to help anyone. Death is supposed to be the end, yet here they are, staring at a shell of their friend. Now he and Mike are infamous teachers at UA. Students tremble when they hear Aizawa's name because they know he's strict. But he's only like that because he doesn't want anyone else to die like Oboro did. He wants them to value their lives over empty glory. He wants the best heroes to survive and grow old. He begs Oboro to hear him, to come back so they can fulfill that dream of being heroes together. It's a desperate plea to the friend he lost. Aizawa demands to know who did this to him. Kurogiri starts glitching and talking nonsense, and for a split second it looks like Oboro is fighting his way to the surface. He's struggling to break free from his programming. Wait for it. And there it is. For just a moment, Oboro's face emerges from the fog. He manages to gasp out one word, hospital, before being swallowed back into the darkness of Kurogiri. That one word is everything. That single word is the lead the police needed. Meanwhile, in a secret base, Shigaraki is undergoing some excruciating procedure that's leaving him half dead. To understand why he's suffering, we have to go back to last October. Back then, Shigaraki met Gigantomachia, the giant left behind by All for One. He expected a powerful new ally, but instead, the giant attacked him. Gigantomachia refuses to follow someone he deems pathetic and weak. The giant can't believe his master chose such a loser to be his successor. Dr. Garaki chimes in over the radio to explain that Gigantomachia was All for One's personal bodyguard, a beast with incredible raw power who doesn't even need a modified body to use multiple quirks. When All for One was nearly killed by All Might, he hid the giant away for the future. Dabi isn't interested in a history lesson. He just wants to burn the big guy down. But his flames don't even leave a singe on Gigantomachia's hide. The doctor plays a recording of All for One, and the giant immediately turns into a giant puppy. The doctor then brings the lead to his lab to show Shigaraki his latest creations, the high-end Nomus. These new Nomus are masterpieces, far superior to anything seen before. The doctor introduces himself as Daruma Yuchiko. He reveals that both he and Gigantomachia were loyal servants to All for One from the very beginning. He tells Shigaraki bluntly that he's only helping out of respect for All for One. In his eyes, Shigaraki is still way too weak to deserve his support. This hit Shigaraki hard, reminding him of how All for One was the only one who saved him when he was at his lowest. He recalls the trauma of killing his own family because he couldn't control his quirk. He made himself an orphan, and All for One was there to mold that pain into villainy. He taught Shigaraki to hate the heroes who never came to save him. Why does he hate them so much? Who knows, but his hatred is all-consuming. Shigaraki doesn't just want to be a villain, he wants to tear down the entire hero society and rule over the ashes. The doctor realizes Shigaraki is insane, but that's perfect for a villain. He sets a challenge: if they want his help, they have to make Gigantomachia submit. Shigaraki accepts. It's a tough task, but he's got no other choice. The doctor hands out communication devices and tells them to stay in touch. Fast forward to December, and it's been 2 grueling months of Shigaraki trying to break the giant. He's back, but he hasn't succeeded yet. Progress is being made, but it's slow. Gigantomachia follows a strict schedule. He fights for over 48 hours and only sleeps for 3. His main target is always Shigaraki, which means the boss hasn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. The rest of the league takes turns helping, but Shigaraki is always in the fray. He's exhausted and starving, yet he keeps smiling. It's like the thrill of the hunt is finally giving him a real sense of purpose. Suddenly, Twice gets a call on Garan's phone, but it's not Garan on the other end. A voice-modulated stranger tells them to turn on the news. Every channel is reporting on a series of bizarre murders across Japan, each leaving a single finger at the scene. It's a nationwide spree that's baffling everyone. The caller identifies himself as a leader of the Meta Liberation Army and revealed he's holding Giran hostage. He wants to talk, but Shigaraki is a little busy with his giant problem right now. The caller doesn't care about Shigaraki's schedule. He claims to have 100,000 soldiers ready to strike and gives Shigaraki a choice: cooperate or Giran dies. He knows exactly where the League is hiding thanks to satellite surveillance. He threatens to tip off the police unless they show up at Daika City within the hour. Twice is ready to rush in and save Giran immediately, but Shigaraki has a different plan. He contacts the doctor to find out where Dabi is, deciding to bring Gigantomachia along for the ride. If there really are 100,000 soldiers in Daika City, Shigaraki plans to let the giant loose and let him deal with them. It's a brilliant way to solve 2 problems at once. This whole thing goes back to a man named Destro, who preached the absolute freedom of quirks. Destro believed that quirks were a natural part of being human and should be used without restriction. He founded the original Meta Liberation Army, but the government eventually crushed them and threw him in prison, where he wrote his manifesto. He saw himself as a pioneer of freedom. After he died, his son took up the mantle and rebuilt the army in secret. Fast forward to now. The League has arrived in Daika City, ready to face whatever's coming. They're not afraid of a little danger. Destro's son has been using his father's legacy to gather an incredible amount of power. The League is currently waiting for Gigantomachia to wake up so they can start the real show. Suddenly, a man approaches them, but it's not an enemy. It's a pro-hero who's actually a member of the army. The hero leads them toward their leader, but the city itself is a trap. 90% of the residents are trained soldiers. It's an absolute ambush. The League gets separated almost immediately as the fighting kicks off. This is a massive scale battle. The League members are being picked off one by one. Toga finds herself cornered by a reporter named Curious, who is obsessed with uncovering the truth behind Toga's blood-soaked life. Curious isn't just there to fight, she's looking for a story. Curious uses her power to turn everything she touches into a bomb. Toga tries to use her blood packs to fight back, but Curious is way more prepared. She's even got suicide bombers ready to blow Toga to pieces. It's a brutal, lopsided fight. Toga is taking some serious damage, but she refuses to give in. Curious keeps questioning her, trying to force her into a specific narrative. But Toga just wants to live her life normally, even if her version of normal involves some light stabbing. Curious thinks Toga's abnormality is just a result of her quirk affecting her mind. She believes the Liberation Army is the only place Toga could ever truly belong. Toga isn't interested in the sales pitch, and makes a run for it, needing a way to turn the tables. Toga uses a blood pack from Uraraka and undergoes a transformation. But this is more than just a change of looks. As she's pushed to her limit, her quirk evolves, allowing her to use Uraraka's zero gravity to float all her enemies into the air. She releases the gravity, sending the soldiers crashing to the ground and ending the fight. Exhausted and injured, Toga crawls into a nearby warehouse and passes out. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is feeling the strain of the endless fighting, his mind starting to drift into old, painful memories. Those forgotten memories are bubbling back to the surface, and it's making Shigaraki even more irritable. He channels that frustration into his power, decaying his enemies without even needing to touch them. He's evolving right in the middle of the chaos. Dabi is facing off against a powerful ice wielder who's put in a ridiculous amount of training. Dabi's flames are strong, but he's pushing his body too hard. Elsewhere, Twice finds Toga near death and panics, but then he's surrounded by a swarm of puppets. The puppets are being controlled by Skeptic, an eccentric tech genius. Skeptic tries to force Twice to watch as his puppets kill Toga. Twice is spiraling, convinced he's about to be responsible for her death. He remembers his past as a lonely 16-year-old. Twice had a rough life, no family, no job, and a criminal record after a traffic accident. To cope with his loneliness, he cloned himself. But the clones eventually turn on each other, leaving him with deep psychological scars. Yurin was the one who finally gave him a place to belong. Twice realizes he can't let Toga die. He overcomes his trauma and launches a sad man's parade, creating an infinite army of himself. Twice used to struggle to make a few clones, but now he's making millions. He's literally flooding the city with himself. The battle lines are shifting, and Dabi's fight is suddenly looking a lot more favorable. It's a total takeover. Twice is unstoppable right now. But Getten isn't finished. He freezes the city's water supply to combat the clones. He notices that Dabi is reaching his physical limit. Those burns on his skin are proof that his own quirk is destroying him from the inside out. Seeing the League in trouble, the Doctor decides it's time to wake up the big gun, Gigantomachia. The giant is heading straight for Deka City. Meanwhile, Shigaraki is closing in on the enemy leader, but he's still got 100 soldiers in his way. How do you get through 100 guys? Simple. Call Twice. Twice is the king of the city right now, and Shigaraki is stoked that his teammate finally overcame his trauma. Twice makes a path allowing Shigaraki to reach the main room in no time. Twice sends clones of the whole League into the commander's office to scout it out. It's a smart move to keep the real members safe, but Redistro is a beast. He wipes out all the clones in a single blast and turns his attention back to Guran. Guran is in bad shape, having lost several fingers already. Just as Redistro is about to finish off Twice, Shigaraki arrives and stops him. He has, Twice, create a massive cushioning clone to catch him as the battle intensifies. Shigaraki has completely decayed the tower now. He stands before Redistro, mocking him even as he's nearly taken out by a massive punch. Twice was trying to save Toga, but she was in bad shape. Back in the present, Shigaraki is being dismantled by Redistro. He's breaking Shigaraki's fingers and toes, but the agony just pushes Shigaraki deeper into his past, remembering the hands of his family that he used to wear. Shigaraki really picked the wrong guy to mess with. Redistro's power scales with his stress, and Shigaraki is making him very, very stressed. It's like he's fighting a volcano that's about to blow. The torture is brutal, but it's actually helping Shigaraki unlock his suppressed memories. All for One gave him those severed hands to keep his hatred burning, to make sure he never forgot the pain of his past and always targeted heroes. Before the tragedy, Shigaraki had a happy life. His sister Hana was kind and supportive. Remembering her wake-up call, he manages to decay Redistro's hand and escape his grasp. His movements are getting sharper, more lethal. He escapes the pain and enters a state of flow. Every move is deliberate, honed by 1,000 fights. Redistro tries to crush him with a massive energy blast, which just triggers more memories of Shigaraki's strict, overbearing father. Shigaraki is moving like a god of destruction now. Even Redistro is impressed. But the commander has a lot of stress stored up, and he's ready to release it all in one massive, world-shaking attack. The battle is reaching its climax. The commander gets a call that guests have arrived, but he's too busy trying to kill Shigaraki to answer. He can't believe Shigaraki survived his ultimate move. Before they keep going, let's look back at Shigaraki's childhood one more time. Shigaraki's dad was a nightmare. He had a strict no heroes rule that made Shigaraki's life miserable. He was a rich businessman who even brought the grandparents into the home. Yet nobody noticed Shigaraki was suffering from a literal allergy to his own life. Hana took him to see a photo of their grandmother, Nana Shimura, a legendary hero. She encouraged his dream, but their father found out and went ballistic. He hated Nana more than anything and took it out on his son. Shigaraki was hit so hard he retreated to the garden with his dog. He wanted to leave that house forever. That's when his quirk first flared up, decaying the dog and then his sister as she tried to apologize. The horror was just beginning. The tragedy spiraled further as 3 more met the same gruesome end, leaving only his old man as the sole survivor. But let's be real. That survival was fleeting. In a moment of pure desperation, his father grabbed a heavy iron bar and struck him. It was right then, in that brutal clash, that Tenko's mask slipped, revealing a bloodlust more intense than anything he'd felt before. It's possible that, while the deaths of the other family members might have been accidental, taking down his father was definitely a conscious choice by Tenko. And just like that, he single-handedly annihilated his entire household. Once the family was gone, Tenko found himself wandering the coal streets, his hands literally dripping with blood. He was absolutely desperate for a savior, anyone who would just reach out and offer a bit of warmth or a place to belong. Yet the world showed its true colors. Even an old woman who appeared to be the soul of kindness turned her back on him. That rejection sparked a fire of heartbreak, pure hatred, and smoldering resentment. Not a single professional hero bothered to come to his rescue. I guess a lost, terrified child just isn't as high priority as chasing down a few bank robbers. That agonizing, relentless itching kept tormenting him until the moment he finally met All for One. The man didn't just take him in. He gave him some dark advice, telling him there was absolutely no reason to suppress his destructive power. Why live in fear of some low-life thugs? All you have to do is reach out and give them a gentle touch, and it's all over. He had been suffering through that horrific itching simply because he refused to let go. Sure, things like conscience, ethics, and morality are important for most people, but for a kid like him, there's something internal that's far more vital than any societal rule. You have a burning desire to kill those two who beat you up, don't you? Then just do it and stop overthinking the consequences. Taking those words to heart, Tenko tracked down the two thugs that very night, appearing before them in a haunting, twisted form that looked like something out of a nightmare. If I saw someone looking that eerie, I'd be running in every direction at once. But these two guys were actually arrogant enough to stand their ground and challenge him. This was exactly the transformation All for One had been waiting for, a future monster with the potential to bring the world to its knees. As a grisly reward, he presented Tenko with the 6 hands of his victims. And interestingly, 2 of those hands belonged to someone completely unknown to me. In that instant, every single suppressed memory came flooding back with brutal clarity. The realization hit him when he watched his own family disintegrate into nothingness. It actually made his heavy heart feel lighter than ever. He finally grasped his life's dark truth. I don't care about a future. I just need to obliterate everything I despise. Right then, Shigaraki ascended to an entirely new plane of power and terror. Sensing that their commander was in genuine danger, the Ice Wielder immediately abandoned his own fight, rushing across the battlefield in a desperate attempt to rescue his leader. The boss realized that standard combat wasn't going to cut it against Tomura anymore. So, what does he do? He shifts into a far more menacing, tanky form that surpasses his previous state in every possible metric. By cranking his stress levels up to a staggering 150%, he morphs into an utterly terrifying beast. Watching this unfold, the magician immediately sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control and instantly pleaded with the doctor to warp the entire group out of there, but the doctor flatly refused because Kurogiri suffers from severe throat inflammation every time he teleports. Furthermore, he's strictly against bringing in a third party to meddle. If you brought this on yourself, you'd better deal with it. Meanwhile, Tomura simply raised a hand with effortless grace, easily blocking an attack that shattered the boss's hand into pieces. It's clear now that he has been completely liberated from the shackles of his past guilt. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the authentic, unbridled power of Tomura. It's the very reason why All for One handpicked him as the true successor. In an instant, the sheer scale of his awakening caused the entire metropolitan area to crumble into total ruin. The intensity of this power was so overwhelming that even Gigantomachia could only stand there with his jaw dropped in pure shock. The boss was forced to sacrifice both of his legs just to prevent his entire body from being completely disintegrated. The Liberation Army soldiers were ready to rush down and rescue their leader, but the sheer aura Tomura emitted was too suffocating. Even the commander himself had to signal everyone to back off and give up, realizing that any further effort would be utterly pointless. From this moment on, he made the monumental decision to submit to Tomura. The entire Liberation Army would now follow the young leader's every command. For the next week, the heroes pushed themselves to their absolute limits, desperately trying to locate and rescue any remaining survivors in the wreckage. Even though many lives were lost, the arrest of 20 criminals essentially closed the case, and since public outcry wasn't too loud, the incident quickly faded from the headlines. As for the League of Villains, they were living the high life at the boss's company headquarters, enjoying fine dining and comfortable beds of his pure luxury compared to their old hideouts. Meanwhile, Twice actually set up an altar for Toga to mourn her, despite the fact that she was standing right there, very much alive. Seriously, that guy's delusions have reached a whole new level of crazy. Just then, 2 commanders entered and summoned everyone to the Grand Hall for a vital announcement. Commander Redistro declared that from this day forward, the Liberation Army would be reborn. He claimed his perspective had been completely enlightened by the League of Villains. It's true he once wanted to eradicate them, but now he's handing over full authority to Tomura. Greet your new supreme leader, O mighty Liberation Army. After that public declaration, Redistro showed his true colors. He turned into a total lapdog, ready to fetch whatever his master barked for. Even though Tomura is currently nursing some pretty nasty injuries, the doctor's promise of godlike power means a few scars won't stop him. Hawks was also present at that gathering, having pushed himself to the limit to arrive there as fast as humanly possible. He didn't even have time to deliver Best Genus to Dabi properly. So, Tomura is now the head of the Liberation Front, and with the massive resources of 2 major corporations behind them, they're practically on par with the entire hero force. Of course, since someone is still pulling strings behind Tomura, he can't just go charging in recklessly at this very second. First, he needs to find a way to alert Endeavor. A bit later, Tamura visited the doctor at his secret hospital hideout. After this encounter, there's no doubt he'll return several times stronger than ever. This is all thanks to a specific technology the Doctor's been researching to serve All for One. According to the quirk singularity theory, each generation's abilities become increasingly complex and difficult to manage. That was exactly what All for One worried about back in the day. The solution, however, is quite straightforward. The user just needs to evolve their brain to a whole new level of capacity. Consequently, Tamura is about to endure 4 months of pure, hellish agony. But if he survives, he'll definitely emerge like a butterfly from a cocoon. Meanwhile, back at UA Academy, the students are showcasing the fruits of their recent internships. Aoyama and Hagakure have figured out how to combine their quirks to maximize their combat efficiency. Ashido has also made massive strides, developing a brand new Acid Man technique. This armor was actually inspired by Kirishima's unbreakable form, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if these two ended up together. Next up, we have the duo of Sato and Ojiro. Their close quarters combat skills have seen a noticeable improvement thanks to their time at the Lion Heroes Agency. Meanwhile, Jiro and Shoji have sharpened their reconnaissance abilities under the guidance of the top 12 hero gang Orca. Then there's the Struggle Trio who interned at the Agency of a Rising Trio, resulting in much better team synergy. Class Rep Ida isn't one for prestige. He just wants a fulfilling role, so he stuck with a modest top 222 hero agency. Koda, on the other hand, was personally mentored by the top 8 washing hero, Wash himself. Tokoyami returned to the top 2 agency despite Hawks' absence, and Kirishima stayed with Fat Gum, which is no surprise at all. Uraraka and Asui showed visible progress thanks to the top 10 hero, Ryuko. Momo chose a magic hero, and the most familiar faces to us, Todoroki and Bakugo, have both advanced rapidly, fixing many of their critical weaknesses. Finally, Midoriya, the one we've all been waiting for. He's Master Blackwit to a degree that makes All Might beam with pride. That afternoon, Aizawa was discussing with Mike what they'd do if the police located the Nomu factory. The obvious answer? Throw a karaoke party to make them go deaf. As for Aizawa, he was suddenly called away by Mirio for an emergency. Little Eri is on the verge of losing control of her quirk again. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugo were sitting there listening to All Might's praise. At the same time, he handed Midoriya a notebook he had personally compiled, detailing the quirks of the previous one for all users. Only the second and third users remained a complete mystery to him. Bakugo, being the curious brat he is, grabbed it to read. The fifth user, Daigoro Banjo, had Black Whip, a quirk specialized in manifesting rope-like energy for capture and aerial mobility. Honestly, it sounds pretty underwhelming, like a bunch of nobodies. But what Bakugo said is actually half right. All for One was so paranoid about One for All that in the early days, he systematically hunted down and eliminated anyone powerful. While struggling between life and death, the predecessors passed this power on so the future could preserve it, which is why One for All gets exponentially stronger with each user. Next on the list, Midoriya needs to learn Float, which was the quirk of Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor. Bakugo suddenly shouted, "With joy, I already won." He bragged that he can already hover using his explosions, so while Deku wastes time learning to fly, Bakugo will be out there gaining real experience. In his eyes, he's already surpassed him. This is exactly the kind of healthy rivalry All Might wanted, to see two future top heroes pushing each other. After saying goodbye to All Might, the two headed back to help the others prep for a party. If they're going to have fun, they might as well go all out. It was another cozy gathering organized by the whole class, where they could eat and laugh together. This atmosphere is so precious and warm, however, All Might sat alone outside, letting out a weary sigh. Aizawa walked up to keep him company and chatted for a bit. All Might confessed to him, saying, "I've decided to try and keep living, but life hasn't turned out quite how I expected. This feeling of helplessness just keeps boiling up inside me every day. Watching the students grow only makes me feel more frustrated because I can't do more for them." Aizawa understood his pain. The man had carried the entire country on his shoulders for decades. Suddenly being forced to step back and let the youth take over isn't something anyone could accept instantly. But honestly, him just being there so the kids can see his face every day is more than enough. He doesn't need to do anything extra. Just keep acting with the same dignity and pride as always. In the blink of an eye, 4 months have passed, and all of Class A has been summoned for a major operation. It goes without saying that a brutal struggle is about to unfold. To recap, the League of Villains merged with the Liberation Army to prepare for the battle of the century. The Doctor put Tamura into a cocoon to prepare for his battlefield debut. In just 4 months, Tamura will be completely transformed. However, the heroes made their move about a month before that deadline. Every hero across Japan is gathered, and is standing by for orders. As for Hawks, Ever since he got that hospital tip from the Safety Commission, he's been digging for intel. He's managed to get close to Twice, a surprisingly friendly and open-minded villain. The guy even considers Hawks his mentor, if you can believe that. Whenever there's something he can't figure out, he asks Hawks for advice. This has allowed Hawks to map out the entire organization's hierarchy. The Vanguard unit is led by Twice. The Ambush Squad is headed by Geaton and Dabby. The Intelligence Group is handled by that creepy guy and Toga. Lastly, the support team consists of Mr. Compress and Spinner. Today, Hawks gave Twice some helpful advice on how to treat the Liberation Army. Despite their differences, he urged Twice to stay loyal to Redestro, since the man did shed blood to unite all these factions. Twice was so grateful for the tip that he decided to let something slip. Apparently, Tamura is currently on a mountain, and throughout his 4-month enhancement process, he won't be able to return. That's some incredibly valuable intel coming from such a kind-hearted villain. Meanwhile, the doctor is skipping around and laughing happily with the nurses. He's the director of Jaku General Hospital and the pioneer of quirk-based public healthcare services. Since founding the hospital, he's been constantly doing charity work in the area, earning himself a stellar reputation. Even though some call him eccentric, he's widely respected. But that's just the surface. As All for One's most trusted confidant, the police have already pinpointed his hospital and gathered every scrap of data on him. Deep inside that building lies a restricted zone where even hospital staff aren't allowed. It can only be accessed through the morgue. An undercover agent spotted a mini Nomu on the security cameras, which is how the police confirmed this whole operation is the real deal. So, the grand plan is set. First, the heroes are splitting into 2 major task forces. Endeavor Squad will take down Dr. Garaki at the hospital. Meanwhile, the squad led by Edgeshot will raid the villa on Gunga Mountain, the suspected hideout of the Liberation Front. Both teams will strike simultaneously to catch them completely off guard. Hero Corps students will be providing backup support. Once the action starts, there's bound to be casualties, but we have no choice but to fight. With the goal of uprooting the Paranormal Liberation Front, everyone moved out. Very soon, the team led by Edgeshot arrived at the mountain villa. With a massive hero force like this, those villains have nowhere to hide. Konoko is currently trembling because it's her first real deployment. She's terrified she might freeze up when the fighting starts. Midnight saw this and comforted her, telling her not to worry. The students don't need to do much, just use their quirks to give the pros a little opening, then they can head straight back to school. Kaminari definitely needs some comforting too. "Hey teacher," he cried out, missing Class A because he doesn't get why he was put on the front lines. Most others are in the rear, but Tokoyami, Mudman, and Konoko are in the vanguard because their quirks are perfect for wide area attacks. Endeavor on his side also began taking action. He's prepared everything meticulously based on Hawks' intel. That traitorous hero in the city was immediately invited for a chat by a very deadly hand. This marks the true start of the villain sweep. As the front lines move in, the rear guard is tasked with quickly evacuating civilians to safety in their assigned zones. Endeavor led the charge straight into the hospital, with the priority being the evacuation of all staff and patients. Then, to give the doctor a proper greeting and prevent any nonsense, Aizawa immediately erased his quirk. The moment his quirk vanished, his body began to age rapidly. This must be the secret that kept All for One alive all this time, and likely the ability used to create Nomus. The Central Command Center overseeing the operation is getting constant updates. Mirko has already broken into the morgue and found those high-end Nomus. They actually attacked their own creator, but since this Garaki is just a clone made by Twice, they couldn't care less. The real doctor is in the restricted zone, getting ready to unleash his top-tier creations on the heroes. But before he could act, Mirko caught him by surprise. Endeavor is also busy dealing with Nomus, backed up by Aizawa. The top heroes are sweeping through the low-level threats to reach the inner sanctum. Aizawa's support is so perfect that Endeavor couldn't help but praise him, even offering him a job as an assistant. But Aizawa said no thanks because he's still got a bunch of troublemakers to teach. Meanwhile, Class A in the rear has been ordered to urgently evacuate the city. Bakugo, unsurprisingly, is furious. "A beast like me stuck in the rear guard?" he barked. "Where's the owner? Are you waiting for a dog to bite you or what? Evacuate already, do you want to die?" The others split up to assist the civilians. Meanwhile, the top 6 shield hero, Crust, has also breached the morgue. And of course, these low-level Nomus are no match for him. Mirko isn't falling behind either, scaring the living daylights out of the doctor. He's reaching for something in his pocket. It seems the mini-Nomu understood his intent and lunged at her to buy him time. This is the first low Tier 1 scene using its quirk without a direct order. It must have been by his side for a long time. Thanks to that distraction, he managed to release the high ends. Even Mirko struggled with the terrifying speed of these special models. Crust finally arrived on the scene, but running into this fat high-end is going to be exhausting. Garaki made his escape with 2 mysterious vials, leaving the high-ends to buy him time. To explain the Nomu process, they are corpses modified to hold multiple quirks. They don't have thoughts of their own and only follow pre-programmed commands. They're categorized into 3 tiers: high, mid, and low. High-tier Nomus have 10 times the physical strength of a human, and above them are the high-ends, which possess independent thought, often reflecting their original personality. Without All for One's direct help, the process of creating a high-end is incredibly difficult. It took massive effort to produce the 5 current ones, and now, they're being unleashed way ahead of schedule. The only masterpiece Garaki has left to complete is Tamura himself. Mirko has had just enough rest to start the chase again. Speaking of the top 5 hero, Mirko's power is unquestionable. It's top tier. She knows exactly where to hit those Nomus, the brain. Think of it like a computer's motherboard. If that gets fried, the whole system shuts down instantly. Even though she's alone against several high-ends, she hasn't flinched once. Even when they crushed her arm, she kept swinging. It's that exact brand of madness that allows her to handle 2 of those monsters at once, wrapping her mangled arm so she can keep fighting. Command received word that Endeavor's team secured the hospital, so Edshot's squad got the green light to move. Jiro could already hear the vanguard advancing. She's really worried about Kaminari right now. Is he okay? Is he scared without her there? Honestly, Kaminari was terrified. Scared out of his wits, actually. That creepy villain noticed the intrusion and rushed inside to alert the rest of the group. He's baffled. He was keeping an eye on Hawks 24/7, so how did they get jumped like this? It's too late for warnings now. Samenta split the entire villa in 2 in a single moment, sending the villains into a state of pure panic. Before charging in, Midnight gave Kaminari one last piece of advice. She told him to think about the person he wants to protect the most. Naturally, the first person who came to his mind was Jiro. Looks like we've got another couple in the making, guys. One of their commanders stepped out alone with an electric rifle, cranking it to max power to absorb all that energy before unleashing a massive discharge. Kaminari sensed the danger and sprinted to the front, pointing his finger to the sky to soak up every volt. Deep underground, where the bulk of the Liberation Front was gathered, Redistro was about to start a vital meeting. A grunt burst in with urgent news just as he was grinning, only to have his world literally crushed by Cementos. Back outside, Edshot used Kaminari's distraction to take out the low-level villains nearby. Combined with Midnight's sleep gas and Kamui Wood's binding, more than half their force was neutralized instantly. To top it off, Mudman softened the ground while Kanoko spread some nasty spores that had them coughing like crazy. Meanwhile, Twice was cornered by Hawks, who pinned him down with a barrage of feathers, threatening to shred him if he even twitched. Hawks knew he couldn't give a guy with a cloning quirk even a split second of leeway, or the tables would turn. Twice was devastated, broken, crying and pleading. It's always the same story for him. It always ends like this. I brought him here and wasn't careful at all. It's all my fault. He thought, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice. Why, Hawks? I thought I could trust you. He wailed. Hawks replied that he felt that if no one trusted Twice, it would just be too pathetic. He coldly added, thanks. You're just unlucky. I don't usually trick people. However, he promised to help Twice turn his life around, believing deep down he was a good person. But man, talk about being stubborn. Hawks really didn't want to kill Twice and tried to give him an out, but some things just aren't meant to be. Meanwhile, Tokoyami, Fat Gum, and Tamaki charged deep into the enemy base. Tamaki cleared the path, and once they reached the inner doors, it was Tokoyami's time to shine. After all those hardships and dwelling in the shadows, he finally mastered the berserk state of dark shadow and total darkness. A literal monster was unleashed. Redestra was forced to output maximum power just to withstand the assault. But even with all that strength, it wasn't enough. Since Tokoyami's goal was just to breach the floor, he recalled Dark Shadow once the hole was made. The Shadow whispered that there was an even more terrifying beast lurking further inside than the commander. Fat Gum told him not to worry about it. According to their intel, that giant only moves on direct orders from the leader. He told Tokoyami to hop into his fatfold so they could make a quick exit. Back to Hawks. He was disappointed by Twice's resolve and decided to end it. Twice's cloning speed is truly formidable, but when it comes to raw speed, no one beats Hawks. In a flash, every single one of Twice's clones was wiped out. Honestly, making more was just a waste of time at that point. He determined that Twice couldn't be allowed to escape, leaving execution as the only option. Goodbye, Twice. See you in the next life. But wait. Dabi arrived just in time to intervene, claiming Twice did nothing wrong. In his eyes, the real villains are always the heroes. Hawks quickly pulled twice away from Dabi's flames, shocked that Dabi would attack so indiscriminately, even toward his own ally. Truth is, Dabi never trusted Hawks, which is why he showed up so fast. Hawks had even sacrificed Best Genius reputation to gain trust, yet it still failed. Talk about a total bust. While Hawks was weighing his next move, Twice started acting up again, refusing to stay down. He thought he could finally shake the hero off, but it's not that easy. Hawks intercepted him instantly, having anticipated his path by flying out with the flames and looping back. Dabi fired another blast directly at Twice to keep Hawks away. Twice was completely drained of energy, but driven by a desperate need to make amends, he forced out one final clone. Very quickly, the clone managed to repeatedly stab the hero in the neck to save his friends, but that was his limit. He couldn't make another copy. The reason was heartbreakingly simple. You can't clone a man who has stopped breathing. In his final moments, Twice just wanted to reach Toga one last time, return her handkerchief and say, "Goodbye, and I'm sorry for everything." He really was the most beloved villain, wasn't he? If you're a fan of Twice, drop a like. Meanwhile, the Fat Gum taxi just picked up 3 more passengers. The ride is officially full, so everyone else has to wait for the next bus. Kaminari wanted to head back in to do more, but Fat Gum shut him down immediately, saying the student's job was done. Look, your wide-scale attacks already broke their initial charge and split up their leadership. Now the pros are tightening the net to finish them off. Once the fighting moves into tight quarters, those big AoE quirks will just get in the way. Leave the rest to the pros, kids. Go get some rest and wait for the good news. But things are looking grim for Hawks. Dabi is absolutely livid that he killed Twice, as losing those clones makes his grand dream much harder to achieve. Don't let the smile on his face fool you. His tear ducts are burned out, so he literally can't cry. Hawks didn't care about Dabi's dreams. He just wanted to know how the hell this guy knew his real name. Keigo is a name known only to the Commission and his family. "Tell me, who are you?" he demanded. I couldn't hear what Dabi whispered, just something about Stain. Something about making Stain's will a reality? Is this where Hawks' journey ends? Endeavor rushed to assist Crest. Thanks to Izawa erasing their quirks, these high-ends are much less threatening. Without their powers, they have no defense against Endeavor's massive fire punches. Inside, Mirko is also struggling to find a way to endure the onslaught of these high-ends. She can't take them all on by herself indefinitely. Even though she's ready to die there, her actual mission is Dr. Garaki. No matter how many wounds she takes or how much agony she's in, she has to push forward. "Attack all you want, I've only got one goal," she yelled, even as another spike pierced her leg. It wasn't enough to stop her. A hero never gives up. President Mike also arrived to help Endeavor mop up the high-ends before they could evolve to a more dangerous level. With the backup arriving, Mirko was finally able to deliver a devastating kick to Tamura's stasis capsule. Right then, one of the high-ends reached a peak of self-awareness. It realized its quirk wasn't working because of the man in black. It quickly deduced that the key was his eyes. Once it figured that out, it tried to flee. "Catch me if you can." It seemed to say, knowing if it escaped, Mirko would be in deep trouble. But pure willpower forced her leg to kick one more time, and when that wasn't enough, she did it again until the tank shattered. The systems failed and the machines exploded under Mirko's relentless force. Endeavor didn't fully grasp what happened, but he was relieved to catch her, immediately cauterizing her wounds with fire to stop the bleeding. That must have hurt like hell, requiring an absolute iron will to endure. Once the initial shock passed, Mirko managed to gasp out, "Everyone, get to Tamura right now." If the doctor reboots that capsule, we're in big trouble. He's not a pushover anymore. Aizawa had to stay to keep the high-end suppressed, so he told President Mike and X-Les to charge inside. Garaki was just about to wake Tamura up, but Mike's screams shattered the glass, breaking his plan into pieces. Mike then lunged forward and delivered a punch the doctor won't ever forget. Tamura's heart had actually stopped, a necessary state to survive the modification process. Mike left X-Les to guard Tamura while he dragged the old man back to the others. Doraki started rambling about his past. He was once a scholar whose theories shocked the hero world, though only a bunch of crazy cultists actually believed his nonsense. He's usually over 120 years old. Garaki explained his longevity. His life force quirk doubles his lifespan in exchange for physical mobility. That's also why All for One became such a long-lived legend. Otherwise, he'd be playing Free Fire in the afterlife by now. Meanwhile, Tamura was lost in a bizarre void. He saw his old home, his traitorous sister, and his mother who loved him but stayed silent. Most of all, he saw his strict father. Just meeting his eyes in the dream made Tamura want to disintegrate him instantly. Tamura is truly beyond help. Criminal instincts are hardwired into his brain, and meeting All for One in his dream was the final straw. Miraculously, he woke up on his own and began his mission to destroy the world. To understand how, we have to go back a few minutes. Xles felt something was off. Why was the machine still humming? To be as safe as possible, he blasted the device to destroy it immediately. Giving an electric shock to someone whose heart has stopped is the perfect recipe for a resurrection. Meanwhile, Aizawa was struggling with the high-ends. He desperately wanted to help Endeavor but was pinned down. Endeavor himself had to protect Mirko and couldn't go all out. The high-end dodged his every attack and kept closing in. Thankfully, Gran Torino arrived to save Endeavor. Other heroes reached Aizawa, but he told them he was fine and ordered everyone to support Endeavor instead. Thanks to the seamless coordination between the top heroes, the high-end's head was quickly turned into mush. Mike finally managed to drag the old doctor out to the scene as well. Things seemed to be going well, except for Xles. Tamura disintegrated him into dust instantly. About 3 minutes prior, Tokoyami saw Dabi's flames and knew something was wrong. He wiggled out of Fat Gum's fat and flew off to find his mentor. Fat Gum was exasperated but chased after him anyway. He let the others off to catch a bus while he went to charge Tokoyami for the ride. Because of that, Tokoyami arrived just in time to prevent a disaster. Hawks was inches away from needing a funeral. Hawks' wings were burnt to a crisp, proving the fatal weakness he mentioned, fire is his kryptonite. Dabi pointed at Twice's body, shouting that Hawks was the murderer. He accused the hero of exploiting Twice and then heartlessly executing him. Look closely. The brave hero you admire is actually filthier than any of us. Tokoyami only listens to his mentor. When Hawks told him to run, he immediately dove off the balcony to get away. Dabi wasn't going to let them escape, but Getten's ice unintentionally helped Tokoyami. He just had to spread his remaining wings and fly. Mount Lady almost flattened Fat Gum. He was thrilled to death, obviously. Vernon and the Class A students were working hard to evacuate the area. Bakugo was still in a foul mood, yelling at everyone. Even a kind lady. No one's gonna love you with that attitude, kid. Admitted. Most of the people had been moved to safety, but a few remained. Suddenly, Midoriya froze as a voice echoed in his mind. It was unmistakable, the first User. The origin of One for All. Stop him, the voice warned. He has transcended human limits and possesses terrifying power. The Transcendent One is coming. Instantly, the entire hospital began to decay at a blistering speed. Heroes had to scramble to save each other. Azala would have been caught, but Crust sacrificed his life to save him. Tamura's decay was spreading like wildfire. Nothing could stop this monumental force. Midoriya knew what he had to do. He activated One for All full cowl at 45% and lunged forward with a powerful spinning kick. But the shockwave wasn't enough to halt the decay. Todoroki stepped in, creating a massive ice wall for protection. Thanks to that, Midoriya survived to continue the rescue. Command lost all signals from the area, rendering them helpless. In moments, the city was in ruins. After the destruction, Tamura checked the stash of quirk-erasing bullets. Fortunately, none were left. But then, something crazy happened. As he found a working phone, he patched into Gigantamachia's radio and ordered him to destroy everything in sight. Over at the villa, the heroes were pushing past 100% to hold off the villains. Cementos got knocked back by an ice block, but he brushed it off. He stood back up and used his cement to trap the attacker. Mount Lady woke up looking absolutely furious and ready for payback. Just as the villain counterattacked, she grabbed a cement hammer and smashed through the ice. Below, Toga transformed into a fallen hero, clutching a knife and ready to strike. She left a trail of victims in her wake. Losing Twice left her completely unhinged and directionless. Now, her only goal is to kill as many heroes as possible to vent her overwhelming rage. Gigantamachia finally woke up to join the fray. Tamura had also fully awakened the all-for-one power. The words "one for all" echoed in his head, driving him to seize it. Before he could even process his new reality, Endeavor appeared to settle the score. He trapped Tamura in a cage of hellfire. One touch meant instant incineration. Endeavor moved in for another punch, but Tamura suddenly appeared right in front of him. He was regenerating his burns at an incredible speed. Realizing the danger, Endeavor alerted all heroes that Tamura was in the city center. Aerial heroes were ordered to form a perimeter, but Tamura shoved him aside before he could finish. Despite his massive power, Tamura felt unsatisfied, and urge to take One for All consumed him. Midoriya heard this through the link. Tamura used Ragdoll's search quirk to locate the current holder. It only took a few seconds for him to pinpoint One for All's location. He had one goal now, and everything else could wait. He leaped a massive distance toward the evacuation zone. Midoriya knew he had to act immediately, especially since civilians were still being moved. His priority was to lure Tamura away. Bakugo caught on and followed to provide backup. They sprinted in a different direction at top speed while contacting Endeavor. Tamura is targeting me. I'll lure him to a deserted area, then you just punch him into oblivion. Endeavor didn't argue, he just knew he had to stop Tamura at any cost. But the villain suddenly swerved, right toward Midoriya. The kid's hunch was spot on. Endeavor warned that Tamura had shifted course and possessed high-end level regeneration. Bakugo insisted on telling Midoriya that he was only there to lead. Don't get cocky, I'm not following you, I just have unfinished business with that bastard. He ended All Might's career and I'm using you as bait to get my revenge. He really can't help himself, can he? Bakugo noted that Deku usually stays at 30% power, only jumping to 45% for strikes. Since Bakugo could keep up with the 30% pace, he was confident he wouldn't lose. Tamura suddenly braked hard. He used air pressure and EMP waves to stop Endeavor and cut off all hero communications. Now he could focus entirely on Midoriya. But, just as he reached for the boy, Gran Torino swooped in and grabbed both him and Bakugo. It's not time for you kids to fight this monster, he said. The heroes are still standing, so don't worry. The top heroes were all assembled. With Aizawa there, 1,000 quirks would mean nothing. Tamura, sensing the disadvantage, called up the remaining Nomus. Endeavor used his sidekick's trajectory-shifting quirk to charge Tamura at top speed. Rocklack was doing his best to help Aizawa stay focused. Surprisingly, Tamura dodged Endeavor's point-blank attack using raw physical ability rather than a quirk. His modified body was now on par with a high-end. As the Nomus surged from the ground, the heroes and students were left stunned and confused by the escalating chaos. News helicopters arrived at the scene of the largest terrorist incident in history. The whole thing was being broadcast live on TV and across various media channels. If you're enjoying this, don't forget to like. Back at the front, Tamura smoothly dodged Endeavor's attacks. When Ryukyu approached, he flashed, warded, and delivered a Dragon's Rage kick. His power level is insane, and that's without even using his other quirks. Gran Torino noticed high-ends nearing Aizawa and told the boys to hide while the pros handled it. Tamura, however, was getting bored of melee combat and turned his attention toward Aizawa. But Aizawa wasn't going down that easily. He still had students to teach. He taunted Tamura, knowing he had backup on the way. But the person who jumped in was Midoriya. He apologized to his mentors and the heroes, but he simply couldn't run away during such a crisis. He couldn't let his teacher be killed. Bakugo too was right there with him. Bakugo seizes the opening he created, unloading a relentless barrage of explosive rounds directly into the villain's face. If that doesn't do the trick, Midoriya is right there to hold the line. And even if they both fail, there's always a backup plan ready to fill the gap for these two warriors. Endeavor decides now isn't the time to question why these kids are on the battlefield. Since they're committed to the fight, he tells them their priority is guarding Aizawa at all costs. Shigaraki Tamura was planning to snatch Midoriya and vanish instantly, but a haunting voice commands him to seize One for All. In a terrifying split second, All for One forcibly hijacks his body. The control shifts as All for One speaks through Shigaraki's mouth. "Come back to me, my dear little brother." It's the master speaking, not the disciple. But Shigaraki fights back, mocking his teacher's overwhelming power. He snaps that this is his body and his strength, yet his master still tries to steal it. Seeing his mentor get thrashed by All Might previously completely changed Shigaraki's perspective on everything. Shigaraki declares he no longer wants to be a mere copy of his master. He intends to surpass him, so he demands his master move aside. Suddenly, Gran Torino lunges in, warning them not to underestimate a small old man. Endeavor reads the play and provides support, but the villain manages to handle both high-tier heroes simultaneously. After fending them off, Shigaraki charges straight for Midoriya to reclaim One for All. However, he has to survive this kid's ultimate finishing move first. Pair that with a devastating kick powered by 45% of One for All. To seal the deal, Endeavor unleashes his signature Blazing Phoenix Wing attack for good measure. Meanwhile, back with the support group, Jira's sensitive hearing picks up the booming footsteps of a titan. It's Gigantomachia. He surfaced and is carrying the League of Villains straight to their master. As for Dabi dodges the extraction, needing to drag another eccentric ally along to ensure his true dream comes to life. Mount Lady is already exhausted from her duel with the ice user Gutten, and now she has to deal with this unstoppable beast charging blindly ahead. Regardless of her fatigue, she must hold this monster back by any means necessary. The heroes scramble after her but are left clueless on how to provide effective support. The situation turns from bad to worse when the ice user continues to sabotage their efforts. Where there's ice, Simitas is usually there to counter it, basically telling the villain to try dancing through his concrete structures. Meanwhile, Skeptic appears in the rear, rallying the troops. Skeptic calls for everyone to follow in Gigantamachia's wake, declaring that the revolution officially begins right now. Kamui Woods is doing his absolute best to maneuver Midnight close enough to the giant so she can use her quirk to knock him out cold. Unfortunately, Mount Lady is tossed aside like a ragdoll. Midnight herself gets brutally intercepted by the combined forces of Davy and Mr. Compress. I'm sorry to say, but our teacher has been taken down. Even though she hates to put it on them, she realizes only her students can finish this. She immediately patches through to Momo, stressing that the giant must be put to sleep. Midnight asks Momo if she can sedate the beast, telling her she trusts her judgment implicitly before the line goes dead. With such vague instructions and no further intel, Momo is momentarily paralyzed by the weight of the decision. But she knows that if they don't fight now, it's game over. To avoid defeat, they must take a stand. Momo orders everyone to their stations and prepares for a high-stakes gamble. She begins mass-producing sedatives as she briefs the team on the current threat. The target is a massive villain standing about 25 meters tall, and the presence of blue flames confirms that the League of Villains is riding on his back. The only way to halt this titan is to knock him unconscious. Normally, it would take at least 30 liters of sedative to work on a creature that size, but Momo has a more efficient plan. With her specially designed canisters, the process becomes much more straightforward. Just one single canister delivered correctly should be enough to knock him out cold. Once the briefing is over, the trap is set. Mudman softens the ground, which is then layered with Monetta's super sticky grapes and a field of mines planted by Momo. It's a textbook perfect setup. As soon as the preparations are complete, the monster stumbles right into the trap, no baiting required. Immediately, the students grab the cables attached to Monetta's sticky orbs and start the heavy lifting. Talk about teamwork. 1, 2, 3, pull. They chant, desperate to keep him pinned down. Sato has hopped up on a massive sugar rush, fueling his insane strength. Meanwhile, Shoji and Ojiro are causing chaos on the giant's back to keep the league busy. Just as Jiro gets hurt, Kaminari Denki arrives on the scene. Armed with his new electricity-absorbing discs, Kaminari can finally unleash his full power without worrying about hitting his teammates. However, Compress manages to strike him with a pair of stones, nearly knocking him out. Despite that, the ground team succeeds in forcing the giant's mouth open, and they all prepare to throw the sedatives in. They go for the throw, but the giant blows the sedative canisters right back at them. Coupled with Davi's blue flames, it creates a massive forest fire. The Titan hauls himself up and keeps advancing, but don't count the students out. Yet Momo's massive minefield hasn't gone off yet. Even a beast that tough will fall if you blow up enough ground under him. The surrounding heroes seize the moment, rushing in to capture the entire League of Villains. Mount Lady pushes herself far past her limits, pouncing on the giant and prying his jaws open. She doesn't fully understand the students' plan, but seeing their desperate attempts to toss something into his mouth, she decides to help them out. Ashido charges forward with a sedative canister, braving the scorching flames. Thanks to her Acid Man armor, she can withstand the intense heat for a short time. But just as she's about to make the throw, she freezes. That voice. It sounds hauntingly familiar. Could it be? It's the same villain who traumatized her in the past, the one who left her paralyzed with fear and crying out in terror. Because of that sudden flashback, her hand slips at the worst possible moment, and she's about to pay a heavy price. Luckily, Kirishima is there to have her back. Tetsu quickly pulls her back to safety, shouting that Kirishima charged in like a madman just to save her, so she shouldn't throw her life away. Gigantomachia thinks he's finished with these pests, and tries to move toward his master. But he doesn't realize there's still one brave soul right under his feet, ready to sacrifice everything. Kirishima climbs the beast with a sedative in hand. Even though his bottle breaks, he manages to use the one Ashido dropped. The medicine goes right down the giant's throat. That's it, right? Mission accomplished. Wrong. All that effort goes down the drain when he doesn't pass out. Instead, he shifts into an even more aggressive combat form. He becomes more frenzied and more dangerous than ever. Meanwhile, on Midoriya's side, despite taking a literal mountain of hits, Shigaraki is still standing. I mean, there's being tough, and then there's just being plain ridiculous. Endeavor warns the villain to give up and stop this madness. But Shigaraki isn't listening. He rants about how the title of hero has been rotten to the core for a long time. He claims society has become a heap of trash where people are just used to being protected by self-proclaimed saviors who only exist to clean up the mess they helped create. He feels rejected by the very peace the heroes built, so now he's going to reject them right back. He vows to destroy everything and take all the power for himself. Endeavor has heard enough and tries to shut him up with a blast of hellfire. Surprisingly, the villain is still mobile despite his horrific injuries. Gran Torino manages to pin him down, but at a terrible cost. The villain snaps his leg. Midoriya is devastated and, ignoring the danger, decides to beat Shigaraki senseless, but the villain slips past him, heading straight for Aizawa. Ryukyu tries to use her body to block his path. Midoriya grabs Shigaraki by the throat, channeling 45% of his power and using Black Whip to restrain him. Even though Shigaraki punches him until he's coughing up blood, Deku refuses to let go. Endeavor knows he has to end Tamura Shigaraki once and for all. They can't let this drag on any longer. Shigaraki maneuvers a quirk-erasing bullet through Ryukyu's body, aiming for his target. Sensing the extreme danger, Midoriya goes all out with 100% of his power, smashing a fist into Shigaraki's head. But even that isn't enough to stop him. The bullet is fired. The bullet hits Aizawa right in the leg. In a display of insane resolve, Aizawa pulls out a knife and cuts off his own leg to stop the drug from spreading. His quick thinking completely ruined Shigaraki's plan. Infuriated, the villain loses control, throwing Endeavor and Midoriya aside. He lunges straight for Aizawa. Midoriya can't reach him in time, and the teacher takes a brutal slash across the face. Shoto quickly intervenes, creating an ice wall to push the villain back before he could do more damage. Midoriya then reappears, delivering another massive punch to avenge his mentor. With Aizawa unable to keep his eyes open, Shigaraki's quirks return. He's essentially achieved his goal. Meanwhile, news outlets everywhere are reporting a Titan rampaging through multiple cities, his projected destination, Jaku Hospu. The destruction he's leaving in his wake is unimaginable. Gigantomachia is leveling entire cities and the death toll is skyrocketing. The defensive lines have collapsed, leaving everyone to watch the giants rampage in total helplessness. Momo is likely taking this the hardest as the leader who devised the plan and created the sedative. Seeing her careful preparations fail must be devastating. Despite all her hard work, the giant is still moving. In the end, Majestic had to use his magic to teleport everyone to safety. But his own fate remains unknown. Mineta is currently spiraling into absolute despair. Mineta begins to doubt every choice the heroes made. Was starting this war even the right move? Were they checkmated from the very beginning? Back at the main fight, Midoriya is so overwhelmed with rage and grief that he can't stop crying. Shoto is focused on cooling down his father so he can continue the battle. Bakugo is fuming, unable to accept that he was helpless when Aizawa was in danger. Shigaraki isn't doing great either, though. He's been spamming his quirks so recklessly for so long that his body is literally starting to fall apart at the seams. The reason is simple. His body needed another month to fully stabilize. Even with super regeneration, he hasn't fully adapted yet. Midoriya sees his chance. He can't let Shigaraki touch the ground and trigger a mass decay. He uses his power to pull both the villain and his allies into the air. Midoriya manifests the 7th user's quirk, Float the power belonging to Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor. Gran Torino catch a glimpse of her spirit in that moment. Deku continues to push his body to the breaking point. He safely lowers the others to the ground, then drags Shigaraki back up and cranks his power to 45%. He rains down punches on Shigaraki's face. Watching this, Bakugo has a flashback to when Midoriya asked Uraraka for help with aerial combat. Oh, and by the way, Daku's scorched hair. That was all Bakugo's doing during their training. Talk about a rough practice session. Watching Midoriya train so hard, All Might decides to leave him be and chats with Bakugo instead. Bakugo asks why there's so much intel on the 5th, 6th, and 7th users, but almost nothing on the users from the 4th back. All Might's hesitant reaction suggests he's hiding something big. It turns out All Might is genuinely worried about Midoriya and doesn't have all the answers himself. He recognizes that Bakugo is helping Deku as a way to atone for their past. He doesn't know what else to say besides wishing them luck. He hopes the two of them will truly become close soon. Back in the present, Midoriya is hitting Shigaraki with 100% power, yet the villain is still smiling. Deku can tell Shigaraki is at his limit though, so he prepares to end it with a few more 100% smashes. The real question is how much more Midoriya's own body can take. His arms are nearly ruined. Shigaraki's regeneration can't keep up with Deku's speed, especially since every single strike is packed with the full weight of One for All. Deku doesn't give him a second to breathe, landing another 100% blow. Bakugo realizes this has turned into a brutal war of attrition, a solo duel, where the winner is simply the one who refuses to go down, no matter how much punishment they take. Bakugo knows Midoriya's arms will give out first, so he takes action. He tells Shoto to grab onto him, and together they'll launch Endeavor toward the villain. Shoto will help cool Endeavor down so he can unleash everything. It's a massive gamble, all or nothing. The trio executes the plan, flying toward the clash. As they close in, they split up to let Endeavor do his thing. He unleashes a colossal blast of prominence burn, scorching Shigaraki to his core. But this massive attack ironically makes it easier for All for One to seize control of Shigaraki's body. It's All for One now, not Tamura. In a shocking turn, Bakugo sacrifices himself, taking a lethal-looking attack meant for Midoriya. Deku can only watch in horror as Bakugo falls, unable to do a single thing to help him. Thankfully, Shoto catches Bakugo before he hits the ground, but the All for One entity in front of them says something absolutely vile. He claims all the blood spill today was for nothing. He's talking about the sacrifices of Gran Torino, Aizawa, and Bakugo. What a monster! You've really crossed the line this time. Midoriya is consumed by a pure, blinding rage that pushes his Black Whip to its absolute limit. He's determined to make sure this monster goes down today. Now, All for One can't even get near his friends. Midoriya looks like a demon ready to tear All for One apart. But as he lunges in, the villain attempts to steal his quirk. Is this the end of One for All? No way it's that easy. Midoriya finds himself suddenly pulled into the mental vestige world. He's inside the One for All subconscious space. He sees Tamura and the bastard All for One fighting for control of the body. Tamura is resisting, claiming this is his own dream and freedom, but his physical form is completely charred. Without All for One taking over, he would have died from Endeavor's attack. Midoriya is currently paralyzed in this mental realm. He just doesn't have the experience yet to move freely here. Luckily, the 7th user, Nana Shimura, steps in to support him during this critical moment. Outside, Gigantomachia is still barreling toward his master. Every available hero is ordered to intercept him, but Aida makes a bold choice. He defies the order to go check on Shoto and Midoriya instead. Nejiro understands his concern and goes with him. Back in the spirit world, it's been ages since Nana last faced All for One. Tamura vividly remembers the face of the grandmother he blames for his father's strictness. The woman he believes ruined his life. He doesn't care about the complicated history of One for All and All for One. He just wants Nana to suffer. Tamura's sheer rage begins to warp the mental landscape, and when combined with All for One's power, even Nana struggles to hold the line. However, the first user joins the fray, changing the game. The two original brothers, identical in blood but opposites in soul, are reunited. The elder brother tries to seize the power, while the younger brother dares him to try and take it if he can. At first, the elder brother seems to have the upper hand with his terrifying power, nearly winning the struggle. But like I said, it's not that simple. All 8 previous users of One for All are united in their choice to follow Midoriya, a boy obsessed with saving others. He doesn't care about his own safety as long as he can save someone. With the combined spiritual strength of all the past users, Midoriya is on a whole different level now. In this mental realm, he's totally outclassing the villain. The two are forced apart, and Midoriya manages to keep his quirk, but he's tired of Shigaraki running away. He wants him pinned down for good. Now let's shift focus back to the massive threat, Gigantomachia. The beast is charging at 100 kilometers per hour. That's insane speed for something that size. On his back, the League of Villains is arguing, especially Toga. She's questioning the hero's morality. If heroes are supposed to save people, wasn't Twice a person too? Why was Twice killed? If heroes kill people like him, does that mean they'll kill her too? She needs an answer, or she won't be able to focus on the fight. Meanwhile, Skeptic hacks into a satellite and warns that a large group of heroes will arrive in just minutes. Wait, Mr. Compress spots Froppy and Uraraka among the approaching heroes. This is exactly who Toga was looking for. She demands her gear immediately, planning a little detour. Once she has her equipment, she's off to find her own answers. Uraraka spots a massive boulder flying their way and warns Tsuyu just in time, using her cables to pull everyone to safety. Suddenly, they hear an old woman screaming for help to save her husband, but something feels off. When Uraraka follows her, she realizes the old lady is surprisingly agile. It's Toga in disguise, leading her into a trap inside a ruined house. Uraraka is about to experience a real-life horror game, and Toga is the star attraction. Toga's voice echoes from everywhere, disorienting Uraraka. Suddenly, the villain leaps from above, pinning her to the floor. Talk about a jump scare. Then, Toga asks her a chilling question. Toga asks if Uraraka is going to kill her. What kind of question is that? Uraraka's not a killer. Meanwhile, Shoto catches Midoriya yet again. Man, Shoto should just go professional with his rescue skills at this point. Shoto is carrying 3 people and everyone is exhausted, yet Shigaraki is still trying to fight. He uses tentacles to stand like a giant spider, but a powerful sound wave suddenly shatters them, dropping him to the ground. Iida finally arrives with a warning. Iida warns them that the giant is approaching at high speed. Despite his shattered arms, Midoriya struggles to stand, determined to keep Shigaraki's attention on himself. Deku thinks he's the only one who can distract him, but Shoto isn't having it. Nejiro agrees, and they both prepare to hit Shigaraki with a combined attack. The villain hauls himself up again, and man, his face is pure nightmare fuel right now. Back to Uraraka. She manages to push Toga off, but Toga starts ranting about her love. She says whenever she likes someone, she just can't resist the urge to drain their blood. Toga says it's an irresistible urge, but others find it repulsive. Someone once told her desires were disgusting and tried to kill her, so she used Uraraka's quirk to drop them from the sky. Uraraka is absolutely furious that her power was used for murder. To make matters worse, Toga has the keychain Midoriya gave Uraraka. She realizes it's precious to her and refuses to give it back, even deducing that Uraraka has feelings for Deku. Uraraka doesn't care about confirming her crush right now, she's just focused on stopping Toga. She's already set up a trap using her cables and zero gravity, effectively cornering the villain. Uraraka tells her she has to take responsibility for her actions. Toga seems to take the advice to heart in her own twisted way before Suyu arrives just in time to block two knives. But then a massive cabinet falls over, giving Toga a chance to escape. Toga got the answer she needed and is ready for the next move. Gigantomachia finally reaches Shigaraki just as Shoto and Nijire attack. All for one. Controlling Shigaraki orders the giant to take them and flee. Shoto realizes he can't stop the giant and attack at the same time, so he focuses on the already injured Shigaraki. The combined force of Nijire's waves and Shoto's fire is enough to push the villain's body past its breaking point. The giant brushes them off, but the damage is done. Gigantomachia stands still, waiting for his master's next command. Endeavor is severely injured, his lungs scorched, but he's determined to fight to the end. That's when Dabi appears. Mockingly greets his father and pours water on his hair. In an instant, his appearance transforms. He reveals his true identity, Taya Todoroki, Endeavor's eldest son. He hijacks every TV screen in the country to broadcast his manifesto, telling the world not to let his scarred face distract them from the truth. Toya confesses to killing over 30 people and explains why Endeavor was so obsessed with surpassing All Might that he forced a quirk marriage just to breed a child with the perfect powers. Toya was the result of that selfish ambition. He calls himself a failed product and says he's been watching Endeavor all along. He claims his father's heroic image is just a facade, a tiny piece of a much darker reality. Ever since he died, Toya has been plotting his revenge. He wanted to make Endeavor suffer. He originally planned to kill Shoto, but once Endeavor became the #1 hero, he changed his plan. He mockingly asks if Endeavor really thought he could just move toward the future and fix his past mistakes. He tells his father that the past can't be erased. Endeavor is flooded with memories of the day Toya supposedly died in a fire on the mountain where they used to train, leaving only a fragment of his jawbone behind. Toya didn't inherit the ice power, but his flames were even stronger than Endeavor's. Endeavor had pushed him to surpass All Might, leading to the tragedy. Now, Endeavor is in total shock, unable to believe the villain's claims. He tries to deny it, saying Toya is dead, but Dabi reveals he already ran a DNA test using Endeavor's blood from a previous fight. It's a 99.99% match. There's no denying the truth now. He then turns his attention to Hawks, the #2 hero, revealing that Hawks killed a villain right in front of him. He exposes Hawks' violent nature, suggesting it's a result of his father being a criminal. Dabi thanks Endeavor for staying healthy just so he could see this day, then prepares to kill him. Shoto begs his father to move, but Endeavor is paralyzed. Suddenly, Bestgenist makes a dramatic return to the battlefield. Using his master thread control, Bestgenist quickly restrains Gigantomachia. Dabi is stunned. Wasn't Genus supposed to be dead? He thought the body he saw was real, but he brushes it off, saying even if Genus is alive, it doesn't change his family's dark past. He taunts Shoto, calling him brother. Spinner realizes the giant won't act without an order, so he tries to wake Shigaraki. Leisure tries to stop him, but Dabi blasts her with his flames, laughing maniacally. Midoriya forces himself to move, telling himself the pain is nothing compared to what Shoto is going through. Shigaraki finally starts to mumble a command: destroy. He orders Gigantomachia to destroy everything. Unable to stand the itch any longer, the beast starts to break free, and the Nomu also receive the order to return. Wait, do you see that red cape? Bestgenist is struggling, even coughing up blood to keep the giant down. Shoto is fighting his brother, unable to understand why Toya would put Natsuo in danger. The Nomu are attacking Bestgenist. Midoriya desperately tries to move his body, thinking that if he could just use Black Whip, he could change the tide. Mirio Togata arrives and punches the Nomu away. He remembers how he wanted to be useful again, and asked Eri to use her power to restore his quirk. Eri had been practicing her power on small animals for months. and Mirio asked her to help him. With Aizawa's approval, Eri successfully restored Mirio's quirk. Mirio is back, but even he's struggling with the sheer number of Nomu. He calls for backup and Bakugo responds with a series of massive explosions. Neiju joins the fight despite her burns. Bakugo announces his new hero name to Bestionest, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. It's a mouthful, but he's proud of it. Mirio jokes that the world needs more people with a sense of humor like Bakugo's. Meanwhile, Dabi grabs Shoto and starts to crank up his heat, uncaring of the damage to his own body. Dabi is ecstatic at the thought of Endeavor's failure killing his masterpiece. Midoriya uses a new version of Black Whip, inspired by Suyo, to pull Shoto to safety. Midoriya defends Shoto and Endeavor, saying that while the past can't be changed, Endeavor is trying to be a better person. He tells Dabi that he is not Endeavor. The giant breaks free from Genis' threads, but another flame erupts. It's Endeavor, gathering his last bit of strength for one final strike. Endeavor delivers a massive blow and passes out, and miraculously, the giant collapses at the same time. Momo's sedative finally worked as the giant's willpower finally gave out. Shoto keeps fighting Dabi, Mirio takes on a Nomu, and Bakugo is forced to rest. The tide seems to be turning in the hero's favor, but Mr. Compress is preparing a final trick. We get a flashback to the early days of the League of Villains when they were just a group of outcasts struggling to survive and raiding a group of heteromorph-hating extremists. They weren't there for justice, just for money. When the group refused to give it up, the League wiped them out, but they found the group was just as broke as they were. The next morning, Spinner snaps at Shigaraki, frustrated by their miserable life with no food or resources. Spinner questions why he's even in the League if they have no clear goal. He says he was inspired by Stain's conviction, but he can't understand their current directionless state. He demands Shigaraki tell him what they are working toward. Mr. Compress watches the argument in silence. In the present, Mr. Compress tells Spinner they must wig Shigaraki at all costs, as he is the key to their survival. He carves out pieces of his own body to escape his restraints, compresses Shigaraki and Spinner into orbs, and makes a break for it, even discarding his clothes to escape Gianist's threads. He rescues Skeptic too, refusing to give up because he's a descendant of a legendary thief who stole from the rich to give to the poor. Dabi defeats Shoto in their final clash and joins Mr. Compress. Compress proudly announces his heritage before releasing Spinner and Shigaraki. Spinner is now tasked with waking Shigaraki to finish the job. Midoriya wakes up and sees Shoto is okay, but a warning bell is ringing in his head. It's the fourth user's quirk, Danger Sense, which All Might had mentioned. The quirk is overwhelming for Midoriya, feeling like a constant pounding in his head. Mirio knocks out Mr. Compress, while Spinner desperately tries to wake Shigaraki. Spinner finds the severed hands of Shigaraki's family and places them on him, successfully waking the villain. Shigaraki, now fully controlled by All for One, uses his powers to suppress the heroes. All for One orders a retreat, much to Spinner's dismay, as he doesn't want to leave their comrades behind. But All for One is only interested in preserving Shigaraki's body. The heroes, especially Mirio, continue to fight despite their exhaustion, but All for One easily repels them. All for One attacks Mirio directly, ignoring his intangibility and brushes off the other heroes. Midoriya forces himself to stand once again. Honestly, I've completely lost count at this point. He keeps lashing out with that Black Whip, trying every trick to keep him from leaving, but it's just not working. The battle ends with Shigaraki's escape. Many heroes are severely injured or dead, despite their careful planning. The heroes suffer heavy losses, while Shigaraki escaped and will surely return even stronger. Midoriya is rushed to the hospital. Dr. Garaki is arrested for his numerous crimes. Jigen Tamaki is also captured, requiring 2 helicopters to transport him. Mr. Compress is taken into custody as well, and the Nomu are held for study. The hospital's equipment is seized, and remaining villains like Getten are captured by heroes like Cementos. The campaign is over, but the aftermath is devastating. Heroes are still working to rescue survivors from the rubble. A young girl tries to save her brother, who tells her to leave him and save herself. But she refuses to leave her family. Uraraka and Tsuyu save the children just as the debris collapses. They continue to rescue others, with Koda using her quirk to help locate trapped survivors. Emergency workers and heroes are doing their best, but they can't save everyone and have to prioritize those with the best chance of survival. Some heroes are even considering quitting after the trauma. The most tragic loss is Midnight, whose death has left many in tears. Majestic is also confirmed to be dead. Dr. Garaki claims Shigaraki was definitely dead after Present Mike destroyed the life support device. The electric shock was too weak to revive him. Shigaraki's revival was solely due to his own hatred and determination. Endeavor is now the target of public outcry, with everyone demanding an explanation for Dabi's accusations. All for One successfully whisks Shigaraki's body. Spinner, and the remaining high-ends away to a safe haven. But don't think for a second the chaos is over. The storm is still brewing, and it's only a matter of time before it hits. That very night, at Japan's most notorious prison, the high-level defense protocols suddenly roared to life. The activation of the ultimate security system meant only one thing. An enemy attack was underway. The high-end Nomus emerged slowly from the darkness, walking straight into a relentless hail of bullets. But to these monsters, the gunfire was a joke. Those rounds didn't even draw blood, they were essentially just tickling them. It didn't stop there. Shigaraki, or more accurately, the all-for-one persona showed up and began obliterating the security forces at the prison gates. Red alerts blared across the facility, signaling all personnel to go to high alert. They immediately initiated the protocol to detach the prison from the mainland and sink it deep into the ocean. As the prison descended toward the seabed, the special response teams were cleared to engage. The orders were simple: dead or alive, stop anyone who dares to advance. However, a single high-end was enough to absolutely shred the entire squad. Meanwhile, deep inside, Shigaraki was desperately battling for control against his own master. Inside his own mind, Shigaraki fought to keep his identity, unwilling to let his body be hijacked. Of course, All for One wasn't about to give in. His priority was liberating his original physical self. He told Shigaraki not to worry, reassuring him that he was the vital successor and would remain safe through the process. All for One personally leapt down and demolished the guard station, escalating destruction. Utilizing Ragdoll's search quirk, he pinpointed his original body at the bottom of the ocean, roughly 500 meters below his current position. However, reaching it was the problem. He knew Shigaraki's current vessel couldn't withstand the crushing water pressure at that depth. Tartarus truly lived up to its reputation as a fortress. Even if he had brought Gigantomachia, a direct head-on assault would have been impossible. Luckily, he had a different plan in mind. His strategy was calculated. First, he wiped out the prison's communication systems and electronic signals. Then, he targeted the structure's foundations, causing the entire security grid to collapse. This triggered a mass release of every inmate held in the depths, including his own true body. The suppression squad was deployed to contain the chaos within the cell blocks. Following protocol, they were authorized to open fire on any prisoner who stepped out. But guns are useless against someone like Muscular. You could shoot him for a year and still not leave a mark. Even more terrifying was the crazed killer, Moonfish, who was also set loose. He began a one-man slaughter of both fellow inmates and security guards. Amidst the carnage, Chisaki wandered out as well, obsessed with finding his Pops. In no time at all, the most dangerous criminals gathered at the escape route, where Shigaraki stood above them. He declared that anyone wanting freedom must obey him. "Look to my left," he commanded. "Here stands the coming king, the one who will rule this world." A superior demon lord is about to be born. Just 6 hours after the Tartarus raid, 7 other prisons were simultaneously attacked by high-ends and liberated convicts. Prisoners were being set free all through the night. By daybreak, the stage was set for their grand return to society. Spinner, however, was at his breaking point. He stepped forward and demanded answers from the person inhabiting Shigaraki's body, questioning if this was truly the leader he had pledged to follow. "Who are you? Answer me," Spinner yelled. All for One calmly reassured him, claiming he was still himself. He just needed more time for the body to rest and reach its peak perfection. He promised that once the vessel was complete, all their desires would manifest. Fast forward 2 days, and Bakugo finally woke up. He was still in a hospital bed, nursing the lingering agony from where All for One had skewered him. Mineta and the rest of the class rushed in. The second they heard he was conscious, everyone was relieved to see that the hot-headed demon hadn't changed a bit. But when Bakugo asked about the others, the mood instantly soured. Gran Torino was in critical condition, unable to even leave his bed. As for Aizawa-sensei, he was barely clinging to life. A few more minutes of delay, and Aizawa would have been gone for good. Outside, the public was in an uproar, shouting in anger rather than support. News of the prison breaks flooded every channel. Heroes have become the target of universal scorn, with Endeavor bearing the brunt of the people's fury. Endeavor's name was being dragged through the mud more than anyone's. Shoto had seen this coming. His father had been a monster to their family for years. Dabi's burning hatred was a direct consequence of that cruelty. Because Dabi's flames were significantly hotter than Endeavor's, Shoto had suffered a humiliating defeat. The intensity of that hatred was overwhelming. Shoto could see a reflection of his own past anger in Dabi's eyes. He once shared that same desire to erase his father's legacy at any cost. But now, if the old man can't face this, Shoto realizes he's the only one left to settle the score. Shoto's siblings arrived at the hospital, bringing along a very unexpected guest. Meanwhile, Bakugo was ignoring his own life-threatening injuries. He dragged himself out of bed because he heard rumors that Deku might never wake up again, and he couldn't let that happen. Bakugo growled, "If you die, I'll kill you," which is classic Bakugo logic. We get a flashback of Hawks. He is watching a video of Hiro saving people from a massive industrial fire and Endeavor knocking out a villain instantly with effortless poise. It was the peak of his heroic image. Back then, heroes felt like fictional characters living inside a television screen to young Hawks. Reality was far grimmer. He was the son of a murderous criminal, living a desperate existence in a rundown shack. It was a life far removed from any heroic fantasy. His father used to beat him constantly, terrified that if Hawks went outside, someone would notice him and lead the law to their door. His mother had taken his father in while he was on the run, and that was the environment Hawks was born into. With both parents mentally broken, Kiko just waited in silence for a miracle. Then came the day his mother frantically told him his father had been caught. He had stolen a car to flee, but was apprehended by Endeavor. That moment changed Kaigo's life forever. The hero from the TV had become a reality. Fearful of being charged for harboring a fugitive, his mother dragged him away from their home. At a subway station, Keigo urged her to turn herself in a rational choice, but one she refused to hear. Instead, she demanded he use his wings to bring her money. It was a dark twist on a child supporting their parent. Soon after, police approached her with an offer. The boy had the makings of a great hero, and they wanted to train him. In exchange, she would receive full financial support. The catch: she had to sever all ties and erase the name Takami from his life so he could start fresh. And that is how Hawks was born. Back in the present, he's riding in a high-tech vehicle that looks like it belongs to Batman, driven by Best Jeanist. Jeanist was taking him to a specific location while recounting how Hawks had nearly killed him. He demanded an explanation for why Hawks asked him to undergo a procedure to simulate death. Jeanist complained he still felt like a tattered rag, leaving Hawks with nothing but apologies to offer. It was the only way to gain the League's trust, especially Dabby's. Hawks had arranged to preserve Jeanist's body so he could be revived when the time was right. Now that he's back, they're basically even. Suddenly, Jeanist spotted a brawl breaking out and swerved to handle it. It took him all of 5 seconds to subdue the thugs. But Hawks could feel the rising wave of negativity and fear among the citizens. Later, they visited Hawks' mother's house to check on her, only to discover a painful truth. She was the one who had leaked his past to Dabby, and now she had vanished. Surprisingly, Hawks wasn't upset. He saw it as a form of karma, since he had effectively abandoned her years ago. He accepted it as the natural consequence of his choices. His main focus now is helping Endeavor, who is currently drowning in controversy. Cities were in total chaos, and the damage was catastrophic. The public's patience had finally snapped. They were no longer waiting for heroes to save them, and started taking matters into their own hands. Untrained civilians trying to play a hero only led to more collateral damage and danger. This phenomenon was spreading like wildfire across the country. Even the rank 9 hero called it quits, unable to handle the crushing weight of public hatred and pressure. A chain reaction of hero resignations followed. The very concept of a hero was being questioned. The community needed a purge, and all the responsibility fell onto the shoulders of the number 1 hero. Endeavor had just woken up from surgery, his mind still clouded by anesthesia. The only thing he knew for certain was that he was alive. He reflected on his failures as a father, remembering how he stood paralyzed as his children were in danger. He realized Dabby's son Toya was simply returning the pain that Endeavor had inflicted on him. He felt that while his body survived, his spirit as a hero had perished. He couldn't bring himself to fight his own son. "Wait, Shoto," he stammered. "I'm not crying. I'm so sorry." Apologies felt hollow and late. "My heart, He struggled to speak. His wife had arrived to settle the matter of their family once and for all. It brought back memories of their first arranged meeting years ago. Back then, as the rank 2 hero, her father had been eager for the match. Her family was struggling, and hitching their wagon to a top-tier hero was their only salvation. Ray didn't want it, but she sacrificed her happiness for her family's sake. He remembered learning then that she loved flowers. Now, seeing her and his children in his hospital room, Endeavor was floored. Ray insisted they face their failures together. Meanwhile, Dabi was lurking, waiting for their next encounter with bloodshot, vengeful eyes. Let's dive into the tragic history of Dabi, formerly known as Toya Todoroki. He was Endeavor's firstborn, a boy who possessed immense power, but a body that burned every time he used it. His father tried to make him stop for his own safety. A doctor explained the cruel irony. Toya inherited his father's firepower, but his mother's resistance to cold. His body was literally built to endure freezing temperatures, not the scorching heat of his own quirk. The doctor advised Endeavor to give up on the boy's training as he couldn't handle his own power. But Toya had been brainwashed since birth to surpass All Might. Being told he couldn't train was a devastating blow to his developing mind. Inheriting his father's stubbornness, Toya ignored his sister's concerns. Years passed and Natsuo was born, but Endeavor viewed him as another failure. He obsessed over producing a perfect successor, pressuring Rei to have more children. Finally, Shoto was born, the perfect hybrid of fire and ice Endeavor craved. Shoto's birth was the catalyst for Toya's descent into madness. Seeing his father's attention shift entirely to the new masterpiece drove him over the edge. Toya trained in secret, but when Endeavor found the horrific burns on his arms, he lashed out with criticism rather than care. In his agony, Toya blamed Shoto, even threatening to kill him. This led to Shoto being isolated from his siblings for his own protection. Years rolled by. Shoto was constantly dragged off to train while his siblings watched from afar, explaining his distant personality as an adult. Toya, meanwhile, would visit Natsuo every night to vent his despair. "Why did Dad throw me away?" he'd ask repeatedly. Natsuo, tired of the constant crying, eventually told him to go talk to their sister instead. That interaction pushed Toya over the brink. The next morning, he went up the mountain to train alone. His mother tried to stop him, pleading with him to find another path in life besides being a hero, but he was just as stubborn as his father. He mocked her, saying, "What do you know? You're just here because your family was poor and sold you to us. You have no right to tell me what to do." Talk about a disrespectful kid. That night, Toya's flame suddenly shifted from red to a brilliant, terrifying blue. It was a beautiful but deadly transformation. Thrilled, he went to find his father the next morning. He thought his father would finally be proud and asked him to come to the mountain the following night. But when Endeavor saw the new burns on Toya's body, he flew into a rage at Rei, blaming her for not controlling their son while Shoto watched in horror. Rei was traumatized by Endeavor's abuse. Shortly after the incident happened, Rei snapped and poured boiling water on Shoto, leading to her being committed to a psychiatric ward. And to make things worse, Endeavor never showed up to the mountain for Toya. Left alone and heartbroken, Toya lost control of his power and was consumed by his own blue flames. Endeavor arrived too late to save him, but instead of reflecting, he doubled down on his obsession with All Might. The whole tragedy was his fault, but the burden isn't just his, the entire family has to stand together now. Endeavor's only path forward is to face Dabi. Rei decided to join the fight, hardened by the fact that Shoto had forgiven her and still called her mother. Shoto was ready to welcome his father back into the fold. Hawks and Best Jeanist, having overheard everything, stepped in to offer their help. Rei immediately apologized for Dabi's actions, but no one there blamed her. Hawks got straight to business. The League and over 100 Liberation Army members were in hiding. With Tartarus and other prisons destroyed, the situation was dire. Over 10,000 dangerous criminals were now roaming free. The public's trust in heroes had vanished, and the Safety Commission was paralyzed. All this happened in just 2 days, making this much more than just a family matter. It was time for the top 3 to team up. But the first hurdle was understanding All for One's true target. Endeavor immediately thought of Midoriya and rushed to his hospital room. All Might was already there, knowing Midoriya was currently communicating with the previous One for All users in the Vestige world. The first user, Yoichi, apologized for bringing him there during such a crisis. But the time had come for the full truth. Previously, they could only reach him when his mind was vulnerable. But recently, One for All began to evolve rapidly, allowing the spirits of the predecessors to manifest more clearly. The intense battle with Shigaraki AFO had accelerated this process. Now they could all stand before Midoriya. He tried to greet them, but his voice failed him in the strange spiritual plane. The fourth user, Takagi, introduced himself, noting that Midoriya had used his Danger Sense quirk during the fight. The fifth user joked that Hikage was a bit of a shut-in back in his day. Once mastered, that power would make him untouchable. Akaga then revealed a dark truth. He died at 40 from old age. All Might had kept this a secret until now. One for All was too much for someone who already had a quirk. It essentially drained their life force. The fourth and others suffered because they weren't empty vessels like Midoriya or All Might. Ikage held the power for 18 years, spending his time hiding and strengthening the quirk for the future. By the end, his body began to crack under the strain of the power he possessed. The conclusion was clear. Owning multiple powers burns through one's life. So how did All Might last so long despite having the power at its strongest point? It was because All Might was quirkless. He was an empty cup that could hold the power without it overflowing and damaging him. He was unique among the successors. Midoriya, also being quirkless, was the only one who could handle One for All in its completed state. Quirkless people are rare now, making Midoriya's inheritance feel like destiny. Midoriya might be the very last holder of One for All. Then, Nana Shimura asked the hardest question. Can you kill Shigaraki? She saw the hatred in his eyes, but Midoriya saw something else. A boy crying for help. Nana warned that the hatred within Shigaraki was real and dangerous. All for One was using that malice to try and steal One for All once again, just as he had tried with the previous users. As his grandmother, Nana blamed herself for his path. She didn't think forgiveness was possible for a monster. She needed to know if Midoriya was truly prepared to do what was necessary. Midoriya stood his ground. He insisted that behind the mass murderer there was a child in agony. He acknowledged the horrors Shigaraki had committed but believed his duty was different. One for All isn't for killing, it's for saving, he declared. That's what All Might taught me. He wanted to save the boy buried inside the monster, no matter what. Nana apologized for testing his resolve. The predecessors agreed to fully support Midoriya, aiming to finish the battle with him as the 9th, and hopefully final user. Outside, Hawks and Ginist were waiting to ask about the connection between Midoriya and All Might. The war against villains was now also a war against public opinion, and they needed the truth. All Might decided to come clean. 2 days later, the top 3 held a historic press conference. Endeavor publicly admitted that Dabi was his son and took full responsibility for the tragedy. Hawks explained that the murder of Best Jeanist was a ruse to infiltrate the League. He also confessed his father's criminal past and justified the killing of twice as unnecessary evil to save society. The press wasn't satisfied, but the heroes had bigger problems. UA and other schools were converted into massive shelters for civilians, with heroes providing constant security. Endeavor told the protesters to aim their anger at him, not the heroes on the front lines. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A woke up to find letters from Midoriya left on their nightstands. In the letters, he revealed the truth about his quirk and said goodbye. To protect them from All for One's pursuit, he had decided to leave UA High forever. He thanked them for everything before vanishing. In another city, students from Ketsubutsu tried to evacuate stubborn residents, but the civilians refused, no longer believing that heroes could guarantee their safety inside shelters. The people decided they would defend themselves rather than rely on failing heroes. Shindo was frustrated by their refusal, but he was interrupted by an urgent call. A villain was approaching. It was Muscular. Shindo told his partner to get the civilians to safety while he took on the monster alone. The civilians still wouldn't listen, even as a literal titan of destruction bore down on them. Shindo was overwhelmed in seconds, crushed by Muscular's overwhelming power. But he refused to break, unleashing his strongest vibrations in a desperate attempt to stop the villain. Muscular tanked the attack effortlessly. It was no surprise considering he survived a 100% smash before. But just as things looked hopeless, Midoriya arrived on the scene like a bolt of lightning. Danger sense had guided him there. Muscular recognized him instantly and roared with joy, eager for a rematch. He wanted to fight to the death, and told Midoriya to give him everything he had. Muscular threw a massive piece of a building to show off his strength. But Midoriya wasn't just fighting, he was using a new smokescreen quirk to mask his movements and rescue the injured Shindo. The smokescreen from the 6th user was almost too thick. He had to learn to control it. He combined it with Nana's float and danger sense to dance around Muscular's devastating attacks. Using Black Whip to bind the beast, Midoriya asked why he committed such evil. When Muscular said it was just for fun, Midoriya knew there was no redemption for him. It was time to end it. Muscular's muscles were already frayed from Shindo's vibration. Midoriya hit him with 45% power, the current limit of his body, knocking him out cold. He then dropped the villain off at the nearest police station. Midoriya reported back to All Might, praising the high-tech arm braces sent from America. They allowed him to use 45% without injury, though 100% was still too dangerous to use repeatedly. Hawks called to check in, but Midoriya was already flying off to save someone else. His doctor was amazed that his arms hadn't shattered yet, likely due to his muscle development, but warned that the degradation was still happening. Midoriya's mother begged All Might for the truth. He sat her down and explained everything about One for All and the danger her son was in, promising to keep him safe. All Might wanted him to stay at UA, but Midoriya refused to return. He knew Shigaraki could track him, and he wouldn't risk his classmates' lives ever again. Inko was terrified, but she saw the look in her son's eyes. Knowing he wouldn't stay, All Might pledged to follow him everywhere to ensure he never faced the darkness alone. Midoriya visited Gran Torino to deliver Nana's final message. The old hero gave him a grim warning: sometimes, killing a villain is the only way to truly save their victims. The top 3 in All Might were now a united front, ready for war. In the dark streets, a mutant girl is being hunted by an angry mob with weapons, and they weren't listening to her pleas for mercy. Midoriya intervened, gently telling the mob to stand down. He assured them she wasn't a criminal and took her under his protection, handing her an umbrella to shelter her from the rain. She had hoped the hatred would just blow over if she stayed inside. Midoriya promised her that he would fix the world. All Might arrived in his car to take her to the UA shelter while bringing Midoriya some food. Looking down at the broken city, it felt like the Dark Ages when quirks first appeared. Shigaraki was now an unstoppable force that even Endeavor and Aizawa couldn't handle together. The weight on Midoriya was immense. Inside the Vestige world, the first user was pleading with the others to fully support Midoriya. Only the second and third users remained hesitant, keeping their backs turned in disapproval. They had fought a brutal, bloody war against the original All for One. To them, Midoriya's idealism seemed naive and dangerous compared to the ruthlessness they believed was necessary to win. Yoichi reminded them that they were the ones who rescued him in the first place. The stage is set, Midoriya thought, and I'm ready for whatever comes next. The hunt for All for One had truly begun. Endeavor, Genis, and Hawks were out in the field, systematically taking down gangs of criminals. They moved with surgical precision, cleaning up the streets while the public watched, with mixed emotions. Even after arresting the villains, the crowds heckled them, blaming them for the prison breaks. The heroes ignored the insults and flying trash, staying focused on their mission. Their silence spoke volumes. The anger of the people served as a grim motivation to work harder. As they headed to their next target, they theorized about All for One's ultimate goal. He needed a perfect vessel. He's grooming Shigaraki's body to handle the full burden of his quirk, combining that physical strength with a broken, malleable spirit to rule forever. Once those conditions are met, he'll have total control. All Might watched Midoriya from afar, worried sick as the boy stopped eating and sleeping in his relentless pursuit of justice. Suddenly, Midoriya's GPS went dark. An explosion rocked All Might's location. One of All for One's personal assassins had finally made their move. The attacker was a former hero Hawks had warned them about. If you see a bullet woven with pink and blue fibers, you run. It was none other than the legendary sniper, Lady Nagant. She didn't hesitate, nearly taking Midoriya's head off with her first shot. Her accuracy was otherworldly, even Snipe had admitted. She was in a league of her own. Midoriya charged toward her position while dodging her relentless fire. Nagant was working for All for One, but she was also babysitting Overhaul, who was tagging along in a broken state. It was her pity for Overhaul that led her to All for One's manipulative hands. Whether she was coerced or joined willingly, she was now a pawn in a very dangerous game. All Might realized the villains were trying to isolate Midoriya. He alerted the top three and then did something reckless. He leapt from his car to confront the thugs blocking his path. The thugs laughed at his frail appearance, but they quickly learned that even a quirkless All Might is a force of nature. He vowed to protect Midoriya with his very life, no matter the cost. Midoriya was using the urban landscape to move at breakneck speeds, trying to stay ahead of Lady Nagant's legendary aim, but she had a few tricks up her sleeve. Suddenly, a bullet hit him from behind. Midoriya realized All for One had given her an extra quirk, Airwalk. She could now position herself anywhere in the sky for the perfect kill. With Airwalk, Nagant was the ultimate predator. She could rain down fire from angles Midoriya couldn't even predict, turning the entire city into her personal shooting range. Midoriya unleashed the smokescreen at full power, knowing the risk of blinding himself. He combined it with Fa Jin from the third user to build up explosive energy. Handling multiple quirks was tearing at his focus, but he had to master it on the fly. Nagant used her high-powered scope to track his every move through the haze, but Midoriya had a plan. He used his costume as decoys to lure her out, and it worked. Midoriya suddenly appeared right behind her, using his accumulated Fa Jin to close the gap in an instant. Nagant managed to fire a point-blank shot in his gut before he could land a blow. As he fell, he asked the question that was eating at him. Why would a hero like her work for a monster like All for One? Nagant revealed the dark underbelly of the Hero Public Safety Commission. She was their secret assassin, killing anyone who threatened the status quo. She was a cold-blooded killer in the name of peace. The weight of the lies she took became unbearable, especially when innocent children looked up to her. She couldn't reconcile her bloody hands with their bright eyes, leading her to eventually turn on her masters. She saw the hero world as a fragile illusion, but Midoriya wasn't done yet. He focused all his energy into a single point, moving with a speed that left Lady Nagant stunned. When she realized she couldn't hit him, she took a desperate gamble and aimed at Overhaul. She knew Midoriya's heart would force him to choose between the mission and a human life. Midoriya combined Fa Jin, Black Whip, and One for All at 45% to pull off a near impossible feat of physics and speed. He outran the bullet, saved Overhaul, and then delivered a 100% smash kick that shattered Lady Nagant's rifle arm. It was a display of power that rivaled All Might in his prime. Midoriya reached out a hand to her asking for her help to defeat All for One. He still saw the hero inside her. But just as she began to hope, the self-destruct quirk AFO had hidden in her body activated. All for One is a monster who destroys what he can't use. Hawks arrived just in time to catch her while Endeavor demanded a status report from Midoriya as they regrouped. Hawks begged a dying noggin for any information on All for One's location. He pleaded for her to help them keep hope alive. She managed to reveal that he wanted his target brought to a specific mansion within 2 months. She mentioned 2 other assassins were also on his trail. Her last question was how Hawks could still smile despite his past. Hawks simply replied that he had people supporting him. True heroes never stand alone. At that moment, Shisaki was being moved down below. Watching him desperately plead to see his old man reminded Midoriya of Eri. Regardless of how much he despised the man, Midoriya was determined to fulfill the promise he made to Lady Nagant. All Might finally arrived on the scene, but it seemed he was a bit too late. Our boy Deku had already been swallowed by a sea of resentment. Exactly 1 hour after discovering the forest location, Midoriya and a group of top-tier heroes gathered for a midnight raid. However, without waiting for a single command, Midoriya charged straight inside on his own. Once inside, it was clearly an empty trap. Things are never that simple, are they? Suddenly, a voice rang out as a projection of that bastard All for One appeared with a mocking laugh. It turns out he never believed Lady Nagant would actually succeed. Instead, he had been busy preparing a special gift just for Midoriya. This massive gift was tailored specifically for the boy. All for One taunted that the more villains Midoriya takes down, the more his heart will wither away, ensuring the end never comes. He's lost all interest in All Might. Now, the person he truly wants to destroy is Midoriya. The projection device exploded right after he finished speaking. The trail of the League of Villains vanished once again, leaving nothing to hold onto. At this point, the heroes considered a risky gamble, revealing the truth about Midoriya's One for All to the public. The plan was to mobilize the entire national hero network instead of relying solely on the top-ranked elites. However, doing so would place an immense burden on Midoriya's shoulders. As for whether All for One would reveal Midoriya's power to the world himself, the answer is a hard no. Doing so would isolate the boy from society, making him much harder to track down, and that serves no purpose for the villain. It's a calculated move on his part. Just then, the phone rang with news that Midoriya had encountered a second assassin and defeated them instantly. After subduing the target, he handed them over to his master and immediately set off to find the next objective. All Might shouted at the top of his lungs, begging him to just stop for a second. He tried to hand over a lunchbox, urging him to eat before going anywhere. But at this point, the boy had lost all appetite for food or comfort. Midoriya told him, "Don't follow me anymore. I can now wield 100% of One for All without any recoil, so don't worry." Why does this moment feel so heartbreakingly sad? All Might wanted to say something. He wanted to tell him not to push so hard, that it's okay to rest, but the words wouldn't come. After all, he was the one who placed this heavy burden on his disciple. All Might stood in the pouring rain, paralyzed by grief. Meanwhile, a dangerous figure lurked behind a wall, waiting to seize him as rumors about Deku began to spiral. Gossip spread that Deku had multiple quirks, leading some to fear he might be a Nomu, while others hoped he was their savior. Midoriya was then informed of a change in plans. Endeavor wanted him to rest for a few days, arguing they couldn't just keep exploiting their most vital key to victory. However, things weren't that simple. Midoriya's mind was consumed by a drive for retribution, refusing to give villains a single moment to regroup. Even the first User agreed with him. Stopping now was unforgivable. Given the current dire situation, pausing simply wasn't an option for them. That's the reality of holding One for All. Perhaps only a certain power could calm him down. But before we get to that, let's look at how the civilians reacted when Deku saved them. They were trembling in terror, pleading for their lives. It was a sight I can only describe as haunting. To the public, he no longer looked like a hero. He looked like a grim butcher hunting down criminals. Can you believe it? Midoriya hadn't slept in over a week, and his body was screaming for a break. Even as he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained and on the verge of fainting, the Force Quirk suddenly blared a danger warning. Standing before him was a villain capable of psychological manipulation who was using civilians as human shields. He even forced the citizens to attack Midoriya, who hesitated, desperately trying not to hurt them. Exhausted and at his limit, he was left with no choice but to leave it to fate. Looking at Deku's weary face, I was speechless. Actually, wait, I know exactly what to say. Look up at the sky, everyone. The demon has arrived. Let's jump back a bit to when everyone first received Midoriya's letter. Reading those first few lines was enough to know he was trying to carry the world on his own again. Through sharp analysis and keen deduction, Bakugo guessed that Midoriya was out on some secret mission with the top-ranking heroes. Meanwhile, Araraka, who we might as well call Deku's soulmate, was absolutely livid about the situation. She dragged the whole class to the principal's office to demand answers. Since Endeavor was there, it turned into a full confrontation. Shoto asked him directly, "Why are you ignoring me? Are you trying to sever a bond again? Why did you let Deku and All Might go off by themselves?" Bakugo then stepped up, telling Endeavor he didn't understand Deku at all. Deku's mind is wired differently. He has zero regard for his own well-being and always claims he's fine even when he's drowning inside. And as for All Might, it's a case of like teacher, like student. Letting him follow Midoriya is like throwing gasoline on a fire. Seeing the GPS on Endeavor's arm, everyone was ready to move. Finally, Class Rep Ida spoke up, declaring that Class A would go and fight alongside him. The principal also chimed in, wanting to help the kids bring their friend back home. He agreed that the school must protect its own students. Even if the public protested, it didn't matter. What kind of school is this? Just a reminder, this is UA, the #1 hero academy in all of Japan. Back in the present, the villain had been captured. Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite stepped up, noting that even Deku's future wife couldn't convince him to come back. At this point, only he could handle this. He told Midoriya that if he wanted to keep going, he'd have to defeat everyone in the class first. It was one against many. Midoriya used the Sixth's quirk mist for an escape, but Bakugo dispersed the mist using explosion, and the game of cat and mouse began. Koda kicked things off by using a flock of birds to block Deku's vision. Sero then used his tape to tangle up the Fifth's power, while reminding him of how much fun they had training together. Jiro also chimed in, urging him to think back to when she summarized everything for him. Wasn't that a great memory? Ojiro brought up the sports festival, asking if he remembered their fist bump in the prep room. "I haven't forgotten how you got angry for my sake, so I can't just ignore you now," he said. Tokoyami followed up with Dark Shadow, and Sato shouted that even with special powers, Midoriya's emotions were just like theirs. He asked if he'd forgotten that little Area was waiting for a candy apple. Momo created a sedative machine to use on him, while Kaminari rushed in for a hug, pleading for him to stop. "You're my friend, so I'll keep you here even if I have to use force." Shoji wrapped him in insulating tape as Dark Shadow utilized the darkness growing massive and wrapping around both of them. "Wasn't this your idea, Midoriya?" He used the Shadow's offensive power as a sturdy shield, but it wasn't enough. Not even close against 100% One for All. "Please, don't try to drag me back, it's too dangerous." He begged them. "I'm fine, really," he insisted, and man, my heart just breaks for him. Shoto then unleashed a massive, thick wall of ice to completely pin Midoriya down and restrict his movements. Does responsibility mean you aren't allowed to cry? Shoto told him not to suffer alone and to share the burden. Tsuyu declared she wouldn't let him go, promising she wouldn't cry like last time. "Don't be afraid of hurting us. You're our friend, it's okay to tremble and shed tears when you're in pain." Endeavor arrived at the scene of the capture, giving Kirishima, Ashido, and others the chance to rush over and speak a few heartfelt words to their dear friend. Midoriya was still straining to break free from the ice while everyone screamed for him to stop. I lost count of how many times they begged him, but even I wanted to tell him to give it a rest. He eventually broke out, but Tsuyu immediately moved to have Mineta hold him back. Mineta admitted he never thought Deku's quirk was cool. What he admired was the way Deku always opened up a path for them. He then slipped and fell away. Midoriya pushed to 45% plus Black Whip. Uraraka spoke up, saying things were different now. "Deku, I'm gonna hold on to you no matter what," she cried. Everyone joined forces. Ashido created an acid shield while the heavy hitters of Class A launched the combat team high into the air. Uraraka nullified their weight, and Shoto gave them an extra push before breaking away. "Go for it, Bakugo." He used explosions for a speed boost, then let Aida take over for the final sprint. "Here I come, Deku. I've got you. I won't let go, so don't even waste your breath. No matter where you are, I'll chase you down." Being overprotective is just what heroes do, right? Tears were shed as the wall around Deku's heart finally began to crumble. Kirishima handled the landing, and thankfully, everyone was safe. Kirishima reminded him of how Deku, even as a kid his age, had rushed out to save a friend. Who cares about having great power? The version of you back then was the coolest. After landing, Midoriya stood up and apologized. "I want to go back so badly, but I'm so scared. There are so many people at the academy, and I don't want to bring trouble to them. I can't live like I used to." Bakugo stepped forward and told him to stay put. Deku, do you remember what I said when I was stabbed by Tamura? Don't try to do this all alone. There are people ready to help you. My body moved on its own to save you back then, but I still couldn't say the words. I always looked down on you because you were quirkless. You were supposed to be far behind me, yet somehow you always made me feel like I was the one falling behind. I didn't want to admit it, so I bullied you and tried to deny it. In reality, I was the one losing from the start. I'm not saying this will change everything, but it's coming straight from the heart. Bakugo actually apologized for everything he done. Can you believe it? The demon actually knows how to say sorry. I'm losing it, guys. I'm literally crying. Someone take a screenshot of this beautiful emotional moment. That wall in Midoriya's heart has completely collapsed. Midoriya had finally accepted the idea of returning home. By the time he opened his eyes, they had arrived back at UA. The school's defenses looked incredibly solid, which should have been reassuring. But wait, there was a massive crowd gathered behind the gates staging a protest. They were refusing to let Deku back in. Uraraka immediately grabbed Midoriya's hand when she saw him starting to turn away. The entire class worked way too hard to get him back to let him just walk away now. I'm not the best at describing deep emotions, but here goes. The principal was confident that the villains couldn't breach this place, which is the main reason Midoriya could stay without fear of a sudden raid. First off, UA's defense level is on par with the most famous prison in Japan. Ever since the first breach, the principal has been keeping a very close eye on Shigaraki. Because of that, he added his own personal upgrades when reinforcing the school's barrier system. The UA barrier isn't just a simple defensive wall anymore, it can actually move. The principal's explanation was pretty convoluted, but basically, there's a whole tunnel system with various branches located right beneath the academy. It's quite the engineering marvel. There are 3,000 layers of reinforced defense underground. If anything unusual is detected, the intercept system kicks in, making it impenetrable for quite a while. During that time, the shelters can move along a secure route, potentially heading straight to Shiketsu if necessary. Returning to the present, the crowd's emotions were reaching a boiling point, and the shouting was getting louder, just as the protest peaked. Bastianus was the first to step out and explain that this is currently the safest place to be. He assured them that everyone's safety is the priority. They had used Deku as bait to draw out the enemy, but after days of fighting with no results, the boy was completely spent. It would be a fatal blow to their side if he were pushed any further. He acknowledged their anxiety, but asked them to let the boy rest in this secure location for now. However, one person's harsh criticisms blaming heroes for everything lit the fuse again. This situation was becoming a living hell for Midoriya, and it really wasn't looking good. Uraraka knew she had to take action, so she flew to the top of the building with a megaphone. Everyone, listen. Midoriya has a special power, and he left UA specifically so he wouldn't cause trouble for anyone else, she shouted to the crowd. His quirk is meant to defeat All for One, which is why he's being hunted. That's why he had no choice but to leave. Look at him now. Can't you see how broken, exhausted, and hungry he is? Does any of that matter to you? Quirks can be special, but there's no such thing as a special person. We're all human. In the crowd, a woman Midoriya once saved was waiting for a reason to speak up. In a quiet voice, she finally said, "He's the one who saved me." Uraraka continued her plea. "Please, just give him time to recover. I'm sorry if I can't make you feel safe right now, because we're just as anxious as you are. We're just humans with feelings who feel sadness and pain, just like everyone else. So please, lend us your strength. Allow him to rest and prepare." Midoriya is just trying his best to fulfill a massive responsibility, but he still has so much to learn. He's really just a normal high school student. Please, let this place still be his home. This was the push the crowd needed to accept Deku. Emboldened by Uraraka's words, the two people he had saved stepped forward to express their gratitude. It was a powerful turning point. Another man spoke up, comparing the public to spectators and heroes to performers. He noted that All Might was so incredible that people forgot heroes could actually fail. Now, many former heroes have already tossed aside their duties because of the public's backlash. If we keep boycotting the ones who are still fighting until they give up, what will we have left? How will life ever go back to normal? He argued. Then, a small boy asked Midoriya a poignant question. "After you rest here, will our lives really go back to the way they were? I will win it back for you using all the kindness everyone here has shown me. I'll get it all back, I promise." That was all that needed to be said. It was enough to bridge the gap. The top two heroes in Shoto finally returned to see that Deku had been accepted. The principal shared the good news with Aizawa, who was still in the hospital. They also discussed how Kurogiri was being secretly studied for potential recovery. This research could be the key to winning the coming war. Revenge is coming soon. But if we check on All Might right now, we'd see that Stain is watching his every move. All Might was staring at his own defaced statue, feeling utterly useless. Suddenly, Stain appeared and held a blade to his throat. Even though he saw All Might transform back and forth, Stain insisted that this man was an imposter. This is a sacred place for heroes. Who are you to stand here pretending to be one? Or are you faking it? Answer me. Stain demanded. All Might replied, "Since the beginning, my nature has forced me to act even when I'm powerless. But now, I can't do anything, and this is the result. I couldn't even tell my disciple, the one I give my life to protect, to just take a rest. Why am I so useless?" Hearing this, Stain's patience finally reached its limit. Surprisingly, Stain didn't show any murderous intent. Instead, he forced All Might to look at his statue, where a young woman was angrily cleaning off the graffiti. Every single day, she scrubs away the insults directed at the hero. Why would she do something that seems so futile? It's because she was the very last person All Might saved. It's as simple as that. Do you remember her? Stain's anger flared as he reminded him that All Might always smiled and gave his everything for the people. That wasn't about a quirk, it was the essence of the man named All Might. A fake like you has no right to judge him. And you say no one looks up to him anymore. Nonsense. The embers he left behind are growing into a massive new flame. As long as you're alive, you must keep burning no matter how much you struggle. A hero's heart only exists for others. If you really are a hero, then use this information from the prison to put an end to the sinner. Stain, the man who killed 40 heroes, actually handed over crucial intel. Seeing All Might shed tears like this is rare, and honestly, I'm finding myself rooting for Stain here. He's such a fascinating villain. Meanwhile, a different kind of battle was happening at the Class A dorms. It was a race to the bath. Hot water, clothes off, time to scrub up and soak. Midoriya was getting the royal treatment, being pampered like an emperor. But when the bathwater got murky from all his grime, Bakugo lost his mind and started yelling at everyone. Even after an apology, Bakugo is still Bakugo. He jumped into the tub, splashed water in Midoriya's face, and declared he was still coming for that #1 spot. Uraraka was so exhausted she had already passed out, while Midoriya wanted to properly thank and apologize to everyone. The class wanted him to explain everything about One for All, even though they basically knew it all already. Just then, our resident heartthrob Shoto stepped out of the shower and told everyone to back off and let Midoriya finally get some rest. How handsome is he, guys? Definitely worth a like. Midoriya was anxious to apologize to his mentor but couldn't reach him. Then, wait, what's that at the window? Unbelievable. All Might had been standing there the whole time. He also wanted to apologize for being unable to help. The final battle is drawing near, so we can set these apologies aside for now, All Might said. He explained that they needed to go all in on the coming mission, including him. Even if his body couldn't do much, he was determined to contribute however possible. All Might then set off to finish some preparation with the others. Meanwhile, Midoriya finally fell into a deep sleep after so many restless days. Seeing him like this reminds you that even heroes are human, right? The next morning, Endeavor's group received a message. All Might shared intel that came from an unlikely source. The hero killer himself. To understand this, we have to go back a month to the prison break. In the middle of all that chaos, Stain was taking down every villain he crossed paths with while everyone else was busy trying to escape. Stain wasn't interested in escaping, he was hunting for information. In the security room, one guard was clutching a data disk as if it were his own child, refusing to hand it over to the hero killer. He knew that vital data had to reach the right hands to save the situation. The guard was devastated when Stain took it, unable to even fire his gun. Stain then managed to evade All for One's detection, swam to the mainland alone, and the rest is history. According to the intel All Might received, that disk contained some shocking data. The logs showed the prison was hit from both sides. During the break, All for One's consciousness synchronized with Shigaraki's, something All Might found baffling since the vestige consciousness usually doesn't work that way. Usually thoughts might reach the vestige, but not the other way around. The only exception was when he touched a comatose Midoriya and felt the vestige's emotions. But in this case, All for One was locked away 500 meters underwater and still managed to sync up perfectly, which is just insane. On top of that, they found a hidden electronic signal in the data. Once experts decoded the transmission, they discovered a terrifying reality. The process would be complete in 38 days. Everyone had been wrong. It wasn't 2 months. Shigaraki's body only needed 38 days to reach perfection, meaning they only had 3 days left to act. Facing this deadline, All Might pulled every string to contact international heroes. An emergency global summit was convened. Egypt's #1 hero was already itching to head to Japan, and many others felt the same way. But the biggest shocker was America's #1 hero, Star and Stripe, who had already mobilized her forces. On a peaceful morning back at school, Midoriya stood on the balcony, hanging laundry and taking in the breeze. He thought back to Uraraka's speech to the angry protesters who hated him. She reminded them that even with his massive power, Midoriya is still just a regular teenager. He still has so much to learn, which is why he belongs at the academy. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. As he hung up his second mentor's cape, he felt a sharp pang of emotion. All Might had entrusted him with so much, showing true faith in his student. With his friends at the dorm always having his back, Midoriya felt a surge of confidence. All that love and trust washed away his anxieties about the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, back in the States, US soldiers were glued to the news about the crisis in Japan. They were watching live reports of the villains running rampant and even attacking the press. The soldiers were desperate to go and help, but the higher-ups were staying silent. That's when Star and Stripe stepped in, taking matters into her own hands. She defied direct orders and led her troops out of the US to head for Japan. As Star and her fleet of jets sped across the ocean, the All-for-One organization was declaring that their moment had finally arrived. The jailbreakers had provided the perfect distraction. The chaos meant the police and heroes couldn't focus on the core organization. All-for-One was confident he'd win this game of hide-and-seek on the island. Spinner listened in, but he was curious why they didn't just win by leaving the country altogether. He wondered why they were staying put. All-for-One explained that leaving was just a short-term win. His long-term goal was far grander, and simply obtaining one for all wasn't the final destination. Spinner was surprised, as he'd thought that was the whole point. All-for-One had spent his whole life planning for this specific moment. This hurdle represented both his greatest challenge and his greatest potential. He reminded Spinner that he has allies all over the world. All Might did a great job wiping out crime in Japan, but elsewhere, it's a completely different story. Once his international friends start causing trouble, every country will have to prioritize their own safety over helping Japan. Spinner wanted to know what this hurdle was. It was none other than the strongest woman on Earth, Star and Stripe. She's the ultimate obstacle. But once All-for-One steals her quirk, the rest of the war will basically just be a formality. Spinner stayed silent, having no further objections, and was told his time to act would come soon as he supported Shigaraki. All-for-One ordered Spinner to live up to his name, Iguchi, and embrace his role. He reminded him that he was once a nobody who struggled due to his appearance. Now, however, many people in the shadows are sympathizing with his cause. Protest posters featuring Spinner are popping up everywhere, labeling him the voice of the people. The Paranormal Liberation Front is using his image to recruit more members. Even though their leaders are gone, their ideology is still spreading like wildfire. With Spinner leading the charge, things are getting messy. The villains are brainwashing the Liberation Army with propaganda, inciting them to eliminate anyone who resists, specifically the heroes. They're using Toga's past and Dabi's reputation to stir up emotions. They're glorifying the two different sides of Spinner's persona to attract followers. These marketing tactics are honestly next level. Meanwhile, Hawks and Genus were in a Lamborghini, racing to meet Japan's potential savior Star and Stripe. Even Endeavor admitted that having her help would boost their chances of winning to 50%. Hawks agreed and was looking forward to meeting her in person when an emergency alert suddenly flashed. Shigaraki had been spotted on her flight path about 50 kilometers before her landing zone. Star was surprised by the bold welcome and wondered if he really was the legendary All-for-One. Shigaraki played mind games, telling her to guess. The flight captain identified him as Shigaraki and warned of his electromagnetic wave attacks. He ordered the fleet to switch to shock shields and manual piloting. He then asked Star for their strategy, defense, or attack. She didn't hesitate. They were going for a full frontal assault with everything they had. The captain hoped they'd all make it home, but Star grimly promised to at least return their bodies to their families. Shigaraki was feeling a bit confused himself. While he was certain he was Shigaraki Tomura, a small doubt lingered about who he truly was. He activated his radio waves combined with an air cannon and propulsion as Star leaped from her plane. She used one of the jets as a springboard and declared that Shigaraki wasn't in her league. It was time for the debut of Star and Stripe's incredible quirk, New Order. She declared that within a 100-kilometer radius of her, the atmosphere no longer exists. Instantly, the air vanished, making Shigaraki's radio attacks useless. Her quirk allows her to set rules on anything she touches and names. Shigaraki found himself struggling to breathe, realizing just how brutal her power really is. He knew he had to steal that quirk at all costs. But first, he had to survive her next move. Star ordered the fleet to open fire with their laser cannons. Dozens of beams pierced Shigaraki's body, turning him into a literal pincushion. The pilots thought they had him, but Star sensed he was still alive and warned them. He used a combination of reflection and dispersion to create a shield, sending all their laser fire right back at her. But she was ready, setting a new rule. The lasers can now be physically held. Shigaraki used his super regeneration to heal while noticing her New Order field had vanished a perfect opening. but he didn't expect to get punched right in the face, followed by a massive follow-up strike. Star can only set rules for 2 objects at once, so she always saves one for herself. As she leaped at him, she remembered her first meeting with her mentor. Years ago, she and her family were saved from a robbery near Santa Monica by a Japanese exchange student. She never forgot those 2 tufts of hair on his head, which is why she wears her hair in 8 tufts, now 2 times 4 equals 8. Shigaraki was annoyed at having to hear about All Might while getting beaten up. Star touched him and called out his name, setting a rule. If Shigaraki Tamura moves even an inch, his heart will stop. He realized he'd been trapped by her rule. It was as if she were telling Shigaraki to get lost so All for One could take over. With 2 consciousnesses inside him, All for One seized the moment to emerge and praise his apprentice. His hatred and desire for destruction were being inherited by his master. The synchronization reached 98% and they were about to merge into a single entity. But then, Shigaraki started screaming in agony. Star was confused. Why was his heart still beating if her rule was active? Was he not Shigaraki Tomura? Exactly. The transformation was still ongoing. A massive surge of energy erupted from him, pushing Star away. His hair grew long and white as All for One took over. He finally understood how New Order worked. It's powerful but has clear limits. It operates on a scale she controls with her mind. She can't affect things she hasn't touched, and since he didn't even know who he was, her heart-stopping rule didn't apply to him. He was thrilled by the challenge of uncovering all her rules. Star's team was getting anxious and asked for their next move. She had the flight captain send a message to the commander-in-chief requesting permission to use that weapon. The captain was hesitant since they were already absent without leave, but Star told him to throw his pride away. All for One was now a threat to the entire world. As Shigaraki landed on a Nomu, Star set a new rule. The air around her formed a giant version of herself, over 1,000 times her size. All for One couldn't see it since it was made of air, but he felt a sense of impending doom. Star threw a massive punch into the air, and All for One was inexplicably slammed by the force of it. She knew her generation would keep him alive, so she decided to finish it with a powerful clap from her giant air form, crushing him beneath her palms. Then, she commanded her fleet to fire all their lasers at once, using New Order to catch the beams and condense them into a single spear of pure light. Holding the condensed laser like a divine spear, she hurled it down with perfect aim, pinning the villain to the ocean floor. Amidst the chaos, the commander-in-chief called, admitting he was used to her defiance but still stunned by her actions. He joked about revoking her license after such a stunt, but she didn't care. She just wanted to know if the missiles were locked on. He confirmed that the plan was in motion, and Japan had been alerted to the incoming strike. He noted that her blatant rebellion was what made America truly shine. Even the legendary All Might couldn't finish this guy off. So the question was, could Star and Stripe make history? As the missiles closed in, we reflect on her past as a soldier. Despite being stronger than nearly any man, she faced criticism because her quirk had limits on how much it could enhance her own physical strength. She had tried every possible rule combination, but there was a ceiling she just couldn't break through. The people who truly knew her always said that, at the end of the day, she was still just Cassie. Their teasing wasn't out of spite or jealousy, it was their way of showing they cared for her as a person, not just a weapon. Everyone loved her and treated her with the utmost respect, telling her they'd always be there to share her burden if she got tired. Honestly, Star and Stripe might be the only hero alive who can truly stand alongside the legacy of All Might. You can tell she's absolutely loving the thrill. Just look at that confident smirk she wears like a badge of honor. Back to the heat of the moment, those nuclear warheads have officially breached Japanese airspace, sending the fighter jet pilots into a total frenzy. Everyone is holding their breath, wondering if Star and Stripe is actually crazy enough to try and physically grab those missiles just like she did with the lasers. Well, the answer is a resounding yes. However, Star issues a dire warning. Touching the missiles means her New Order rule over the lasers has to be scrapped. She needs the entire fleet to unleash hell and provide cover for a critical 2-second window. Meanwhile, All for One is just lounging there, soaking up the laser fire like he's sunbathing at a resort. He's starting to get suspicious, thinking she must realize that this light show isn't actually hurting him. It's really just a fancy way to keep him pinned down. So the real question is, what exactly is she stalling for? Is there something even more devastating on the horizon? Something with enough raw power to end him in a single strike? The more he mulls it over, the more his intuition screams that he's in trouble. He needs to move, and he needs to move now. But the clock has run out. Star begins the final countdown to signal her comrades. 1, 2, 3. On the final beat, she commands her atmospheric giant to snatch the cluster of missiles right out of the sky. Leaping from her jet, she instantly deletes the laser rule to manifest a brand new one. Those nukes are now subject to her will. Because of the sheer world-ending destructive force involved, This new rule can only be applied to a single concentrated point, but that's perfectly fine. Everything is going according to plan. In that heartbeat, the entire fighter wing pours every ounce of firepower onto All for One to keep him distracted. It's a blink and you miss it moment that requires slow motion to truly appreciate. Star directs her giant to pivot 60 degrees and hurl the nuclear payload straight down toward the ocean floor. Anyone familiar with the history of Hiroshima and Nagasaki knows the absolute nightmare of nuclear power, and seeing it unleashed is terrifying. Since it's the open sea, the blast is somewhat contained, but it's still massive. We're drifting back from the shockwave, but our eyes stay glued to the spot where All for One was supposed to be. Wait a second. There's a massive hollow in the water where he was, a void so deep the ocean hasn't even filled it back in yet. Star gets a sinking feeling that something is very wrong. Sure enough, All for One erupts from that abyss looking like a half-human, half-demon nightmare. To explain how he pulled off this vanishing act, All for One knew Star was about to unleash something devastating enough to end him. So, during that tiny window when she was switching positions with the fighter jets, he used his decay power to tunnel straight into the Earth. Capitalizing on those few seconds of transition changed the entire game. It was a high-stakes gamble against the clock. And unfortunately for everyone, All for One won. He played it dirty, using a Nomu as a decoy to keep the air fleet's eyes off him. By the time they realized what was happening, it was game over. He triggered the self-destruct on the Nomu, snatched the spot on one of the jets, and started leaping around like some possessed beetle. He hopped from jet to jet until he landed right on the captain's cockpit. Seeing the threat, the captain signaled Star to fire immediately. Blowing up his own ship was the only way to vaporize the villain. But taking that shot meant making the ultimate sacrifice and losing a brother. This was the man who had been by her side since her first day in the military. In that crushing moment, Star couldn't pull the trigger and left it to fate. That hesitation gave All for One the opening to get close and grab her face. From the start, his biggest nightmare was having to face both New Order and One for All at the same time. To prevent that combo, he crippled the Hero Public Safety Commission and triggered global riots to block any international reinforcements from reaching Japan. His master plan was to steal One for All first, then use that overwhelming power to snatch New Order. He knew One for All was the key. It's a power that can shatter anything. With it, he could crush every quirk on the planet combined, including New Order. Star's decision to ignore orders and fly in was All for One's absolute worst-case scenario. It forced him into an all-or-nothing battle, and tragically, he managed to clinch the win. Star tried a desperate move, dropping the atmosphere rule to make her body immune to decay. But the villain was one step ahead. As soon as he stole New Order for himself, Star's body would start rotting anyway. To celebrate his victory, he immediately tried to test his new toy by using the atmosphere rule. But wait, something's wrong. Suddenly, All for One's body started popping off like a string of New Year's firecrackers. It was total chaos, and he just knows Star was the mastermind behind this internal explosion. No one else could have pulled off such a legendary stunt. Just before her power was snatched, she set a final, ultimate rule. New Order will revolt against all other quirks. That meant every single power All for One owned was now being torn apart from the inside. This was her failsafe. If she couldn't beat him in a fair fight, she'd take him down from within. She traded her life to sabotage the world's greatest threat, a bargain she was willing to make. The only tragedy is she never got to say goodbye to her squad or the commander. Just like that, Star decayed into nothing. There was no miracle, no last second save for the hero. But don't think All for One was having a good time. He was in absolute agony. See, he can steal quirks or give them away, but he doesn't have the power to actually destroy them once they're inside him. He tried to dump the cursed quirk onto the pilots, but they coordinated a massive laser volley, pinning him down. He was getting shredded from the inside and roasted from the outside. It was a complete nightmare for the big bad, truly putting his life on the line. But the news from the outside was Grimstar was gone, fully decayed without any miracle in sight. Before she passed, she didn't show an ounce of regret for the path she chose. Instead, she offered her thanks to All Might, the man who inspired her to chase this beautiful dream. Her final act was a sharp military salute, a last signal from the strongest woman on Earth. Meanwhile, All for One had no choice but to retreat, unable to handle the rebellion of New Order inside him. Just moments before, he had made his move. Before blowing up that Nomu, he'd stolen its wing quirk so he'd have a way to escape. Desperate to reach land, he needed a new vessel to dump New Order into. The pilots gave it everything they had to catch him, but he blasted them back with a massive shockwave. The captain could only watch in agony. He was forced to witness Star vanishing from the world, powerless to avenge her. Near the battlefield on land, an escaped couple thought they were finding a fresh start. Talk about bad luck, All for One decided they were the perfect containers for his stolen rebellious quirk. As he tried to transfer New Order, an image of Star mocked him in his head, calling him a fool. He didn't even need a vessel because he has so many quirks. New Order could only destroy maybe 50% of them before being rejected and fading away. He was never going to truly possess that god-tier power. The quirk was destined to vanish, leaving him empty-handed. A few hours later, pro-heroes arrived at the house where All for One was last seen. The couple had been killed instantly, cutting off any leads. The trail went cold right there. To make matters worse, once the world heard the strongest hero had fallen, every other nation panicked. They issued strict orders. No one else was to go to Japan. The country was officially on its own. All Might was hit hard by the news of her passing, but he knew there was no time for tears. The pilots provided a wealth of intel from the fight, and he needed a clear head to analyze it all. Once he had the full picture, he went to the students to tell them the time had finally come. This is the window to take down Shigaraki and All for One. The villain is weakened and needs a long recovery, so the heroes have to use this time to power up to the max. Bakugo, being his usual explosive self, immediately snapped back at All Might. He made it clear that they've never slacked off on training, so they didn't need a reminder. Midoriya added that Bakugo and the others already agreed to spar with him to help master One for All. Bakugo wasn't even letting that slide, barking at Deku for phrasing it slightly wrong. The truth was, he wanted to test out some new moves against the power of One for All. Seeing how much the students he mentored had grown, All Might finally felt a surge of confidence. He could finally say it, All for One, your days are numbered. Speaking of the devil, back at the villain's hideout, Shigaraki was in agony, his decaying body being ripped apart by conflicting quirks. All for One kept trying to soothe him, promising it would only be a little longer. He promised Shigaraki he'd have his powers back soon, but the hatred in the boy's heart had never been more intense. He was obsessed with slaughtering every single hero, especially All Might. He vowed that as long as even one All Might fan existed, he wouldn't stop. Shigaraki was targeting everyone. But honestly, All for One was loving this. Sensing that level of pure, unadulterated hatred from Shigaraki meant the boy would be way easier to control. With New Order gone, he had to pivot his strategy again, offering a half-hearted apology to Dabi. Everything was getting pushed back, forcing Dabi to wait even though he was dying to tear Endeavor apart. And you know a guy like Dabi absolutely despises waiting around, but All for One is the boss, so Dabi had to suck it up. The villain had a plan for every scenario, whether it was delaying the final move or dealing with Midoriya hiding back in the safety of UA. He's always got a backup plan ready. No matter what happened, he was prepared. Having so many criminal associates made switching tactics as easy as breathing. Meanwhile, at UA, Class 1A was splitting into specialized groups based on their quirks to take their training to the next level. The brawlers were duking it out, while the support types were syncing their abilities. Even the long-range fighters had plenty of targets to practice on, thanks to Mineta spheres. The mental types worked with Asui's long tongue to dream up new attacks, while the heavy hitters, Deku and that beast Bakugo, were absolutely clobbering each other to test their limits. Bakugo finally mastered the theory of accumulation and rapid release he'd been working on. He can now unleash a non-stop chain of blasts, debuting his new cluster move. It takes a second to prep, but the sheer destruction is on another level. Shoto, meanwhile, was carving out a unique combat style for his powers. During their break, Denki had a question. He asked Mineta why they don't just find the two big bosses and end this whole nightmare, especially since Gigantamakia is already locked up. Look, Pikachu should probably just stick to the electricity and let Bakugo do the thinking. Bakugo laid it out. There are 3 reasons that's not happening. First, nobody knows where they're hiding. They barely found the Nomu Lab and Shigaraki's bolt hole. But as for All for One, he's been a ghost since he escaped Tartarus. If that man wants to vanish, he stays vanished. Bakugo has a serious grudge, and swore to blow him to smithereens the moment they cross paths. The firecracker was getting a bit too intense, so Momo stepped in with reason number 2. Shigaraki's body wasn't even finished in the last fight, and the heroes are still dangerously low on numbers. Plus, the villains are the ones who get to choose when the next battle starts. They have quirks that can track other powers from miles away, so chasing them is pointless. Midoriya then suggested he should act as bait to lure Shigaraki out on their terms. But Ida immediately cut him off, correcting him, it's not by yourself, it's together. The whole class agreed, no more solo missions. With that settled, Deku changed the subject, asking if they were finally allowed to head into the forest for a bit. Ida noted that thanks to Yue's public speech, things between the heroes and the refugees have really calmed down. Later in the woods, Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, stumbled upon something shocking. She found a family of 3 hiding out. They were whispering about betrayal. Ever since Midoriya came back, Toru had a bad feeling about Aoyama's constant gloom. And there it was. Aoyama was the spy, working for All for One, and his parents were in on it too. They were the ones who pushed him into this. He'd been taking orders from All for One since day one, even leaking the training camp's location. It finally explains how the villains always managed to show up at the exact worst time. They were just looking out for their kid, in their own twisted way. Aoyama's parents wanted him to be happy, and were terrified he'd be an outcast since he was born quirkless. They just wanted him to have a normal life. They wanted him to live his dream of being a hero. Now, they'd give anything to go back and tell All for One to get lost. Once you're in with that monster, there's no way out. Toru had heard enough she had to get this info to the teachers immediately. While she ran for help, the guilt-ridden traitor poured his heart out. Aoyama put on a brave face, but he was drowning in regret. When All for One was captured at Kamino, he'd selfishly hoped he could finally just be a normal student. He just wanted to protect his parents from being killed, but the weight of it was crushing him. Then, Midoriya appeared. Having been alerted by Toru, he realized Aoyama was the only one who stayed silent and did nothing when everyone else was welcoming him back. Ever since he learned that Deku had also been born quirkless, Aoyama had been falling apart. The secret was out, and he couldn't hide the truth any longer. Aoyama confessed, calling himself a worthless villain. Meanwhile, All for One was explaining his twisted friendship philosophy to Dabi. He compared his allies to cheap tools if a $5 lighter breaks. Do you really mourn it? To him, friends are only valuable when they succeed. If they fail, he doesn't even know them. Back in the woods, Aoyama's parents tried to drag him away from Midoriya's gaze. They were a wealthy family who had everything, but they were so terrified of their son being discriminated against that they sought out the man who could grant quirks. Aoyama suffered immensely at first because his body wasn't compatible with the power he was given. His parents stayed by his side through it all, and Aoyama only wanted to protect them in return. But All for One crushed that hope, using his parents' lives as collateral to force him to leak top-secret info. In a panic, Aoyama fired a laser at Midoriya, forcing him back. But Toru leaped in to shield him, using her body to refract the light. For the first time ever, we actually got a glimpse of her face. Midoriya quickly restrained the whole family with Black Whip and brought them back to UA. The police and staff were briefed, but they couldn't tell yet if Aoyama had a self-destruct bomb planted in him like Lady Nagant. Principal Nezu was devastated that one of his own was a mole. He told the other students to stay away, but obviously, no one was leaving. They needed to know if he'd been tricked, or if he really meant to hurt them. Aoyama just sat there in silence while the police pushed for answers. The parents explained that communication with All for One was strictly one way. He made it crystal clear, betray him or lie, and you die. It was a reign of terror. Aoyama finally spoke up, admitting he put everyone in danger while hiding behind a fake smile. Seeing Midoriya, who started quirkless just like him, only made his despair and guilt even deeper. Midoriya shut him down, refusing to let him wallow. He demanded to know why, if he was such a villain, he tried so hard to save Bakugo and Tokoyami during the training camp attack. Was the cheese message another order from All for One? Of course not. Midoriya blamed himself for missing Aoyama's silent plea for help. He told him that if he reached out now, he could still be a hero. It was a beautiful moment. Until the police broke it up. They reminded everyone that Aoyama was still a prisoner. But then Denki had a stroke of genius. Aoyama is the only person who can actually lie to All for One's face. That means he's the key to their counterattack. Aoyama couldn't understand why they still cared about a worthless villain like him. President Mike admired their heart, but he had to ask, could they really trust someone who had been lying to them this whole time? Aida stepped up as class rep, declaring that the past was the past. He believed the class failed Aoyama by not noticing his pain. As his friends, they were going to help him out of his despair. It was the only way to make things right. Bakugo, of course, didn't care about the drama. He just wanted to blow up whoever was responsible for the training camp mess. He was ready for some payback. The rest of the class agreed with the sentiment, if not Bakugo's violence. Aoyama only did it out of desperation. Besides, when they brought Deku back, did anyone hate him for his secrets? No. They were all in on giving him a second chance. But again, the police had to play the bad guy trust or not. Aoyama was still in custody for his crimes. Even with a potential plea deal, he still colluded with the enemy. Right then, Aizawa called in to ask Midoriya if the plan to trick All for One was actually realistic. Truth was, Deku hadn't worked out the details yet. Aizawa didn't scold him. Instead, he looked Aoyama in the eye through the screen and said he had no intention of expelling him. Then, he asked to speak to Class A privately, telling the parents to cover their ears for a moment. The plan he laid out left everyone stunned and impressed. They had some locations to scout first, but with the school and police working together, the plan actually looked like it might just work. As Aoyama was led away, the class was hurting. Midoriya wanted to call out to him but held back. The next morning at the dorms, everyone started their routine by cleaning, but the vibe was different. The air was thick with a quiet fury. Everyone was more determined than ever to take down All for One once and for all. This time they were playing for keeps. To get ready for the final push, Midoriya headed to the support lab for some repairs. But the second he opened the door, boom! A classic explosion. Ida felt some serious deja vu. Mei Hatsume certainly knows how to make an entrance. She literally landed right on top of him. Since she didn't mean any harm, Danger Sense didn't even go off, leaving Midoriya completely defenseless against her assets. Yeah, Danger Sense doesn't have a wardrobe malfunction setting. Once they settled down, Hatsume asked why they didn't just file a request like normal people. Aida explained that every other department was basically underwater right now. They had to come to the support course directly. But Hatsume's blank stare told the whole story. She had absolutely no idea how bad things were in the outside world. Then, Power Loader emerged from the smoke, grumbling about her latest explosion. He invited them in to talk. The place was a total disaster zone, which just goes to show how hard the support team has been grinding. Power Loader mentioned he's been pulling double duty on research and barrier maintenance. Time was tight, so they got to business. Hatsume inspected Midoriya's trashed gloves, noting they were foreign prototypes. She needed to really dig into the tech, so she asked him if he was in a major rush. When he told her he needed them ASAP, she flat out told him no, she didn't have the materials or the time for a full rebuild. With the workshop running on fumes, a total redo was impossible. Ida hoped his armor would be an easier fix, but without the original blueprints, he was out of luck too. It was looking pretty grim. Thankfully, the other support students stepped up to help. Ida was amazed at Hatsume's robotic work ethic, while Midoriya was dying to see what she was so hyper-focused on. She flashed her work on the screen. Even a kid could tell it was big. Power Loader explained she was redesigning the school's defense and evacuation systems. Most people think she's a bit crazy, but she's just on another wavelength. She's not out of her mind, just obsessed with her work. For Hatsume, the second an idea hits, she has to build it or it's gone. Midoriya realized she wasn't ignoring the world out of spite. She was just doing her part her own way. She knows exactly how much pressure the heroes are under. The entire support course is grinding to give the heroes a fighting chance. Atsume tossed a pair of newly reinforced gloves at Midoriya. Not a perfect copy of the originals, but they were built to last. She had a fix for Aida too. The girl is a literal genius. She didn't even need measurements to make them fit perfectly. Anyone who doubts her talent needs to get their head checked. Midoriya and Aida finally met up with their team, looking like they'd been through the ringer. Mount Lady was already there, ready to get the mission moving. She told everyone to clear their heads of any distractions. They had to find the villain's hideout, and that meant forgetting about Ayame for now. They just had to trust the plan and get to work. Operation Start. Under Mount Lady's lead, the search was on. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Shoto led 3 separate teams to hunt down All for One. Out in the suburbs, Fat Gum, Najir, and Tamaki were busy saving local farmers from a pack of prison escapees. Fat Gum escorted the civilians to Shiketsu High, which is just as secure as UA. The pros were on high alert for an ambush. Meanwhile, over at Central Hospital, a secret meeting of top heroes was underway. All Might was heading the briefing on their final offensive. Hawks explained that they'd need to strike multiple locations simultaneously. The police gathered only the most trusted allies for this one. Ragdoll from the Pussycats was there, solo. It wasn't about lack of trust, just maximum security. She knew All for One was using her stolen search quirk to stay ahead, so she was determined to counter him. The core of the strategy was simple: divide and conquer. Data from the fighter jets proved that Shigaraki is currently even more of a threat than All for One himself. If they fight as a unit, the heroes have a 0% chance of winning. They have to separate Shigaraki and All for One by at least 10 kilometers. And then there's the problem of Dabi. His blue flames are a nightmare, and as long as he's in the mix, he can walk down the entire battlefield. So, they have to peel Dabi away too. Ideally, every major villain needs to be isolated in their own separate fight. All Might's bottom line, divide and conquer, is the only path. Some were skeptical, saying it sounded like a pipe dream since pulling it off would be incredibly difficult. All Might pointed to Aoyama as their secret weapon. The kid was a mess, but All Might believed in him. The police chief wanted to share that faith, but he couldn't gamble the fate of the world on just a feeling. The fact remained that Aoyama had betrayed his friends. But All Might deferred to the person who knew him best, Aizawa. Currently, Aizawa was at the police station for a heart-to-heart with his student. Medical checks showed nothing wrong with Aoyama's body. Aizawa wondered why All For One hadn't planted a bomb in him like he did with Nagant. It seems the only thing the villain planted was pure terror. The fear was real enough. Aizawa cut to the chase and asked him straight up, "What are you so afraid of? Is it him?" Aoyama was crushed by the weight of his sins. The more his classmates trusted him, the more he hated himself. He was terrified that even if he tried to do right, he'd just break and betray them again the next time he saw All For One. He just wanted to give up and die. He knew no amount of forgiveness could erase what he'd done. Aizawa didn't disagree, in fact. He doubled down on how serious the situation was. He told Aoyama his friend's idealistic views were a fantasy, and that he'd have to fight a brutal battle, maybe even to the death. Aoyama snapped, yelling that he knew he was just being used as a disposable pawn for their victory. Aizawa didn't deny it. The heroes were using him, just like the villains did. But he wasn't going to let Aoyama just roll over and die. That wasn't the lesson he wanted his student to learn. He wanted Aoyama to fight alongside his friends to redeem himself. He promised that as long as he stood with his classmates, they would protect him. Finally, a spark of hope returned to Aoyama's eyes. That night, in a creepy, abandoned house covered in bloody graffiti like vampire and death, someone was lurking. The air was thick with a sense of dread as footsteps echoed through the ruins. People used to call her a demon in human form. Himiko Toga wandered through her old home like she was just out for a casual stroll, completely unbothered by the ghosts of her past. The insults of the past didn't faze her one bit. She explored every bloody corner of that house with a serene look on her face, as if she were lost in a pleasant daydream. She fondly remembered a childhood dream where a little bird would peck at her until she bled. To her, that nightmare was pure bliss. This girl is seriously beyond help. She wondered who had thrown all her stuff away, knowing full well it was her own family. Dabi watched from a nearby window, surprised that even a psycho like Toga could feel nostalgia. Once she left, Dabi torched the place with his blue flames. He knew the heroes would come to investigate, but they were so spread thin that they wouldn't be able to spare any top-tier personnel. He wanted Toga to prepare for their next move using her transformation. He'd even managed to secure some of Twice's blood for her, a terrifying prospect for the heroes, given how broken his quirk was. Back at the League's base, Spinner was spooked by Shigaraki's distant screaming. He went deeper into the cave to check on him, but the closer he got, the more he wanted to run away in terror. What he saw was a nightmare come to life, something that would scare even the devil, yet All For One just casually told him everything was fine. Skeptic announced that the time for their grand move had arrived. Spinner was the chosen figurehead for the mutant uprising, mainly because he was the most visible and recognizable member of the group. He tried to back out, feeling like he wasn't leadership material, but it was too late. Whether he liked it or not, he had to step up and lead his people. Inside UA's shelter, two of All For One's plants were getting ready to cause some serious trouble. Their orders were to stir up as much anger and chaos as possible among the refugees. In less than a week, total war was coming. Midoriya was going to be right in the center of the storm. Back at the dorms, Denki finally hit his limit and collapsed from exhaustion. Everyone was wiped out from searching such a massive area with so few people. Even in his tired state, Ida was still nagging everyone about their bedtime routine. Rules are rules after all. Moneta just wanted a moment to chat with Midoriya, especially since he hadn't had a chance to thank Ochako for her epic speech yet. But finding some quiet time was impossible. Suddenly, All Might burst in, nearly knocking Denki over. He was there with the principal and the police chief to deliver some huge news. Judging by his energy, it was a game changer involving Aoyama. This was the final strategy for the upcoming war. The next morning, the refugees were told that Shigaraki would be on the move in just 4 days. To keep everyone safe, UA was going into full lockdown mode. The spy was floored. He couldn't believe they'd figured out the timeline. Soon, Class 1A stood atop the walls, waving goodbye to the civilians as they prepared to head out into the unknown. Little Koda was heartbroken, asking if Midoriya was really leaving again. Midoriya didn't sugarcoat it, he was indeed heading back into the fray. The spy thought this was a massive mistake that would only help All For One's plan. He was already dreaming about the rewards he'd get for his loyalty. The students said their final goodbyes to their families, promising to come home soon. Their new base, Fortress Troya, was located on a mountain about 30 kilometers away. It was a solid fortress built in record time with everything they needed. This was where the final stand would happen. Midoriya was checking out the view from his room when he saw Ochako down below. He took the chance to go talk to her. In that quiet moment, he just wanted to soak in her presence. He started by thanking her again for her incredible support at the school. Ochako was blushing like crazy and didn't know what to say, so Midoriya switched gears and asked what she was doing out there. She admitted she felt a bit strange, especially after her rooftop speech. She couldn't stop thinking about Himiko Toga. During the last war, They'd had a real connection for a brief second, and Ochako saw a glimpse of the sadness hidden behind Toga's mask. She felt a strange pity for the villain. So now she was using the sight of the destroyed city to harden her heart and focus on the battle ahead, trying to push those conflicting feelings aside. Midoriya totally got it, since he felt the same way about Shigaraki. Her spirits were lifted by his understanding. Meanwhile, up in the dorms, Shoto, Bakugo, and Iida were debating what kind of food Dabi might actually like. Bakugo bet $1 million it was udon. On the villain side, All For One was feeling smug. He had a quirk that acted as a perfect lie detector, meaning he had absolute control over all his puppets. He knew exactly when they were telling the truth. He set a meeting for the next day, and right on schedule, Midoriya showed up to meet Aoyama. But then Aoyama started talking about some really weird stuff. He started rambling about the total collapse of Japanese society and how the global economy would tank if the yen became worthless. He described a world where villains ruled the ruins. He painted a dark future of chaos and desperation, where someone with a vital resource like water would become the ultimate ruler. All For One was destined to become the supreme demon lord of this new, broken world. He'd be the one pulling all the strings. It sounded scary, but Midoriya refused to believe it as long as there were still heroes around. Aoyama agreed that Deku was the biggest obstacle to that future. Aoyama apologized, saying he had to protect his parents, and that signaled the end for Midoriya. Suddenly, All For One appeared out of thin air right behind them. The villain was loving the look of terror on Deku's face, but he didn't expect his puppet to turn on him. Aoyama fired a laser not to hurt him, but to signal that the trap was officially sprung. He was baffled because his lie detector quirk hadn't gone off, but he didn't care. He had his whole crew there and thought the heroes were spread too thin to stop them. Multiple warp gates opened up, bringing in the heavy hitters from League of Villains. To understand how they pulled off this surprise attack, we have to go back to that night when All Might burst into the dorms with a plan. Today is the final day to lock in the plan, and this briefing is strictly top secret. As you know, pro heroes are still hunting All For One, but the odds of actually finding him are practically zero. However, that doesn't mean our efforts have been for nothing. Aizawa has cooked up a brilliant strategy to lure that cunning old fox out of his den. First off, Detective Tsukakochi assumes All For One still possesses his search quirk, meaning he knows exactly where every hero is. We'll play right into that, letting him see a hero side that looks completely unstable and exhausted since Deku's return. That'll fuel his arrogance, leading him to think the heroes are making mistakes and walking right into his trap. According to Aizawa, we have the perfect decoy for this, Aoyama, whose sole mission is to lure All For One to a pre-designated location. When the class first heard this, they were beyond thrilled because it meant Aoyama could finally rejoin them. However, Momo is still worried All For One's ability to detect lies is incredibly accurate. Aoyama's father even confirmed that a single lie results in immediate death. Since they only communicate via phone calls and never text, it's clear he uses a sophisticated voice-based lie detection system. The challenge now is to figure out how to speak to him without triggering those alarms. To solve this, All Might brought in a surprise guest no one saw coming. Introducing a guy who worked his way up from the bottom, Shinso, who recently transferred to the hero course. Seeing him there, everyone was as hyped as if they'd just spotted a K-pop idol. Only Suyu stayed calm enough to ask the real question: doesn't Shinso's quirk prevent people from speaking? Shinso admitted that used to be the case, but not anymore. Since the training sessions to enter the hero course, he's been training relentlessly to evolve his power, and now he's confident he can pull it off. By using mind control on Aoyama and his parents, Shinso will force them to speak, ensuring All For One won't detect any deception. Finally, the hero side is seeing a glimmer of hope from the most unexpected places. Principal Nezu even gave a shout out to Aizawa, acknowledging how meticulously he trained Shinso to reach this level. Also, while Shinso doesn't have his provisional license yet, the Safety Commission chair has given him temporary clearance. The good news was flowing, but Tokoyami had to bring everyone back to reality. He questioned how they could possibly lure and capture all the villains at once when the heroes are so short-staffed compared to the massive villain army. On that point, All Might is certain victory is possible thanks to a secret surprise factor. Over at the Central Hospital, Aizawa is with our most hidden trump card, Monoma, the Phantom Thief. At first, Monoma didn't think he could master teleportation in just a few days, but Aizawa gave him the motivation he needed by sharing his own tragic past. He couldn't save his childhood friend from the dark path. Plus, Aizawa's own quirk is now limited because his left eye was ruined during the battle at Jakku. Suddenly, Monoma felt more sympathy than anything for him. He knows that without Aizawa, everyone would have been finished in that fight. Since he was a kid, people mocked his copy quirk as useless. He always felt like a background character in his own life. But in this upcoming war, nobody is a side character. Every single person is a vital link in the chain. If even one person fails their part, everything collapses. Back to the present, Monoma is doing an incredible job warping all the pro heroes onto the battlefield, setting the stage for a massive showdown. It's all or nothing now. All Might, acting as both commander and head cheerleader from the rear, gives the signal to launch the full assault. Seeing this, Dabi seemingly lost his cool and charged in like a moth to a flame, ignoring Shigaraki. Actually, he's been waiting for this day forever. The day he could personally take down the old man who made his life a living hell. He tried to strike first with a massive wave of blue fire, but it was instantly blocked by a wall of ice. And when it comes to ice, who else at UA could it be but Shoto? Getting to face his father while dealing with his little brother sent Dabi into a state of pure ecstasy. Meanwhile, All Might quickly initiated the next phase, the Troy system. Suddenly, many steel fortresses erupted from the ground, trapping the villains and splitting them into smaller groups. Detective Sukakuishi was even more anxious than All Might, determined that this time they wouldn't fail. Last time, they missed their chance to take out All for One, and he got a hole punched in his gut. But things are different now. To draw this fox out of his lair, the Hero Alliance spent a fortune building these massive structures. The fortresses powered up and surged forward. Monoma got the signal and immediately opened warp gates so the heroes could shove the villains through. Toga realized she had to break out fast and shouted to her allies. Dabi didn't want to lose his shot at the old man either and refused to be caged. However, Shoto and the other heroes were already there to freeze up any exits and keep pushing them toward the gates. Each group was specifically divided based on the key villains to neutralize their powers as much as possible. UA poured a ton of money into this, but don't worry, there's an even bigger structure waiting for the villains on the other side. As for Deku, he was supposed to be grouped with Bakugo, but while things were in full swing, something yanked him into a completely different portal. All Might hasn't realized it yet, thinking everything is still going according to plan. Ayama stayed behind with Fat Gum to deal with the stray villains who didn't get caged. The big boss, All for One, was warped to Gunga Mountain to face two top-tier heroes. Before he could even get his bearings, Hawks slashed him in the back of the neck, though it didn't do much damage. Hawks expected that, so he wasn't surprised. From their previous encounter, the heroes learned All for One can only teleport over short distances and can warp himself, making this his final resting place. Despite the disadvantageous situation, All for One stayed calm and analyzed the scene. He realized the heroes were so low on manpower they had no choice but to split up the villains. He also noted how cruel it was of Endeavor to force his youngest son to clean up the mess he created. At the command center, they're monitoring every single front. Floating high in the sky is the massive fortress, packed with high-tech gear ready to welcome Shigaraki. But a major variable has cropped up. Deku is missing. It turns out Toga dragged him to a small island in the Pacific with a headache. Uraraka and Tsuyu are panicking, while Deku is left wondering why the force danger sense didn't trigger an alarm. Over at the Flying Fortress, despite the bad news, they have to focus on the fight. They're up against the most sinister villain in history, so there's no room for error. Shigaraki is currently being controlled by All for One. He landed and immediately tried to use decay to destroy everything, but the ground suddenly surged upward, launching him into the electric barrier above. To top it off, Best Jeanist used his wires to bind him tight and slammed him back down. It's all part of the plan to keep his decay from spreading, while the support team fills the gaps with synthetic earth. This is the sky coffin designed specifically to bury Shigaraki. Speaking of the support team, they're working right below the surface, using a combination of quirks and an advanced transport system. With Momo's creation quirk added in, nothing is impossible. Finally, the high-tech power system is run by students with electricity quirks, giving off total Pikachu vibes like Denki. Keeping this floating coffin operational takes a massive amount of effort, so Shigaraki won't be escaping this place. Bakugo and here Heido just pulled off a smooth combo, setting each other up, but unfortunately, they missed. However, Mirko quickly rushed in and delivered a kick straight to Shigaraki's face. He regained his balance fast, but too bad for him. He can't use his quirks. Just look back there. Monoma and Aizawa are keeping their eyes locked on him while a pro hero keeps them hydrated. Everything's going perfectly, except for the fact that Deku is missing. Mirko continued her fierce assault, but wait, his arm suddenly elongated and pierced right through her at terrifying speed. Rewind to a few days ago during the strategy meeting to divide the villains. Based on data from the pilots, Shigaraki's power now exceeds even All for One's. Anyone who saw the Camino showdown between All Might and All for One knows how terrifying he is. If the heroes had to face both of them at once, their chances of winning would be practically zero. Back to the point, We absolutely must separate those two by at least 10 kilometers. We also have to watch out for the blue-flamed Pyro, whose destructive power can turn anything into ash. Anyone who faced him at the training camp can imagine the disaster if he's left unchecked. If Dabi were part of the main assault group, separating the villains would be a nightmare. In other words, to separate all for one. From Shigaraki, we have to deal with Dabi first. Honestly, the more we split them, the better, since every one of them is a major threat. So, step 1. Shinso uses his brainwashing to have Aoyama lure all for one in without suspicion. Then, we use the Troy system to divide the villains. Meanwhile, Monoma will copy Kurogiri's work quirk to send the villains to their preset locations. Shigaraki, the strongest, gets priority treatment in the Sky Coffin. Up there, Monoma will copy Aizawa's erasure and team up with him to keep him locked down. The key players there will be Deku, Bakugo, and several top-tier heroes. All for One will be sent to the Gongo Mountain Villa for Endeavor and Hawks to handle, while Dabi is sent to an open area in the Kamino district, where Shoto, Aida, and Endeavor sidekicks will keep him busy. As for Toga, she's a wild card whose quirks are unpredictable, so we're dumping her on the isolated Okuto Island. Gang Orca will lead that front, joined by Tsuyu and Uraraka since they've fought her before. The rest of the villains are headed to the stadium, while any who don't make it into a portal will have Fat Gum and Aoyama waiting for them. Finally, the giant Gigantomachia is caged at Jakku Hospital, and Kurogiri is at the Central Hospital. These two crucial pieces are definitely on All for One's rescue list, so security must be airtight. This total assault is kicking off across 8 locations simultaneously. It's now or never. Back to the present. Aizawa and Monoma are keeping their eyes glued to Shigaraki, with a pro hero keeping their eyes hydrated, so the 5-minute limit on erasure is basically gone. Everything was planned down to the last detail, yet Deku is nowhere to be found. On top of that, Shigaraki is making his body mutate and expand to compensate for his suppressed quirks. Anyone within a kilometer of him is getting pushed back. Simply put, his body is overflowing with so much power it's evolving on its own to adapt, even without his quirks active. Mirko got knocked back but used the momentum to gear up and rushed over to tell Bakugo to focus. Of course, that hothead isn't listening to anyone, not even a top 10 hero like her. Best Jeanist tried too, but he just got yelled at. Right then, Aizawa received a signal from Deku. He says he was dragged off to Okuto Island by Toga. Hearing this, Tamaki suggested Monoma use a warp gate to bring him back. However, Monoma can only copy one quirk at a time, and switching would leave a 10-second gap. With those endless hands spreading everywhere, a 10-second lapse would turn the entire floating fortress into dust. So Aizawa had to apologize and tell Deku he has to make it back on his own. While they wait for the star player, everyone else has to hold off this monster. Okuto Island is about 200 kilometers off the coast in the Pacific. It was a resort owned by Gang Orca, but now it's on the verge of total collapse. The Nomu sent there have incredibly annoying quirks, and when you add in the other villains, who are 3 or 4 times stronger than the ones at Jakku, it's a nightmare. Tsuyu is hanging in there, but she got separated from Uraraka and Deku because of that last shockwave. Just as Deku told Uraraka he was leaving, Toga popped up to confess her love and begged him to stay. The weird part, her attack didn't trigger the Force danger sense. Simply put, she hurts people out of genuine affection rather than malice. Deku has never had a girl confess to him before. He's crossed paths with Toga a few times, but he had no clue she actually liked him. Hearing it now, he's totally floored and blushing like crazy, even in the middle of a war zone. Seeing him flustered, Toga doubled down, telling him she fell for him the moment they first met. Apparently, him being covered in blood reminded her of her first love. She gave him a twisted grin and asked if she could suck his blood. The answer was obvious. To Deku, love is about holding hands in the park, not all this blood stuff. Suddenly, a stray blast hit near Toga, sending up a massive wave, and she used it as cover to disappear and prep a sneak attack. Since danger sense is useless here, Deku has to be on high alert. He shouted back to Toga, explaining that he doesn't want to hurt the people he cares about. Those words hit her hard, sounding just like her parents begging her to be a normal kid. Plus, Uraraka is always calling on her to take responsibility for her violent actions. In that moment, Toga lumped them all together as people who need to be erased. She suddenly reappeared behind Deku, swinging her blades in a lethal frenzy. Uraraka rushed in to save him, shoving her back. Enraged, Toga used her blades as a distraction before circling behind Uraraka and stabbing her deep in the shoulder. Just in time, Tsuyu leaped in, kicking Toga away and saving Uraraka from another strike. Now that she has Uraraka's blood, things are serious. Tsuyu told Deku he needs to head back to the Flying Fortress immediately. Standing around talking about romance isn't going to help anyone. She and Uraraka were sent here for a reason, so he shouldn't worry about them. Uraraka gave him a stern look and told him to go, so he couldn't argue. Deku combined the 7's float with the 3rd's Fa-Jin, stabilized himself, and launched himself into the air like a rocket. But he wasn't fast enough for his own liking, so he started pushing Fa-Jin even harder. Seeing this, the second user appeared to warn him that his body would give out before he ever reached the fortress. He knew Deku was planning to use his quirk and had to stop him. As One for All grows stronger with each successor, so do the quirks within it, especially the seconds. Deku can't just use it the way it was originally used. The toll on his body would be too great. For now, he has to trust his friends and maintain his current speed. He just needs to stay focused on the path ahead. Back on the island, Toga is absolutely livid that her favorite person left. She's decided to vent her rage on everyone left behind before going after him. Meanwhile, on Shoto's front, Dabi has basically turned the entire area into a literal hellscape of fire. Ida wanted to jump in and help Shoto, but the intense heat would melt his engines. Dabi hovered above, mocking the situation and wondering why his old man didn't show up himself, sending his 3rd son and some stupid sidekicks to die instead. The sidekick spoke up, saying that while Endeavor might be a terrible father, he's a professional hero who gets the job done. Shoto agreed with them. He's not there because he was ordered to be, but because he personally wants to stop his brother from going further down this dark path. He also wants to know why, if Dabi was alive all this time, he never came home. Since he asked, Dabi is more than happy to explain his tragic past and exactly why his flames burn so intensely. At the same time, in one of the few remaining prisons, Detective Sansa had a brief talk with All for One's doctor. The doctor kept rambling about how Dabi was a seed born to be twisted and deformed. Back to the story, Dabi started laying out his entire history for Shoto. It began when he begged Endeavor to come to Sokoto Hill on his day off, promising to show him something he'd been hiding, something that might even surpass All Might. But Endeavor never showed up, leaving him all alone on that desolate hill. In his despair, his flames suddenly erupted, spiraling out of control and setting the whole forest ablaze. His own body started burning up instantly, even though he's a fire user. The pain was unbearable, so he dove into a nearby river to cool down, but it was too late. He was essentially a charred husk with barely a spark of life left. That's when the doctor appeared and dragged him back from the brink of death. When he finally woke up, Dabi was totally confused about where he was. He felt like he'd been dumped into a nursery out of nowhere. He opened a random door, which happened to lead to a common room filled with kids. The kids started shouting for their teacher when they saw him. It turned out he'd been unconscious for 3 whole years, a miracle for a kid who had been that close to death. Dabi immediately demanded to go home, but of course, they weren't going to let him leave that easily. Heartbroken, he tried to convince himself that his dad was just too busy to come get him. He felt he needed to go back and apologize to his mom and everyone for the things he'd said. He wanted to show his father his new power and prove he could be a legendary hero. But as he spoke, a voice came from a nearby monitor. He thought it was All Might, but he was wrong. The voice told him his dream was impossible because his body was still too unstable. His missing parts were replaced with regenerative tissue that was incredibly fragile, so it's a miracle he's even standing. Furthermore, he can't use his quirk normally because his internal organs are shot and his sense of pain is completely dead. Even though he can't feel it, the truth is he's on borrowed time. Hearing this, Dabi collapsed in despair, sobbing into his hands. Sensing his vulnerability, All for One stepped in with a very tempting offer. He offered to restore Dabi's flames if he joined his family. But Dabi's reaction was the exact opposite of what All for One expected. He was so obsessed with Endeavor that he refused to follow anyone else. He even started throwing things, and set the orphanage on fire. The doctor had to admit that even someone like All for One couldn't control Dabi. His obsession with his father was simply too deep. After that incident, Dabi vanished and no one could track him down. Eventually, All for One gave up on him, assuming he wouldn't last a month with that wrecked body. Yet, years later, Dabi resurfaced, leaving the doctor stunned. Driven by curiosity, the doctor secretly met with him to find out the truth. One look into those eyes filled with pure hatred and the doctor understood. Dabi had kept his decaying body going through sheer spite. It turns out that after escaping the orphanage, Dabi actually went home. He was desperate for a warm welcome, but instead he saw that nothing had changed. He realized his life meant nothing to them, and that his family had tossed him aside like trash. From that day on, his hatred only grew. By studying Endeavor's moves, online, Dabi pushed his own power to new heights. Every time he saw his father playing hero on TV, his heart would race just like it did back then. Now, it's clear why he's currently on par with All for One, even with just his blue flames. Let's talk about Endeavor's signature move, the Prominence Burn. By cranking up his heat to the limit and concentrating it, he can unleash a devastating lethal punch. He developed this while mastering his quirk, and through it, he discovered his own limits. That very flame blinded him to everything but his own ambition. That's the whole backstory, but back in the present, Dabi's temperature is spiking way faster than Shoto's. Just one look, and you can tell he's prepping a prominence burn of his own. Since he can't feel pain, he can push himself even harder than Endeavor, aiming for a punch as powerful as All Might in his prime. But what he unleashed wasn't the standard move, it was a deadly spray of sparks. Edo was forced back by the extreme heat, leaving just Shoto and the 3 sidekicks. They're literally putting their lives on the line to buy Shoto time to build up his own heat. But somehow, Dabi managed to slip behind Shoto and land a massive blow to his face. And he didn't stop there. He kept punching and mocking Shoto, calling him a coward. He screamed that a true son of Endeavor should be reckless like him, and that Shoto is just wasting his perfect genetics by relying on others. Dabi absolutely loathes that about his brother. To him, Shoto is just a half-baked puppet who's always hesitating and will never achieve anything. With that, Dabi landed a prominence burn that sent Shoto flying onto a rooftop. It was a powerful hit, but Shoto's new technique started neutralizing the heat immediately. It was like Shoto just took a physical punch without the burn. This is the result of all his training with his classmates, a fire-ice hybrid move designed specifically to shut Dabi down. Shoto was the one who personally asked his father for the chance to face his brother. He knew it was their family responsibility, but Endeavor was better suited for All for One. Now, Shoto was telling his brother that while their dad might be crazy, choosing to burn people alive for revenge is unforgivable. Deku was worried sick when he heard Shoto was taking on Dabi, but Shoto's mind was made up. No matter the cost, he was going to see this through to the very end. This new move is the key to overcoming what's ahead. This hybrid flame isn't even hot to the touch. Shoto's using both sides of his heart to balance the extremes, mixing his hot and cold blood to create a perfectly stable flame. It's like the dreamlike ice fire he's been working toward. Shoto is proving he was born for a purpose. Like Deku said, this is Shoto's own power, and it's ending this fight right now. Witness the ultimate ice fire punch. A brilliant white light slammed into Dabi, pushing back his destructive heat. Enraged, Dabi lunged back with even more terrifying power. If that hit Shoto, it might have been game over, but the sidekicks shielded him with their own bodies, giving our hero the opening he needed to strike once more. Every experience on Shoto's hero journey, the pain, the joy, the shame, has built the person he is today. And of course, his Class A family has always been there to back him up. After building up his energy to the limit, Shoto charged at blinding speed and landed a massive punch on his brother's gut. Ice instantly covered a 1-kilometer radius, snuffing out the blue flames. The victory officially goes to Shoto Oki of Class 1A. You heard right, Dabi is completely out of commission after that final blow. Shoto finally defeated his brother, taking down the biggest rival of his life. Even while injured, one of the sidekicks managed to stand up and witness the moment, shouting at the top of her lungs that Dabi is down. If Shoto can pull that off, there's no way this bunch of heroes can't handle a few Nomu. Morale is through the roof, and every hero is going all out to finish off the remaining villains. Honestly, everyone on this front should feel lucky they didn't have to face notorious escapees like Kunidea or Gashly. When All Might got the news, he felt a pang of grief, but he didn't let it stop him. For a moment, he was shaken, but right now, he needs to get on the comms and tell every other battlefield that Shoto succeeded. The news reached Jaku Hospital, where Gigantamakia is held, giving the heroes there a massive second wind. Mount Lady is absolutely crushing it, stomping on villains left and right. They don't stand a chance. But some villains are still talking big, like that creep in the weird mask. He's claiming the heroes are just making up stories to buy time, and he's threatening to take out anyone spreading lies, just like he did to that teacher. Mina was fuming and ready to tear him apart. Just then, Kirishima jumped in and punched a sneak attacker right in the face, reporting that his escort mission was a success. Shoto proved Class A is top tier, so everyone needs to stay focused. Over at the National Stadium, the heroes just heard the good news too. Sato and Koda are wrapping things up as fast as possible so they can go celebrate with him. Everyone at the floating fortress is just as hyped, especially that firecracker Bakugo. Meanwhile, on the front held by Fat Gum and his team, the enemy is playing it smart, analyzing before attacking, which is making things difficult. One villain claimed heroes only use hope and faith as a mask for their own oppression. Fat Gum was not having it, oppressing the entire planet? Is she from outer space or something? She's clearly obsessed with proving her worth to All for One, wanting the whole world to see her as his top assassin, especially after Aoyama's betrayal. Introducing the hero killer and Tartarus escapee, Kunida. At the same time, at the central hospital where Kurogiri is held, Heroes and special forces are struggling against a massive army of revolutionaries. Shoji saw the danger and pulled Kota out of Spinner's path. President Mike was shouting that Shoto won and succeeded against Dabi, but when it reached Spinner's ears, he absolutely lost it. He refused to believe it, thinking it was just hero propaganda, because Dabi was the one he trusted most. To Spinner, someone like Dabi who has everything, a reason to live and raw power, couldn't possibly lose. It's a sharp contrast to Spinner himself, who had to borrow power from All for One only to end up looking like this. Fueled by rage, Spinner ordered the Liberation Army to take back Kurogiri no matter what. Shoji, on the other hand, is riding high on the morale boost from Shoto's win, so these low-level villains are just pests to him. Back with Shoto, Ito was finally able to walk over and give him a celebratory pat on the back. It looks like Dabi might have breezed his last after that fight. Well, emphasis on looks like, because we don't know for sure yet. Meanwhile, on the most intense front of all, Gunga Mountain, the top heroes are facing off. Endeavor didn't know how to feel about Shoto's victory. Sensing his internal conflict, All for One started taunting him. Hawks knew exactly what he was doing and warned Endeavor not to listen, but that's easier said than done when the guy's mouth is like a toxic waste dump. According to the plan, the top heroes are targeting All for One's biggest weakness, his mask. This was confirmed by pilot data and hero intelligence. They couldn't risk sending too many heroes because of the threat of him stealing their quirks, so only the two heavy hitters, Endeavor and Hawks, are on the job. Despite their combined speed and power, All for One calmly dodged a barrage of fire-enhanced feathers. Even Hawks' sneak attack failed because he's just not as fast as he used to be. But Hawks also knows All for One isn't doing much better himself. Endeavor didn't say much. He just flew in and unleashed a flurry of fire punches on All for One, forcing him onto the defensive. With that much heat, he can't even try to counter. Plus, Hawks is attacking from every angle, making a counterattack nearly impossible. Their strategy is solid on paper, but their timing is just a little off, which is why All for One is still so composed. They know it, but they're not stopping. Endeavor knows the villain doesn't have super regeneration right now, so he's planning to wear him down over time. Realizing the strategy, All for One shifted his focus to the younger heroes down below. They're giving it their all, yet the number one hero is getting distracted just because his sons are fighting elsewhere. Hawks was shouting himself hoarse, telling him to block it out. It reminded him of how All Might was nearly undone by these same dirty tactics. But Hawks didn't know All for One was hiding one last bombshell. He knew Endeavor spent years looking for Dabi's body without success, and that's because All for One had already taken it to be reconstructed. Hawks realized it was a lost cause. Using that kind of dirty trick is just pathetic. Endeavor ignored Hawks' warnings and lunged at All for One, screaming his name. That opening was all the villain needed to land a lethal blow to his side, sending him crashing down. All for One then turned his sights on Hawks, knowing he couldn't escape from this close. Hawks accepted his fate and sent his remaining feathers down to Endeavor, hoping the old man was still alive. Just as he braced for the end, Tokoyami and Jiro swooped in, delivering a total surprise. Hawks panicked and told them to run, but Tokoyami was having none of it. He begged his mentor to stop doubting them and just listen. All for One didn't think twice about these two pests arriving to die, but he's about to learn a lesson in underestimating people. Down below, Endeavor is in bad shape and can't get back up yet. In his moment of agony, his only thoughts were of his sons. He didn't care who won, he just wanted them to be safe. That thought pushed his broken body to stand up, even as he blamed himself for everything. Back in the sky, Hawks could feel Endeavor's breathing through his feathers. Since he's still alive, the only job now is to buy time. Hawks was about to tell Tokoyami to retreat, but the kid insisted on helping. Hawks realized that having Tokoyami and Jiro here for support was exactly what they needed. He swallowed his pride and asked them to back him up one more time. Of course, Tokoyami wasn't going to turn down a request like that. All for One was getting bored and decided to speed things up since his last hit didn't finish the job. To do that, he aimed for the weakest link. It took him all of 5 seconds to decide that Jiro was the easiest target, but Hawks was right there to save her in the nick of time. Hawks didn't stop there. He sent feathers for a back attack and then dashed in, landing a direct hit on the mask. He bought enough time for Tokoyami to grab Jiro and then pivot back to support him. Jiro came into this ready for anything, but the reality of the fight was terrifying. She couldn't fathom how Deku and Aoyama had dealt with this monster all this time. All for One sensed her fear immediately. While dealing with Hawks, he sneakily aimed a massive blast at the two of them. Tokoyami tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough, and Jiro took a hit, losing one of her earphone jacks while Tokoyami was left battered. In a flash, All for One handled all three of them like he had eyes in the back of his head. But that doesn't give him the right to insult them, especially Jiro. Losing an ear, she didn't care. She grit her teeth and unleashed her most powerful sound wave directly at him. Usually, All for One wouldn't even flinch at such an attack, but Jiro's pure determination reached out to the quirks residing within him. They rebelled all at once, preventing him from defending himself. Seizing the opening, Hawks circled behind and aimed right for the crack he'd already made in the mask to deliver the final blow. Persistence pays off, and even the toughest armor eventually cracks. Hawks manages to shatter All for One's thick mask, and Jiro quickly hands her jacket to Fumikage to wrap his hands. She uses her sonic waves to propel him forward, amping up his speed for a devastating strike. Fumikage lands a perfect crushing blow that sends the villain spiraling. All for One is left in freefall, utterly baffled as to how he couldn't dodge it. Ever since losing his natural senses, he's hoarded countless sensory quirks to stay aware of everything around him. His perception is 10 times sharper than a normal human's, so dodging even Jiro's attack should have been child's play. But the truth is, the stolen quirks inside him are rebelling and helping the heroes. Without that internal chaos, our side would have lost ages ago. Hawks presses the advantage. He hits him with everything he's got, but this time, All for One truly snaps. He tears through obstacles, literally consuming them to force them into submission before unleashing a massive wave of power. But wait, Hawks isn't the one who takes the hit. Endeavor steps in, using his own body as a shield for Hawks and sacrificing his arm just to break free from the villain's control. That moment of agony forces him into a mental void where a projection of his own psyche mocks him, claiming Endeavor is getting weaker and pathetic. Torn apart by guilt and the weight of his responsibilities, he feels like a total failure. He's forced to confront his roots, his old enemies, and the haunting memory of his father dying while trying to save a girl from a villain. It's a brutal walk down memory lane. The irony isn't lost on him. The name Endeavor means constant effort, yet here he is, ready to quit. His inner demon wants him to abandon his dreams of redemption and just rot in his own weakness. But right in this critical moment, it's like he's severed his own nerves. He discards his useless right arm and replaces it with a limb of pure flame to deliver a searing punch. All for One blocks it, but the impact clearly triggers PTSD from the beating All Might gave him years ago. Endeavor's raw power is now a terrifying force. Suddenly, with a speed boost from Hawks, he teleports across the field and pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a rocket-powered fire fist that pins All for One to the dirt. Hawks is stressing out because the plan was to end this in the sky. Bringing him to the ground is like letting a tiger back into the jungle. It looks like reckless madness from the outside, but All for One has shifted entirely to a defensive stance. To win, Endeavor has to shatter that shield, which is impossible from the air. Actions speak louder than words as he dives back down with maximum heat. Once the barrier breaks, he uses his feet like thrusters to drag the villain across the earth in a straight line. Knowing All for One will try to steal his quirk, Endeavor channels his inner Superman, firing heat from his eyes to char the villain's hands to ash. Then he drags him back into the sky, swearing to end this nightmare so the next generation doesn't have to. He's ready to die to erase the name All for One from history. Reaching the target altitude, Endeavor turns himself into a human sun, attempting to incinerate the villain into nothingness. Since Shigaraki has the regeneration quirk, this should be the end for him. But the villain has an ace up his sleeve. He was always prepared to ditch this body, and he uses experimental drug from his twisted scientist. This is where things go from bad to worse. With just one dose, his charred body undergoes a horrific transformation, reversing time to his prime. Meanwhile, over at the floating fortress, Shigaraki is causing chaos by sprouting an infinite sea of fingers. Even the pro heroes are having a nightmare of a time. The heroes are struggling just to stay uninjured. The growth is slow but relentless, making it possible to get close to Shigaraki. Knowing his current power isn't enough, Bakugo switches to his heavy-duty support gear to turn the tide. This strafe panzer gear supercharges his speed and blast power, letting him fire off explosions like a 6-barreled Gatling gun. He knows Aizawa and Monoma are still holding down the fort with the Erasure quirk, and he needs to make it count. The Pikachu crew's keeping the power running, while Momo's team constantly rebuilds the floor for the attackers. With everyone else pushing forward, Bakugo refuses to stay down. The legendary name Grid Explosion Murder God Dynamite is about to become a household name. He shreds through millions of fingers to get in Shigaraki's face. He hits him with a massive, explosive cyclone. While the support team works overtime to fix the structural damage, the business course students are actually out there filming the whole thing, capturing every second of the war. They're acting as cameramen, commentators, and live reporters. Some might think it's a waste of time during a crisis, but they're using their training to document how the world's heroes are fighting for peace. It's their mission. Back to the action, Bakugo's Cyclone Blast hits like a nuke, shaking the entire floating castle. Kaminari guarantees that Bakugo won't accidentally destroy the base though, because he actually pays attention to his surroundings. Kaminari is right, Bakugo condenses the blast to minimize collateral while amping the power to a terrifying level. But the victory is short-lived. Shigaraki reads his move and takes Bakugo's right arm. Talk about a brutal turn. Shigaraki taunts him, asking which arm he used to fire and which leg he used to jump. Best Jeanist and Miraku rush to save him, but touching Shigaraki right now is practically suicide. Bakugo gets tossed aside like he's nothing. Midoriya is coming, but the question is, will anyone be left standing? Bakugo is reaching a breaking point. He just used his absolute strongest move and it didn't even leave a scratch on Shigaraki. It's a complete humiliation. Shigaraki keeps twisting the knife, saying the only thing that matters about Bakugo is his bond with Midoriya. He wants Deku to see his friend like this and lose his mind. Aizawa is losing his cool, screaming for anyone to get a status update on Midoriya's arrival. Communication is down due to the electromagnetic field, so they're flying blind. Desperate, Aizawa begs the top heroes to protect Bakugo at all costs. The kid wants to be the #1 hero after graduation, so they can't let him die here. While Aizawa pleads for his student's life, the school's big three gather to brainstorm. Their new mission? Top 10 ways to stall for time until Midoriya arrives. It's all on them now. Shigaraki is relishing the thought of Midoriya's reaction. He plans to torture Bakugo until he's broken just to wait for his real prey. To him, Bakugo is nothing more than a sidekick in Midoriya's shadow. Just as the torture is about to start, Nishiro hits him with a surprise wave. But the villainous scum uses Bakugo as a human shield, forcing her to divert her attack at the last second. Tamaki sneaks around and injects a lethal multi-insect toxin into Shigaraki. It spreads fast, but the villain's body is built differently. He detoxifies instantly, neutralizing the sneak attack. The plan backfires immediately. They barely escape a literal tsunami of fingers. But wait, where's the third member of the trio? Mirio is hiding in wait, choosing the perfect moment when Shigaraki is distracted to pop out and grab Bakugo. Mirio tosses Bakugo into the air for Best Janus to catch. Now his job is simple: stay alive and waste time. Shigaraki actually remembers Mirio from their brief encounters, so Mirio decides to give him a proper and very annoying introduction. Mirio is doing a masterclass in distraction, taunting the villain while Nejier backs him up with more waves. He even hits him with the ultimate low blow, pointing out that Shigaraki has 0 friends in this world, which is why he's so obsessed with destruction. Mirio's Talk no Jutsu is high tier. He leaves Shigaraki stunned and confused while he lands hit after hit. Meanwhile, Best Jeanist is witnessing something heartbreaking. Bakugo is actually crying. Jeanist thinks the kid's spirit is finally broken and tries to comfort him, saying he's already done more than enough. But as he speaks, he realizes he's completely misread the situation. Bakugo is muttering tactical movements under his breath. He's still in the fight. Those tears aren't from defeat, they're pure physical agony. He's down, but he is definitely not out. Mirio, meanwhile, doubles down on the psychological warfare. Mirio points out that someone with friends would want to protect things, not burn them down. The word friends strikes a chord deep within Shigaraki, stirring up repressed childhood memories from when his family was still alive. Shigaraki screams back that he has plenty of friends. Makun, Tomo, Mon making a complete scene. Mirio is actually surprised he hit such a massive nerve. But then, the All-for-One persona takes the wheel again to regain control. All-for-One is annoyed that Shigaraki's childhood self is still lingering inside. He decides to end this fight immediately to purge that remaining piece of humanity. Mirio realizes the villain is now dead set on finishing Bakugo. The distraction plan is failing. Mirio needs more time for their secret weapon Tamaki to charge up his ultimate attack. Seeing Shigaraki move in for the kill, Nejier launches a desperate, frantic assault. She can't even break through the wall of fingers, let alone hit the villain, but she refuses to quit, driven by a memory from her middle school days, when her constant curiosity made her an outcast. She's used to being misunderstood. She used to ask endless questions about everyone's quirks, thinking she was being friendly, but people just thought she was being condescending. Her raw power made her peers jealous and resentful, making for a very lonely childhood. But everything changed when she entered high school. For the first time, a classmate Tamaki approached her and started a conversation. And once again, she opened her heart, rushing toward him with endless questions. Tamaki's patience and his introduction to Mirio gave her the family she always wanted. Now, she's willing to lay down her life to buy Tamaki the seconds he needs to unleash his final blow. It's all or nothing. If anyone can stop Shigaraki, it's Tamaki. He's channeling every ounce of energy, combining the traits of countless creatures with the power of his bonds with his friends. It's a literal manifestation of their shared struggle. He fires a massive, devastating blast that shreds through the finger defenses and hits Shigaraki dead on. That's an incredible feat of power. But unfortunately, the villain's regeneration quirk is just too broken. He heals instantly. The blast did 0 permanent damage. But then, Bakugo drags himself up and tells Genis to watch the others. He's going back in. He looks like he's at death's door, but his aura is more terrifying than ever. He moves so fast he practically teleports, catching Shigaraki off guard with a hit. He's weaving through counterattacks with impossible speed, disappearing and reappearing like a ghost in the machine. Here's the science. Bakugo's sweat is explosive, and his new cluster technique involves constant, high-frequency micro-explosions. It's putting a suicidal amount of strain on his body, but the payoff in speed is insane. His drive to win is so intense that he's sweating from every pore and detonating it, essentially exploding his entire body into a state of hyperspeed. It's pure agony, but it's the same reckless style Midoriya has used since day one. They really are more alike than they admit. Even Shigaraki starts to feel a twinge of panic at this new, explosive version of Bakugo. To shut down that fear, he lunges forward to deliver a final, killing blow. In a split second, Bakugo sees a vision of All Might's soul, and admits that more than anything, he always wanted his hero's autograph. But the moment fades, and reality hits hard as he's struck down while the other heroes watch in horror. Genis rushes over, but it's too late. Shigaraki has pierced Bakugo's heart. It's a nightmare scenario. I'm sorry to say, but the great explosion murder god has fallen. Meanwhile, Midoriya feels a sudden, chilling dread. He's pushing his limit, but he can't go any faster. The first user of OFA warns him that All for One's power is surging again. To make matters worse, something unidentified is heading straight for him. Back at the fortress, the silence is deafening as everyone stares at Bakugo's lifeless body. The grief is overwhelming. Genis is paralyzed. How do you save someone whose heart has stopped beating and been destroyed? Shigaraki gloats, proud to have finally killed his annoying pest. He coldly invites the next victim to step up. Mirko snaps and charges in for revenge, but against a monster like him, she's completely outmatched. The regret of not finishing him off earlier is eating Mirko alive, and Shigaraki just mocks her for it. He tells her not to feel bad, since she wasn't the only failure that day. Meanwhile, in the city center, a new threat emerges. Shoto and Aida are staring in disbelief at the blue flame still roaring ahead. Dabi is back, and he's evolved. He's actually copied Shoto's own technique to regulate his body temperature and keep his fire burning hotter than ever. Shoto realizes his brother has been perfecting his quirk in secret this whole time. Dabi screams for endeavor, and a nearby Nomu controlled by Skeptic relays that the Flame Hero is currently at Gunga Villa. The hunt is on. Skeptic is orchestrating everything from a satellite in space, playing the battlefield like a game. He makes his move, hacking into the floating fortress's control systems to shut everything down and let the slaughter begin. The power goes out, and Shigaraki is ready to tear the place apart. The refugees inside UA have no idea how close they are to disaster. They're still hoping for a miracle, but that hope is about to be tested by spies from within. The moles have received their signal. On All for One's side, he's undergone a miracle transformation, looking like he never even felt Endeavor's attacks. This dates back to the day he recruited his mad scientists and started experimenting. The scientists used Erie's quirk to create a serum that doesn't just erase power, it reverses time. He gave All for One a dose that could restore him to his absolute physical peak whenever he needed it. Now the villain is back in his prime, fueled by cold ambition rather than just blind rage. Endeavor forced his hand, making him use his ultimate trump card early, but the result is a terrifyingly young and powerful All for One. He feels lighter than he has in decades. He drops to the ground in the blink of an eye and blurs past everyone like a phantom. Before anyone can react, he's already standing next to Pixie Bob. He steals her quirk effortlessly. Hawks manages to grab her and fly her miles away from the danger zone. All for One is now basically a god among men, but Hawks suspects this youthful form has a strict time limit. Hawks shifts to stalling tactics, asking what All for One even plans to do once he gets his hands on One for All. Surprisingly, the villain explains his motive. It all stems from a comic book he read as a kid about a world-conquering overlord. He wants to be that legendary villain. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the president is grilling the military leadership over the unauthorized use of nuclear missiles. The political tension is almost as high as the battlefield stakes. The consensus is that Shigaraki is a force of nature that can't be stopped, so some politicians think it's better to surrender than fight. But the military's rogue strike has already made them an enemy, so negotiation is off the table. The general is disgusted by the president's cowardice, arguing that abandonment will doom the entire planet. Even with guns pointed at him, he pulls out a photo of Star and Stripe, reminding everyone of the hero they just lost. He reminds them that All Might inspired Star to become the best, and she sacrificed herself to pass that torch to the next generation. America can't just turn its back on her legacy. Back at the floating castle, things are desperate. Deadshot is running on fumes, but he's putting everything into a plan to revive Bakugo. He's a ninja with a crazy technique, but first, he screams at Mirko to wake up and keep fighting, even if it's her last breath. Mirko finds her second wind, roaring like a beast, ready for one last round. Meanwhile, Deadshot is literally going to become Bakugo's new heart, sacrificing his own body to mend what was destroyed. It's an insane gamble. His full-to-body quirk lets him thin himself out like surgical thread. After years of training, he can weave his own body into Bakugo's chest to repair the heart. It's the ultimate act of heroism, turning himself into a living suture. The surgery is underway. He's stitching the puncture in the heart with surgical precision, closing the wound in record time. But stopping the internal bleeding and repairing the actual organ is a whole different level of difficulty. He's just trying to keep the kid from crossing over to the other side right now. Genius stays on the outside, providing support and keeping the area clear while the miracle surgery happens. Bad news, Shigaraki has spotted them. He's furious that these rats are trying to fix what he personally broke, and he's not about to let it happen. Shigaraki lunges for Genius, but just as things look hopeless, Miracle appears out of nowhere and kicks him right in the jaw. He's so arrogant about his durability that he doesn't even bother to dodge. He gets sent reeling, and it actually shocks him that he's losing his balance. Mirko is a force of nature. She's losing her cool and attacking with everything she has, even knowing how dangerous it is. Mirko is charging in, but Shigaraki is waiting for a counter. Luckily, Mirio pulls off a brilliant blindside distraction, giving Mirko the opening she needs to land another heavy blow. Shigaraki is starting to actually feel threatened. Mirko lands her hit from his blind spot, but she's smart enough to pull back before he grabs her. In his confusion, Shigaraki wonders why these heroes won't just give up after all the trauma he's inflicted on them. Why is there no despair in their eyes? To counter their resilience, Shigaraki's body undergoes another evolution. The heroes have been doing too well, especially with the erasure quirk keeping his powers in check. Shigaraki sheds the mess of fingers and forms a near impenetrable armor. His speed jumps tenfold, and in a flash, he wipes out almost every hero. Mirio is the only one left standing thanks to his intangibility. Mirio is helpless as Shigaraki heads for the revival attempt. Even the top pros look like amateurs against this monster. But then, a signal comes through. The barrier is opening to let Midoriya through. They just need to stall for 2 more seconds. Mirio remembers his mentor's advice to always keep smiling, so he does the only thing he can think of to stun Shigaraki. He moons him. It's the weirdest distraction in history, but it works. Midoriya drops from the sky and lands a brutal kick that tears through Shigaraki. The hero strategy of splitting the villains into 8 fronts has mostly worked, though some areas are becoming absolute chaos. Kamino is a mess, and Dabi is stronger than ever after copying Shoto's moves. Gunga's even worse with a Prime All-for-One on the loose. Midoriya was still out over the ocean, but the Cavalry has arrived to speed him up. Star and Stripe's pilots show up in their jets, offering Midoriya a lift. They know he's the key to winning this, and they're willing to defy international orders just to get him to the fight faster. Midoriya hitches a ride with Black Whip. These pilots are risking their entire careers and maybe their lives by ignoring the US government's recall. But for Star's legacy and the future of heroes, they don't care about the consequences. They're betting it all on him, just like Star did. They tell Midoriya to use their jets as stepping stones to launch himself forward at Mach speed. All that time the others bought. He's about to make it worth every second. Midoriya arrives early and immediately sends Shigaraki flying into the electrical barrier. He apologizes to everyone for the delay, but then he sees the carnage on the ground. The sight is absolutely devastating. He sees Bakugo's lifeless body, Jenna speeding down, and Mirko unable to move. Shigaraki wastes no time in blaming Midoriya, telling him that no matter the excuse, all this blood is on his hands. He tells Midoriya to just run away from the responsibility like a coward, claiming it's just one dead friend. Midoriya starts to lose his grip on reality as the rage boils over. He's turning into a monster of pure fury. Shigaraki wants him angry so his attacks become predictable. Mirio spots the trap and rushes to snap Midoriya out of it, screaming that it's going to be okay and that he needs to keep a cool head. Mirio understands the guilt, but he insists that nobody is truly gone yet. He tells Midoriya that Deadshot is literally inside Bakugo right now trying to stitch his life back together. There's still hope. Mirio is fighting for that belief, and he needs Midoriya to do the same. They can't let their strongest player fall into a mental trap now. The world depends on him staying focused. Shigaraki calls it delusion, but Mirio fires back. If heroes don't say the impossible, who will make it real? That line hits deep, and Midoriya sees a vision of all might in his mind. The spark is reignited. With the faith of his friends and mentors behind him, Midoriya calms down. He apologizes to Mirio for losing his cool. This is the Deku we know and love, calm, focused, and ready for the real fight to begin. The real battle starts now. Midoriya asks if Shigaraki is still inside that body. All for One claims he's fully merged and that Shigaraki is gone forever, but he's probably just talking big. All for One says he's the perfect version now. But Mirio mentions how the villain threw a tantrum like a toddler when he said Shigaraki had no friends. That's a huge clue that the fusion isn't as perfect as he claims. Nana Shimura can see it too. Her grandson is still suffering deep inside that monster. All for One realizes his bluff is called and loses his patience, lunging forward with enough force to shake the entire floating fortress. He jumps toward Midoriya with a devastating punch that slams the young hero into the floor. The impact is massive, turning everything nearby into rubble in an instant. Midoriya isn't hurt at all. He's perfectly combining his quirks for defense. He uses Fajin and Black Whip to snare All for One, treating the most dangerous villain in the world like a pet on a leash. He spins the villain around and slams him into a rock. All for One scoffs, saying the same trick won't work twice, but the second user of OFA appears to tell Midoriya it's time for the real deal. The ultimate move is coming. It's time for transmission. Before All for One can even blink, he takes a gut-shattering punch and is launched into the sky. He didn't even see it coming. Midoriya shifts through the gears, amping his power until it's like a skyscraper falling on All for One. The speed is so high that sound can't even keep up. All for One realizes he's in a whole new world of pain. This is on a completely different level from before. Midoriya stays glued to him, manipulating the velocity so All for One feels like he's moving in slow motion, while Deku hits him like a lightning bolt. At 120% power with velocity manipulation, the damage is astronomical. A second before the final blow, All for One is in denial. He remembers the second user as a worthless bug he crushed years ago. He thought the second user's quirk was garbage, only good for small things like bullets. He viewed him as pathetic trash that shouldn't even exist. Yet here he is, being absolutely dominated by that very same power. The irony is stinging. Midoriya kicks him back down to earth, amping the velocity to make the crash even more violent. The quirk has evolved within One for All, becoming a force that can manipulate even human bodies. This 100% smash, combined with velocity manipulation, creates a shockwave that levels everything for a kilometer. It's essentially a tactical nuke. But Midoriya isn't done. He dives back down for more. He heads straight for the crater to deliver another strike. All for One thinks he can time his counterattack now that he can see Midoriya coming, but he's in for another rude awakening. Midoriya pulls an emergency brake with Gear 1 just as he reaches the villain, completely throwing off his timing. All for One tries to close the gap, but Midoriya has already planned 5 steps ahead. He uses Smokescreen to blind the villain, then loops around with Black Whip again. It's a perfect combo, Danger Sense to avoid hits, Smokescreen to hide, and Float to reposition. He's playing 4D chess. He snares him with Black Whip and waits for Fajin to charge. These quirks were weak on their own, but in Midoriya's hands, they're a god-tier combo. This is why he was destined to complete One for All. The end is here for All for One. He's about to pay for every life he's ruined, and every friend of Midoriya's he's hurt. The sheer power being unleashed is absolute justice. The overdrive punch lands, shredding through every defense and leaving a massive hole in the villain's chest. No regeneration is happening. The first user warns that the 2 quirks are resonating only. One will survive this clash. Mirio was right, Shigaraki's true self is still fighting back from within. But Midoriya can't relax yet. The second user tells him to stay sharp, as the climax of the war is finally upon them. All for One is powerless and hates it. He's cursing Aizawa and Monoma for keeping his quirks locked away, but his pure rage is causing his body to mutate and fill the wound. He still thinks he can win this. The villain's confidence is borderline delusional at this point, but he does have one last thing to bank on. Something that has been shunned and hated by society since the very beginning. We're talking about the mutants led by Spinner. Back when Dabi was defeated, thousands of them gathered at the hospital to free Kurogiri. These are people who've been beaten and ostracized just for looking different. 15,000 heteromorphs are storming the hospital on All for One's orders. They're fueled by years of systemic abuse and violence. The heroes and police only have about 200 people to hold back this massive, angry crowd. present Mike is using his voice quirk to hold them off, but the mob is using their own comrades as human shields to push through. It's a brutal, chaotic mess that even Mick can't handle alone. Kota saves present Mike from a killing blow at the last second. The police are barely holding the line, and the rioters are using organized tactics to split the defenders up. It's a highly coordinated rebellion. They've been radicalized into hating all heroes, even those like Kota who are also mutants. To them, if you're a hero, you're the enemy, period. Their hatred for the system is blinding them to everything else. A puppet master is stoking the flames of revolution from above, preaching that the Hero Society's education is a sham. He claims city dwellers have no idea how hard life is for those in the countryside. He's weaponizing their trauma to get them to take back justice by force. He's using Spinner as the face of the revolution since he's become a symbol for mutant rights. It's a very dangerous cult of personality, but Spinner is barely conscious. His mind is fried from the quirks, all for one shoved into him. He's just a mindless soldier now, focused only on the mission to free Kurogiri while ignoring the propaganda being spewed. Shoji steps up to face Spinner, hitting him with a barrage of punches. Seeing their idol attacked, the mob swarms Shoji. He screams at them, asking if they really think this mindless violence is the justice they were looking for. He asks if they're fighting for equality or just to satisfy their own rage. Shoji knows the pain of discrimination better than anyone, but he refuses to let that pain turn him into a monster like they've become. Despite his scars, he won't give in to hate. Spinner sees Shoji's resolve, but his brain is so overloaded he can't even process it. The mob, however, starts to hesitate after hearing Shoji's powerful words. The crowd starts wavering and demands a real answer from their idol, Spinner. But honestly, trying to get logic out of this Ninja Turtle right now is like talking to a brick wall. He just snaps that he doesn't give a damn and focuses on the mission All for One gave him. That fanatic preacher immediately steps in to translate, claiming their leader wants history to be written in blood. The whole army keeps marching forward, ignoring the insults from their enemies. It only took one sentence from him to make all that hesitation vanish instantly. Meanwhile, Shoji is still desperately warning the big turtle that he's dragging his own kind back into the nightmare they escaped 30 years ago. But of course he doesn't care, he's only thinking about the instructions All for One gave him. He was told to take a specific pill if he got tired, even if it made his head spin. Sure enough, Iguchi starts sprouting these ultra-hard scales and charges ahead, leaving Shoji totally helpless. To make it worse, his arms start growing hundreds of blades. Those blades in Iguchi's arms are shredding Shoji's hands, but he manages to turn the tables with a clever sacrifice, successfully pushing the enemy back. Seeing the tide turn, the preacher starts screaming at the revolutionary army to get even more violent. Listening to this makes Kota's blood boil with pure rage. Kota is gritting his teeth so hard he looked ready to punch that guy's lights out. He knows all about Shoji's painful past because Shoji shared his story with everyone back at the dorms once. Shoji's parents didn't have those octopus-like arms, so the villagers treated their son like some kind of freakish outsider. Even though the world has moved on, that kind of discrimination is still very much alive. After hearing that, even Mineta had to check his conscience for all the times he joked about Shoji being an octopus. Shoji never really took those jokes to heart though. He's lived through so much absolute garbage that his spirit has been forged into something unbreakable. Instead of wallowing in the bad times, he chooses to focus on his proudest moments, like the day he risked everything to save a little girl from a raging river. That kid was one of the few people who actually touched his heteromorph body without flinching. After hearing that story, the whole class huddled around Shoji, promising to build 1,000,000 better memories together. Kota is taking that to heart right now, doing whatever he can while Shoji stands against the entire army to prove a point. As he fights, Shoji screams at the revolutionaries, trying to knock some sense into them. He tells them he's been through the same torture, but there's a better way forward than this extreme violence. Sensing the army is starting to waver, the preacher tries to reel them back in. But the second he opens his mouth, thousands of birds swarm him from out of nowhere. This is Kota's moment to shine. Anyone mocking his friends is going to regret it. Meanwhile, Shoji pulls out a hidden trump card, transforming his arm into a monstrous shape to maximize his power. If this hit lands on Spinner, it's going to do some serious damage. Let's jump back a bit before the war started. Shoji and Kota actually asked Mount Lady and Aizawa if they could guard the central hospital. Even though there wasn't an official warning, Shoji knew from talking to a giant heteromorph lady that this was where the mutant conflict would go down. Aizawa understood what his student was getting at and made the call quickly. Present Mike was on board too. But right now, Mike is practically begging Aizawa to hurry over and help because their students are in over their heads. Still, he's putting his faith in the kids because they're way stronger than the 3 idiots of his own generation. It's not just Shoji, it's the shy kid Kota too. When he was little, his mom told him that while his power to talk to animals would change his appearance, he should never let it get him down. His dad once stood against the whole world to protect his wife, and as his son, Kota isn't about to back down now. Kota is about to prove once and for all that he's no weakling. President Mike seizes the opening to blast Iguchi with sound waves, while Shoji lands a monstrous punch to create a devastating combo. Spinner's scales are absolutely shattered. Spinner is left weaker than he's ever been. In that moment, Shoji doesn't go for a finishing blow. Instead, he asks what Spinner is actually trying to protect. He's asking the whole army to begging them to stop letting criminals weaponize their trauma. He warns them that if they keep this up, their kids will be the next victims of manipulation. Why not build something good instead of just being vengeful? But Iguchi just screams back that hatred never fades, remembering how people sprayed him with bug spray just for walking in public. That story from Iguchi just fuels the army's rage even more. He leaps forward with such force that the concrete cracks, heading straight for the central hospital. Shoji wants to go after him, but he's pinned down. The revolutionaries hold Shoji back and swarm the police, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Before long, the monster Spinner reaches the hospital gates. Following All for One's directions, he searches for the research building where Kurogiri is being kept. The army follows him inside, but they're stopped by a human chain of doctors and nurses who refuse to move. The crowd freezes, suddenly realizing how wrong they are. The first thing these medical workers did wasn't to run away, it was to stay and protect the patients. The medical staff is risking their lives for the patients, and that realization completely saps the army's will to fight. Meanwhile, Iguchi is sprinting toward his objective. Both the monster on the outside and the desperate turtle on the inside are giving it everything they've got. He's just one wall away from reaching Kurogiri and completing his lifelong goal. But President Mike is standing guard, and he's not letting anyone through. They both know that in this race, whoever's a second too slow loses everything. They both scream out Kurogiri's name at the same time. But President Mick uses his quirk to turn that shout into a high-powered sonic blast that slams into Iguchi. Spinner desperately needs to get a recording of All for One or Tamira's voice to Kurogiri to wake him up. Rewinding a few minutes outside, Shoji and Kota were working overtime to hold back the mob so President Mick could get to Kurogiri. They had to buy him time, no matter how many hits they took. Suddenly, someone from the crowd steps up and saves Shoji from a lethal blade. Even though he's terrified, his heart tells him it's the right thing to do. He speaks up, telling everyone that they're venting their anger in the completely wrong direction. The preacher is furious, screaming at everyone to keep fighting, but the guy ignores him. He takes a stand with Shoji, even if it means going against everyone else, because he can't stomach the idea of hurting the patients in that hospital. Just like Shoji said, he refuses to be the reason innocent patients get hurt. The preacher is losing his mind, hurling insults and telling him to shut up. But the whole army actually stops to listen to what this man has to say. Shoji is moved to tears, thanking him for having the courage to speak up. That moment breaks the mob mentality, and the battle stops right then and there. The rebels start apologizing to Shoji one by one. With the outside situation settled, the heroes rush inside to back up President Mike. President Mike is feeling relieved after knocking out the intruder. Iguchi is totally helpless now, wanting to do something but unable to act alone. Mike moves in fast to finish the job before Iguchi can pull any more surprises. Mike tries to use their old memories to reach Kurogiri and get the upper hand, but things go sideways. Spinner uses his last bit of energy to stagger up, grab Tamura's severed hand, and shove it in Kurogiri's face. With his dying breath, he screams for Kurogiri to save Tamura. Mike tries to stop him, but it's too late. Kurogiri wakes up and immediately shields Spinner from Mike's attack, flipping the script back in the villain's favor. Meanwhile, over in the US, weather reports are showing massive storm clouds gathering for a potential superstorm that could hit all of North America. And the crazy part, this storm is being triggered by the intense battle happening over in Japan. The reporter goes totally off script, ending her segment by declaring she's dead set against the government's plan to negotiate with All for One. The studio goes into a tailspin over that comment and quickly cuts to a commercial. Back to Shoto, who's currently fighting for his life. Shoto and the others are struggling against Dabi's hellish heat. Shoto is at his absolute limit, but Dabi is like an unkillable monster. The catch is, Dabi is literally burning away his own life to keep going. He decides he's done playing here, and turns to go find his dear old dad. Obviously, they aren't just gonna let him walk away. Shoto screams at him, calling him a coward for running when he said he wanted to kill him. Shoto is ready for more, but Dabi doesn't care about the insult. He just wants to end his father personally. When Kurogiri opens a portal to pick him up, things look incredibly grim for the heroes. Storms are brewing over the Flying Fortress now too, even with the conditions getting rough. But Noma and Aizawa aren't backing down. They refuse to look away because they know everyone else is still out there fighting. Midoriya is the same way. Deku won't let up until Tamura is finished. But when a portal opens and Present Mike appears, Aizawa knows something has gone horribly wrong. Over at the Gunga Mountains, a weakened Endeavor gets a visit from his oldest son, Dabi. The appearance of Toga's clones signals a total collapse for the hero side. All for One confirms she's arrived, and Hawks immediately starts shouting orders to take them down at any cost. Rewinding to Okudo Island, Tsuyu and Ochako are locked in a fight with the bloodthirsty Toga. Toga is actually the one struggling because Ochako has figured out all her combat patterns. She's reading every single move Toga makes. That's exactly why Ochako took charge of this four-person team here. Nearby, Gang Orca is cleaning house, taking out Nomu left and right. There's one high-end giving them trouble, but it's only a matter of time since it can't regenerate. Realizing she's losing control, Toga decides to play her final trump card. She could drink twice his blood right now to flip the script, but it'll only last for 30 minutes. She was supposed to save it for All for One, but plans are out the window. It's all or nothing. But the moment she pulls out the blood, Tsuyu tries to smash the vial with her tongue. Too bad it was a fake that Toga had ready as a decoy. Instead of twice his blood, the vial was filled with a chemical that makes Namu go berserk and attack everything. Things get dangerous fast, but then Toga transforms into Tsuyu and actually saves her. Then, she drinks the real serum. Toga finally turns into a clone army just as Kurogiri opens a portal. He asks what she wants to do, and without missing a beat, she says she's going to slaughter the heroes, starting with Hawks. Ochako tries to stop her, screaming about their feelings to keep her there, but it doesn't work. Toga feels a bit of regret, but she still chooses to leave. And that's how her clone army ended up at Gunga Mountain. Hawks is baffled, wondering where he went wrong since he thought he destroyed all of Twice's blood. It turns out Dabi was the one who managed to save some, and now Gunga is turning into a literal hellscape for the heroes. Ri's ability is dropping as the storm picks up. Suddenly, Ochako and Tsuyu burst through a portal, determined to stop Toga. Tsuyu makes a perfect toss just before the gateway slams shut. Ochako spots the real Toga among the thousands of clones and shouts that she wants to talk more about love. Toga actually shows herself just to say she's not that love-struck girl anymore. The heroes at the mountain are struggling against two massive threats at once. Dealing with the clone army was already bad enough on its own, but now they've got Dabi running wild with his flames too. Tokoyami and Jiro arrive to regroup with the girls. Jiro's ear injury is rough, but they have to stay focused if they don't stop Toga now. All of Japan is done for. The original plan is completely out the window. Everything is pure chaos. Endeavor is trying to get news about Shoto from Dabi, who implies Shoto is fine for now since Dabi is only focused on his father's death. All for One is loving this because everything is going his way. He didn't get Kurogiri's quirk, but he doesn't care. His plan is to just rush to Tamura and merge with him to end the war. Hawks isn't about to let him off that easy and moves to block his path. He knows All for One is on a ticking clock because of that drug and needs to move before he literally vanishes into nothingness. All for One doesn't even deny it, which means Hawks is spot on. He's worried because Shregaraki isn't fully ready yet. Hawks radios Endeavor to let him know the separation strategy has completely failed. The heat from Dabi is too much for most heroes, so Endeavor has to step up and stop his own son. All for One finds it hilarious, mocking the idea of a one-armed, exhausted hero trying to take on Dabi. But Endeavor is ready for it. He's waiting to face Dabi's rage with everything he's got. Meanwhile, at the Flying Fortress, Present Mike comes through a portal with a swarm of clones right behind him. They're trying to overwhelm them to shut down the erasure quirk. The clones manage to pin Monoma down, forcing him to close his eyes and breaking the erasure effect. Without that suppression, Tomura's true power finally explodes out. The resulting blast is massive, tearing through the barriers instantly. Power Loader is losing it because the explosion just wrecked the power systems, making the situation even more critical. Mandalay reports they've lost flight control, and right as panic sets in, Skeptic hijacks the UA systems. He's taken over everything. Midoriya is feeling the weight of the world as he faces down Shigaraki's absolute power. If this fortress falls, it's game over not just for Japan, but for the entire planet. And to top it off, it's Shigaraki himself in the driver's seat now, not All for One. Deku can tell by the way he talks that it's the real Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Skeptic has locked down the underground evacuation systems. Deku has way too much on his plate, trying to stop Shigaraki while keeping the fortress from crashing. His body is screaming in pain from the gear shift backlash, but the second user appears to tell him he can't quit now. He points out that All for One is actually losing his grip on the body he wanted. This is their chance, and they have to move fast. Luckily, the heroes have La Brava on their side now, and her hacking skills are top tier. She's more than a match for Skeptic. The cyber battle is over almost before it begins. She even flexes a bit about the time she broke into the feel-good Cork servers. Skeptic knows exactly who she is because that hack ruined him financially and left him with a serious grudge. To make it worse, she traumatized him with a Hello Kitty virus back then. Now, his location is leaked and he's forced to run. He's convinced he'll get away and take his revenge later. Meanwhile, HQ is screaming at La Brava to do something because the fortress is still diving toward the ground at high speed. She's got control back, but she needs a moment to write the bypass code. The commissioner is on the verge of despair, having taken a huge gamble by trusting a former criminal with such a massive responsibility. He believed there was still some good in her. So he put everything on the line for this battle between Midoriya and Shigaraki. This showdown is going to decide the entire war. Inside the fortress, the support crew is panicking because the clones are wrecking everything. Cavalry and the others rush in to help, but they're completely outnumbered. The laser teams are ready to fire, but they're hesitant because of friendly fire. Just then, the heroes get a massive break when a special convict shows up to save the day. Skeptic gets caught trying to flee too. The impact La Brava and Gentle have on this fight is incredible. To understand how Gentle got involved, we have to go back a few days to the prison riot. The prisoners there were all set to escape and get their revenge on the heroes. But Gentle decided to go against the grain. Even though he was shaking like a leaf, he stood his ground alone against the mob. It seemed impossible, but his faith in Deku and his love for La Brava pulled him through. Out of the 7 prisons attacked, this was the only one where nobody escaped. When asked what he wanted in return, he didn't even ask for freedom. All he wanted was to see La Brava again. Now that his wishes come true, they're working together. Fueled by love and his elasticity quirk, Gentle launches himself right at the bottom of the fortress. He's literally holding up the whole fortress. Deku recognizes him instantly, but now that the fortress is stable, Shigaraki has found his balance again. If he manages to touch the ground, the whole place will decay instantly. Just as he's about to strike, a sniper bullet takes out Shigaraki's hand. Nobody expected this backup. The very criminal Midoriya saved from his own darkness. Lady Nagant is back. She's back and better than ever. After Kurogiri woke up, Nagant's doctor tried to keep her in bed because she was still in bad shape, but she wasn't having it. She insisted on leaving and demanded to know where the enemy was. The doctor hesitated at first, but her drive to repay Midoriya finally won him over. A pro hero even gave her a phone and took the fall for it, giving her Deku's location and all the intel she needed. That's how she made her surprise entrance. And she's not done shooting yet. She's willing to give her life for this shot. Deku saved her once and now she's returning the favor. Her second bullet tears through Shigaraki's other arm, leaving him totally incapacitated. With Shigaraki's arms gone, Deku seizes the moment to restrain him and drag him out of the fortress. Since Monoma and Aizawa can't suppress his quirks anymore, they need to settle this on the ground. Inside his own mind, Shigaraki is fighting off All for One's influence. He doesn't want anything to do with the old man. He's been planning for this takeover ever since he realized his mentor was trying to steal his soul. He's been hiding his true self deep down, slowly reclaiming his identity in the shadows. All for One realizes he's losing his grip and orders Kurogiri to take them to his main body immediately. But Kurogiri only takes orders from Tamura now. He couldn't care less about All for One. Shigaraki has officially taken back his own body and swears he'll never be anyone's puppet again. Shigaraki has been waiting for this moment since day one. He declares that whether he's Tamura or Tenko Shimura, he only wants one thing: to destroy everything. Starting with the house where he was born. Deku isn't about to let that happen. He has to stop Shigaraki before anyone else gets hurt. At the same time, Geno was reaching his limit, screaming for La Brava's help before the fortress crushes him. La Brava is working as fast as possible to upload the stability program. Gento was about to give up, but he remembers Midoriya's faith in him. Even if no one sees what he's doing, he's proud of the person he's become. He thinks he's alone, but the business course students are actually filming everything from above. They're risking their lives to capture history, even if they have to ignore his complaints to get the shot. They actually tell him to stop talking so they can focus. They've got a job to do, and besides, everyone knows the cameraman is always the last one standing. This footage is going to be legendary. Gentle is seriously impressed by UA and wonders why he ever thought he could break into such an amazing place. Just then, La Brava's voice comes through their phones. She's hacked into the stream to make sure it's in 4K for the entire country to see. With her behind the tech, every second is being saved. She wants everyone to see what a hero her husband really is. The fortress finally stabilizes, taking the weight off Gentel's shoulders. But the danger isn't over yet. Toga's clones are still on the prowl, looking for blood. Their first targets are Aizawa and Present Mike. Kaminari tries to help, but he's too slow. A portal opens up and whisks the two teachers away to who knows where. Everyone left behind knows they have to double down on their own missions so Deku can stay focused. Back at Gunga Mountain, the hero team is struggling with the endless wave of clones. Meanwhile, All For One and Hawks are locked in a high-speed game of cat and mouse in the sky. Hawks finds an opening and goes for a strike with his feather blade, but All For One dodges easily and hits back with a massive attack. It looks like Hawks is done for, but then a huge colorful face appears out of nowhere. Tokoyami is stunned, but All For One figures it out fast. The Shiketsu High heroes have arrived just in time. Their entire hero course is here and ready to jump into the fray. We've got Kamii, Seiji, and the loudmouth Inasa all on the field. They've got to take down Toga and All For One simultaneously. With the new reinforcements distracting the villain, Hawks gets a second to breathe. Hawks sends a quick thanks to Sukakuchi back at base. Having the Shiketsu squad here is a game changer, and they have to keep All For One pinned down right here. The villain, though, already saw through their plan to keep him away from Endeavor. He knows they sent high-speed heroes like Hawks to keep him from stealing corpse, since he needs physical contact to do that. But even without stealing, he can still level everything with pure destructive power. The heroes brace themselves, waiting for the blast to pass before pushing forward again. Meanwhile, Endeavor and Dabi are still locked in their own duel, which means the one guy who can actually challenge All For One is occupied. All For One is feeling like he's back in his glory days, ruling through fear. But Inasa isn't impressed by the history lesson. He doesn't care about the past, only about the heroes of today. He tells the villain that heroes like Shoto are going to crush him. All For One just ignores the trash talk and gears up for a massive, wide-range attack. The blast is huge enough to wipe out everyone nearby, but it accidentally creates powerful wind currents. That's exactly what Ina-san needs to boost his quirk to the max. Hawks is looking for a split-second opening to strike. He's beat up, but he doesn't know how to quit. Suddenly, All For One feels a chilling, predatory presence right behind him. His instincts are screaming at him to dodge. It's our boy Tokoyami, the King of Darkness, stepping onto the scene. With the storm clouds blocking out the sun, he's ready to unleash his full power. Dark Shadow is at its strongest, and it turns out Tokoyami is one of the few people whose quirk All For One can't easily steal. Hawks is cheering him on, shouting for him to crush the villain. Inasa adds his wind to the mix for a massive boost. Tokoyami unleashes his ultimate move, a punch backed by total darkness. Rewinding a few minutes, the girls were searching for the real Toga. Tsuyu figured out that Toga's transformation is tied to love. She can only copy the quirks of people she truly loves. That's why she can use Oshako's gravity but not Shigaraki's or Dabi's. If she could use those, the heroes would be in serious trouble. Toga is upset because she can't fully connect with Twice, and her tears give her away to Ochako. Back in the sky, Tokoyami and Hawks are still putting everything they've got into pinning All For One down. They're running on fumes, but Hawks keeps pushing Tokoyami, telling him that All For One is almost at his breaking point after that massive hit. Just a little more and it's over. Jiro is shouting for the Shiketsu students to provide cover and block out any remaining light to fuel Tokoyami's darkness. It's great teamwork, but sadly, it's still not quite enough to end it. All For One triggers an explosion that lights up the sky and blows everything away for 500 meters. The move buys him enough time to regenerate even further, making him look even younger as he heads back toward his prime. He's back to his peak self and tries to make a break for it while the heroes are stunned. Tokoyami and Inasa aren't letting him go that easily and start a high-speed chase. But then, Gigantomachia suddenly shows up. All For One thinks he's got backup, but Gigantomachia unexpectedly hurls a massive rock right at him. The villain is shocked, but managed to handle it without much trouble. He's confused until he sees two figures on the giant's head, the ones responsible for the betrayal. Rewinding a bit, a group of villains had used a high-frequency device with All For One's voice to wake the giant up. The device worked despite the iron cage because of the giant's super hearing. Mount Lady realized what was happening, grew to her full size, and rushed in to destroy the machine. With help from a student with an enlargement quirk, Mount Lady was swinging massive weapons to stop the giant from waking up. They knew that if he got loose, it would be a total nightmare for the public. But it wasn't enough. Gigantomachia heard his master and broke free. Kirishima rushes to find Shinso, who was secretly moved there as a hidden trump card for exactly this scenario. Shinso shows up, but he's already in trouble, being possessed by a sludge-like villain. He's only got minutes before his body is completely taken over. This is the same villain that tormented Bakugo before. But Kirishima isn't a quitter. He dives in, doing whatever he can to pull the sludge off Shinso. Meanwhile, Mount Lady is getting hammered by the giant. The villains have the upper hand, but then Ashido steps up when it matters most, launching a massive wave of acid. She saves Mount Lady and then rushes to help Hiroshima. She's pushing her quirk past its limits, which is incredibly painful, but she's got that mental toughness from training with Bakugo and Shoto. Determined to save her friends, she ignores the pain and splashes the acid onto Shinso to force the sludge villain out. He runs to save himself, but the moment he's out, he's neutralized. Mina is beyond her limit, but she's fueled by pure rage because they touched her family. She's ready to keep fighting, but Shinso has things under control now. Shinso uses All for One's voice to command the giant, ordering him to attack the enemies in the sky. Mina, meanwhile, collapses from severe dehydration after using so much acid. She tells Hiroshima they're even now, and he lets her rest while the heroes round up the villains. Mount Lady gets new orders to head to Endeavor's location immediately, which is why Gigantomachia and the heroes from the prison showed up. All for One realizes that if he hits Shinso, he can break the control over the giant. He blasts the giant with light, but Gigantomachia shrugs it off easily. Then, out of nowhere, the giant starts calling out his master for abandoning him. Hawks is stunned. He wonders if Shinso is making the giant say those things. Back in the day, All for One had left the giant on a mountain and told him to wait. He waited forever, but his master never came, and all he smelled was the familiar scent from Shigaraki. Gigantomachia felt abandoned and betrayed. It turns out Shinso couldn't actually brainwash him since he's resistant. Instead, Shinso just played on the giant's feelings of betrayal to get him to cooperate. Now, he's teaming up with Tokoyami and Mount Lady to absolutely wreck All for One, and that's the story of how the tide turned. The council meeting is intense, but check the skies. A news chopper is hovering right over the chaos, broadcasting the entire war live to the whole world. These Japanese reporters are determined to show everyone that this nation won't just roll over. One of them actually sat down for a direct interview with the young hero, Midoriya, just a year ago. Back at the UA Sports Festival, he was basically a trembling mess. Now, look at him. He's the one carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. And here's a twist. There isn't just one helicopter, but two of them out there capturing the action. The second crew is there because two brave journalists wanted to leave their own mark on history. They're willing to risk their lives just to document the heroic struggle of our champions. Whether this ends in a glorious victory or a crushing defeat, no matter the outcome, the world is witnessing the fact that Japan is far from weak. Just as expected, the live stream is blowing up globally, with views skyrocketing by the second. From the elderly to the kids, everyone is glued to their screens, watching this battle unfold minute by minute. Back on the field, Mount Lady is cycling through weapons like crazy because everything she touches breaks. Tokoyami and Hawks have been pressing the attack for 10 straight minutes with zero signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, the earth-shaking blows from Gigantomachia and Mount Lady are creating a terrifying scene of destruction. It's one of the most intense moments in history. Suddenly, a projectile pierces through Midnight, leaving her badly injured. Right after that, a beam of energy slices through the monster Gigantomachia. It's obvious who's behind this, All for One. Even with his body crumbling, his power is still insane. The villain releases a strange light that blasts Tokoyami and Hawks right out of their cover. In that moment of pure helplessness, all anyone can do is scream names into the void. It's a total disaster. Everyone is being crushed under All for One's heel. Tokoyami is out cold, and Hawks is right in the villain's grip. In a desperate final act before his quirk is stolen, Hawks stabs him with a feather, but it heals instantly thanks to that annoying super regeneration. Mineta finally snaps, throwing some sticky traps at him and shouting, "Go ahead, try and steal my power, you jerk. Just stay away from my friends, got it." Of course, All for One doesn't care about a small fry like him. After draining Hawks, the villain notices the chopper hovering above. Surprisingly, he doesn't attack it. He actually lets it film him. He wants the entire world to witness Japan's pathetic downfall. Meanwhile, in the UA basement, refugees are panicking because the power is out and the systems are dead. To make matters worse, they're watching YouTube and seeing All for One, casually taking on multiple heroes and walking away. Where's the hope? The control room is in tears as news breaks that All for One is speeding toward Midoriya. On the bright side, the Brava has reclaimed control of the evacuation system, so things are moving again. Most blocks are moving smoothly, except for one that's jammed from the inside classic traitor behavior. La Brava was right. A kid brainwashed by All for One's ideology is trying to hand the world over to him. Fortunately, the heroes pin down his location and start the pursuit. Bad luck strikes when a short circuit causes the ceiling to collapse. Heroes dive in immediately to pull civilians out of harm's way. They haven't given up, yet they still believe Midoriya is going to pull off a miracle. Back in the command center, everyone is scrambling because there are no reinforcements left for the fallen sectors. Worst of all, they're detecting a massive heat surge from Dabi. The guy is literally turning himself into a human nuke. If he pops, the blast radius will be at least 5 kilometers. Anyone in that zone is basically toast. Chief Tsukawachi is paralyzed by the news, and to add to the chaos, La Brava reports that a major evacuation route is right in the line of fire. He wonders if Dabi planned this, but it seems too calculated. Then, a new update, All for One has tripled his speed. If those two villains link up, the heroes are finished. Tsukui asks if there's any support left, but he already knows the answer: no one can get there in time. Elsewhere, Shoto and Aida are limping along together. Shoto is desperate to get into the fight, but they're stuck. Aida knows exactly how Shoto feels and is ready to grab onto even the tiniest shred of hope. Right then, All Might calls. Time is tight, so we get straight to the point. Dabi is about to detonate, and Endeavor is trying to contain him, but he can't do it alone. All Might tells him Aida needs to rocket Shoto over to Dabi so he can settle this family feud once and for all. He's certain that only these two can turn this disaster around. As soon as the call ends, Shoto questions how they'll make it to Gongo with dead engines. Aida cuts him off with one line. His legs are built to lead lost children. Action speaks louder than words. Aida hoists Shoto up and hits max speed, tearing across the rooftops like a jet. Meanwhile, All Might is preparing for his own stand. He's standing right in the path All for One has to take to reach Shigaraki, and there he is. This classic rivalry is about to go another round. Tsukochi is screaming that he's quirkless and outmatched. But All Might is about to show the world that quirkless doesn't mean useless. I'm here for you, son. All Might says, mockingly greeting All for One. Meanwhile, at an evac block 2 kilometers away from the potential blast, the heroes have failed to fix the systems. The family is starting to lose all hope. Endeavor is suffering, struggling against his eldest son's insane heat. His old wounds from the All for One fight are flaring up, slowing him down. It's clear to everyone now Dabi is a walking nuke. The heat is way beyond what even the world's top fire hero can handle. Dabi is relentless, lunging forward with a burning body, determined to take his father down with him. Those little fire fists from his childhood have turned into something monstrous. Endeavor tries to talk him down, pleading with him to stop because he doesn't want to see his son die. But Dabi is lost to his rage and out of control. Endeavor is baffled. How is Dabi's body even holding together in this heat? When he finally touches his son's chest, the tragic truth hits him. It's like a final flash of life before the end. Sometimes, being on the brink of death awakens new abilities or triggers an incredible burst of power right before the Reaper arrives. It's unmistakable. Dabi has unlocked the ice power inherited from his mother, Rei. Sad memories flood Endeavor's mind, snapping him into a final resolve. He knows he has to take full responsibility for this. Realizing there's no other way to stop the disaster, he chooses a suicide mission. Endeavor grabs Dabi in a tight embrace and flies straight toward the sky before the explosion goes off. But Endeavor alone isn't fast enough. Dabi hits his limit and begins to detonate. Just then his wife Rei appears below, blasting ice nonstop. Rewinding a few minutes, the family saw the impending blast coming closer than ever. Rei knew instantly that it was her husband and son. She rushed forward, demanding an evac robot take her to the epicenter. That's how she got there, using her ice powers to cool them both down. Her ice is evaporating as fast as she can make it. Endeavor is yelling at her to leave before she burns, but she refuses to let them go to their graves alone. Looking at her eldest son, who looks like a spirit of fire, Rei heartbreakingly whispers, "Mom is sorry." Suddenly, Dabi calls out his siblings' names, and Rei turns to see her other 2 children crawling toward them. They refuse to let anyone die alone. If it's the end, it's for all of them. His sister is sobbing, begging him not to take them with him, while his brother finally snaps, telling Dabi to stop ruining everyone's lives. Seconds remain before the explosion. Dabi sees his whole family gathered, all eyes on him. If only he felt this kind of attention years ago, things might have been different. Nearby, heroes hear the bomb is ready to go and start fleeing. The last of the refugees are being evacuated as fast as possible. Even in this dire moment, children are still holding on to hope for the heroes. Up in a chopper, reporters are still filming despite the blistering heat waves. Everyone watching feels like they're running out of air. But hold on, Aida and Shoto are past the halfway point, still maintaining that insane speed since they started. Every step they take leaves scorch marks on the pavement. The fire and ice hero is almost there. Aida did an incredible job delivering Shoto. Now, Shoto just needs to charge up and sprint toward Dabi. He's worked his whole life for his parents' approval. It wasn't easy, but he gave it his all, and look who just arrived. That's right. Shoto is at the center of the blast zone, taking on thousands of degrees of heat. Just like when he was a kid, he unleashes a massive wave of ice that instantly snuffs out Dabi's heat. The audience online is holding its collective breath. When the smoke clears, the heat is gone. Dabi is finally out of power, and Shoto realizes his whole family is right there with him. He thanks them, knowing he couldn't have stopped the blast alone. Even at death's door, Dabi is still cursing his old man. Just die already. He shouts. Endeavor, broken and bloody, crawls toward his dying son. Keep cursing me, he says. Pour all that hate onto me. He then turns and apologizes to Ray and the other 3 kids. Meanwhile, Pixie Bob is drowning in an endless sea of twice clones. For every one she drops, another pops up instantly. Quantity is winning over quality here. Remember, Toga's transformation length depends on how much blood she has. The heroes know she'll eventually run out of Twice's blood, but they have no idea how much she's holding. If this line breaks, the clone army will swarm the country and Japan will fall before All for One even lifts a finger. Uraraka is diving through the swarm, hunting for the queen Toga. News of Dabi's defeat shakes Toga just enough for Uraraka to spot the real one among the fakes. Right away, she swings in, asking for a moment to talk. She starts by apologizing for taking so long to find her. Then, she brings up the time Toga cried because she couldn't fully become Twice. Tsuyu was right, Toga needs genuine love to transform perfectly. Ochako explains that Toga's feelings are clouded by killing intent, so it's not pure love. Toga loses it, screaming at Ochako to shut up because she knows nothing about her. While ranting, she slips behind Tsuyu and stabs her. Ochako instantly pulls Tsuyu away to stop the bleeding, while Toga continues her tirade, claiming that law-abiding sheep like them could never understand her. In a hidden part of her past, Toga was shunned by her own family. They accused her of killing a bird just because she was found with its blood, even though it was already hurt. They even sent her to a facility to try and fix her into someone else. For years, she wondered what love even was. Denied it by her parents, she craved it. Her own family would literally scream in horror just looking at her. No wonder Toga's mind is so warped. Back in the present, Toga isn't letting Ochako save her friend, slashing at Tsuyu again. Ochako pulls her back to give Tsuyu space. Jiro rushes to help, but wait, someone notices it's not really her and knocks the attacker away. But Toga already got what she wanted, blood from almost every hero on the scene. Suddenly, familiar faces are popping up everywhere, causing total chaos. Hawks realize they're losing control, and screams for someone to finish Toga. But the sheer number of clones is way more than the heroes can handle. Tsuyu happens to be near the real Toga and tells her that Ochako is actually breaking the rules just to reach out. Instead of just fighting, she chose the hardest path, talking. She begs Toga to at least listen to what Ochako has to say. But Toga isn't interested. She lunges and stabs Ochako, screaming curses and refusing to hear another word about her life. Let's look back to when Toga first joined the League. Twice suggested she pick a cool villain name so the heroes would remember her, but Toga stuck to her real name. Dabi agreed despite using an alias himself. Shigaraki pointed out that there's basically no difference between heroes and villains anyway. Some heroes just pick names to sound like comic book characters. Toga loved that because it's why she joined the League. She wanted to be her true self, not some persona. To her, things like laws are just shackles that need to go. She doesn't want anyone's pity. Ochako knows this, but she fights through it, managed to get a hand on Toga's back. Despite taking a hit to the face, Ochako succeeds in making Toga float. Toga mocks her, asking what floating is supposed to do. She rants that heroes talk about compassion but always end up throwing people in cages or just killing them. For her, it's a kill or be killed world. Ochako doesn't argue, but she stands her ground. Toga screams that it's all just pity and orders all heroes to die. She sends a massive wave of clones crashing down on the heroes. The reporters on the chopper are shivering. How can anyone stop this? It feels like those online doomsday theories were right all along. One girl's emotions are literally reshaping the world. Toga sends a specific group to finish Ochako off, trying to overwhelm her with sheer numbers. But Ochako uses her martial arts to dodge and weave, stripping their gravity and sending them soaring into the air. She knows this won't hurt them, but her power was never meant for destruction. She starts coughing up blood as her injuries get worse, but she won't stop. Ochako can't ignore the fact that Toga is a killer, but seeing that expression, she knows there's a deeper reason. At first, Ochako was terrified because she didn't get it. She couldn't understand how Toga could smile so freely. Given everything, that reminds Toga of something Twice once said. Ochako is desperate to save Toga because she believes there's still good in her. She's seen many happy faces in her life, but Toga's smile was different. When Toga talked about Midoriya, it was so genuine it actually made Ochako jealous. As she speaks, she touches a clone and suddenly they all start floating away. She only touched one, which means her power just got a massive upgrade. In the middle of this, she tells Toga she'd give her blood for the rest of her life. Toga is baffled by this new ability. She tries to make another clone, but it floats away immediately, just like her brush with death earlier. Ochiko's limit used to be around 3 tons, so she's clearly leveled up since the training camp. But there's a catch. Ochako is getting cold from all the blood loss. Still, she pulls Toga closer to talk. Floating weightless Toga can't escape. Ochako opens up about her family's poverty and how she wanted to be a hero to support them. But she eventually realized there are things worth more than money, like her feelings for Midoriya, which are just like Toga's. That's why she's here to share that feeling. Toga screams in pain, wanting to silence her. She almost goes for a killing blow to the head, but she hesitates at the last second. She admits she falls in love far too easily. Ochako, though bleeding, listens intently as Toga mentions Midoriya reminds her of an old crush named Saito, someone she was too scared to ask for blood. She was afraid of being called a freak. That's why she joined the League to be herself. Suddenly, Twice's blood runs dry, and the clones vanish into thin air. As they fall, Ochako tells her that her smile is truly special. Toga smiles back, and Ochako has to admit it's the cutest thing ever. All across the battlefield, Twice's clones are fading away just in time, saving Hawks from a final blow. Back with Ochako, Toga is in agony from overusing quirks while transformed. But what really gets to her is that Ochako used her last bit of strength to ensure everyone landed safely. She refused to let anyone fall to their death. Toga realizes Ochako has lost too much blood and might not make it. After thinking it over, she makes a huge decision. She knows the League would have destroyed the world to make it easier for her, but instead, she drinks Ochiko's blood and transforms into her. She then uses her gear to give Ochako a transfusion, giving up her own blood to save her life. Ochako slowly wakes up as the blood flows in. Twice once did the same to save Toga, and now she's returning the favor. Because she's transformed, the blood matches. Toga jokes about Ochako wanting everyone to live. Was she really going to visit her in prison to give her blood every day? She thanks Ochako for her kindness. She tells her to just focus on being a great hero. Ochako did more than just follow the rules. She cared for someone who hurt her and her friends. Toga is truly grateful and finally says she's sorry for the stabbing and for all the shouting. She remembers Dabi burning down her old house to erase her nightmares. It made her happy to think it was gone, but the house being gone didn't erase the memories. Ochako was different. She didn't pretend the pain wasn't there. Her touch made the burden feel lighter. Toga finally sheds tears of happiness before collapsing from blood loss. Ochako tries to stop her, but can't move. Toga's last words are a thank you for those happy moments. Ochako cries out for her as they both drift off. Maybe Toga could have been good with love like this. Rest in peace, Toga. Now, back to All Might. He's feeling the weight of the warnings he received. If the predictions are right, this might be his end. But this fated clash had to happen. He's suited up in some high-tech armor that's basically an anime Iron Man suit, and he's keeping his master's advice in mind. Keep smiling. Meet the new, Armored All Might. The suit is loaded with cameras to capture every second of the fight. The feed goes straight to Tsukukochi, but La Brava instantly starts streaming it on YouTube like a total pro. Tsukuishi is devastated, knowing All Might is choosing a glorious death. His odds are basically zero. How can a quirkless man fight that monster? The stream might just document the legend's final moments as he buys time for his students. All for One is thrilled, ready to show the world just how badly he can beat the former number one. He knows All Might is just a sacrificial pawn, but he doesn't care. He thinks he'll finish this in seconds. He opens with a massive laser blast. All Might ducks into a defensive shell and rockets upward. His shield is already down 66% and can't take another hit. So what? Charging straight ahead is just how he rolls. All for One feels insulted, and charges falling right into a trap involving some cables. All Might zaps him with high voltage to stop his healing. He's got the villain's habits all figured out. Every move is calculated. Tsukukochi can stop worrying. All Might isn't just buying time, he's fighting to win. He begged a friend in America to help build this suit. Fate is in his hands now. He never enters a fight expecting to lose. He pulls the villain in and delivers a maximum power kick with his right leg. He follows up with a barrage of kicks and some classic trash talk. If you can't beat one weak old man, go back to playing with toys, kid. It's the ultimate humiliation for the villain. All Might is tearing him apart physically and mentally. All for One retaliates with a massive combo that blasts the hero through 3 buildings. It hurts like hell, but he's still standing thanks to pure willpower. He cranks the suit to max power despite the damage warnings. All for One screams that he's just washed up trash and that once the suit breaks, he's done for. True, All Might is relying heavily on the gear, even though he once warned his students not to. But he doesn't care about the irony. He just charges back in and throws another punch. The villain takes the hit directly out of arrogance. Just as planned, All Might calls in more weapons from his support vehicle, hitting him with a massive dose of super acid. Even if he reverses time, the acid keeps eating away. He remembers being a kid, following his master around, begging to be trained. He couldn't just stand by. Victim's sadness turns to hate, and he wants a world of smiles. To do that, he needed to become the symbol of peace. Everyone protects their own, so he decided to protect everyone else. Because he was quirkless, he felt he had no other role. Back now, the tables turn, and All Might takes a massive hit, crashing onto a rooftop. All for One is on him in a flash, ready for the kill. In his weakness, All Might thinks of Deku and finds fresh strength. If that kid can carry the world, he can't give up yet. And hey, some good news. All for One is looking younger. That acid actually worked. All Might laughs his head off, baiting the villain and calls in more gear for round 2. He's so pumped he's ignoring the agonizing pain in his body. Midoriya can feel All Might's incredible will from afar. Both #1 heroes are fighting for their lives on different fronts. He calls in his backup gear to keep the pressure on. This specific suit is all about speed and agility, meaning All Might is gearing up for a massive strike. He starts by using those tentacle-style suction cups to weave through the alleys with insane mobility. This is a one-shot deal, so he's setting a trap inspired by the rewind quirk. The goal is to pile on so much physical trauma that it forces All for One's body to de-age even faster. The only hurdle? The power grid. Standard output just isn't going to cut it. All for One spots All Might hiding and starts the trash talk. He claims to see right through the plan, saying he doesn't need much power to make All Might's face twist in agony. He decides to fight efficiently to save energy, baiting him with a quick strike. All Might vanishes and reappears right behind him. All for One mocks All Might for losing his iconic smile. All Might is just a walking skeleton with no real power. Just a washed-up hero trying to mimic the younger generation. He asks All Might if he's doing okay, mocking him because the whole world is watching the symbol of peace become a symbol of helplessness. He wants everyone to see him break. He thinks he's about to snuff out the last of the flame, but All Might knows this jerk is missing the point. All Might jams a high-powered cooling engine right into the villain's mouth, schooling him on how human spirit keeps flickering even when the main flame dies out. As long as someone carries that spark, the light will keep pushing back the dark. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a totally different battlefield. About 300 meters northeast, we find a lone hero facing off against a leftover villain. Out of 32 heroes sent to this spot, only one is left standing. This criminal uses plant-based powers, and his seedlings literally feed and grow on human flesh. Because of that, the flowers growing out of the fallen heroes are thriving, draining them until they're totally withered. Once those flowers bloom, the pollen is going to cause an unstoppable infestation. The villain calls Aoyama a traitor, mocking him because without his support belt, he can't even control his own laser. He ridicules Aoyama's miserable life, calling him a puppet dancing around with power that was never even his to begin with. He holds up a tiny keychain that triggers memories of Aoyama's mom, mocking how happy she was when her son finally got a quirk. Aoyama remembers why he uses the word mercy. It's to remind him of his own flaws so he can cling tighter to the brilliant light of his friends. He desperately wants to shine from the bottom of his heart, but the villain just laughs it off, saying that clinging to invisible bonds will only lead to a pathetic death. Right on cue, a voice rings out, "I've been waiting for you." Light focuses in as Toro uses her light refraction quirk. All Might's flame of hope prophecy kicks in during the next scene, showing that even if his own fire dies out, someone else will keep the path lit. By lighting the way for others, he can find his own sparkle again. He's determined he might lose to anyone else but All for One. Not a chance. High-tech sensors lock on, and a massive laser beam blasts directly at the villain's location. The power consumption is off the charts, draining the energy reserves and overloading the systems instantly. This high-risk tactical move is something All Might picked up from Star and Stripe's final showdown. He uses mechanical gear and earphone jack sonic waves to pin All for One down. He dodged his own laser by ditching the tentacle gear, firing his thrusters, and using Torer's special optical resin for stealth and heat protection. The optical tech helped dull the laser's heat, but his lower body still took a beating. Still, baiting the villain was worth the price. He gets knocked around a bit and has to trigger the suit's repair function, but he's not even close to finished yet. All Might keeps pelting him with sticky grenades, ignoring the pain entirely. As long as he's tagging All for One, he's good. Far away in another country, a kid watching the fight on TV asks his grandma who that skinny guy in black is. The grandma says she doesn't know much about heroes. When the kid asks what happens if he wins or loses, she just tells him it's happening in a distant land and won't affect them either way. Despite his grandma's words, that kid is internally screaming for the heroes to win. Back at the fight, the laser reaches its limit. All for One gloats that machines have boundaries, but as his body starts to glow, All Might charges in for more damage. He's running on fumes, and All for One easily tears through him, mocking his pathetic state. The villain taunts him for losing his smile and his hope, promising to crush him in agony just like All Might did to him years ago. Suddenly, All for One freezes up. That paralysis. It's a very familiar quirk. Yep, the hero killer Stain has entered the chat. Meanwhile, Aoyama and Toro have successfully neutralized the plant villain and called in the capture. Aoyama breaks free, only to see Toru totally visible and totally naked. She freaks out, telling him to look away. It turns out she pushed her quirk past its limits, causing her invisibility to glitch and reveal her actual body. Toru compliments Aoyama on his improved power, but he brushes it off. Saving people is the priority, and they need to burn those killer plants. Like Fatgum said, even if the boss is down, the plants aren't going anywhere. Toru uses her light refraction to incinerate the roots inside the victims. She's worried about Aoyama's stomach if he keeps firing, but he says this is his final day as a UA student, so he's going all out no matter what. On the other side, things are so dire. All Might is drawing strength from his memories. He's thinking back to his childhood, reading comics, singing hero songs, and dreaming of a bright future. It's a soft memory surfacing as he questions the meaning of his own life and purpose. These are the deep existential questions everyone hits eventually. Sometimes a person's entire origin is rooted in one simple, gentle moment. He looks back at his journey and realizes how precious those beginnings were. But then, boom, we're back in the heat of battle where his Iron Might armor is sparking its final bits of energy. All for One was right, machines have their limits. Amidst the sparks, All Might charges in to leave no opening. But the villain just gives a chilling smile and mocks him for losing his composure. All Might takes a massive hit and gets set flying. All for One keeps twisting the knife, calling him a pathetic shell of a hero who's lost his smile. The villain vows to shred him into pieces, returning the favor from their past battle. But suddenly, All for One is paralyzed. High above, a certain center is watching, sensing the warm blood pumping through the villain's veins. His philosophy is simple. No matter who you are, blood is always red. Stain licks the blood and charges forward, screaming All Might's name. To figure out how he got here, we have to rewind a few minutes. Ida and Shoto finished their fight and got orders from All Might to head to Gunga. Only an engine of speed and a master of ice and fire can handle what's coming. Ida floors it, unaware that he's being followed. Stain was lurking in the shadows, gathering intel. He tracked the destruction All for One left behind, picking up blood samples from the rainy debris to use his unique quirk. He sifted through various bloodstains until he found the jackpot All for One's blood. Facing the ultimate evil, he declares that no matter how powerful the villain is, once he tastes that blood, it's game over. One lick activates the paralysis, stopping All for One in his tracks. This is the ultimate opening. But Stain isn't just here to fight. He looks at All Might with a strange sense of reverence. Stain claims a hero's heart is for others, but if a god is brought down to earth with a human heart, he has every right to fight for his own survival. It's deep stuff coming from a serial killer. He asks All Might to be the one to end his life after this is all over. It's a bizarre moment of mutual understanding between two total opposites as they prepare to strike in unison. They attack together like they've been partners for years, but then blood erupts from All for One like a flood. This was his trump card specifically for the hero killer. He knew Stain would show up eventually. All for One mocks Stain for being an idiot. The blood was swathed long ago. Staying untraceable is how he survived this long. Stain gets tossed around like a rag doll, completely outplayed by the villain's backup plan. AFO blasts All Might back with wind pressure while Stain is slammed through a dozen buildings, left paralyzed and at the villain's mercy. AFO actually thanks him for gifting him the blood-curdling quirk. He credits Stain for boosting the League of Villains and Tamura, but Stain roars back that killing without conviction is worthless. AFO coldly dismisses him, saying Stain's part in this story is officially over. Stain refuses to stay down, yelling that this is just part of the process. He tells the Demon King that AFO, the ultimate amateur, is the one who truly showed him what a hero is. With his final breath, he screams for All Might to win. All Might tries to reach him, but AFO punches straight through Stain's heart, stealing his quirk in the process. It's brutal. AFO aims a laser at All Might for the double kill, but the Hercules armor flares up one last time. It's the final shield. A desperate female voice from the command room begs All Might to stay alive. All Might starts hallucinating, hearing Nana calling his name. He knows his brain is just firing on all cylinders to keep him going through the trauma. But Nana's image feels so real in this dark moment. He's losing hope. His gear and legs are shredded. He thinks he's done. But then Midoriya's words echo in his mind. He has to live to protect and guide Deku. He can't break his promise. He promised not to throw his life away and to be there when Deku can finally say, "I am here." All Might snaps back to reality. He's not dead yet. He roars at AFO to come at him. Meanwhile, the tide is turning at UA High. Toga's clones vanish as her transformation wears off. The floating fortress regains altitude, but AFO is closing in on Tamura. They're getting dangerously close to the teleportation range. Deku has been grinding in a close-quarters brawl with Tamura, barely holding the line. If All For One manages to work Tamura to his side, this whole fragile stalemate is going to implode. AFO gloats that victory is inevitable. His grand plan is to hand over his quirk copy to Tamura, creating a being even more powerful than himself. He just needs to touch him. He beckons Tamura like a master to a puppet. All Might is still screaming challenges from below, but AFO just ignores the gnat. He activates his quirk to pull Tamura in, aiming for a remote transfer. But things don't go as planned. Tamura snaps back, telling his master to stay out of his way. AFO realizes Tamura's ego is actually devouring his own consciousness. He decides he has to get there in person, and people on the ground watch in horror as he rockets toward the fortress. AFO drags All Might's broken body along, making sure the news cameras capture every bit of his suffering. He blames All Might for feeding the youth useless dreams and vows to kill that hope by parading his defeat. Tamura dares Deku to go save his mentor. If he leaves, Tamura will slaughter everyone on the fortress. Deku looks over and sees All Might dangling helplessly in the sky, a sight that guts him. His promise to change destiny flashes back. He's standing there frozen while his master suffers. He remembers All Might telling him to hold back his tears if he wants to be a true hero, but the pressure is unreal. The vestige of One for All seems to be saying goodbye. Meanwhile, a fading All Might revisits the moment Deku asked if he could be a hero without a quirk. It's the core of their entire journey. All Might realizes he's just like Deku. He can't let go of the dream of being the symbol of peace. Suddenly, AFO hears Nana Shimura's final words in his head. She knew it was coming. Nana told him he'd lose to All Might because old folks are crazier than he thinks. Right now, All Might is prepping a suicide blast, a total Hail Mary, but AFO just sneers at the attempt. AFO grows spikes to neutralize the bomb, and then uses Stain's blood lick trick to paralyze All Might. He tells him he's not getting a hero's death. Meanwhile, Gentle Criminal stabilizes Fortress and looks for a way to help. AFO blasts the fortress again, sending it into a freefall. Suddenly, the fighter pilots who flew with Star and Stripe appear in the sky. AFO recognizes them immediately and moves to swat them down. The pilots are easily scattered, proving they're no match for him. Deku is still tied up with Tamura, and despair is spreading globally. The world is watching, convinced this is the end for All Might. Just as things look bleakest, cheers start erupting. Everyone are screaming his name at their screens. The whole world is uniting behind their symbol. Is there anyone left to save him? Right on cue, emerging from the smoke where nobody expected him, Deku's biggest rival with the foul mouth has finally stood back up. Bakugo is back in the game. Is this a miracle comeback or just a final spark? The world is watching All Might's broken form, knowing that if the symbol of peace falls now, an entire era ends with him. Amidst the crying and desperate pleas for someone to save him, a brilliant light explodes. It tears through the despair, and that light has a name. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo's back, but All Might is still on the edge of death. His life is hanging by a thread, just like Night Eye once prophesied. If nothing changes, a horrific end is inevitable. The prophecy foretold a brutal death at the hands of a villain. But then, the scene cuts to a peaceful farm under a blue sky. A farmer checks his phone briefly before getting back to work. While some carry on, the rest of the world is in a panic over bizarre global events. In a newsroom, reporters are screaming about deadlines, trying to prioritize today's chaos over distant crises. Massive electrical clouds are wrecking global weather patterns, and the live battle feed is viral. A kid named Marty is called to dinner, but he's too glued to the screen to eat. Marty's just praying All Might survives. Meteorologists explain that localized heat and tropical depressions have merged into an unprecedented, massive firestorm cloud. Amidst the chaos, a message rings out: one person can change the world. Bakugo rockets toward Deku with a series of explosions, no words or complex strategy needed. They're totally in sync. Deku blasts Shigaraki away and grabs Bakugo's hand for a tag team move. But the second user warns Deku that using Gear Shift again will have a massive, unavoidable recoil. He's told to save it for the winning shot, but there's no time left. Deku ignores the warning. Shigaraki notes, All Might's vestige inside Deku is still fuzzy, meaning the old man is technically still clinging to life. As the vestige clarifies, it signals All Might's nearing end. Shigaraki claims the death of the man who gave the world a dream will make that dream real. But who listens to a villain? The light everyone's been praying for is here. Remember Night Eye's last words? He felt the presence of a new future. He spent his life trying to stop All Might's death but found it impossible until Deku showed him a different path. Night Eye realized that this dream is pure energy of force too strong for fate to handle. It's the collective desire for a better tomorrow fueled by Deku and everyone who believes in him. Every punch and every prayer adds power to those fighting. Bakugo is pushing himself to the absolute limit, fueled by his own regrets and the desire to live up to All Might's legacy. Bakugo remembers blaming himself for ending All Might's career, but he's done moping. The explosive hothead snatches the symbol of peace right out of All For One's clutches. As All Might is saved, his vestige inside Deku fades back to a blur. All Might remembers telling them that if they could just acknowledge each other and work together, they'd become the ultimate heroes, to win to save. And to save to win, that's the dream. Suddenly, All Might finds himself in a white void, face to face with Night Eye. He tries to protest, saying he's not finished yet. Night Eye says this is where the dream ends, but destiny was warped. The dream is over, but a promise remains to be kept. AFO mocks him, saying usually the mentor dies to inspire the student, but this is turning out differently. Night Eye claps back that the old trope is just for comics. Toshinori realizes he must be beyond exhausted if his hallucinations are getting this sassy with him. Night Eye tells him heroes are human too, so don't overdo it. Back in the real world, Bakugo lets off a blinding explosion. The crowd recognizes him as the kid kidnapped by the League, the one who was chained up at the sports festival. They don't know his name, but they know that face. Bakugo gets All Might to safety, and even though All Might is barely holding on, he's still worried about the kid. Bakugo just snaps back that All Might is the one in trouble. Bakugo is literally coughing up blood as Edgeshot emerges from Bakugo's body. He's used a secret technique, turning his own body into sutures to fix Bakugo's broken heart and bones from the inside. Edgeshot patched him up but warns that the pain is hellish, and moving is still dangerous. Bakugo gets it and thanks him for saving his life. Edgeshot plays it down, saying he's just the bridge. He kept Bakugo's heart beating, but the boy's consciousness only returned because of his own sheer will. It's a life-sacrificing technique. At the brink of death, Bakugo's own explosive sweat started flowing through his veins. Edgeshot realizes he didn't save Bakugo's own body, and Quirk did the heavy lifting. All Might remembers Bakugo's vow to surpass him. Looking at the kid now, it seems like he's actually about to pull it off. Bakugo stares down the enemy, ready for round 2. Bakugo mocks AFO's young face, asking what happened to the old man. All Might confirms it's him and asks Bakugo to come closer because he can't move. Bakugo kneels down beside his mentor. All Might passes on the last functional piece of his armor to act as a brace for Bakugo. It's not much, but it's the last thing he has to give to the great explosion murder god Dynamite. Bakugo just grins that little bit is all he needs to finish this. All For One considers killing All Might now but decides to focus on his main goal, capturing his brother and Tamura. He needs to merge his quirk with Tamura's to fully control him. He's overcalculating, wondering where his perfect plan went wrong and why things aren't lighting up. The wind should be at his back, but instead Bakugo is in his face. I'm the final boss now, Bakugo declares, before delivering a massive explosion right to AFO's head. The tide is turning. Reports of Bakugo's rescue of All Might spread. The ride at the hospital is over, Spinner is in custody, and the high-end Nomu on Okuto Island have stopped moving. Missions are succeeding across the board. Heroes at Tatakoba Stadium are handling the escapees, and Skeptic has been caught. UA's evacuation system has kept everyone safe while key locations are finally coming under control. The ruins of Jaku Hospital are secure, but Aizawa and the others are still missing. Everyone is putting their faith in Deku to finish this once and for all. All Might is stunned by Bakugo's incredible speed. He's wondering when the kid got this fast, and the command center has some insights on his evolution. In that life or death moment, Bakugo displayed movements fast enough to toy even with Tamura. It was clear he was beginning to grasp something terrifying. His body ached from the strain of his explosions, but he chose to use that very side effect to push himself even further beyond. All For One is annoyed by the hero's persistence, calling them cockroaches. Deku is keeping his distance in Gear 4, struggling to find a way to take down a regenerating killer. Deku knows the second's quirk is a double-edged sword. Once it's active, he's on a timer. When it stops, his body will be completely paralyzed from the recoil. He's going all out. AFO mocks Bakugo's explosions, saying they are as heavy as Endeavor's or Dark Shadow's. He thinks the kid is a non-threat, not even worth using his de-aging quirk for. AFO dismisses him as worthless. But Bakugo is channeling his internal agony into focus, waiting for the perfect split second to strike. Suddenly, AFO realizes he's in trouble. Bakugo is suddenly right there wondering if he can finally stand beside Deku. His dad is too scared to watch, but his mom insists they keep their eyes on their son. She knows he'll come out smiling. AFO is flustered. Why is a pebble like Bakugo getting to him? He tries to reassert his superiority, but then he sees the ghost of Kudo, the man he murdered long ago. He realizes his own hatred is summoning these memories. He remembers Kudo, the man who reached out to his brother, the one man he despised more than anyone else. AFO screams it's all Kudo's fault, but Bakugo shuts him down with a witty retort. AFO is drowning in fuzzy memories of the past, overwhelmed by whispers he can't quite place. Then we get a flashback where two couples trying to book movie tickets. They see a woman in an alley drinking beer who lashed out at them. Nobody knew back then that she was the spark for the world's dark future. That was the start of the quirk phenomenon. Abilities began popping up everywhere, either at birth or during puberty. Researchers initially treated it like a global plague. The world split into those with powers and those without. Japan fell into chaos with the quirkless banding together for survival. But in one area, a small group encountered a mysterious boy. They saw the boy as pitiful, but ignored him to save themselves. Moments later, it was lights out. That kid wiped them all out in an instant. He used a quirk he stole from his own mother. He felt entitled to everything around him, lashing out because people didn't give him what he wanted, despite his cries. The tragic story of Yoichi is revealed. He was weak because his older brother literally stole his nutrients in the womb. Yoichi had nothing to give, yet his brother refused to let him go because he held a secret value. The older brother gripped Yoichi tight, never letting go. As Yoichi grew, he became obsessed with heroes. All for One eventually confronted him, demanding to know what he was secretly reading. Yoichi was still learning to read, so he stuck to comics with moving pictures. He was deeply inspired by the heroes in the stories and dreamed of becoming one someday. Yoichi even tried to share his comics with his brother, hoping there was some kindness left in him. He held on to that faint memory of a gentle hand as the years passed. One day, All for One came home furious because a hero hit 10 million fans. He was jealous and dismissive, claiming the guy was just lucky to have one of the first quirks. He talked about quirk-born kids in India, and Yoichi could tell his brother had just stolen another power. AFO laughed at how easy it was to manipulate people with such lame abilities. He admitted to killing the hero and stealing his quirk. When Yoichi asked why, AFO brought up the comics again, twisting the concepts of one and all to suit his own narrative. He argued that heroes have to hide and fight alone, while the Demon King is feared and served by everyone. He wanted a world where everyone lived for him, claiming this was his true dream. Yoichi eventually wanted nothing to do with him, but All for One kept trying to bring him along, calling him his cute, foolish brother. Yoichi argued that quirks shouldn't be used for greed. Yoichi called out his brother's selfishness, but All for One just pitied him for being quirkless. He claimed that without power, your ideals mean nothing, and that his own dream was already becoming reality. He vowed to force Yoichi to submit, insisting that Yoichi was too important to ever be free. He even found a simple quirk to force upon his weak younger brother. Yoichi begged him to stop, but All for One forced the quirk on him anyway, naming it after his brother. Later, the hero Kudo appeared and finally rescued Yoichi from his prison. All for One wasn't about to let him leave. He hunted them down and literally tore his brother to pieces. Afterward, he blamed himself, thinking the quirk he gave Yoichi was a mistake because it was forced. The real mystery was why the quirk he gave Yoichi just vanished. That had never happened before since all quirks belonged to him. He was certain Yoichi was quirkless to begin with. He had stolen quirks before they even manifested, but Yoichi's seemed non-existent or too tiny to notice, like a stunted factor caused by malnutrition during development. AFO suddenly wonders if that quirk actually activated. Meanwhile, Kudo ran a test after the rescue and found he now had two quirk factors, his original one, and a tiny mysterious new one. Kudo had a hunch this would happen. He felt Yoichi's lingering spirit lamenting that his brother only saw people as playthings. If only All for One had a shred of empathy, things would have been different. Perhaps that act of theft was actually the most merciful thing in this world. Time marches on to the moment Kudo finds himself like a fish on All for One's chopping block. The villain absolutely loathes the man who stole his brother away. He even shed tears just to send Yoichi into a panic inside Kudo's mind. It's clear he was pulling the strings of both hatred and desire all along. He struck a weak point and thought he finally had control. Yet, in the end, things didn't go his way because Yoichi was the only one he ever truly wanted. No matter how hard he pursued him, Yoichi always managed to slip through his fingers. At this thought, All for One suddenly let out a scream of pure, unadulterated hatred. That's right. It's all your fault in the past and the present, you bastard Kudo. He's convinced that Bakugo is a direct descendant of Kudo, even though he feels a nagging contradiction. He was certain that Bloodline had been wiped out forever. After all for One himself had personally annihilated every single person close to Kudo. He didn't stop there, he even wiped out the women and children who were close to the man. Anyone even slightly suspected was eliminated. If any of Kudo's bloodline remained, surely he should have sensed something the moment they first crossed paths. But wait a second. After thinking it over, All for One realizes something important. He recalls that back then Bakugo didn't have those eyes. But now he feels an indomitable will identical to the man who is crossing time and space just to get in his way. All for One starts assessing the battlefield. Although he tries to use teleportation to force a gap, the only available warp points nearby are All Might or Tamura. He can't afford to keep fighting and let his body shrink any further. However, even if he reaches Tamura, his own disciple has already rejected him. Plus, he needs to conserve energy to actually perform the body transfer. He's running out of options. The bottom line is he needs a quick victory. He decides to end it all with a single, massive strike. Unleashing every quirk he has left, All for One merges them into one ultimate attack. Supersonic energy waves blast out in every direction. At this rate, everything within a 10-kilometer radius is about to be completely leveled. In the face of total annihilation, Bakugo just shrugs it off, asking why the villain is even bothering. He tells him that as long as he's standing, victory is impossible for All for One. He remembers his vow to master everything and reach the very top. Most importantly, he refuses to be a burden to his ragtag friend Midoriya any longer. All Might screams for Bakugo to dodge, but the young hero isn't about to run from such a weakling. He puts everything into an attack stance that looks like the real deal but doesn't actually fire. All for One is completely faked out and takes a hit right to the face, losing his balance and falling toward the earth. As the villain hits the ground, Bakugo explains the genius behind his move. Knowing the rain would weaken his blasts, he coated his sweat in a special film before firing. He used regular sweat to encapsulate his explosive sweat, mixing it with the rain to create an invisible, undetectable strike. Pure brilliance. All for One finally realizes he was tagged the moment they passed each other. Bakugo doesn't stop there, he begins pushing all his sweat out into an arc, letting the power accumulate for something even bigger. Once the power peaks, he recalls All Might's advice. Just keep hitting All for One until he regresses into nothingness. The villain can clearly sense his life coming to an end, but he refuses to accept reality, screaming that this is his story and he is the main character. Talk about being in denial. Before he can finish his rant, Bakugo stuffs a massive explosion right into his mouth. All for One finally notices something is wrong. His quirk factors aren't merging correctly. He screams in disbelief that a simple explosion could make him crumble. Right then, Hawks' voice rings out with an explanation. He explains that All for One's body has become too weak and immature, leaving him completely overwhelmed by negative emotions. That's exactly why Tamura was able to break free from his grasp. Bakugo moves in close, shoving his palm right into the face of the century's greatest monster, fighting for everyone standing behind him. The endless power that guided him this far is finally paying off, and the result we've all been waiting for is almost here. But hold on, it's not quite over yet. All for One is still breathing, and he's still looking for a way to win. He keeps muttering that he just needs to move a little bit closer. He's desperate to transfer his quirks to Tamura. He believes that Tamura on the other side has already been consumed by him, which would allow him to regain control of the ultimate mind and body. It's his last-ditch effort for a total takeover. He thinks there's still a chance. If he can just control Tamura, he can finally steal one for all. He calls out to Yoichi, begging for him. Even in this infant-like state, All for One sees a path to victory, especially since Bakugo is barely able to stay on his feet. Bakugo is fighting the urge to collapse, thinking that maybe it's okay to stop since the villain is so tiny now. But wait, that's not the Bakugo we know. He refuses to quit until the enemy has completely vanished. For the very first time, All for One feels the cold grip of fear. The villain shoots a spike from his mouth as a last resort, but too bad for him. Our explosive hero bites down on it and delivers one final, massive blast to finish the job. And that's the end of it. Flashback to a few days before the war. At the secret headquarters, Best Janus confirmed Tamura would appear at the floating fortress. The main mission, take him down in the air and never let him touch the ground. It makes sense, as fighting on the ground gives the heroes a massive disadvantage. They didn't want a repeat of the disaster Gaku Island. The discussion focused on uniting their wills and being clear about what they are protecting. Even though the evacuations were thorough, the goal isn't just about saving buildings, it's about much more than that. Ever since Kamino was chosen as a battlefield, property damage was a given. This time is no different. The top priority is human lives in the future. The biggest headache right now is Tamura's fractured personality. Things might be simpler if All for One was in charge. A ruler always needs subjects to rule over after all. But if Tamura's original personality takes over, the destruction will be absolute. With his hatred pushed to the limit, his urge to destroy could consume everything in his path. The hero's fear of victory that leaves nothing behind, no ground to stand on, and no way to rebuild. A win without a foundation is meaningless. What they are truly protecting is the very bedrock of society. Now back to the present at the Ketsubutsu evacuation zone. Radios are buzzing with reports of intense fighting. An old farmer watches in agony as the fields his family has worked for generations are torn apart. Meanwhile, Tamura is planning to focus his decay power vertically instead of just spreading it out. This means a huge chunk of Shizuoka could vanish in an instant. He's terrifyingly confident, claiming he could level all of Japan in just 1 week, leaving absolutely nothing behind. That is the true horror of his complete decay. But Midoriya isn't going to let that happen. Midoriya is stepping up, combining Gear Shift and Danger Sense to move more freely than ever. He's on a mission to stop Tamura as fast as possible. Just then, Tamura realizes that All for One's will has completely vanished, meaning the villain is finally dead. He shows no sympathy, mocking his former master and saying he deserved to die for failing to finish off Bakugo. Strangely, Tamura admits he's a bit grateful to All for One for making him strong enough to keep up with Midoriya's insane speed. In a heart-stopping moment, Tamura nearly gets his hands on Midoriya. It's a close call that would have been disastrous. Thanks to Danger Sense, Midoriya dodges just in time and retaliates by blowing off Tamura's hand. But the victory is short-lived. He's suddenly informed that his Danger Sense quirk has been stolen. Let's rewind a bit to understand how this happened. Right after All for One died, Yoichi told the other past users to stay focused. Their entire purpose now is to help Midoriya defeat Tamura once and for all. The 5th user is frustrated because Tamura just keeps regenerating. Suddenly, the 4th user's Danger Sense goes wild. Tamura has breached the inner world of One for All. He immediately pushes everyone aside to take the brunt of the attack. He sacrifices himself, leaving a final message for Midoriya and the others. Midoriya can't believe it, but the 4th user's vestige is gone. No one expected Tamura to break through their defenses so easily. Losing his cool, Midoriya combines Fa Jin and Gear Shift to unleash a flurry of Black Whip attacks. But Tamura dodges effortlessly. He's now using Midoriya's own Danger Sense against him. The tables have truly turned. Tamura declares he's taking Midoriya out first. As he rains down blows, he mocks the hero, asking if he still sees him as human. He knows Midoriya saw that crying boy deep inside him, but he doesn't care. Tamura tells Midoriya to stop living in the past and to look at who he is now. He delivers a devastating blow, forcing Midoriya to use Black Whip as a shield to avoid a fatal injury. Midoriya's mask shatters in the process. The 3rd user appears, pointing out they are getting close to Mount Fuji and warning that Gear Shift is about to wear off. They are running out of time and options. Luckily, losing a quirk doesn't weaken the core power of One for All, but the 6th user suggests Midoriya should use what's left of his strength to retreat. Without Danger Sense, they are sitting ducks for Tamura's next move. If Tamura touches him again, it's game over for all their quirks. From a distance, Tamura mocks them, saying he can see the ghosts inside Midoriya planning their escape. He isn't going to let them get away. He knows heroes always run to regroup, so he's going to destroy everything so they have nowhere left to go. He wants to create a whole new world on his own terms. A dark vision he's eager to realize. The heroes realize Tamura lured them here on purpose. If his decay hits Mount Fuji, it could trigger a volcanic eruption. The 6th user panics, realizing Tamura isn't just a successor, he is pure, unbridled destruction. Midoriya asks Tamura if there's still a human part of him left. He might not know who All for One was, but he believes Tamura is still a person. He gathers his strength for a new, massive attack. Using Black Whip to forcibly push his muscles to the limit, Midoriya builds up an incredible amount of pressure. He releases it all in a gigantic air pressure punch that completely clears the area. The blast stops the decay from spreading for now, but everyone knows it's just a temporary fix. Tamura remains unfazed, declaring he'll keep trying to touch Midoriya until he succeeds. But then, he notices the smoke isn't clearing. Midoriya uses Black Whip from all angles to keep Tamura's stolen Danger Sense firing constantly. He learned from his fight with Lady Nagant that overusing this quirk has a heavy cost. He's trying to wear Tomura down by exploiting that very weakness. It's a solid plan, but the 6th user warns that Tomura also has a search quirk. Sure enough, Midoriya's position is blown. Tomura blocks his path. Noticing the hero is struggling to breathe after the massive strain of gear shift, Midoriya is running on pure grit at this point. Tomura mocks him for carrying such a heavy burden, but Midoriya won't back down. He's determined to save the boy he saw crying. He lunges for a kick, but he misses. Tomura gets all philosophical, saying people try to fit the world into their own tiny viewpoints just to feel better. He thinks Midoriya is just trying to force his own narrow perspective onto him. He knows they can see into each other's minds through One for All. He tells Midoriya to look closer, claiming the crying boy from his past is long gone. He wants Midoriya to see the monster he's become. Tomura insists he's exactly who he's meant to be. The 7th user remembers a boy who wanted to save everyone, but then she tells Midoriya some people are just beyond saving. It's a harsh truth to swallow. To Midoriya, Tomura is the ultimate test of his ideals. The 7th user urges him to gather even more power for a final erasing blow, but Midoriya refuses. He wants to know why Tomura carries so much loneliness in his heart. Midoriya thinks Tomura is just hiding his pain, and he vows to keep fighting until that shell finally breaks. The 2nd user admits this is why he was against Midoriya's approach. It's just too dangerous. He wondered if entrusting One for All to someone who wants to save their worst enemy was a mistake. He thought it was arrogant at first, but now he sees that Midoriya truly believes there's a human heart inside even the worst monsters. He decides to bet on Midoriya, the 9th successor. But then he tells him something shocking. It's time to give up One for All. Meanwhile, All Might wakes up and senses the battle from afar. He can feel the connection to One for All the same way he did in his final battle. He senses the accumulated power and will of the past users flowing through the connection. It's intense and overwhelming. Inside Tomura's mind, a flicker of Star and Strike's will appears, which confuses him since she should be gone. Back with Midoriya, he's stunned by the plan to give up One for All. The 2nd user explains the strategy. He describes the massive hatred inside Tomura, but says there's a weak spot of mental wound left by Star and Stripe. It's a scar that even Tomura's regeneration can't heal. And it's their only opening. Since Tomura has become so powerful, a direct physical fight is a losing battle. They have to attack his mind through that spiritual wound. It's a risky but necessary move to have any hope of winning. The plan is to transfer One for All as an attack, hitting that mental wound to break into Tomura's mind. The 2nd user uses a simple analogy. Think of it like Bakugo forcefully handing something to Midoriya. It's an aggressive transfer. If the transfer is forceful enough, it becomes an attack that can damage the receiver. The 2nd user believes that if Midoriya transfers the power with enough force, it will shatter Tomura's mental defenses. The 6th user is worried because losing gear shift is a huge risk. If the plan fails, Tomura gets the quirk. But the 2nd user insists they have no choice. It's a high-stakes gamble they have to take to survive. Midoriya's resolve is inspiring. Despite the harsh reality, he hasn't lost his heart. The 2nd user wants to believe in him. Midoriya feels like he's been given so much, and he's not just worried about his own life. One for All is a precious gift from his idol, something he worked hard to earn. The plan is set, and the 5th user will stay with Midoriya to help. The 2nd user asks Midoriya one last time, what is he going to do? Midoriya stands up, and he looks intense, almost frightening with energy crackling around him. He lets out a roar and unleashes Black Whip against Tomura. He doesn't look like your typical hero right now. He looks like a force of nature. He's using Black Whip to move in ways no one expected, surprising even the past users. The 2nd user can feel Midoriya's intense determination. He's willing to do whatever it takes to win this fight. Midoriya is pushing himself to the limit, desperate to catch Tomura even without using gear shift. He has to find a way to get close enough to start the transfer. It's a grueling high-speed game of cat and mouse. To transfer One for All, the user needs to want to give it, and the receiver needs to take in their DNA. All Might once said any method works, meaning Midoriya can practically force the quirk onto Tomura. It's time for some unconventional heroics. The plan is to use blood to transfer the power through Tomura's wounds, but to Tomura's insane regeneration, Midoriya only has a split second to make it work. He has to hit him exactly when the punch lands. He's got one shot at this. If he misses that tiny window during the impact, he's in trouble. The strain on his mind will be enormous, so he has to get it right the first time. No pressure, right? Tomura can tell something is off and feels the need to dodge Midoriya's next move. He sees how much pain Midoriya is in, with his body practically falling apart, and knows the hero is planning something desperate. Normally, anyone in Midoriya's state would be focused just on surviving, but he's not your average hero. Tomura decides to just end it all by destroying everything, Midoriya and the whole country in one go. Both are locked in a deadly game of speed and strategy. Midoriya uses the 6th user's smokescreen to hide, but the 6th user is worried it's useless since Tomura can just use his search quirk to find them. As for Tomura, he paid no attention to the smoke and dove straight toward the ground, intending to use decay to destroy his opponent's footing. Suddenly, the ground beneath him was carved into a massive trench. It turns out that earlier, when he was blasted away, Tomura realizes he's been set up, just like before at the floating fortress. He senses Midoriya behind him and gets ready to counter. It's a clever bit of tactical thinking from the young hero. Tomura attacks, but it's just to decoy the old cape trick from the Lady Nagan fight. Tomura's search quirk pointed at the cape because Midoriya smeared his blood on it. He completely fell for the bait. So where is the real Midoriya? Tomura figures it out too late. Midoriya gambled that the search quirk would react to the past user's vestiges in his blood, and his plan worked perfectly to create an opening. Midoriya put his will to transfer the quirk into his blood, making it the perfect decoy. For a moment, Tomura lost track of him, giving Midoriya the perfect chance to strike. It's a high-stakes move that's finally paying off. He used Tomura's own tracking against him to launch a surprise attack from the smoke. It turns out the 6th user's smokescreen is pretty useful after all. Tomura is visibly shaken, realizing he's in a tight spot. Midoriya lands a direct punch, and a 2nd user's vestige dives deep into Tomura's subconscious. Suddenly, visions of Dabi and Toga appear, followed by even more familiar faces from their shared past. The memories of both fighters are starting to blur together. The 6th user shouts that the first strike worked but wasn't enough. Midoriya needs to keep hitting him and pouring on the damage to break through. The memory overlap is creating a storm of voices. The 2nd user realizes that the combination of their quirk factors and One For All's resonance is reaching a breaking point as Midoriya continues the transfer. All For One always wanted a heart and a will. But those are things that can't just be stolen. Everything the past users have worked for leads up to this very moment. Midoriya isn't holding back, it's now or never. Midoriya breaks through Tomura's defense to try the transfer again, but he's pushed back. The 5th user realizes Tomura's fighting it, but since the 6th user is already inside him, he can't fully resist anymore. Midoriya realized he rushed the last attempt and needs to touch Tomura's actual body, not just his massive fingers. He sees a glimpse of Tomura's childhood and knows he's getting closer to breaking through. He's determined to keep trying as many times as it takes. Meanwhile, a high-altitude camera is capturing the whole fight, showing the world how Midoriya is risking everything. This is Mei Hatsume's handiwork, keeping everyone informed. It's heartbreaking to watch Midoriya struggle like this. Even though Braba's watching via satellite. It's ironic that Midoriya, who put the man she loves in prison, is the one she's now rooting for with all her heart. She's doing everything she can to help him out. Elsewhere, the floating fortress has landed in the ocean, and Cementos is quickly building slides to help everyone evacuate safely. Every hero is doing their part. Heroes on the ground are helping the injured while the battle is broadcast on a big screen. Everyone is terrified by the sight of Tomura's monstrous form. Eri wants to help, but ectoplasm holds her back for her own safety. Eri is desperate to go, but they're hundreds of miles away and have no way to get there. The war has disrupted everything, and Eri's energy hasn't fully recharged yet. Even if she made it, there's not much she could do. She thinks of Aizawa in the hospital and feels a wave of helplessness. Ectoplasm knows how Eri feels, but they have to stay put and trust in Midoriya to finish the fight. Trusting Midoriya is all they can do right now. Eri remembers how supportive Midoriya was when she first shared her dream. And she's moved to tears thinking about how hard he's fighting for everyone's future. Someone comforts Eri, saying that even though Midoriya can be a crybaby, his determination inspires others who feel the same way to step up and do their part. It's a sweet moment of shared connection. A citizen saved by Midoriya wonders if their lives will ever be the same. Midoriya promises with steady eyes that he'll win back their future because he's not fighting alone. He knows he's made mistakes, but he's determined to make things right. Elsewhere, Nezu is struggling to survive while Momo helps Denki to safety. They're both keeping a close eye on Midoriya's fight. Seeing how hard he's pushing himself, Denki can't help but feel a bit worried for his friend. Denki thinks about how characters in manga always say they believe in the hero, but it feels different in real life. Even though Midoriya is incredibly strong, Denki doesn't have the everything is okay feeling he gets with All Might. He wonders if worrying means he doesn't trust his friend. Then, an emergency call comes in. Yue is sending robots to help, and a girl named Ochiko is in critical condition. Hawks hears her name and is immediately concerned. He remembers her as the girl who stood up for Midoriya. Feeling helpless himself, he wishes everyone could be a bit more selfless so things wouldn't be so hard for everyone involved. Lady Nagata explains that Midoriya has a way of getting through to people. Instead of just punishing the bad guys, he actually wants to save them, even if it's a much harder path to take. It's his empathy that makes him special. His sheer determination is contagious, making everyone want to cheer him on. Back at the fight, Midoriya closes in on Tamura again. No matter how hard Tamura tries to push him away, Midoriya is determined to land that final, justice-filled punch. Most of the past users have breached Tamura's mind, but Nana Shimura is being kept out. She realizes Tamura claimed to hate her, but there's more to it than just simple hatred. Something else is keeping her at bay. She hears the voice of a young Tamura begging her not to leave. Meanwhile, Midoriya finds himself in a strange new space. It's Tamura's childhood home. This is where Tamura said his path to destruction all started. Midoriya wants to enter the house to save him, but his inner voices question if uncovering the past will actually change anything. Midoriya doesn't care. He just knows he can't let it end without understanding the truth. A truck suddenly speeds toward him, but Midoriya dodges. It seems Tamura is messing with his own subconscious to keep Midoriya away. Nana appears and explains they are deep inside Tamura's mind now. They are at the core of Tamura's soul, his most vulnerable spot. Nana apologizes for being excluded, but Midoriya is just glad she's there. This is where Tamura's true, fragile self is hidden away. Attacking this core could end everything, but it's not going to be easy. Shadows of villains Midoriya has faced emerge to stop him, but he fights through them. Then he sees something even more heartbreaking. He sees Nana and her granddaughter, and then a vision of Tamura's father hitting him. Midoriya tries to rush in to help, but an invisible barrier keeps pushing him back. He's so close, but he can't quite reach him yet. The father screams that heroes are monsters who abandon their own families just to save strangers. He tells Tamura that Nana isn't his grandmother, just someone who threw her own child away. It's a bitter, painful memory. Nana realizes her son kept her photo because he couldn't bring himself to throw it away, not because he hated her. She feels terrible knowing her choices caused so much pain that eventually reached her grandson, Tamura. She keeps apologizing, wishing she had been strong enough to come back for her son. Suddenly, she manages to break through the barrier, determined to confront the pain and help her grandson once and for all. Nana holds her son and grandson close, ready to fade away together. She gives Tamura a heartfelt, long-overdue apology from the bottom of her soul. Then the scene shifts to Tamura crying alone in the yard. Tamura is crying and calling for help. Midoriya senses the same breeze from before and realizes this is the exact moment Tamura's decay quirk first manifested. He's right at the heart of everything. The memory plays out. Tamura's sister asks if he's okay, only to see their dog disintegrate right before her eyes. Terrified, she turns and runs away, leaving him alone in his horror. Midoriya steps in to stop the younger version of Tamura from chasing after her. In this memory world, he has to stay focused and not let his own resolve waver if he wants to end this cycle of pain. Tamura asks why Midoriya didn't hesitate to strike back, and Midoriya simply says it's because he saw him crying. Tamura tries to deny it, but Midoriya is being overwhelmed by Tenko's raw emotions. Tenko screams that he chose this path and that his own will destroyed his family. He wonders who could ever accept a monster like him. Midoriya feels himself being pulled away, but he refuses to let go. Midoriya is bombarded by Tenko's mixed-up feelings, hate, sadness, and confusion. Tenko is clearly torn, and Tamura demands that Midoriya let go. It can't help but wonder what would have happened if someone had reached out to him back then. Midoriya realizes that maybe ending Tamura's life is the only way to save him. He's here because he remembers how it felt when someone finally reached out to him, and he wants to pay that kindness forward. He tells Tenko that everything is going to be okay. Tamura can feel Midoriya's sincere emotions, and his hatred starts to melt away. He wonders if this is all he ever needed, but then another painful memory interrupts. He remembers playing heroes at the park and being asked to be All Might. He was happy but said no because he believed he was a villain who had to destroy things. Even as his hatred fades, he still feels like he has a role to play. He feels like he has to be a hero for his League of Villains, even if it means destroying the world. The voices of those in despair keep urging him to finish what he started and tear everything down. At headquarters, they hear Tamura is weakening, but the outcome is still uncertain. Then, a totally random memory appears. Someone talking about work and a person named Shimura from a company called Toga. Tamura has no idea what this memory is about. They're talking about his son and whether his quirk has shown up yet. Midoriya is sure this isn't one of Tenko's memories. It's someone else's past entirely, which is very strange. Suddenly, All for One takes over the space, consuming Tamura and calling him a stupid vessel for letting a nobody like Midoriya get to him. He mocks Tenko for being weak while trying to act strong, letting out a terrifying roar. He calls Tenko a fool who never made his own choices. Then he turns his anger on Midoriya for messing with One for All and Yoichi, but he also thanks him because Midoriya's attack on Tenko's heart let All for One regain control. All for One keeps insulting Tenko, calling him a naive monster who can't decide for himself. He claims he was the one who guided him all along. Tenko is confused, but the terrible truth is about to be revealed. All for One says Tamura never actually made a choice in his life. Tamura tries to argue, but All for One just laughs and says he made him think those were his choices just to get his will to surface. It's a total manipulation. He explains that guiding Tenko's free will was crucial to his plan. He mentions the past users, and says his latest contact with Midoriya confirmed that stealing One for All requires overcoming the user's will. When All Might cornered him, he looked for a soul to break the next successor's will. He wanted a nursery of pure hatred to grow. He overheard that modern heroes aren't there when people really need them, and he used that to his advantage. He realized Nana was too old to manipulate, but he could influence her family. He reveals that he actually stole Tenko's original unawakened quirk and started putting pressure on his father to create a perfect storm of resentment. He pretended to be a friend of Tenko's father and approached the boy on the street, claiming it was dangerous. He offered his hand to Tenko, but it was all part of his sick plan to cultivate the perfect villain. He gave Tenko a modified destructive version of the decay quirk, making sure it could only destroy. All for One smugly concludes that everything in Tenko's life as family, his trials, his identity, was all manufactured by him. He tells Tamura to get out of the body he created for him. All for One has completely crushed Tamura's soul. This was his ace in the hole for stealing One for All. But even though he's won this round, he knows the end is coming. The mission to steal One for All was a total bust. Tamura's screams are still echoing like a haunting melody inside his head, but he just tells the kid to shut it. He's starting to realize that all this mental trauma is actually trashing his physical body. Decay, rage, and hatred all gone. He lost the perfect vessel he spent years hunting for, and even his brother Yoichi is gone. With nothing left, he pivots to his ultimate hollow goal, bringing the whole world down with him. Midoriya, battered and bruised, struggles to his feet and warns, "I won't allow it." Both of Midoriya's arms have been decayed, but his spirit is far from extinguished. As long as he's still drawing breath, that monster won't get his way. All for One just sneers, mocking the idea that humans are stronger in loss, claiming that for a kid with nothing left like Midoriya, this pathetic end was inevitable. With that, All for One prepares to deliver the final blow, but just in the nick of time, Sero, Shoji, and Sato burst onto the scene, working together to blast the villain away from Midoriya. And the surprises keep coming. A warp gate opens up right behind him, and out steps none other than Mr. Aizawa. To get the full picture, we have to rewind 10 minutes. Aizawa and Mike were warped to a deserted island miles away from the front lines. Present Mike was losing it, screaming his lungs out while trying to wake Kurogiri. He was furious that they were stranded in the middle of nowhere, but then Aizawa spoke up about what Kurogiri really is. He's the one who exists to protect Homura. Mike just yelled back, calling Kurogiri nothing but a corpse and saying they were fools to trust him. But Aizawa cut him off. He noticed something. Kurogiri was actually crying. Mike tried to brush it off as just a few raindrops, insisting a guy like that doesn't have tear ducts. Mike then reasoned that because Aizawa had stood in Tamura's way twice, Kurogiri worked him out of the picture to clear the path. He declared that their top priority was waking this guy up to get them back to the fight, and right after that, they'd have to put Kurogiri down for good. Mike warned not to go fishing for the same miracle that happened at Tartarus. At 31 years old now, long past being wide-eyed second-year UA students looking for a silver lining, but Aizawa realized something Shirakumo died when he was still a student. If he was all evil, why bother warping them here instead of just killing them? He flashed back to Tartarus, where they managed to pull a fragment of the real Shirakumo out of that darkness, even if it was buried deep. The darkness was overwhelming, but Aizawa kept his head. As a UA teacher, his core mission is to see his students through to graduation, no matter how many years it takes. And then, the miracle finally happened. The good part of Shirakumo surged back to life. Mike couldn't believe his eyes, but deep down, those old memories were still burning bright. Immediately, Aizawa patched through to command. He gave a situation report and demanded coordinates for the hotspots where heroes were needed most. Then he rushed to the evacuation center to announce the game changer. The heroes could now use Kurogiri's warp gates. He called for everyone who could still fight to assemble outside. People were stunned that they could reach the front lines instantly. Even a no-name hero and a regular citizen stepped up to join, with one even handing over a shirt to help the wounded heroes. Word is, most fronts are being stabilized. Only two major hotspots remain, the National Stadium and the Ground Zero area. Back with Midoriya, he's totally confused. He thought All for One would have crumbled along with Tenko's heart. Right then, Aizawa rushes to his side and asks the critical question. He asks how long it's been since he lost his arms. But Midoriya has no clue time works differently in that internal world. Aizawa recalls Eri running up to him before this, saying she knew the teachers would never let her go to the battlefield. But she had one desperate request. She warned him to take her severed horn to Midoriya. Aizawa was shocked and asked what she had done, and she explained that ectoplasm helped her. He felt bad, but her reasoning was just too sound to ignore. She'd been practicing her quirk with the teachers just for this. She knew the horn would work because it's a part of her essence. Aizawa was worried that such a drastic move might ruin her power, but Eri was resolute. She'd wanted to help ever since All Might and Bakugo were injured, but she wasn't strong enough then. She just wanted to sing a song for Midoriya once this was all over because he brought so much joy into her life. Eri begged to be allowed to fight, even if just in this small way. Back in the now, it turns out Eri's quirk could only rewind time by about 3 minutes. That was just enough. Midoriya's arms fully regrow, meaning time is finally on his side. Right on cue, all of Class 1A steps out from the warp gates, ready to stand by Deku's side until their very last breath. In that epic moment, every single one of them was united in one goal, backing up their friend no matter the cost. Even our short-circuited Pikachu knew this was the only right move. Everyone is covered in injuries, but they know if they didn't show up today, they might as well hand in their hero licenses. Midoriya is tearing up, choking back thanks as he looks at his friends, fully aware of just how exhausted they all are. From across the battlefield, All For One watches these kids gather with a smug, arrogant look. To him, this ragtag group of survivors is just the leftover ash of his destruction. Now that Yoichi has vanished into nothingness, his last link to this world has truly shattered. He declares that his personal tragedy will become humanity's nightmare, transforming into a spiked monstrosity. Zero isn't having any of that twisted philosophy, though. He snaps back that his only real motivation is passing his next exam. He's got zero interest in experiencing AFO's tragedy. With that, Zero lunges into the attack. Out of nowhere, the Todoroki father-son duo emerges from a warp, unleashing a combined blast of devastating hellfire right at All For One. Rewind 5 minutes, the whole Todoroki family was battered after their fight, but Natsuo told his father to go help the others. He promised to handle the family affairs, so Endeavor wouldn't have to worry about a thing. That's why father and son are here now, ready to go. And with Present Mike's rallying cry, everyone's power seems to be surging to a whole new level. All For One looks at them like a bunch of ants and scoffs. He doesn't think these heroes measure up, so he fires a long-range blast. But their team manages to warp the trajectory, while the heavy hitters pile him a damage to cancel out his attack. It's not over. All For One uses massive tentacles to plow through the earth, creating tremors that scatter the hero formation. Midoriya watches helplessly as his friends get crushed. He wants to move, but his old injuries have his body locked up. Aizawa is panicked. Eri's power only rewound him to just before he lost his arms, so the brutal damage from the Shigaraki fight is still there. Midoriya admits to Aizawa that even though he passed on One For All, the embers are still burning inside him. As long as those sparks are there, he can still ignite. He warns All For One not to get too cocky. The counterattack isn't over yet. Moved by a student's resolve, Aizawa pulls out some bandages and the shirt that the civilian gave him. Midoriya realizes it's a limited edition All Might shirt. It's more than just clothes. It's a symbol of the people's faith. Right then, Aoyama grabs Midoriya's hand, urging him to run. He tells him they need his strength just as much as he needs theirs. Swallowing his tears amidst the deafening cheers, Midoriya leaps forward like he's never been hurt. Even as Aoyama gets grabbed behind him, he screams for Midoriya to keep going. Aizawa follows up by commanding the entire front to clear a path straight to All For One. But the villain's power seems bottomless. He mocks the kids as small fry, sneering that he's been holding back and they're delusional for thinking they have a chance. He unleashes a life-erasing beam aimed directly at Midoriya. Instantly, Shoji appears to push the attack aside. Furiously, All For One retaliates with a barrage of attacks. Midoriya is livid seeing his friends getting hurt. He tries to launch a final move, but his classmates jump in to take the hits for him. They grab him, using their own bodies as a human catapult to hurl him forward. They know he's at his limit, but they're willing to be his launch pad for the finishing blow. They're all betting everything on his victory, acting as human shields. All For One keeps attacking, wondering why these pests won't just die. Then he sees that look in their eyes, so familiar and so annoying. It turns out their weakness is actually their greatest strength that unites them. Midoriya might not have All Might's overwhelming aura, but he has the power to make everyone stand up because they believe in him. Now, even All For One is starting to feel a chill. He realizes the fry he looked down on are rising up stronger than ever. The pure faith in Midoriya's victory is working miracles, from All Might to a dying Uraraka. Even the American heroes have gathered to help. All Might raises his fist in pride as the world cheers. Thousands of voices are screaming for him to keep going, fueling Midoriya with an endless surge of energy. He feels it all, even if he can't hear the words. His engine is redlining as he plows through the tentacles to land a massive smash right on All For One's face. His regeneration quirk, completely useless against this power. The resonance of 1,000 wills has paralyzed AFO's defenses. Tamura's broken body can't handle the influx of One For All. As he strikes, Midoriya screams that this is the culmination of every predecessor's power. Not even All For One's ancestors could save him now. He starts to crumble, but the old devil isn't giving up yet. He forces his quirks to hold his form together, screaming that nobody can take what's his. He sets his sights on Midoriya. He wants Midoriya as his new host since his body is a perfect fit. He plans to repeat the possession process he used on Tamura, but he's delusional if he thinks Midoriya is an easy target. He charges in for the final blow to end this nightmare. Suddenly, Kurogiri screams. His prime directive is to protect Tamura, so he apologizes and intervenes. President Mike can only watch in shock as his old friend jumps in. Kurogiri blocks Midoriya's attack and grabs All For One, demanding Tamura back. Just as it looks like the chance is gone, a massive explosion rocks the area. The Great Explosion murder god Bakugo is back in action. He yanks Midoriya out of the warp and blasts him straight toward All For One, declaring, "Don't you dare leave me behind!" Midoriya is instantly in the villain's face, giving him zero time to react. Midoriya roars with rage, but deep down he knows this monster is just a lost, lonely soul. He lands a devastating punch that sends All For One into the void. There, the lingering soul of Yoji appears for one last talk. Midoriya dialed the power perfectly to keep the soul fragments intact, allowing the first successor to finish his mission. The villain screams and clings to life, refusing to let go of his brother. Yoichi tells him that meeting one last time like this is his only salvation. It's time to pay for his crimes, especially since Midoriya brought the whole gang to finish the job. All For One gets beaten senseless in both the spirit and real worlds. As he vanishes, Tamura's image flickers one last time. Midoriya thanks him for being the reason he fought to save the world, even if he couldn't save him. Tamura smiles and tells Midoriya to tell Spinner that he fought to destroy until the very end. The Immortal King and the World Destroyer vanish into nothingness. The tragic cycle finally breaks and justice wins. The war is over. Peace starts with some very emotional weather reports. The news anchors can barely stay on topic because they're so emotional after the fight of the century. One anchor asks a poignant question. What impact will the lone wind that blew that day have on the world? While we wait for updates, Japan is facing a different kind of struggle. Reconstruction. The sky is clear, and everyone is working together to rebuild from the rubble. The heroes who saved humanity are now stuck in hospitals eating bland porridge. Bakugo, after going all out, is down to one working arm since the other is completely shredded. The doctor can't guarantee a full recovery and suggests a prosthetic like Mirko's. Bakugo looks down and refuses immediately. His quirk depends on his sweat glands after all. A prosthetic would make him powerless. He demands physical therapy immediately because he can't stand the thought of Midoriya leaving him in the dust. But the doctor shuts him down. He's lucky to be alive at all. His heart and arm both barely survived. He needs to just lie there and heal. Next door, Midoriya and All Might are sharing a room and catching up. Midoriya tearfully recounts his last moments with Tamura. He's heartbroken that even though he reached him, he couldn't save him from the abyss. But All Might sees it differently. He says Tamura died with a smile and left a message for Midoriya to keep giving it his all, no matter what happens tomorrow. If Tamura wasn't crying at the end, then Midoriya saved his soul. Their mission is over, and they can finally live in peace without their quirks. Suddenly, the door bursts open. What did you just say? What do you mean you have no power left? Bakugo is crying. He's devastated for his friend because he thought they'd always be competing. Midoriya is stunned to see him crying. He tries to calm him down, saying he's just emotional because he's weak. He tells him the embers are still there. All Might smiles seeing them together, noting how much they've both grown since the beginning. They've cleaned up the previous generation's mess and inspired the whole world. They're the true heroes. As peace returns, the hero's mission is to build a better future. Midoriya and his class are the ones to do it. Graduation day arrives at UA, and President Mike is the MC keeping the energy high. Things are moving fast thanks to Principal Nezu. Nezu handled everything from logistics to healthcare, looking far beyond the war itself. Mirio gives a serious graduation speech, thanking everyone and noting that their UA experiences are priceless. He wants a future full of laughter, and then he goes back to his usual funny self to lighten the mood. Class A is back to school with Aizawa as their teacher for another year. They're actually thrilled because they wouldn't want anyone else. Aoyama is leaving UA to face legal consequences for his actions. The class is sad to see him go. Oyama promises to atone and rejoin them one day. He leaves in tears and the whole class cries with him. But sadness doesn't last long as Shinso joins the class. Everyone is excited, though Mineta is still being a creep. Izawa has to restrain Mineta. Meanwhile, it's announced that the third-year hero students will help with reconstruction. With All Might gone, heroes have to stay ready for any chaos that might pop up. Midoriya checks on Shoto, who says he's fine but is clearly bracing himself for some family drama. Endeavor, in a wheelchair, visits Dabi, who's barely holding on. Dabi mocks them for visiting him. Endeavor tells Dabi he's retiring, and that Dabi's hatred was scarier than anything he's ever faced. Dabi remains spiteful and mocks his father's retirement. Endeavor admits he ignored Dabi's need for attention for too long, and has been watching his confession video daily as a reminder of his failure. He plans to visit Dabi every day to try and make up for lost time, even though it's late. He encourages the rest of the family to visit and cherish the time they have left together. Dabi's heart rate spikes from the emotion, and they're forced to cut the visit short for his safety. Shoto asks Dabi what his favorite fruit is, and just as they're leaving, Dabi whispers an answer. Dabi says he likes soba, and Shoto realizes they have that in common. Dabi finally breaks down and apologizes to Shoto. Endeavor apologizes to his whole family and vows to spend his remaining days protecting them. Natsu admits his dad is cool for facing his mistakes, and Endeavor accepts his path. Shoto returns to UA, helping his father find support in his own hell. It looks like Hawks is there for him. Even Hawks visits Endeavor, showing there's hope for his future. Gentle and the Brava are finally together, being adorable. Meanwhile, Lady Nagan refuses to leave prison because she's afraid of the outside world. She's worried about being manipulated again, but Midoriya's actions have given her some resolve. Reconstruction is tough, and the trauma from the villain's actions still haunts everyone. Midoriya visits Spinner, who is heavily deformed from all the quirks he received. The doctor saves Spinner, though he's still hostile toward Midoriya. Midoriya ignores his growling and tells him he's there to deliver Tamura's final message. Spinner is shocked to hear that Tamura left a message specifically for him. Spinner wonders why only he gets a message, and Midoriya confirms it's just for him. Spinner breaks down, saying Tamura was his only hope. Spinner loses control and grabs Midoriya, screaming that Tamura was his #1 hero. Midoriya listens, as Spinner cries about how Tamura was his first friend and gave his life meaning. Midoriya tells him that Tamura wanted to be a hero for the villains. The League meant everything to Tamura, and that's why he chose Spinner for his final words. Spinner vows to write a book about Tamura so he's never forgotten. He wants everyone to know Tamura was a hero to the villains, and Midoriya supports his plan. Midoriya promises he'll never forget Tamura, and Spinner sends a message to Shoji. Overhaul finally meets his boss again, but the boss is disappointed in him. The boss tells Overhaul he should have remembered how to be a good person. The boss says Overhaul needs to apologize to Eri, not him. Overhaul is left to repent. Midoriya and All Might leave as the inspector wonders if evil can ever be truly stopped. Evil will always exist, but life goes on at UA with the start of a new school year. Class 1A are now superstars, with Bakugo and Shoto being the most popular. The rest of the class is jealous of their popularity. While Midoriya sits alone until a boy approaches him. A young boy thanks Midoriya for inspiring him during the fight. Midoriya is moved by the boy's words. Meanwhile, Aizawa keeps turning down interview requests for the class. Class A helps with rebuilding, and even Edgeshot is there in his smaller form. The people bring lunch for the heroes, and everyone stays positive about the future. An old man says he lost everything but doesn't blame anyone, and he's ready to rebuild with his friends. A bus full of kids arrives. It's the same ones who were obsessed with Bakugo and Shoto. They come to apologize and help out. The kids want to make up for their behavior, and the old man praises them for following the hero's example. Ochako seems sad despite the happy atmosphere. She leaves early and doesn't reply to messages. Ochako is crying on a hill, heartbroken that she couldn't save Toga. She's been hiding her pain, but Midoriya finds her. Midoriya remembers how she supported him here before, and encourages her to let her feelings out. He tells her he knows her best, and promises to be there for her. Ochako cries about Toga, and Midoriya understands her pain completely. He believes they can change the future if they keep helping others. Their moment is interrupted by the rest of Class A, who were watching and now rush in to hug Ochako. Bakugo asks about Midoriya's embers, shocking the rest of the class who didn't know. Midoriya shares his story. Later, in a peaceful society, some people still need extra care. All Might and Hawks discuss expanding the hero rankings to include everyone who helped. Hawks wants to honor regular citizens who played a part in the victory. Hawks says he wants to upgrade the system, not get rid of it, because even the best heroes have limits. Even his own family treats the child like garbage just for existing. They see him as a disgrace and worry he'll ruin the family's reputation if anyone finds out. Then a barbaric order was issued. Handle it in total secrecy. It's enough to make your skin crawl. A voice, trembling with shock and grief, asked what a child could have possibly done to deserve such a fate. But the one in charge didn't flinch. He just handed down even more ruthless instructions. He told them to treat the child as if they were already dead, to hide them away forever and bury their very existence in the shadows. Even more horrifying, he ordered for their mouth to be sewn shut, banning every sound, and refusing to let even a single breath escape. In that suffocating void of abandonment, the child's inner voice cried out in deep sorrow. They kept wondering, what did I do wrong? Why did they have to sew my mouth shut? Living in constant fear and sadness, the child faced a cruel irony. Everyone else around them was laughing and happy. In total despair, they asked themselves, why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? But thankfully, the tragedy didn't last forever. A ray of warm light finally broke through when a kind voice asked, "Are you okay, dear?" It was that same old woman who had reached out to help Tomura back then. Even knowing she might not be able to do much, she chose to act anyway. On that fateful day, the seeds Midoriya planted had truly begun to bloom. She gently comforted the child, saying, "It's all right now. I'm right here." It's a simple phrase, but it carries incredible healing power, washing away the coldness of the past and proving that real change has happened. No one is being left behind anymore. And speaking of the past, do you remember Midoriya's own struggle? He still remembers that day at the park like it was yesterday. That little brat Bakugo was bullying another kid, and Midoriya chose to step in. The result? He was the one who ended up getting thrashed. Back then, he realized that people aren't born equal. But unlike the gloom of his youth, he sees things differently now. It's precisely because we're all different with unique shapes and forms that we learn to care for one another. Those differences in our bodies and hearts are what drive us to reach out and find the beauty in each other. Sounds pretty mature, doesn't it? Well, it makes sense, seeing as the kids are calling him Professor these days. Midoriya looks back at the harsh reality he faced when he was just a weak 17-year-old kid. But on that day, when the whole world fought as one, he heard something truly magical. The sounds of encouragement and prayers. Even now, those voices act as a fire that warms his spirit and lifts him up whenever he feels low. He realized a fundamental truth. If thinking of others is the first step to becoming a hero, then on that day, every single person became a great hero. We connect deeply with those on our same path, but we also reach out to those who are different to find understanding and connection. We all live for today, heading toward the future together. Before we got Professor Midoriya, there was the Midoriya who had to work his tail off just to graduate on time. Meanwhile, Spinner's book about the crazy villain has been widely published. With just 3 months left before graduation, Uraraka and Midoriya were still strolling along together. Then, Present Mike's high-energy music kicks in, signaling that the big day has finally arrived. Midoriya has the honor of being the first to receive his diploma from the principal. And just like that, after the diplomas were handed out, it was time for the graduation speech. The person stepping up to the podium was none other than Class Rep Ida. Speaking with a clear and powerful voice, Ida declared that even if a massive evil tries to swallow the world, we will overcome it. He asserted that they could only stand their graduation because they held each other's hands, offered support, and never lost hope. Aida pledged that even after leaving UA, they'd never forget the true meaning of being a hero. Enough with the tears, though. Bakugo and Monoma suddenly burst onto the stage in the coolest way possible. In that sacred moment, Midoriya looked back on his journey. From a quirkless boy given one for all by his idol, All Might, he turned his wildest dreams into reality. The story began with his body moving on its own before he could even think, and now it's winding down along with the final embers of the quirk. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. High school classrooms across Japan are busy with students filling out their career forms. Hearing the kids talk, you realize how much the world has changed. One student says being a top hero is old news. Now it's all about support gear. He aims to join the research lab where the genius Mei Hatsune works. Another student dreams of being a doctor, but not just any doctor. They want to treat cases that were once thought impossible. Another girl wants to join the cybersecurity firm that became legendary during the cyber war 5 years ago. Amidst the buzz of all these careers, a surprised voice asks, "Wait, Dai, you want to be a hero? Don't do it! Your quirk is way too hard to use." Turns out, some still want to be heroes but get discouraged by their peers. Society has shifted, crime is down, and the number of heroes has been cut. From now on, only the truly powerful have a shot at the hero business. The teacher collects the forms, ending the discussion. On his way home, Dai can't stop worrying. He feels like everything has changed too much. He remembers how everyone used to dream of being All Might and Ever, Best Janist, or even Dynamite and Shoto. But now, those names aren't the only choices anymore. Dai laughs at himself, feeling like he's the only one still clinging to old childhood dreams. Whenever he feels insecure, Dai always heads to All Might's statue, looking for a shoulder to lean on. Let's check in on the lives of the Class A heroes. First up, Mezzo Shoji. Since his debut, he's been incredibly active, working hard to resolve cases stemming from discrimination against heteromorphs. He's tackling deep-rooted historical issues through peaceful means. For his massive contributions, Shoji was honored with the Imamuza Peace Prize. In his speech, he humbly said the award belongs to those who fought 8 years ago. He's just standing on their resolve. So proud of him. Next up is the team-up with Ida, Tsuyu, Momo, and Uraraka. They're touring elementary schools nationwide. As crime rates drop, the scope of hero work has expanded. The quirk counseling project Uraraka proposed is now seen as essential. Other heroes love the idea and joined the team. Meanwhile, at the UA faculty office, Aizawa shows Midoriya a clip of Bakugo losing his cool with reporters again. He's refusing interviews and calling everyone annoying at this rate. His ranking is going to tank. Aizawa tried to teach him better, but some things never change. In total contrast to that hothead, Shoto is skyrocketing, leaving Bakugo in the dust. Shoto is at every crime scene day or night. Even if he's still a bit awkward, his sincerity and lack of bias have won the public over completely. These days, people rarely even mention his father. Midoriya is so happy for his friend. Shoto has passed Mount Lady and is now neck and neck with Togata at the top. Plus, Monoma and Hononuki are also doing great. But then Aizawa asks Midoriya point blank, "Do you feel lonely?" The question hits home, making Midoriya hesitate before admitting the truth. He recalls thinking that even if he went back to being quirkless, using his experience to guide others would be pretty cool. Then he asks, "Do you think I'm cool, sensei?" Aizawa keeps a straight face and tells him to be stricter with the students. In this era, getting into the hero course basically guarantees a future. So teachers have to be tough to keep egos in check. Midoriya just laughs it off. He jokes that Aizawa was pretty gentle back then too. Midoriya's thoughts wander, realizing that in the real world, his schedule never aligns with his old friends. Getting everyone together for a meal is nearly impossible. While he's happy for them, he still returns to this spot when he misses those golden school days. Suddenly, a scream cuts through his thoughts. A child is tripped and is falling. Midoriya reflexively rushes to help. After the initial confusion, Midoriya asks if the boy is okay. Dai looks up, recognizes his idol, and gasps in shock. Dai shares his heart, saying the world is changing too fast and people with weak quirks feel left behind. Terrified, he came to All Might's statue for an answer. Then, he asks that fateful question, the same one Midoriya asked All Might years ago. Can I become a hero too? Just like All Might, Midoriya looks at him and realizes his quirk is throwing discs from his hair. His teacher instincts kick in. Midoriya starts mumbling an analysis. Since it's from hair, he could train for hardness, and stacking the disc would definitely increase the impact power. The boy is stunned. Midoriya smiles, remembering his mentor's lesson. Once you achieve your dream, it's your turn to pass it to others. He looks Dai in the eye and says firmly, "It's okay, because didn't you just reach out to save someone?" Then comes the final line, "You can become a hero." Midoriya walks on, telling himself that even if he's a bit lonely, encouraging future sprouts like this makes life meaningful. Their story of becoming the greatest heroes seemed to end there. But life is full of surprises. The next morning, All Might suddenly appears before Midoriya, saying he has a surprise gift. All Might explains the data from the battle 8 years ago opened up incredible possibilities. As quirks evolve, technology did too. They want to collect more data from Midoriya, the only one who mastered multiple quirks. Midoriya looks at the suitcase, looking worried. This looks way too expensive. All Might laughs and reveals the big secret. This suit is the combined effort of an overseas friend and Mei Hatsume, and the funding came from all his old Class A classmates, with Bakugo leading the charge. Expensive. Kid, you earned this. I'm proud to announce Midoriya Izuku, better known as Deku Ses, officially returning to the hero world. And that's it, our long journey together. Thanks for being part of it.